From Empire to Nation-State. Ethnic Politics in China. Yan Sun. To my father, Sons Hixiang. October 11, 1933 to June 23, 2019. Distinguished Professor of Russian Language. Contents. List of figures and tables. Acknowledgements. Introduction. What is destabilizing about China's ethnic regions? 1. Changing approaches to identity, from maintenance to transformation. 2. Changing approaches to ethnic governance, from loose reign to ethno-territorialism. 3. Changing approaches to policy instruments, from elite co-optation to egalitarian strategies. 4. The rise of identity politics in post-Mao China. 5. Ethnic autonomy and its discontents. 6. Religious revival and its discontents. 7. Economic modernization and its discontents. 8. Educational expansion and its discontents. Conclusion. From Empire to Nation-State, Lessons and Reforms Bibliography Index Figures and Tables Figures 6.1 Poster. 5. Unusual practices banned in public facilities. 7.1 Share of state subsidy in the total revenues of autonomous regions. Tables I.1 Historical transition of China's ethnic governance, from Empire to the post-Mao era. 2.1 Shares of Han population in 5 autonomous regions. 3.1 Financial subsidies for autonomous regions in the Mao era. 3.2 Tax relief for minority regions in the Mao era. 3.3 Han vs. Minority population, annual growth rates. 3.4 Han versus minority in total population in 5 national censuses. 3.5 Educational achievement of 14 ethnic groups above age 6. 3.6 Government revenues of the TAR during the Mao era, 1952. 85. 4.1 Central decrees sanctioning religious revival, early post-Mao China. 4.2 Xinjiang's decrees to promote religious revival, early post-Mao China. 6.1 Onset of violence in Xinjiang, the early 1990s. 6.2 Assassination of Uyghur officials and imams, the 1990s. 6.3 Xinjiang's decrees to curtail illegal religious activities, the 1990s. 6.4 Central decrees to curtail illegal religious activities, the 1990s. 6.5 Spread of violence in Xinjiang, the 2006.6 Xinjiang's decrees to define illegal religious activities, early 2010. 6.7 Escalation of violence in Xinjiang. Late 2009 to mid-2014. 6.8 Xinjiang's decrees to combat religious extremism, mid-2010. 6.9 Escalation of violence in Xinjiang, mid-2014 to 2015. 6.10 Xinjiang's decrees to combat radicalization. Late 2010. 6.11 Waning of violence in Xinjiang, late 2016 to 2017. 6.12 Central and regional decrees to regulate religion in Tibet. 7.1 Fiscal subsidies and modernization drive for ethnic regions, since the late 1970s. 7.2 Minority education/employment and modernization drive, since the late 1970s. 7.3 Anti-poverty and modernization drive for ethnic regions, since the early 1980s. 7.4 Partner assistance and development of Western regions, since the late 1990s. 7.5 Development initiatives for Western regions, since the late 1990s. 7.6 Population growth of ethnic groups, 1982. 2000. 7.7 Provinces with the highest migration rates, 1995. 2000. 8.1 percentage of college graduates in total population over age 6 by ethnic group. 8.2 NCEE cut-off points for college admissions in Xinjiang, 2002. 19. 8.3 bonus points by ethnic group in college admissions in Xinjiang. 8.4 results of high school admission tests in Urumqi, 2003. 5. 8.5 minority enrollment in colleges and specialized schools. 2000 and 2013 acknowledgements. This book represents almost a decade of work since I first became interested in the topic of China's ethnic politics in the wake of the Lhasa riot of March 2008 and the Urumqi riot of 2009. It is an accumulation of extensive field trips, conversations, and archival research in different regions of China. Ethnic politics is such a politically sensitive topic in China that few foreign-based scholars may be willing to undertake a project like this, for a lack of local access in China. Thus, I wish to thank the hundreds of people across China who have shared their time and knowledge to help me understand a highly delicate subject. Without them, this project would not have been possible, either physically or intellectually. For introducing me to research resources, contacts, and trips in minority regions in China, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Ma Rong of Beijing University, Professor Yang Minghong of Sichuan University, Mr. Ming Hao of the Research Office of the State Ethnic Affairs Commission, and Mr. Rigzin Lazal of the Tibetology Center of China. They are among the many scholars and policy analysts whom I have met at conferences on minority issues in China. Between them they represent 4 different ethnicities and diverse perspectives on China's ethnic policy. Professor Ma first introduced me to Xinjiang in the early 2010s by bringing me to 2 conferences in Xinjiang and then on field trips with his research team across southern Xinjiang. He also introduced me to a forum of ethnic scholars in Qinghai, a heavily multi-ethnic province. Professor Yang, during 3 summers between 2014 and 2017, brought me along with his research teams on field trips in Tibetan prefectures of Sichuan and several prefectures in Tibet itself. Mr. Ming Hao introduced me to several forums on minority issues in China, and through his assistance I was able to take field trips in Yanbian, a Korean autonomous prefecture. Mr. Lazal, a Tibetan historian, introduced me to many aspects of intra-elite politics in Tibetan history and local politics in contemporary Tibetan communities. Throughout my project I have benefited greatly from their local knowledge, their generosity to answer my questions, and their assistance with local access and resources. For intellectual guidance and support, I owe enormous debts to Professor Dingxin Zhao of the University of Chicago and my colleague at CUNY, Professor Lenny Markovits. Professor Zhao's astute knowledge of historical empires, and of Chinese political and social institutions both historically and in contemporary times, helped to sharpen my conceptual framework and empirical analyses. Despite his busy schedules between Chicago and Hangzhou, he took time to make informed and constructive comments throughout the entire manuscript. I am also grateful to him for opportunities to present parts of my project at the East Asia Forum at the University of Chicago and the Western Development Symposium at Zhejiang University. Professor Markovits, my longtime colleague at CUNY, has given me much moral and intellectual support throughout my career. He took time to read and comment on the entire manuscript. As co-editor for the Journal of Comparative Politics for decades, he has a knack for critical insights and valuable feedback. Without the encouragement and wisdom of these 2 professional colleagues, I may not have had the confidence to carry to completion a study whose subject matter can seem too contentious to handle with balance, dispassion, and patience. In addition, I am grateful to Dr. Andrew Murtha, previously at Cornell University and now at Johns Hopkins University, for reading my entire manuscript and offering constructive comments. In this connection, I also thank the anonymous reviewers for Cambridge University Press, whose criticisms and corrections helped to improve my manuscript. For assisting me in local accommodation, travel, and research, I am indebted to many relatives in southern Xinjiang. Given the current political climate in the region, it is prudent to mention just 3 who would unlikely face any risk for having hosted a foreign-based relative/researcher. My cousin Ling, who passed away in 2017 at the age of 48, was an agricultural specialist who worked with Uyghur farmers throughout his career in a rural county of the Uyghur South. My cousin Ping, unemployed since the late 1990s, introduced me to her world of downsized workers from local state factories. Finally, her husband Yang, who passed away in 2017 at the age of 58, was a staff member in a local government with rich knowledge of local politics. I benefited greatly from staying with them, joining in and observing their daily activities, interacting with their local communities, and visiting places which I could not have done otherwise. Born locally, their fluency in spoken Uyghur gave me the necessary tools for local communication. I am also grateful to 2 other local cousins in whose homes I stayed, and to these and other relatives whose local knowledge and experiences have remained a source of reality checking for me. Other people who have given me various forms of support deserve my sincere appreciation. Patricia Rachel, my chair at Queen's College, has unfailingly supported my research project with schedules and course loads that afforded me the time and environment to complete my project. Andrew Hacker, my senior colleague at Queen's College, has been supportive with his deep interest in ethnic politics and his role model as a productive scholar. Ruth O'Brien, my colleague at the CUNY Graduate Center, has supported me with her continuing interest in my project and her readiness to help. Professor Yang of Yunnan University provided valuable assistance in compiling economic data for the autonomous regions. Dr. Ma Bo, my doctoral student, provided assistance in turning the economic data into graphs. Dr. Hu Xiahua, of Wagner College, read parts of my earlier draft and offered comments. Ms. Shen Wenjin, my former editor at the Chinese magazine Lingdaoji, invited me to a volunteer project in the Tibetan village of Daiking, a Tibetan prefecture in Yunnan province, where I interacted with local Tibetan students up close. I thank 2 scholars at the Minzu University of China. One invited me to the campus for a week and the other facilitated an interview with a dissident Uyghur faculty member. I thank my friend Faye Maris for her moral support and tolerance of my absence. At Cambridge University Press, my sincere appreciation goes to Senior Editor Robert Dreesan and retired Senior Editor Louis Bateman, for their interest in my project and their editorial advice. My thanks also go to Editorial Assistant Erica Walsh and Content Manager Catherine Smith for their efficiency and assistance in the production of the book. My thanks also go to the fine work of Project Manager Podhume Anban at Integra Software Services, Copy Editor Dan Harding, and Indexer Jim Diggins. I especially thank Dan Harding for his superb work cleaning up the manuscript. For providing resources to help in the research and writing of this study, I gratefully acknowledge 2 grants from the PSC CUNY Research Foundation and 1 grant from the Chang Ching Kuo Foundation for International Scholarly Exchange. I acknowledge the Journal of Contemporary China, which published my article debating ethnic governance in China. Chapter 5 of this book, Ethnic Autonomy and Its Discontents, is adapted and expanded from that paper. For my education in the English language and political science, I thank 3 great institutions of higher education. At Nanjing University and Foreign Affairs College in Beijing, where I majored in English, the foreign language faculty eagerly taught the first group of students since the college entrance exams resumed in China in the late 1970s. At Johns Hopkins University, where I pursued my doctoral study in political science, I am grateful to my mentors Drs. Germaine A. Hostin and William T. Rowe, as well as Drs. Richard S. Katz and Stephen David in the Political Science Department. As one of the early graduate students from post-Mao China who had no prior exposure to Western social sciences, I benefited greatly from their welcoming attitude, their patience with my novitiate, their stimulating seminars, and most of all their intellectual guidance. A special note of appreciation goes to my family. My parents, retired college professors in Chongqing, worried about me going to unstable minority regions but appreciated and supported my research pursuits. My children Ben and Kenny, and my husband Gang, tolerated my summer absences and 1 sabbatical absence as I carried out this research project. To them all is this book dedicated, but especially to my father, who passed away in the middle of my final preparation for the manuscript, in June 2019. China, Ethno-Linguistic Groups. Source: U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, 1983. The map shows the distribution of ethno-linguistic groups according to the historical majority ethnic group by region. Introduction. What is destabilizing about China's ethnic regions? Since mid-2017, reports of massive re-education camps in Xinjiang have set off global outcries over China's treatment of Muslim Uyghurs in western China. Witnesses and personal accounts reveal that a large number of Uyghur residents, including returnees from overseas, have been detained and sent to so-called training centers for de-radicalization. The latest scholarship provides corroborating evidence from unusual increases in social stability spending and from public tenders for construction of such centers in Xinjiang. The estimated number of detainees, ranging from several hundred thousand to over 1 million, raises serious questions about the state's definition of religious extremism and presents a human rights crisis. In November of 2018, the United Nations Universal Periodic Review began its assessment of China's human rights record, amid growing global scrutiny over arbitrary internment of Muslim Uyghurs. Why does China feel so threatened by so-called radicalism that it has resorted to draconian methods to combat it? Granted, the emergence of massive camps in Xinjiang has much to do with Chen Quanguo's assumption of power at the helm here since August 2016. But the central state condones rather than condemns his policies. Moreover, after initial denial of their existence, the central state now acknowledges and justifies it at home and abroad. It is a sign that China feels that it has not yet brought under control those destabilizing forces that had caused many episodes of state-defined terrorism and one major incidence of ethnic riot. That riot occurred on the evening of July 5, 2009 in the southern section of Urumqi, the capital city of Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Thousands of Uyghur youths went on a violent rampage, setting ablaze public buses, private vehicles, stores, shops, government buildings, and commercial structures. In particular, they targeted Han pedestrians for brutal killings. With the region's party secretary Wang Liquan away that night, it took nearly an hour for his order to arrive, finally allowing armed police to respond to the violence. Local police forces could not have used force earlier because of an official ordinance in 1983, known as Dual Legal Standards, which prevented police from using violence against minority offenders without orders from above. By next morning, the area looked like a war zone. The official account reported 197 people killed and 1,721 injured, and the destruction of 260 vehicles, 203 stores, 14 residential houses, and 2 buildings. 1 The street violence was so shocking that the state banned video footage and other images online, so as to avoid inflaming the Han Chinese majority across the country. Actual casualties could be much higher than the official account, with accusations made by citizens on both sides of the ethnic divide to the contrary. The Urumqi riot was ostensibly in response to the Shaoguan incident that occurred 10 days earlier, on June 26, 2009. This incident involved a brawl among hundreds of Han and Uyghur workers in a factory in Shaoguan, Guangdong Province. The clash resulted in the death of 2 Uyghur workers and over 100 injured workers. The Han workers had harbored resentment of Uyghur workers because of an online post, which alleged that 6 Uyghur workers had raped 2 Han women. Local police later found the online account to be false. Exaggerated versions of the Shaoguan incident, in turn, became a rallying point for Uyghur youths in Xinjiang. They mobilized in the capital of the province on the evening of July 5, 2009 to vent their accumulated frustration and anger. The Urumqi riot also brought into the open the long-suppressed resentment of local Han residents. Often perceived as meek and atomized individuals, Han residents found themselves frequently bullied in the streets of Xinjiang. The violence of July 5 seemingly roused an ethnic awakening. Angry at the local government's slow response, thousands of them swarmed onto the streets of Urumqi with clubs on July 7, seeking revenge. On September 3 and 4, tens of thousands of Han residents held public protests against a new round of violence involving syringes tainted with poison, which were used to prick Han pedestrians. In an unprecedented move, Han protesters called for the resignation of Wang Liquan, the party secretary of Xinjiang. The series of events eventually led to the dismissal of two top officials of Urumqi's municipal government in late 2009 and Wang's ousting in April 2010. Wang had originally tried to avoid reporting the incident to Beijing, so as to evade political liabilities. But authorities at the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps broke the news to Beijing. 2 The PCCs are composed largely of Han people and are administratively semi-independent from Xinjiang's provincial government. The Urumqi riot was the worst incidence of ethnic violence in the history of the People's Republic of China, but not the only one. Hundreds of major episodes of violence have taken place in Xinjiang since the early 1990s, including many defined by the state as terrorist attacks. In the 3 years since the Urumqi riot, between 2009 and 2012, Xinjiang's local police cracked down on over 100 security threat groups each year, including more than 190 terror cases in 2012 alone. 3 By late 2013, violence from Xinjiang reached outside the province, first in Tiananmen Square where 3 tourists were killed on November 28, and then at the Kunming train station in Yunnan where 28 people were killed on March 1, 2014. Several more major cases of terrorism were reported in Xinjiang in that year, including an attack on a vegetable market in Urumqi that killed 43 civilians, an attack in Yarkand County of Kashgar that killed 37, and a market attack in Bashu County of Kashgar that killed 22 civilians. After Xinjiang's intensified crackdowns since mid-2014, one massive attack still occurred in 2015, taking the lives of over 40 minors in Anaksu County. In the 3 years between 2013 and 2016, 127 police officers in Xinjiang were killed while fighting terrorists, according to an official media report. Another restive region is the Tibet Autonomous Region. On March 14, 2008, a rampage of a lesser magnitude than the Urumqi riot broke out on the streets of Lhasa, capital of the Tar. In what came to be known as the 3.14 incident, 18 innocent civilians were burned to death, along with the destruction of 908 stores, 7 schools, 120 residential homes, 5 hospitals, 30 buildings, 10 banking services, and 84 vehicles. 4 Sporadic protests by Tibetan monks have occurred since the late 1980s, as did over 100 cases of self-immolation since February 2009. Nationwide, the Lhasa and Urumqi riots of 2008 and 2009, along with violent incidents incurred by ethnic assailants outside Xinjiang, brought into the open the country's ethnic problems that had been neglected or hidden from public view. But heightened awareness has also added to ethnic tensions, igniting fiery debates and verbal feuds in online forums. As one Chinese analyst puts it, ethnocentrism on all sides has helped to intensify biases and radicalize ethno-nationalism. Slanderous and radical comments often enjoy greater freedom than critically fair and rational ones in the blog sphere. The Shangri-Laist image of Tibetans is replaced by one of viciousness and ungratefulness. Pickpockets from Xinjiang are attacked online, and the singing and dancing earthy ethnic folks are now viewed as backward and lazy thugs. It was precisely such polarized emotions that drove inter-ethnic mistrust, resulting in the Shaoguan incident of 2009 that ignited the Urumqi riot on July 5 that year. Research question: why have ethnic mobilization and violence occurred only in the 2 outer peripheral regions of China? That is, Xinjiang and Tibet, the 2 regions that are geographically, ethnically, and culturally most remote from China. The issue is important at the theoretical level for understanding ethnic conflict and ethnic policy, and at the empirical level for understanding a volatile problem in a large multi-ethnic country. For China as a historical empire and a former Soviet-type regime, it is also important to understand the linkage between ethnic mobilization and national integration or disintegration. As such, ethnic strife also constitutes a security issue for China, when the combined areas of Tibet and Xinjiang comprise nearly a third of China's territory and China's minority regions as a whole encompass nearly 2/3 of the country's territory. The upsurge of ethnic tensions in contemporary China has received much scholarly attention. Existing perspectives may be grouped into two broad schools. The first highlights the effects of post-Mao reform policies and processes, arguing that minority grievances and inter-ethnic disparities have been sharpened by China's modernization and developmental drive. The second broad school emphasizes the lack of political autonomy that allows little independence of action or expression. These two perspectives are not mutually exclusive. Both see an interplay of limited autonomy and imposed development that coalesces minority grievances in four areas: religion and culture, resource distribution, social discrimination, and political autonomy. While on target, these analyses do not provide a consistent long-term causal chain of explanation. That is, why more limited autonomy did not lead to more ethnic unrest in the Mao era, or why some minority regions in the reform era have experienced more unrest than others and in more volatile ways, or why such unrest should differ qualitatively from protests by disadvantaged members among the Han Chinese majority over similar issues of socio-economic discontent and rights violations. A recent study does address the intergroup divergence by highlighting how external factors make a difference. That is, ethnic groups with extensive external kinship networks, specifically the Tibetans and Uyghurs, are most likely to perceive a capacity to achieve better circumstances and thus more likely to politically mobilize and contest national identity. However, the size of the internal minority group matters when it comes to external kinship support in internal conflict, as it affects power considerations. External kinship support is more likely and potentially more impactful when the internal minority group is relatively large. For relatively small groups, external kinship support matters little even if present. Although Uyghurs and Tibetans comprise relatively large groups among China's minority groups and are concentrated in two major borderlands, they each constitute less than 1% of China's overall population. My study is intended to understand the long-term causal chain of factors from a historical political perspective. By historical, I refer to the relevance of the patterns of historical transition from a dynastic empire to the modern nation-state in the Mao era, and then to the current system of ethnic governance in the post-Mao era. Because modern China largely inherited the territories of the preceding imperial dynasty, the dynamics of that transition must be considered as part of a long-term causal chain of explanation. As Wimmer and Min argue, change in the institutional form of states is itself a major cause for war, and the rise of empires and the global spread of the nation-state are the most important institutional transformations in the modern age. Although China was a historical empire rather than a modern one, the dynamics of transition to the modern nation-state were fundamentally similar to those identified by Wimmer and Min: competing nationalist doctrines of the national majority and ethnic minorities, competing projects of nation and state building, and ensuing power struggles over the ethno-national character of the state. For China, thus, the dynamics of the transition to the modern nation-state is central to understanding sustained or renewed internal strife associated with state building. China did not undergo modern state formation by way of violent destruction or disruption of multi-ethnic regions and peoples, as was notably the case following the disintegration of the Ottoman Empire. Nor has China lapsed into contemporary state reformation, as was the case following the disintegration of the Soviet Union. The legacies of China's historical transition, thus, bear importantly on its contemporary ethnic politics. Indeed, the characteristics of the Chinese transition make the Chinese case unique as well as universal in comparative contexts. The transition from empire to the modern state was universal, as with other major historical empires such as the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire. But the unique features of China's historical legacy help to avoid the disintegration experienced by the Ottoman Empire and the Soviet Union. Among those unique features, Ding Xinzhao notes, were the consistent imperial system of 2 millennia, the strongest state tradition among major civilizations, the only world civilization where transcendental world religions exerted no influence on politics, civilian rule, a huge territory due to expansion by nomadic conquests, and a large core population with a shared identity. From the point of transition to the modern nation-state, most important was the persistence and dominance of the Confucian state, which had given rise to a geographic/demographic feature unique to pre-modern China. That is, the core of the Chinese Empire had a very large size and a huge population with a similar cultural identity. 5 This territorial/demographic feature was interrelated, by assimilating cycles of nomadic conquerors from surrounding communities. China had expanded via what Henry Kissinger calls cultural osmosis. That is, incorporating rounds of frontier communities into the empire's territorial/demographic core. This incorporation also entailed a contiguous, though tiered, topography for China's pre-modern empire, with inner peripheral regions more incorporated than outer peripheral ones. This contiguity helped to preserve China's ethnic borderlands in pre-modern and modern times, and it also facilitated state building in contemporary times. Together, China's demographic/territorial legacy has made it difficult for even the least assimilated groups to break away, that is, the Tibetan and Uyghur communities on the far western frontiers. As previous research shows, the ethno-demographic makeup of a state is a principal predictor of whether the shift to the nation-state will be accompanied by interstate war. China's demographic/territorial advantage, nevertheless, has not obviated the persistence of the two least assimilated groups. It is not incidental that only these two groups have fueled ethnic strife in contemporary times. The context and legacy of China's national integration, thus, are central to understanding its contemporary ethnic problems. To the extent that modern China avoided secessionist civil wars and saw just one region break away, its transition to the modern nation-state may be seen as largely successful. Its transition to the post-socialist era, likewise, has avoided a disintegration of the Soviet type. However, China's transitions have not been without tribulations, which cannot be understood through contemporary forces alone. If the existing literature blames limited autonomy, economic modernization, and contested identities for China's contemporary ethnic woes, their root causes should also be understood in the historical patterns of China's ethnic governance and their modern fate. Argument. My study attempts to understand China's contemporary ethnic strife from the perspective of its twofold transition from empire to a modern nation-state. That is, the integration of frontier regions into a nation-state with predominantly ethnic Han Chinese. Instead of individual policies, my perspective places emphasis on the institutional arrangements of the twofold transition and how they have become sources of contemporary problems. The first transition was from empire to the modern nation-state, via the autonomous system in the socialist era. The second transition was from the socialist era to the reform era. This twofold transition, I argue, has laid down the root causes or the institutional dynamics of China's contemporary ethnic strife. Those dynamics may be summed as political centralization on the one hand and ethnic particularism on the other, or simply, centralization and ethnicization. Centralization narrowly refers to a uniform system of ethnic governance under the centralized political leadership, and broadly refers to state policies with centralizing functions and consequences. Ethnicization refers to the grounding of identity, administrative units, and policy benefits on the ethnic criterion, as well as its ethnicizing effects. Centralization is centripetal, while ethnicization, by consolidating different local identities into a cohesive cross-regional ethnic identity, is centrifugal. These institutional tensions have been manifest during each phase of the twofold transition. During the first transition, from empire to nation-state, those institutional tensions were laid down but tempered, I argue. Centralization materialized in the Chinese Communist Party's three strategies of nation-state building, state classification of identities, a system of autonomous regions, and socialist egalitarianism. Ethnicization inhered from the same three strategies, politicized identities, titular ethno-territorial units, and policy prerogatives along ethnic and ethno-territorial lines. The tensions therein were temporarily mitigated by a new class universalism, whereby the communist sense of history was able to provide a basis for elite consensus. Based on social class solidarity, this new universalism helped to buttress both national integration and particularistic policies for the ethnic proletariat. In the second transition, From the Mao era to the post-Mao era, the mix of centralization and ethnicization has particularly affected Xinjiang and the TAR. This is because they have remained the only two outer peripheral regions in the geographic, demographic, and cultural sense, far-flung, with ethnic majorities and distinct descriptive features. In this reform era, centralization stems from two main sources: state facilitation of identity politics and control of its directions on the one hand, and state developmentalism on the other. Ethnicization, meanwhile, stems largely from uncontrolled growth of identity politics and inter-ethnic competition in the marketplace. The centrifugal nature of identity politics and inter-ethnic competition, in turn, has necessitated more political centralization to enhance integration, but also more ethnic accommodation to placate centrifugal forces. The intensified institutional strains therein, more centralization but also more ethnicization, are the key sources of ethnic strife in Tibet and Xinjiang in the contemporary era. What contributed to the paradox of centralization and ethnicization in the twofold transitions? In the first transition, a number of historical legacies and modern strategies were highly relevant to the patterns of the transition and to contemporary ethnic strife. These may be seen at three levels. First, the CCP's ethnic classification displaced historical legacies of ethnic neutrality and localized identities by creating centrally politicized identities. Pre-modern ethnic identities could also be politicized, but they were predominantly politicized at local levels, and local ethnic identities also crosscut. Such localization and crosscuts prevented local identities from consolidating into a sustained cross-regional ethnic or proto-nationalistic political identity. Second, the CCP's autonomous system displaced historical legacies of indirect, diverse, and ethnicized rule over minority regions by creating direct and uniform rule based on the titular minority. Third, the CCP's socialist egalitarianism displaced historical legacies of elite co-optation through penetrating minority societies with transformative preferential policies. Together, the CCP's strategies, by departing dramatically from historical legacies and mixing centralization with ethnicization, created the built-in institutional dynamics for ethnic strife in contemporary times. What makes the causal chain of explanation here particular to the Chinese case? After all, the CCP's strategies were universal in other multi-ethnic contexts. The first two strategies, that is the creation of centrally politicized identities and centrally directed rule, were universal in the early modern transition from empire to nation-states. The third strategy, socialist egalitarianism, was universal in former Soviet-type countries that were multi-ethnic. The mix of centralization and ethnicization, as reflected in these strategies, also echoed those of almost all pre-modern empires that relied on sticks and carrots to rule diverse populations. What made these strategies peculiar to the Chinese case was the embedding of new institutions in local contexts. This embedding may be seen in three ways. First, while reliance on some type of universalism was universal in pre-modern empires as well as during their transition to nation-states, the strength of China's Confucian universalism eased the transition to a new universalism based on social class solidarity. Both emanated from a strong central state and were reinforced by a large demographic/territorial core. Second, China's pre-modern patterns of ethnic governance, based in loose reign, made the transition to nation-state relatively smooth for those ethnic regions that had been historically incorporated into China's imperial bureaucratic system. Only two outer peripheral regions, Tibet and Xinjiang, experienced belated incorporation and possessed ethnic majorities at the time of the modern transition. Third, while China adopted the Soviet model of ethno-federalism, it did so without accepting the Soviet tenet of ethnic self-determination. This partial ethno-federalism precludes legal grounds for independence, which contributed to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Together, the unique Chinese features, a strong demographic/geographic core, pre-modern patterns of ethnic rule, and an adaptation of the Soviet model, have been key differences in the patterns of China's transition from empire to nation-state. In the second transition of ethnic governance, that is to the post-Mao era, reform policies have undone the course of the first transition in a few key policy areas. As such, they have helped to create the institutional dynamics for contemporary ethnic strife in Tibet and Xinjiang. First, the abandonment of class universalism has undermined the ideological and political underpinning of centralization. It has created the institutional dynamics for greater reliance on sticks as well as carrots to uphold centralization. Second, the rise of identity politics has been legitimated by policies to redress leftist wrongs. This has served as an alternative to class universalism and an institutional dynamic for greater ethnic particularism. Third, the demise of the socialist contract, via economic liberalization, has left ethnic masses abandoned socio-economically but their grievances ethnically charged. It has ushered in the institutional dynamics for inter-ethnic competition and disparities. Fourth, the rise of state developmentalism has facilitated state transformation of minority societies from a pre-modern, rural, and agrarian society to a secular, urban, and industrial society. It has created the institutional dynamics for greater integration in minority regions, and along with it an intensified disruption of their traditional society, sweetened by preferential policies that also enhance ethnicization. What makes this causal chain of explanation peculiar to the Chinese case? Again, ethnic tensions arise in many places and different contexts in today's world. Modernizing and globalizing forces create winners and losers inter-ethnically in various societies across the globe. Political and economic liberalization contributed to the disintegration of the Soviet Union along ethno-territorial lines. Identity politics spurs ethnic discords even in mature democracies. Within China, different outcomes have resulted from the same four processes of transformation in post-Mao China, that is the demise of class universalism and the rise of identity politics on the one hand, and the demise of the socialist contract and the rise of state developmentalism on the other. Ethnic regions other than the two outer peripheral regions have not experienced the level of ethnic strife seen in Tibet and Xinjiang. What makes the causal processes, the end of class universalism and the socialist contract on the one hand, and the rise of identity politics and developmentalism on the other, particularly important in Tibet and Xinjiang? It is the strong role of the state in facilitating them, resulting in more politicized outcomes. In the Soviet case, as a contrast, it was the weakness of the central state that contributed to the disintegration of the Union in the wake of socialism's demise. In mature democracies, identity politics is driven by societal forces rather than the state, in contrast to China's case. Among developing contexts where economic disparities divide ethnic groups, no central state has been more proactive than China's in driving development. And within China, the state has been most proactive in Tibet and lately Xinjiang. In short, the twofold transition of ethnic governance has laid down the built-in institutional dynamics for China's contemporary ethnic woes. Historical discontinuities have reduced political autonomy for the constituent members of China's pre-modern empire, aggravated by intrusive centralizing forces in the reform era, while the socialist or egalitarian strategies contribute to what Thierry Martin calls an affirmative action empire of the Soviet type. The combined result is limited autonomy on the one hand and ethnic particularism on the other. That is, a mix of centralization and ethnicization. This core institutional feature of China's autonomous system is referred to as socialist autonomy in this study. The advent of institutional dynamics for ethnic tensions, during the twofold historical transition, is presented in Table I.1. Table I.1 Historical transition of China's ethnic governance, from empire to the post-Mao era pre-modern empire modern state post-Mao era identity local and cross-cut state classified and consolidated in class state classified and consolidated in nation governance indirect rule direct rule and titular direct rule and particularistic policy strategy elite alliances egalitarianism developmentalism. A further review of the relevant literature, in the three sections below, will provide theoretical contexts to the argument I make in this book. Socialist autonomy and a break with history. The literature on inter-ethnic relations in pre-modern China sheds light on historical patterns and puts in perspective China's contemporary system of ethnic governance. Broadly, what was the nature of ethnic relations in pre-modern China? Why have Tibet and Xinjiang remained the only outer peripheral regions in a geographic and cultural sense? Above all, inter-ethnic relations were conditioned by ecological features in pre-modern China. Western scholarship universally recognizes a prolonged series of interactions between the settled people of the East Asian heartland and their nomadic neighbors of Inner Asia, despite a sharp disagreement over the nature of their interactions. From the ecological perspective, scholars characterize a political ecology between the steppe tribes of Inner Asians and their agricultural and sedentary neighbors of the Central Plains, which bound them to rivalry. A nomadic society had difficulty raising revenue because its members, unlike settled farmers, could move themselves and their wealth easily, and were skilled fighters, while its chief product, livestock, could not be easily stored, unlike the grain produced in agrarian economies. Whether or not driven by the dynamic of this needy nomad, pre-modern nomads of Inner Asia frequently plundered resources from agrarian societies, by pillaging farm villages, extorting tributes, and controlling trade routes and the terms of trade. They conquered northern China periodically, and twice the entire country. The dynamics of Sino-nomadic relationships, at the same time, were more complex than a Sino-barbarian dichotomy. Ancient Chinese statesmen had divergent, and at times contradictory, ideas about how to treat the aliens. The same diversity of approaches was true across the prairies. Most importantly, the comparative advantages of each group compelled and contributed to mutual learning and mutual assimilation in the context of competitive struggles for survival. In fact, the cycles of nomadic incursions, competition/interaction, and migration/fusion were responsible for the evolution of China as a multinational country and of the majority Han people itself. This interpretation of China's ethnic makeup is supported by historical and archaeological evidence and more recently, by genetic and genealogical evidence. The cycles of Sino-nomadic interaction and fusion contributed to a key difference between China and the rest of the world. That is, the persistent domination of Confucianism, along with its acculturation of successive nomadic communities, had given rise to a geographic/demographic character unique to pre-modern China. The core of the Chinese Empire had a very large size and a huge population with a similar cultural identity. By contrast, in the cases of the Ottoman Empire and the Soviet Union, the dominant ethnic or religious group did not amount to a strong majority, or were divided into significant subgroups. The Ottoman Empire had a Christian majority under the rule of a Muslim minority up to the second half of the 15th century. The proportion of Muslims rose to 60% in the 1820s, 69% in the 1870s, 76% in the 1890s, and 80.9% by 1914. However, these Muslims subdivided into Arabian, Persian, North Africans, and Balkan Europeans across 3 continents. For the Russian Empire, the first and only census carried out in the empire, in 1897, recorded that Russian speakers comprised a little less than 45% of the total population. 6 On the eve of the Soviet dissolution in 1989, Russians made up 51.4% of the population of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, while the 14 titular minority groups made up the rest. The weakness of a demographic core was compounded by geography in the Ottoman and Soviet cases. The Ottomans' overly expansive empire exerted little reach or influence into the large number of ethnic and religious communities spanning across 3 continents, who lived separately in segregated domains called millets. With little loyalty toward the imperial state, ethnic nationalism, based on distinctive religion and language, provided the centripetal forces that eventually brought down the Ottoman Empire. In the Soviet case, territorial contiguity did earlier help to hold together Russia's historical empire across the Eurasian landmass during the transition to the modern nation-state. However, the expansive territory of the Soviet Union did not survive the transition to the post-socialist world. Ethnic nationalism, nurtured by Soviet minority policy itself, contributed to the Union's dissolution along ethno-territorial lines. The lack of a large territorial/demographic core with a shared Russian identity, certainly, made it difficult to hold the secessionist ethnic republics in check. In the context of China's demographic/territorial core and its incremental acculturation/incorporation of frontier communities, why have Tibet and Xinjiang remained the only outer peripheral regions? These two regions, along with Mongolia and Manchuria, had historically comprised China's four central Eurasian frontier regions. They were far-flung, on the steppes, and semi-nomadic or nomadic. Until the late Qing period, Tibet and Xinjiang were the only ethnic regions that did not adopt the provincial system or undergo bureaucratization reforms. 7 For Inner Mongolia and Manchuria, central policies during the late Qing period and the Republican era had significantly changed the composition and orientation of the local populations, as did the warmer climate after the 18th century that made Inner Mongolia cultivatable. By the time the CCP came to power in 1949, Manchuria had been well integrated while Inner Mongolia had a solid Han majority. Tibet and southern Xinjiang were left as the only outer peripheral regions in the demographic, linguistic, and cultural sense. As such, these two regions remain the principal challenges for China's nation-state building. Without China's demographic/territorial core, the two regions might have seceded after the collapse of the Qing Empire, much as the lack of such a core facilitated the breakdown of the Ottoman Empire and the Soviet Empire. That unique Chinese feature made it very difficult for Tibet and Xinjiang to achieve independence then and now. Yet the People's Republic of China's socialist autonomy has failed to construct a new national identity that transcends ethnicity. It has even consolidated the ethnic identity of the already peripheral groups, Tibetans and Uyghurs. These two cases remain the exceptions among China's ethnic regions, but have forced the Chinese state to endure very high costs in contemporary times. This is quite unique to China, a large demographic/territorial core but two highly politicized ethnic majority regions. This politicization, moreover, has been engineered by the modern state itself. Soviet-type autonomy and identity politics. The literature on Soviet-type ethno-federalism sheds light on two issues central to understanding the linkage between institutional designs and ethnic tensions in China. First, is China's autonomous system ethno-federal? Second, is this system conducive to institutionalizing identity that was largely absent in much of Chinese history? Ethno-federalism is a federal political system under which component territorial governance units are intentionally associated with the most important ethnic groups in them. The Soviet model included multiple levels of administrative units, autonomous republics, provinces, regions, and districts, for non-Russian ethnic groups. 14 of the Soviet Union's 15 Union republics were based on a titular minority group. Constitutionally, each republic was a sovereign Soviet socialist state, united with its peers in the USSR. Each republic was accorded with language and cultural rights, ethnic representation in local official and professional ranks, separate branches of the Soviet Red Army, republic-level commissariats for foreign affairs and defense, and most of all, the nominal right to secede from the USSR. At the Union level, however, the USSR was a highly centralized entity, with all republics subordinated directly to the central government. A hierarchy of party organizations existed alongside the state administrative one. This allowed the Politburo to exercise control over the republics. The state hierarchy received directions and personnel appointments from the parallel party hierarchy. Do political centralization and a lack of popular elections render Soviet-type federalism meaningless? Scholars answer in the negative, arguing that this formalistic model has meaningful import. First, the official recognition accorded to the titular nationalities in the ethno-regional units, reinforced by language and cultural rights, has unintended consequences for ethnic mobilization, by providing the tools for entrenching and activating national identities. Second, the structures of autonomy provide separate and distinct political marketplaces for developing institutional interests at the ethno-regional level. Finally, Ethno-regional units provide territorial bases for the emergence of distinctive regional elites, rooted in the titular nationalities. Having partially emulated the Soviet model, China's autonomous system may be characterized as latent or nascent ethno-federalism. Except for the right of secession, the Chinese variant adopted key features of the Soviet model, including ethnic classification, territorial units based on titular minority groups, and minority-specific public policies. Virtually all explanations of the breakup of socialist ethno-federations fault their ethnicizing effects. That is, such systems have had the effect of strengthening ethnic differences, and providing resources, bases, and networks for political entrepreneurs to play the nationality card. On the first effect, Valery Bunce observes that the federal structures of the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia worked to build nations, along with proto-states at the republic level. Ronald Suney writes that Soviet nationality policies led to the consolidation of ethnicity rather than to its disappearance, and rather than a melting pot, the Soviet Union became an incubator of new nations. The making nation approach, rather than the sleeping beauty frame, thus explains the breakup of the Soviet Union. Others call it a revenge of ethnic particularism promoted by the USSR itself. On the second effect, or the provision of resources to play the nationalist card, scholars argue that ethno-federal states differ from other federal states in the political recognition of ethno-territorial identities. In a federal state with a homogeneous population or a complex mixed society, federal structures afford neither a clear ethnic territorial base nor a concept of ethnic regional identity. The geographical base of the periphery is crucial because it provided the geographical concentration of the nation as a prime facilitator of the development of group solidarity. Ethno-federalism did combine with economic decline and state repression to consolidate subnational consciousness in the Soviet case, but in the absence of federalism, geographically concentrated minorities seem to be less prone to either want to leave the state or, if that is desired, to succeed in doing so. A high degree of regional autonomy has also encouraged ethnic revival and separatism in Russia in the 1990s, and regions with religious identities, especially Muslim titular minorities, are considerably more separatist. Cultural and linguistic tools add to pernicious tensions in Soviet ethno-federalism. These arise, Anthony D. Smith argues, from the assertion of political control on the one hand but the preservation and enhancing of cultural and linguistic spheres on the other. State attempts to separate the two domains result in a contradiction between political centralism and cultural diversity, which, given the modern role of culture as the major basis of politics, bedevils most polyethnic states and particularly those polyethnic states that have adopted a Leninist political mode. The situation is rendered yet more explosive by the Herderian legacy of nationalism, Smith argues, which stresses the central role of language in the definition of nations, supplemented by territory. As such, Lenin and Stalin provided not only a framework for categorizing the many ethnic groupings within Soviet territories, but also the sociological basis for their modern redefinition and regeneration. In short, Soviet-type ethno-federalism attempts to achieve ethnic autonomy and equality, not through mechanisms of political autonomy, but through the institutionalization of ethnic and geographical markers. China's adoption of these markers, I argue, was the structural origin of the contemporary problems in Tibet and Xinjiang. Socialist autonomy and economic liberalization studies show that political and economic liberalization exacerbates the inherent tensions of ethno-federalism. For while the state may continue to allocate political and economic opportunities along ethnic distinctions, it can no longer control inter-ethnic equality in outcomes. In the classic literature on nationalism, economic modernization is found to be the root cause of the ascendancy of politicized ethnicity. The reasons are straightforward. Economic modernization increases social mobility and creates political economies in which advancement depends increasingly on one's cultural capital. When young men of one ethnic group from the countryside found themselves disadvantaged in the new industrial labor markets or state bureaucracy on the grounds of their first language, they became receptive to political mobilization along ethnic lines. The key idea is that ascriptive barriers to upward mobility, that is, disadvantages according to a criterion that an individual acquires usually at birth, gives political entrepreneurs an eager constituency. Why are the advantages or disadvantages of cultural or ascriptive endowments so salient in the modern polity and economy? Gellner emphasizes the nature of modern economies. They require literate workers able to interpret and manipulate culturally specific symbols. Thus culture matters in the modern world in a way it never did in the pre-modern, agrarian age. Why not then learn the language and culture of the dominant economic and political group? Gellner, Deutsch, and Anderson suggest that such assimilation may be possible, but only when pre-existing cultural differences are not too great, such as in 19th century France. Where they were, such as in Austria-Hungary, the pace of assimilation may be too slow relative to economic modernization, or psychological biases may lead advanced groups to attribute backwardness to the ethnic differences of less modernized groups. Recent studies of ethnic violence, moreover, point to the role of state institutions in making cultural identity relevant politically. Where the institutions of state and economy make ascription the criterion for membership and for economic participation and allocation, ethnic identity becomes politically relevant. Specifically, the interaction of high interregional inequality and ethnic concentration increases the likelihood of ethnic conflict. Such conflict turns volatile when state institutions of political and economic allocation are weakened. Thus in recent decades, much of the rising ethnic violence across the globe is closely linked to globalizing forces and demands of economic liberalization that have weakened states' capacities, both political and financial, for redistributing resources. As a result, many states have been forced to break established social contracts, often dramatically changing power relations in heterogeneous societies that had previously been relatively stable. Those power and distributional shifts have been experienced in the form of ethnic and religious discrimination and are often at the root of identity politics and violent cultural conflicts. This was especially true of post-socialist multinational states, as they were transitioning from institutions that structured the allocation of political and economic benefits along ethnic lines. As those socialist institutions changed, individual or cultural characteristics nurtured and protected by ethno-federalism were slow to adapt. When the unchangeable characteristics, such as one's first language, cultural traits, and religious faiths, became barriers to successful participation in the competitive market, these societies became vulnerable to ethnic conflict. In China's case, the confluence of ethnic concentration and ascriptive barriers, ingredients of heightened ethnic consciousness and assertiveness, is striking in Tibetan and Uyghur regions. In fact, they are the only ethnic communities in China where ascriptive barriers, language and culture, are present. Adding to this confluence is one of the most intense processes of economic liberalization in the world, and along with it the weakening of the state institutions of economic allocation for ethnic minorities. These processes, not surprisingly, have affected Tibetan and Uyghur regions most adversely. This is precisely the second part of my argument. The built-in tensions of the autonomous system have worsened in the outer peripheral regions since economic liberalization. Methodology baseline for the first phase of the twofold transition of China's ethnic governance, that is from empire to the modern nation-state. The baseline for my case selection will be the entire universe of China's historical ethnic regions. Since a central contention of the book is that this transition laid down the roots of contemporary ethnic tensions, in ways embedded in China's local contexts, it is necessary to include the universe of China's historical ethnic regions. This would help highlight the changing forms of center-peripheral relations, and in particular, distinctions between two major types of ethnic regions, the inner peripheral and the outer peripheral. For the second part of the twofold transition, from the socialist era to the reform era, my case selection will include only Tibet and Xinjiang. This is because they have remained the only two outer peripheral regions, the only core ethnic regions, the only groups with distinctive ascriptive features, and most of all, the only ethnic regions that have experienced serious ethnic conflict since the 1980s. No other significant case is left out. Sources: I utilize archival research, supplemented by field research. For the first transition, from empire to nation-state, I draw on historical records and government documents in modern and contemporary times, and secondary sources in Chinese and English. For the second transition, or the reform era, I draw on official documents, government data, policy reports, and a variety of local media. I also consult Chinese pundit analyses and academic literature. The archival research is supplemented by fieldwork in a host of ethnic regions. Official documentary records supply key sources of factual information about the evolution and content of ethnic policies. Official yearbooks on the demography, economy, and education of ethnic regions provide the only source of systematic data for studying minority regions. These data have limitations, but researchers work in an imperfect world. Official statistics, as a scholar of Tibetan regions notes, goes beyond insights extrapolated from sporadic personal and anecdotal accounts, thus they overcome another set of imperfections. Official data can often reveal problems or outcomes of state policy in a more systematic way than sporadically extrapolated insights. Quasi-official and unofficial materials from China provide contextual information and local assessment of relevant political developments. The quasi-official literature includes policy reports by research groups of government agencies, national and local media, and memoirs of former officials and their staff members. The unofficial literature includes investigative journalism from more independent media, for example those based in Hong Kong and Guangzhou, academic debates and reports, published in more independent sources, such as university and local presses, and non-governmental organization or personal blogs and dissident discourse. Blogs have become useful sites to locate unorthodox views or articles that have been blocked in formal venues. Dissident views may be found among those who work within the Chinese system and those who are outside it. The vast amount and range of this Chinese literature is little noted in the West and is itself part of the ongoing developments in China's ethnic policy. It offers a critical window into the spectrum of policy discussions in a country where doing first-hand research is nearly impossible in the two sensitive regions. During my field trips, private conversations with official and unofficial sources were often candid and informative, but formally consented interviews would only yield stereotypical answers echoing official lines, especially on the type of issues in which I was interested. Even my relatives would not give consented interviews, and those employed in local government agencies shunned direct contact with me. Except for leading spokesmen of well-known views, such as Marong and Ilham Tohti, few were willing to offer their real thoughts in consented interviews, even if assured of confidentiality. Drawing on the variety of quasi-official and unofficial sources offer several advantages. Policy analyses from government agencies and research institutions offer background details otherwise inaccessible to outside researchers. National and local media are rich sources of the latest developments and controversies, including those not reported by authorities. Memoirs of former officials and staff members provide rare insights into behind-the-scenes politics. Local researchers convey varied perspectives and may influence policy making or sway public opinions. As Thomas Mullany documents, Chinese social scientists served as the eyes of the state in the state's ethnic classification of the 1950s, and they continue to serve as such eyes today. And as Gilbert Rosman shows, Chinese debates are not only important for understanding developments in China but also the Chinese worldview on sensitive matters critical to domestic and international affairs. The richness and complexity of Chinese sources also help to overcome the limitations of access available to foreign-based scholars. Two major types of information can be learned. One is information that is not directly researchable. For example, I encountered brochures on radical religious activities in local state offices in southern Xinjiang, but marked for internal circulation only. However, if local researchers use such documents in their publications, I may utilize the factual information they cite from internal documents. As another example, while visiting southern Xinjiang with the Chinese research team, I was advised not to join them when they did their interviews. However, I can rely on the team's published papers for the content of those interviews. As yet another example, I was able to visit a rural school in southern Xinjiang because a friend worked there. However, his apparent nervousness in having me on campus deterred me from going beyond simple greetings with students and teachers. In these cases, I must rely on published Chinese sources to gather factual information. The second type of information that can be gleaned from Chinese sources is the subjective assumptions and judgments of Chinese analysts. This helps an outside researcher to overcome limits of local access by providing contextualized insights. Unlike in the Mao era, the Chinese literature no longer uniformly toes the official line or lacks total independence, at least until early 2018. The era of reform and opening has made possible a proliferation of diverse perspectives. Treatment of sensitive topics and controversial viewpoints can be found in publications at subnational levels and in academic institutions. Dissident views used to survive online, such as the websites of Ilm Todi, Wang Lixian, Li Jianglin, and Wozer. These may still be accessible for local residents who use a virtual private network. Field research provided opportunities for direct investigation, participant observation, and unstructured conversations. Given the polemics surrounding the issue of Tibet and Xinjiang, it is essential to have first-hand experiences. Mingling with local residents in those and other ethnic regions provided me with opportunities for unrehearsed encounters and conversations. Of the hundreds of people I met in these regions, I held meaningful conversations with well over 100 people. 8 While they would not formally consent to interviews, they were usually willing to be quoted anonymously. Information gleaned from direct observations and conversations has helped to check out hypotheses, gain contextualized understanding of the nature of existing data, compare the daily life experiences on the ground with what have been written and reported in the outside world, sense the mood on the ground, and find missing pieces. Between 2011 and 2019, my summers and one fall in China involved numerous trips to ethnic regions, participation in academic forums on ethnic issues, and conversations with local scholars, officials, students, and ordinary people of various walks of life and ethnic backgrounds. These conversations were informal, spontaneous, and unstructured, but candid and informative. Or they occurred in the company of groups where I was a passive listener. My research travels included the ethnically concentrated areas of Sichuan, Xinjiang, Qinghai, Jilin, Yunnan, Beijing, and Chongqing, as well as the TAR. My travels to Xinjiang included 3 trips between 2011 and 2015, or before Chen Quanguo assumed the top official post there in mid-2016. Since then it would be nearly impossible to have candid interactions with local residents without causing potential problems for them. Thus, between 2016 and 2019, I made annual summer stops in Suzhou of Jiangsu province, where a migrant community of several thousand Uyghurs resides. My travels to Tibetan regions included 4 trips between 2014 and 2017, covering western Sichuan, northern Yunnan, and the TAR itself. Outside these 2 major ethnic regions, I made 1 trip to the ethnic bi-region of Yunnan in 2014, the Korean prefecture in Yanbian of Jilin in 2013, and the multi-ethnic Xining city of Qinghai in 2012, 3 trips to ethnic research institutions in Beijing in 2012, 2013, and 2018, multiple trips to Chengdu between 2014 and 2018, and annual trips to Chongqing. My earlier visits to Xinjiang were mostly unconstrained. During a trip across Xinjiang in the early 2010s, I joined in a multi-ethnic research team, allowing me access to events and people that would otherwise be impossible for a foreign-based researcher. At an academic forum on one Urumqi campus, I was not able to attend as a foreign-based researcher. But this allowed me to develop a good rapport with ethnic scholars in attendance and to converse with them during informal times. During their formal meetings, I spent time visiting the sites of local riots, talking to local residents, and learning about local ethnic politics, all with the help of Uyghur students from the Urumqi campus. In the southern prefectures of Hotan, Kashgar, and Aksu, we met with local officials, educators, students, and partner project managers. Because I was advised to stay away from the team's formal meetings with officials, I used the time to visit rural areas, urban bazaars, farmers markets, small businesses, partner projects, ethnic quarters, public schools, mosques, and hospitals, with the help of Uyghur students or my local relatives who speak Uyghur. During my research team's informal gatherings, I was able to attend and hear the real conversations take place. I faced few restrictions in academic activities at other local colleges in Xinjiang during my trips in the early 2010s. I attended forums on bilingual education at which I heard candid discussions about Uyghur resentment and passive resistance. I had free chats with faculty members in different academic departments and interacted with Uyghur students on campus, delving into topics from religious bans to the futility of classes on Marxism. I was able to examine teaching materials, read short essays by Uyghur students, and observe Chinese language classes. I attended talks on research strategies and learned the kind of topics that interested Uyghur scholars. I sensed tensions among the multi-ethnic faculty but also warm feelings between the multi-ethnic faculty and students. The most educational episodes were the informal meetings and conversations, including interactions with Xinjiang's smaller minorities, the Kazakhs, Mongols, Sibs, and Hus. During my trips to southern Xinjiang, I stayed at the homes of several relatives who came to southern Xinjiang during the Mao era or were locally born. 9 Together I was able to meet with nearly 24 local relatives from 7 families in southern Xinjiang. 10.11 Those who were born in Xinjiang during the Mao era could speak Uyghur and served as interpreters. Despite being mostly Han Chinese, 12 their longtime local roots allowed me to observe different aspects of local society through participating in their daily activities and interactions with their multi-ethnic neighbors, friends, and colleagues. It is natural to suspect that Uyghurs would not tell what is really on their mind to non-Uyghurs, especially Han Chinese, but this did not seem a problem among old neighbors, acquaintances, and co-workers. In particular, older Han and Uyghurs who worked in the public sector during the Mao era have memories of better ethnic relations in the past and are more open with one another. Through these networks I was also able to converse with a special group of people, so-called Erzhuangzi, children of mixed Han-Uyghur parentage. Their fathers came to Xinjiang as officers and soldiers of the Kuomintang in the 1940s or of the People's Liberation Army in the 1950s and 1960s, and married local Uyghur women. 13 These mixed offspring, with extended families on both sides of the ethnic divide, are familiar with perspectives on both sides and more even-handed in their assessment of ethnic faults and in their narration of local events. Near the residential compounds of 2 different relatives, I was able to observe for extended periods the expressions and behaviors of large crowds of Uyghur men flowing into major local mosques or idling in front of them. Due to my gender, however, I was not able to go in myself. Outside Xinjiang I visited Uyghur communities in Suzhou multiple times between 2016 and 2019. The city's famed jade carving industry has drawn several thousand Uyghurs here, including jade traders, food caterers, food stand owners, and their family members. They congregate on the main Jade Street, Shiquanja, and a few minor jade streets in the city, living mostly in nearby alleys. The bustling jade market a few years ago has made many Uyghur traders wealthy, making them the most successful Uyghur migrants in interior China. More recently, the slowdown in demand for jade products has left some of them struggling, jarring their experience away from home. Nevertheless, this immigrant community is an alternative and more moderate source of information on Uyghur sentiments and well-being, being away from the tense political atmosphere back home. More of them speak Mandarin and are far more relaxed about discussing Xinjiang than they would be in Xinjiang. My field research in Tibetan regions has included Tibetan regions in the provinces of Sichuan, Qinghai, and Yunnan as well as the Tar. In the summers of 2014 and 2015, I joined a local research group from Sichuan University to visit Engwa and Gars prefectures of Sichuan, where we visited Tibetan villages, monasteries, and Buddhist schools. These 2 prefectures have been the sites of a majority of Tibetan self-immolation cases since 2009. We met with villagers, lamas, and local officials, including family members of lamas and local officials in charge of dealing with monasteries. In the summer of 2016, I volunteered at the cultural center of a Tibetan village in the Deking Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture in Yunnan Province. This allowed close interaction with local Tibetan students, village officials, and villagers. In the summer of 2017, I joined a research team from Sichuan University on a field trip to the TAR, which included numerous monasteries, cities, and villages in the three prefectures of Nyingchi, Shannon, and Shigatse, as well as Lhasa. A number of factors, a near absence of tensions compared with southern Xinjiang, introduction through local researchers and my own proficiency in the Sichuan dialect, facilitated interactions with local Tibetan residents, rural families, monks, officials, and students. In between these years I also made visits to the Tibetology Center in Beijing and Minzu Universities in Sichuan, Beijing, and Qinghai. In addition, encounters with Tibetan immigrants from China in New York City exposed me to Tibetans from across the Tibetan plateaus, social strata, and local experiences. Participation in academic forums in China has also provided valuable field experiences. They allowed me to converse with scholars from different ethnic regions and groups, and sometimes went on field trips with them. On a Qinghai campus, I chatted candidly with local Tibetan scholars about their grievances, while also learning alternative accounts from Hui, Mengguo, and Salo members. They briefed me on Qinghai's old and new ethnic feuds. At the Minzu University of China in Beijing, I had conversations with ethnic scholars from a range of ethnicities, localities, and perspectives. In the Yanbian Korean Prefecture, academic exchanges and field trips with local ethnic Korean scholars and officials allowed me to learn about China's model autonomous area. In various localities, I had opportunities to converse with scholars and officials from central or local branches of the State Ethnic Affairs Commission. The many ordinary people I have met, ethnic or otherwise, have allowed me to learn about the real people who live or have lived in autonomous regions. They include public employees and private entrepreneurs, farmers and migrant workers, teachers and students, street vendors and shop owners, the self-employed and the unemployed. Their diverse experiences and thoughts have helped me to put into perspective the scholarly debates and partisan views about the effects of government policy in China's minority regions. These sources will be noted in footnotes where their conversations are cited. Question of bias from my field experiences. The leading source of Chinese mistrust for a Western-based scholar is the perception of bias, especially on the subjects of Tibet and Xinjiang. Many Chinese scholars and graduate students I met have heard of the Xinjiang Project, referring to the book Xinjiang, China's Muslim Borderland. They have also heard of China's travel ban on the contributing authors. Point 14. Despite my efforts to explain that a book project funded by a government grant did not mean a government project, few were fully convinced. In fact, it was a local scholar in Xinjiang who first brought the book to the attention of local authorities. Point 15. Even renowned U.S. scholars who are not considered to be unfriendly to China are not immune from criticisms of bias by Chinese specialists. Prominent examples include American scholars who have been attacked by some Tibetan exiles as running dog propagandists for China. Yet they have also been criticized by scholars in China. Chinese specialists duly recognize the extraordinary professionalism and objectivity of those U.S. scholars, but also point out their limitations, particularly a lack of familiarity with Chinese language sources. Likewise, my own biases and assumptions were frequently questioned during my field trips. During long rides across the Xinjiang and Tibetan regions, I had many debates with members of the Chinese research teams I traveled with over perceived Western biases on my part. What upset them was their perception that my focus was on the problems of China's ethnic policy, rather than giving equal attention to its positive achievements. Also frustrating to them was a perceived lack of even-handedness on my part in assessing ethnically charged disputes that often do not have clear right or wrong sides. The nature of Western biases, as perceived by Chinese specialists, is aptly described by Gilbert Rosman in his study of Chinese debates on Soviet socialism, Chinese specialists remarked that their Western counterparts are unable to be objective about the Soviet Union because they start with negative premises about socialism. They are out to prove that socialism does not work. I was told that the Yugoslavian press coverage of the Soviet Union was more objective than Western coverage. In short, Chinese argue that Western specialists, biased by their desire to prove the superiority of capitalism to socialism, fail to provide objective, well-rounded evaluation of the Soviet Union. Indeed, the willingness of the Chinese research teams to bring me along on their field trips was in large part due to their desire to correct my biases. This included showing me the complex realities of sensitive ethnic regions, the voices of ordinary ethnic members, the mundane calm of their daily lives, and most of all, the problems as well as the successes of China's ethnic policy. To their credit, at least they did not think of me as possessing Western arrogance or an imperialist mentality, hence not worth bothering with. Is the Chinese literature not itself written with biases? Of course it is, especially given the country's restrictive political context. But an emphatic attention to a wide spectrum of Chinese views should at least compensate for some of the limitations. The spectrum ranges from official sources at one end and dissident sources at the other. Organization of the study. The substantive chapters are organized around the twofold transitions highlighted by the study. The first, from empire to the autonomous system of the socialist era, is the topic of chapters 1 to 3. Chapter 1 focuses on changing approaches to ethnicity, Chapter 2 on changing forms of ethnic governance, and Chapter 3 on changing policies for ethnic co-optation. The second transition, from the socialist era to the reform era, is the topic of chapters 4 to 8. Each of these chapters examines one key aspect of post-Mao ethnic policy, including the political, religious, economic, and educational spheres. The concluding chapter considers why the twofold transition has resulted in institutional sources of instability, weighs various proposals for reform, and considers the implications of ethnic issues for a rising China. 1. See the news archive of the riot at Kyrgyzstan, http://news.crI.cn/gb/27824/07607/0655478.htm. Accessed May 10, 2019. 2. According to conversations with a former official of the State Ethnic Affairs Commission, Beijing, Fall 2013. 3. According to data from Xinjiang's provincial police, reported in Xinjiang Cunnian Fashion 190 Yuki Kangbaoan. Liao Wang Dongfang's Hukan, October 30, 2013. Web. 4. The event is archived at Lazashi 3.14 de Zhejiang Shaoxijian. China, March 22, 2008. http://news.china.com/zh_cn/focus/Tibet08. Accessed June 3, 2013. 5. I thank Professor Dingxin Zhao for these insights. 6. Demoscope.ru, 1897. Demoscope.ru, www.demoscope.ru/weekly/ssp/rus_lan_97.php. 7. Xinjiang became a province in 1884. Manchuria became 3 provinces during the late Qing, Jilin, Tianxing, and Heilongjiang. Jilin was an en route province during the Yuan dynasty. Tibet never became a province before the CCP came to power in 1949. 8. This number does not include my relatives in Xinjiang and those who have returned to their hometowns, but may include the networks of people they introduced to me. 9. They were first, second, or third cousins. 10. These relatives were or are employed in both the public and private sectors, including private and state firms, state agencies and banks, public schools, healthcare, insurance, agriculture, catering, and media. 11. They used to be employed in colleges, state firms, and local police. 12. One relative's grandmother was Uyghur, so her father was an Erzhuangzi while she herself identifies with the Han. One relative is Manchu. 13 Apart from relatives, Erzhuanzi I conversed with included 2 former co-workers of a relative, 2 employees of a relative's private business, and a nanny in a relative's home. In addition, I met on my own 2 local soldiers during a long train ride and 2 private store owners in a local bazaar. All in southern Xinjiang, 2013 and/or 2015. 14 The ban is reported in Daniel Device. Scholars say their book on China led to travel ban. The Washington Post, August 20, 2011. 15 He is Pan's hyping of the Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences. On July 11 and 12, 2011, I attended, in an unofficial capacity, an academic conference on the campus of Xinjiang University, at which Pan presented a critique of the book. 1. Changing Approaches to Identity. From Maintenance to Transformation. This chapter focuses on the transformation of approaches to ethnicity in China's transition from empire to nation-state. That is, how and why Chinese approaches evolved from a maintenance-oriented strategy aimed at pacification and stability in pre-modern times to a transformative strategy aimed at institutionalizing identities in the socialist era, with huge unintended consequences. This classification and engineering, I argue, created the first institutional dynamic for ethnic strife in contemporary times. That is, they contributed to the politicization of identity at national level. Historically, Confucian universalism provided a neutral and inclusive approach to ethnicity, but it could not accommodate the advent of the Minzu and the nation-state in modern times. Yet the Minzu discourse was ineffective at nation-building during the late Qing and Republican eras. It took the CCP to accomplish this task through a mix of class universalism and politicized identities. The new approach served to incorporate minority members as equal citizens of a new modern state, but it also departed sharply from pre-modern approaches of maintenance and pacification. The contradictions therein, promoting political incorporation but also ethnic identities to fit that goal, would render Minzu identities a key source of institutional strains in the autonomous system in contemporary times. This chapter covers the following topics: relevant legacies of pre-modern China's approaches to ethnicity, relevant legacies of modern China's efforts at nation-building, and the CCP's transformative approaches to ethnicity as a nation-building strategy and its unintended consequences. Pre-modern legacies, universalism, maintenance, and pacification for China's modern nation-building. The most relevant legacies from pre-modern times were Confucian universalism, and a maintenance-oriented approach to ethnicity and localized identities that it helped to foster. Universalism was a common strategy used by empires to deal with different peoples across extensive territorial spans. By proclaiming principles of universal application, universalism embodies inclusiveness and non-racial neutrality. Confucianism and Neo-Confucianism comprised the uniqueness of pre-modern Chinese approaches. The Confucian system of values and governance was adept at ruling an empire and pacifying frontier communities. That is, a maintenance-oriented approach aimed at pacification and stability for different territories and peoples. From John Fairbank to Joseph Levinson, historians characterize a cultural universalism in imperial China. As a form of cultural consciousness and identification with the moral values of Confucian civilization, it entailed that culture was more fundamental than nationalism or race, hence non-racial and inclusive. This universalist culturalism allowed China's dynastic emperors to assert that they ruled civilized mankind without distinction of race or language. It permitted nomadic invaders to rule and assimilate easily. Barbarian dynasties, so long as they ruled by the proper Confucian order, reinforced rather than weakened that universalist conception. Successive alien rulers acknowledged this fact and ruled accordingly. Confucian culturalism was conducive to ethnic acculturation but also localized identities. Unlike Christian universalism, Confucian universalism was not messianic with the assumption that the barbarians are always with us. The comparative advantage of organizational and technological know-how, crystallized in the Confucian bureaucracy, allowed it to prevail once nomadic rulers and invaders settled in, major dynasties of nomadic or semi-nomadic origin sooner or later adopted Confucianism as a ruling ideology and relied on the Confucian legalist state to rule the most populated part of the country. As successive nomadic invaders voluntarily succumbed to the ways of the settled people, Confucian universalism was periodically reinforced. The ideas of the nation and nationalism based on ethnicity or race per se did not exist. As Henry Kissinger puts it, Imperial China expanded by cultural osmosis, not missionary zeal. It did not seek to convert and change, leaving alone localized identities. Confucian universalism was conducive to localized and cross-cut identities also because it did not preclude cultural pragmatism or alternative beliefs. The Confucian officialdom made constant compromises in order to adapt to alternative views of the world order, compromises that the Confucian elites would cover with the rhetoric of universalism. Cultural pragmatism entailed that the creation of a Confucian society did not diminish the strong presence of numerous religions and other traditions in China, for as long as all religions accepted Confucian orthodoxy, and did not worship ethnically problematic gods or turn against the state, the Confucian state did not repress popular religion or non-Confucian teachings but made efforts to co-opt it. Whether it was cultural universalism or pragmatism, none denied admissibility to the Chinese political community on the basis of ethnicity, faith, or other ascriptive features. The rise of Neo-Confucianism, between the Song dynasties, greatly strengthened the influence and universalizing facility of Confucianism in Chinese society. This helped to further expand and consolidate a large demographic/territorial core in pre-modern China. The expansion of the civil service exam as the defining institution of society spurred academies for Confucian teaching in urban and rural areas, giving rise to a unified elite culture and identity. The expansion of lineage-based networks and other Confucian rituals helped to extend Confucian tenets in local communities. These two developments facilitated the penetration of Confucian ideology and institutions into all spheres of Chinese life as never before, creating a Confucian society. Confucianism's influence, in terms of territory and population, was greatly expanded as a result. This demographic/territorial core consolidated, notably, before the arrival of two minority dynasties, the Mongols and Manchus. The Manchus, who embraced Confucianism, ruled much more successfully and lasted much longer than the Mongols. Official records from Qing, China's last imperial dynasty, are illustrative of the imperial court's loose groupings of various subjects under its empire. They show functional, localized, and cross-cut groupings of disparate communities. During the period of Emperor Jiaqing, the comprehensive Gazetteer of Jiaqing used just 3 categories to classify 20 groups of subjects: soldiers, civilians, and frontier peoples. These were functional rather than ethnic categories. The category of soldiers, or the banner register, included Manchu, Mongol, and Han soldiers. The category of civilians, or the household register, included the Min, the Hui, the Fan, and the rest. The category of frontier peoples included 9 Mongol and Manchu subgroups in the northeast. Importantly, these categories were largely for the purpose of differentiating tax rates. Households listed under ethnic categories were placed alongside functional groups, such as soldiers, craftsmen, fishermen, opium smokers, and salt workers. The ethnic categories, moreover, had little internal logic to them. The Fan group ranged from pastoral people in western Sichuan to indigenous people in Taiwan, while the Manchu tribes were divided into 6 subgroups. The Qing court never established a coherent logic of ethnic classification, but only an ethnic description for administrative purposes. This practice was representative of the general approach to ethnicity in Imperial China. At the micro level, the social unit of identification in pre-modern China helped to reinforce localized identities and crosscuts. This prevented local identities from consolidating into a sustained cross-regional ethnic or proto-nationalistic political identity. Kinship and lineage networks were the focus of localized identities rather than ethnicity or race. Most illustrative is the word ziyu, the term for ethnicity and race in the contemporary Chinese vocabulary. The etymology of Xiu signifies the role of interclan conflict in the emergence of the concept of Xiu and the clan-based rule of early Chinese society. The conventional usage of Xiu in pre-Qin texts denoted a clan or tribe linked by blood lineage and / or surname. This Xiu was also rooted in the military functions of a community with blood ties. Xiu was bigger than Jiu but smaller than Zone. Subsequently, when used in compound phrases in historical texts, Xiu retained the meaning of a social unit based on blood lineage, for example Jiazhu, Shizu, Zongzhu, Jizu, Buzhu, Gongzhu, and Wangzhu. Until modern times, the word Xiu was never used with an ethnic group in classic Chinese texts. Like Confucian universalism, the pre-modern understanding of the royal house as a kinship clan allowed the Sinic communities to overlook the ethnic origin of the nomadic and semi-nomadic dynasties. In short, pre-modern Chinese approaches to ethnicity aimed at pacification and stability. Confucianism served these imperial goals through cultural universalism, pragmatism, and religious tolerance, allowing cycles of nomadic rulers and communities to acculturate. At local levels, family-centered Confucian values reinforced kingship and lineage-based identities, rather than providing a basis for ethnic or proto-nationalistic political identities. All this helped to create a large demographic/territorial core, while also leaving distinct ethnic communities alone. Transition to the modern state. Confucian universalism came under serious challenges after China's defeat in the Opium Wars. The arrival of the West presented the conceptual shock of the 3 millennia of Chinese history, in the words of the prominent Qing official, Li Hongjiang. 1 While alien invaders were nothing new, the earlier ones posed military rather than civilizational challenges to the Chinese society. But the invaders from Europe imposed not only their terms of engagement but also their worldview and world order. In particular, their power politics and racial exclusivity presented conceptual and normative challenges to the long-standing universalism of Confucian culturalism. For China's nation-building, the most relevant legacies from modern times were the challenge from the Western concept of the nation and the subsequent regime's ineffective responses to meeting the challenge of modern nation-building. Those failures paved the way for the CCP to embrace the Soviet doctrine of nationality and class universalism, resulting in the adoption of ethnic classification as the CCP's strategy of nation-building. Compelled by exigencies of the time, China's accession to the new concepts, the nation and the nationality, disregarded historical and local realities, with unintended consequences for contemporary times. Problems of the nation discourse. Late Qing reformers failed to develop an alternative worldview because the Western concept they embraced, the Minzu and nation-state, did not fit with China's pre-modern realities. After China's defeat in the Sino-Japanese War of 1895 and the failure of the reform movement of 1898, frustrated reformers saw Confucian universalism as a fundamental barrier to an effective response to the challenge of the West. Domestically it impeded awakening Han nationalism against the inept Qing court, whose rulers were ethnic Manchus, and externally against Western and Japanese encroachments. Qing reformers were convinced that the absence of the nation-state, along with its attendant nationalism, put China at a disadvantage in the internal and external politics of the day. They desperately turned to the nation discourse for its perceived potency to save the country and Chinese civilization. Key differences among late Qing reformers illustrated the mismatch of the nation concept in the local context, and why they could not come to a consensus. Thanks to the large demographic/territorial core of the Qing Empire, or the Han people, the radical reformers equated the Chinese nation with the Han people. This group, represented by Jiang Taiyan, Sun Yat-sen, Wang Jingwei, Chen Tianhua, and Zhou Rong, were deeply indignant at the Manchu regime and implored the nation discourse to displace it. However, the moderate reformers or constitutional monarchists, represented by Liang Kekao, Yan Fu, Huang Zhongxian, and Wang Tao, upheld the Confucian tradition by including the multi-ethnic constituents of the empire as part of the Chinese nation. Both groups, as modern-minded writers and translators of their times, were bearers of new ideas and terminology to China, including Minzu and Minzuzuyi. These terms, mainly through translation of Japanese renderings of Western texts, became profuse in Chinese publications from the late 1800s. The context of such use was so politicized that a century later, the validity of the Japanese renderings was among the first topics debated by Chinese ethnologists in the post-Mao era. The concept of nation posed serious problems for Chinese nation building in late Qing, contributing in important part to its failure. Foremost was the linkage of race to the nation-state. Radical reformers expressed their anger at the Qing court by directing hostility toward the Manchus as an alien group, espousing the infamous slogan "Expel the Manchus and restore China." This narrow conception of the nation excluded the Manchus as well as other lesser nations of the Qing Empire. Because Japan was a homogeneous country in racial and cultural terms, the Japanese rendering of the Western concept of nation as Minzu denoted a racial cultural political community. By appropriating the Japanese term, radical reformers sought to save China by appealing to its large demographic/territorial core, the Han nation. Another problem of the nation concept was the need to reconstruct a collective memory for this core nation, which ironically had to begin overseas. In 1902 a group of Chinese intellectuals studying in Japan convened a meeting to observe the 242nd anniversary of the fall of China. That is, the fall of the Ming dynasty that preceded the Qing dynasty. Emulating Meiji Japan's construction of emperor worship and the imperial lineage, Zhang Taiyuan implored the Han collective memory by constructing the Yellow Emperor as the Han ancestor. Chen Tianhua held anyone who did not descend from the Yellow Emperor as non-Han and anyone who helped non-Hans as disloyal to his ancestors. From these Japanese origins, the new cultural symbol of the Yellow Emperor was promoted across China to rally support for the overthrow of the Manchus. Yet another problem of the nation concept was the inconvenience of the Manchu race, a fellow race of the Han. The dichotomy of the yellow and white races grew out of Chinese exposure to the theory of social Darwinism from 1895. The translator of Darwin's works, Yan Fu, warned of the danger of the extinction of our country and race after China's loss in the Sino-Japanese War of 1895. Fellow intellectuals quickly embraced the new divine law of natural selection. Fearing that the Chinese nation and race would be gobbled up by imperial powers, they depicted a racial war between the yellow and white races. But the dichotomy posed dilemmas, since the Manchus were a fellow race. Radical reformers circumvented this inconvenience by dismissing the Manchus as a Siberian race or not part of China's historical nation. At the same time, they exalted Meiji Japan as a racially pure nation-state, thus racializing China's plight inflicted by the Western powers but not its defeat dealt by Japan. The most serious problem of the Han nation discourse was the intellectual and political threats that it posed to the nationhood of the various non-Han communities in the Qing Empire. Major ethnic communities, being Qing subjects, did not necessarily equate the Qing Empire with China, and they were equal members like the Han in the constituent territories of Qing. But since they had already accepted the Confucian cultural and normative order, the Manchus and other so-called barbarians should be equal members of Zhongguo. And like the Han, minority groups fought against foreign encroachments as members of the Qing Empire. Moreover, the Han nation discourse inspired some minority groups to assert their own nationalism and nationhood, making it difficult to oppose the growing independence movements in Mongolia and foreign incitation of separatism in Tibet and Xinjiang in the midst of the Qing dynasty's disintegration. Moderate reformers developed the concept of a composite nation, but were unable to prevail initially. They phrased the Darwinian battle as one between China and foreign powers, rather than between China's internal groups, or in Yan Fu's words, a conflict between the white and yellow races, with the Mongols, Manchus, and Hans all being part of the yellow race. Arguing against internal divisions, Kang Youwei wrote, "If we set ourselves up as weak prey, how can we avoid being attacked? If we set ourselves up for chaos and decline, how can we complain about being bullied?" Instead of a Han nation, they urged the fusion of internal ethnic groups into one modern nation-state, a precursor to the idea Zhonghuaminzu popularized a decade later in the 1911 revolution. The momentary prevalence of radical reformers contributed to the failure of an elite consensus. When China's first political party, the Chinese Revolutionary League, was established in 1905 under the radical reformer Sun Yat-sen, its major platform was to expel the Manchus and restore China. Moderate reformers countered with the concept of Zhonghuaminzu, to include the Manchu and other ethnic groups in the new Chinese nation, but the Han-centric approach prevailed among the revolutionaries who led the overthrow of the Manchu dynasty in 1911. Republican failures. The overthrow of the Qing dynasty, during the Revolution of 1911, thrust new challenges of nation-building for the ensuing republican regimes. With the Manchu dynasty fallen, the various populations of imperial China could no longer be called Qing subjects, while their potential separatism became a real threat to the new republic. Clinging to the Han-centric conception of the nation, the republican regimes attempted assimilationist strategies at nation-building, but ultimately failed. This influenced the CCP's embrace of class universalism, which was the major republican legacy. One reason for the republican failures was an expedient approach to the idea of the Chinese nation. Initially, the new republic turned to the multinational narrative largely to inherit the Qing Empire. As Sun Yat-sen and other revolutionary leaders realized, Han nationalism, after justifying the overthrow of the Manchus, would now lead to the breakaway of the outer peripheral regions. The new Chinese nation would now have to consist of 5 major groups: the Manchus, Mongols, Tibetans, Hus, and Hans, such that the new republic could legitimately inherit the territorial boundaries of the Manchu dynasty. In naming the 5 co-nations, the new republic acknowledged the major challenges for nation building. The Manchus and Mongols were part of the ruling coalition in the Qing dynasty and must therefore be co-opted by the new regime. Uyghurs were incorporated into the regular provincial system less than 3 decades ago. Tibetans of Yutzung were not yet governed in such a system. Thanks to the large demographic/territorial core left from imperial times, however, republican leaders soon returned to a Han-centric conception of the Chinese nation. The demise of the Qing dynasty had left the Manchus and Mongols on the defensive, the Tibetans under British influence, and the Uyghurs under regional warlordism. These centrifugal forces put pressure on the republican regimes to attempt nation building. Merely a year after the revolution of 1911, Sun Yat-sen's Revolutionary League openly espoused racial assimilation. In the same year, the reorganized League, the KMT, vowed to implement racial assimilation. After Chiang Kai-shek came to power in 1928, the KMT formally backtracked on the idea of a multi-ethnic republic. By the 1930s, when separatist movements surged among all 4 ethnic co-nations, the KMT repudiated the idea of ethnic minorities altogether. Chiang Kai-shek replaced the idea of the 5 Xiu nation with 1 Qiaozu, calling ethnic groups different clans of the same lineage. The intention was to counter the rise of ethno-nationalism and separatism encouraged by foreign powers in all 4 co-nations of the new republic: Japan in Inner Mongolia and Manchuria, Britain in Tibet, and the Soviet Union in Xinjiang. Without an inclusive universalism, the KMT's assimilationist policies bumped up against ethnic identities in flux. Conventional Chinese historiography on the early Republican period tends to blame foreign powers for inciting ethnic separatism in the outer peripheral regions. Recent historiography by China's minority scholars, however, emphasizes the unprecedented dilemma faced by minority elites at that critical historical juncture: to stay with or leave the Middle Kingdom. The collapse of the Qing dynasty had left a power vacuum and an identity crisis in the outer minority regions, whose elites used to be part of the Qing's ruling coalition and were more loyal to the empire than to the new republic. Across all 4 ethnic co-nations, many minority elites struggled with a new national identity and with their uncertain fate in a turbulent period, and some turned to foreign forces in the hope of pursuing separatism. The KMT's assimilationist policies caused a backlash among the already anxious minority elites. Forced assimilation did not go well even in the more integrated communities of the inner peripheral regions, which would later turn to the CCP. From administrative integration to the banning of ethnic tongues in local urban areas, the KMT's enforcement of assimilation was felt to be too harsh. Rather than secession, the interperipheral groups sought an equal status in a multinational framework. Without it, they could not legitimately resist the assimilationist drive. In 1935, more than 30 ethnic chieftains from southwestern provinces sent representatives to Nanjing, China's capital at the time, to lobby for recognition and political rights. Japanese invasion soon damped their hope for reform, but gave them a different boost. From the late 1930s to the mid-1940s, China's leading academic institutions were relocated from eastern China to Sichuan and Yunnan provinces, close to the traditional interperipheral regions. The relocation boosted scholarly studies on the hitherto neglected ethnic groups in the southwest. The researchers' field experience during this period was to have a major impact on the CCP's ethnic policy in the 1950s. In short, in the turbulent transition to the modern nation-state, the Republican model of 5 co-nations failed to provide an alternative identity to the pre-modern identity of minority communities as imperial constituents. Extraordinary circumstances aside, the Republican regimes failed because of their intrusive assimilationism, in contrast to Confucian universalism. The demographic weight of the Han majority, no doubt, rendered it easy to take assimilationism for granted and to avoid taking serious measures to forge a modern national identity. The major impact of the Republican legacy was the CCP's turn to the Soviet doctrine of nationality and class universalism. The Soviet alternative. The Soviet doctrine allowed the CCP to find a viable new universalism. Based on social class solidarity, class universalism transcended ethnic particularism by emphasizing inter-ethnic affinity as members of the proletarian class, regardless of ascriptive features. By identifying with oppressed masses across the ethnic spectrum, it helped the CCP to overcome the confines of the Republican regimes. A brief discussion of the Soviet theory and policy on nationalities will suffice here, as it has been extensively studied. For Lenin and Stalin, both ardent advocates of nations and national rights, nations were a matter of historical reality that was taken for granted. In Stalin's classic definition, a nation is a historically evolved, stable community based on a common language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a community of culture, and being here and real. Nations had rights. A nation can organize its life as it sees fit. It has the right to organize its life on the basis of autonomy. It has the right to enter into federal relations with other nations. It has the right to complete secession. Nations are sovereign and all nations are equal. It did not matter whether they differed in size, power, and level of development, all nations or nationalities were equal because they had the same rights. How could the Soviet Communist Party build a unitary state while encouraging ethno-nationalism? Terry Martin summarizes the Soviet reasoning. First, nationalism is a masking ideology that leads legitimate class interests to be expressed, not in an appropriate class-based socialist movement but rather in the form of an above-class national movement. Second, national identity is not an essential and permanent quality but rather an unavoidable byproduct of the modern capitalist and early socialist world, which must be passed through before a mature internationalist socialist world can come into being. Third, since national identity is a real phenomenon in the modern world, the nationalism of the oppressed non-Russian peoples expresses not only masked class protests but also legitimate national grievances against the oppressive great power chauvinism of the dominant Russian nationality. These reasonings were unsurprising given the Bolshevik leaders' own backgrounds. As Liliana Riga shows, 2/3 of those leaders were members of ethnic minority groups. Culturally assimilated yet socially and politically excluded by state imperial policy, they found revolutionary class universalism especially appealing. It followed that in the Bolshevik logic, neither nationalism nor national identity could be unequivocally condemned as reactionary. Some national claims, such as those confined to the national forms, territory, language, culture, and elite, are considered legitimate and must be granted in order to fragment the national alliance. Such a policy was expected to speed up the emergence of class cleavages and motivate the non-Russian proletariat and peasantry to support the Communist Party's socialist agenda. In short, nationalism is supposed to be disarmed by granting the forms of nationhood. Two resolutions of the Soviet Communist Party from 1923, along with Stalin's speeches in defense of them, became the standard Bolshevik-proof text on nationalities policy. Policy implementation soon followed the 1923 resolutions. The Soviet conception of the nation, along with the policy based on it, became the standard justifications for Soviet ethno-federalism, or an affirmative action empire in the words of Thierry Martin. The Soviet theory and policy also became models for other multi-ethnic socialist countries, including China. Soviet theory on nationality attracted the CCP's interest because of its class universalism. Unlike the Darwinist nation discourse, the Soviet theory championed the rights of the weak and oppressed groups. When the CCP first learned about it at the Comintern Conference on Nationalities in 1922, Lenin's point about the sovereign equality of all nationalities regardless of their size appealed deeply to the Chinese communists. Not only China's minority masses, but China itself, were oppressed by domestic and foreign forces at the time. In the same year, the CCP began to use the concept of nationality to refer to China's ethnic groups. By 1928, the CCP formally affirmed the nationality status of China's weak and small ethnic groups, namely the hitherto unrecognized small groups. It also recognized the right of all nationalities to self-determination, which would include the right to completely separate from or freely associate with the rest of China. The rationale, as with its Soviet precursor, was that China's national liberation should include the national liberation of its weak and oppressed minorities. Realities on the ground soon led the CCP to adjust its full embrace of the Soviet theory, or to backtrack on the idea of self-determination. In the mid-1930s, a confluence of factors led the CCP to see China as a composite multi-ethnic nation, rather than a land of heterogeneous nationalities in separate existence. During the Long March, the Red Army spent over a third of their time in remote ethnic terrains, encountering over a dozen minority groups in over 10 provinces. The imperative of courting local support compelled the CCP forces to overcome minority groups' mistrust of the Han people. It also helped that in mid-1935 the Comintern cautioned against a mechanistic application of the Soviet experience, making it easier for the CCP to move away from the doctrine of self-determination. Finally, the anti-Japanese War of 1937–45 made it critical for the CCP to rally minority support in a united war front. Japanese forces, by wooing minority elites, had occupied Manchuria, popping up a puppet regime here and in Inner Mongolia, while also encouraging a Hui homeland in the northwest. These realities compelled the CCP to see the paradox of self-determination and to abandon the idea by the late 1930s. To retain the support of the minority proletariat, the party kept class universalism and the concept of nationality as part of its revolutionary ideology. The promises of national rights and autonomy helped to draw in left-leaning minority youths, who became the party's links to minority regions. Primary examples included Punkak Wangaya, the legendary Red Tibetan who established the first Tibetan Communist Party branch and led the Red Army into Lhasa in 1950, and Ulanfu, the Mongol communist leader who helped to dissuade Mongol separatists and to establish China's first autonomous system in Inner Mongolia in 1948. Despite the retreat on self-determination, class universalism played a key role in winning over minority allies for the CCP and in laying down the foundation for a new national identity. The function of this new universalism was no longer pacification and stability for frontier groups, but liberation and incorporation of them as equal members of the new nation-state. A transformative approach to ethnicity. China's pre-modern and modern approaches to ethnicity left two important legacies when the CCP came to power in 1949. The first was a long tradition of localized and cross-cut identities. The second was the accession, under historical exigencies, to the concepts of the nation and nationality. The first legacy entailed that nation-building efforts would help local identities to transcend their previous confines, conducive to cross-regional cohesion. The second legacy entailed that the new concepts of the nation and nationality did not fit China's historical and local realities, with adverse effects on the transition to nation-state. The conceptual misfit was manifest when the state had to undertake an elaborate project to classify ethnic groups in the 1950s. The fact that these groups needed to be identified by the state meant that they were not established nations or nationalities. The Soviet Union, from which the CCP learned the concept of nationality, relied on census information to enumerate ethnic groups. But promises made to China's small minority groups before the CCP came to power drove its draconian approach, a hands-on classification by the state. Class universalism and the classification. The twin goals of the CCP's ethnic policy agenda, upon coming to power in 1949, were class equality and national integration. The former served the latter. The appeal of class solidarity and equality helped to rally the support of minority masses, facilitating their identification with the new state. Class universalism was best expressed in Premier Zhou Enlai's justification of the party's minority policies, paying debts for past oppression suffered by minority groups. Class universalism carried the day in part because the imperative of national integration helped to sidestep the issue of class enemy in the initial years of CCP rule. While class universalism should theoretically exclude former minority elites, they were embraced as patriotic ethnic bourgeoisie. The rationale was that social class structures were not fully developed in minority regions, due to their backward economies. As such, class struggle needed to be toned down in line with their lower level of development. Minority elites were thus given more concessions than Han elites in comparable social strata. The backwardness of minority regions entailed Han social solidarity with minority communities as a whole, including the patriotic ethnic bourgeoisie. The establishment of the autonomous system was the CCP's key administrative mechanism to achieve equality and integration. It would create territorial units named after the ethnic appellation of their main inhabitants. This system was formally stipulated by the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference in 1949 and written into the Chinese Constitution in 1954. It would materialize class universalism by enforcing equal rights, while formally incorporating ethnic members as citizens of the new nation-state. Implementing equality, in turn, demanded that all groups, big or small, be recognized as equal groups through a scientific classification, according to Fei Xiaotong, China's preeminent sociologist at the time and a leading researcher in the project. Indeed, to demarcate ethno-territorial units in ways equitable to all self-claimed groups, especially where they historically coexisted, required a taxonomic clarification of the inhabitants. This was the primary driving force for the state's project to classify ethnic groups in the 1950s. Not surprisingly, the classification project began in the long-standing mixed regions, namely interperipheral regions. Official records lend credence to the view that many groups had localized identities unknown to outsiders. Official documents, for the entire decade of the 1950s, show no central instruction or discussion about ethnic classification in the state's ethnic policy agenda before or during the height of the classification. 3 Instead, 4 provinces, Yunnan, Hunan, Guangxi, and Heilongjiang, added ethnic classification to their regular agenda of social investigation of minority regions during the 1950s. According to Su Kekin, a deputy head of the SEAC and the only official who mentioned the classification in his work report, for the classification was necessitated by the implementation of ethnic equality in the establishment of the autonomous system. All this meant that the state itself had little idea about many nationalities, because the label was a misnomer in the first place. Yunnan provided strong evidence for localized, cross-cut, and heterogeneous identities. The province became a principal driver of the classification project precisely because this was an interperipheral region with culturally bird groups. In the PRC's first census conducted during 1952, 260 groups reported themselves as separate minority groups in Yunnan, amounting to 65% of the 400 self-reported groups nationwide. Conventionally, just 11 ethnic groupings were recognized in the whole of China at the time: the Mongol, Hui, Tibetan, Uyghur, Miao, Yi, Korean, Manchu, Yao, Li, and Jaishan groups. The large number of self-reported groups made it impossible to create an autonomous unit for every self-reported group scattering across the province. As local authorities learned from earlier efforts to create autonomous units, which began in May 1951, the biggest hurdle was to guarantee equality for the myriad minority groups in the province. It was impossible to accommodate all self-reported groups with a titular territorial unit without some kind of sorting and consolidation. The classification had to ensue as a result. Disparate and cross-cut sources of local identities were further evidenced by the use of local dialects to consolidate self-reported groups. When the Ethnic Classification Study Group of Yunnan was founded in May 1954, comprising 46 members from local state agencies, national and local universities, and even a local hospital, they solicited the help of the linguist Fumeji to sort out the multitude of local ethnic groups. Mao's research team had been in Yunnan during 1952 for the state's language reform project. Based on his investigation in Yunnan, Mao and another scholar proposed that language be the major basis for differentiating ethnic groups. According to Ma Yao, president of Yunnan Minzu College and a participant in the Yunnan classification group, Fu's language team was instrumental in helping to sort out local minority groups and their sub-branches, as language provided the organizing tools for ethnic classification. Based on the criterion of independent language possession, Fu concluded in 1954 that Yunnan's 140 appellations of ethnic groups could be consolidated into 25 categories. Later that year, 25 minority groups were officially recognized in Yunnan. The elevation of localized identities to ethnopolitical ones was immediate, as state recognition made a difference in group rights. In Yunnan's case, after 6 new ethnic groups were officially confirmed in late 1954, 5 new autonomous prefectures and 2 new autonomous counties were established as a direct result. In one case, an autonomous prefecture had already been created for the Hani group in early 1954, but after the classification project determined that the Yi group also had a sizable presence in the area, the prefecture was renamed to include the Yi as a co-titular group. The classification helped to raise the number of autonomous prefectures in Yunnan from 3 before the classification to a total of 8 afterwards. There were also increases in the number of autonomous units within the prefectures over the years. By the 1990s, Yunnan had a total of 29 autonomous counties and 197 autonomous villages. Similar dynamics affected other provinces where a multitude of ethnic groups coexisted, mainly inner peripheral regions. These regions had long-standing traditions of ethnic interaction and mixed communities: Guizhou, Guangxi, Guangdong, Fujian, Hunan, Gansu, and Qinghai. Local state agencies here began to investigate self-reported ethnic groups between 1952 and 1954. Guizhou had 80 such groups, the largest number after Yunnan. Whenever local authorities ran into difficulty in assessing self-reported groups and demarcating ethno-territorial units, the central state was notified and research teams would be dispatched by the SEAC to help resolve the problems. These teams were headed by China's best scholars in the field of anthropology and ethnology at the time. 5 Their efforts helped to consolidate and transform localized identities into official and politicized ones. As expected, in the historically outer peripheral regions, classification of the principal groups was unnecessary, since they were well recognized. This did not necessarily mean that those groups had internal cohesion. When the classification took place in Xinjiang and Inner Mongolia in 1953 and in Tibet in the 1960s, the well-known groups were confirmed and officially registered. In Xinjiang, they included 12 ethnic groups who were already identified in the 1930s, several Muslim groups, Mongols, Sibs, and Russians. In Inner Mongolia they were Mongols concentrated in the pastoral regions. In the TAR they were Tibetans who comprised 99% of the local population when the TAR was established in 1965. In these three regions, the focus of classification was the marginal groups, the Dor in Inner Mongolia, Kyanjik and Tibeto-Burman groups in eastern and southern Tibet, and small Central Asian groups in Xinjiang. Nevertheless, having to identify and give them official labels entailed that these small groups were not nations in the first place. Together the classification formalized 44 new nationalities. 27 of these were classified on the basis of the first national census in 1953 and on field studies. Another 17 were classified in the next 2 decades. 6 Along with the traditionally recognized 11 ethnic groups, they added up to a total of 55 officially recognized minority groups. Since the late 1950s, every individual's ethnic status was entered into the household registry of the state. Since the mid-1980s, it also appears on the personal identification card issued by the state. Institutionally, the official designations embody political inclusion in terms of PRC citizenship and equality in terms of entitlement to preferential policy benefits. Class universalism, in the form of political inclusion and ethnic entitlement, marked a major departure from Confucian universalism, which treated acceptance of Confucian norms as the criterion for membership in the Sinic community, without official fixity or ethnic particularism. By politicizing previously heterogeneous and localized identities, the classification resulted in a number of unintended consequences conducive to ethnic mobilization. Classifying and engineering identities. Foremost among such consequences is the creation and engineering of identities that previously did not exist or existed weakly. Many new groups did not match the official definition of nationalities. Officially, Stalin's definition of nationality was used, namely, the combined presence of 4 commons: common language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup. But Chinese researchers found few groups who met the criterion. Instead, they emphasized common language in their classifying efforts, and in its absence relied on group characteristics. As Yunnan's case showed, the sorting of languages was no easy matter, and that of group characteristics was often subjective, since so many groups self-reported as separate groups. For multitudes of ethnic communities in inner peripheral regions, ethnic markers were vague while shared features were common. Long-standing interactions with multi-ethnic areas had created shared historical memories, communal ties, and blurring ethnic boundaries, especially in southwestern provinces. Small numbers and proximity to other groups entailed intermarriages, rendering ethnic and linguistic distinctions ambiguous. Not surprisingly, many communities with shared features and vague distinctions ended up being classified as or merged into different groups in different locations. As Mullaney finds, ethnic elites in some communities had to be convened and persuaded that rather than their self-reported ethnic categories, they belonged with another label based on linguistic differentiation. Rather than merely reflecting pre-existing realities, thus, the classification also created fixed identifiers by political means. For many of the larger ethnic groups, extended periods of migration and mingling had resulted in the loss of cohesive and collective commons by the mid-20th century, but these were plucked from history to fit into official categories. The Manchus, because of their small numbers and conqueror roles, spread across the country and lost all of the 4 commons except in the remote steppes of the northeast. In fact, as a Manchu scholar argues, the Manchu ethnic group was itself a political creation, a fusion of various steppe tribes for the purpose of conquering China, thus its political demise inevitably led to its demise as an ethnic group. The Hus, thanks to a history of commercial activities on the historical Silk Road and imperial services during the Mongol era, scattered across the country despite a sizable concentration in the northwest. Other than religion and dietary restrictions, many Hus would have more in common with their fellow residents locally than with Hus elsewhere. The Mongols too were diverse and spread beyond the prairies, thanks to the legacy of the Mongol conquest. After centuries of geographical and cultural separation, Mongols in and out of the steppes had different economic lives, spoke different languages, and practiced different cultural customs. In these cases, the criterion of historical commons had to be used to sort individuals into their appropriate categories. Other groups with disparately localized identities were merged into large groups. What came to be classified as the Miao and Yao peoples inhabited in various southern and southwestern provinces, followed different cultural practices, and spoke mutually intelligible tongues, from variants of the Min, the Hmong, and the Catay to Chinese dialects. But they were merged into the two categories, despite weak common identities. In Guangxi, 24 local groups, who spoke different branches of the Catay language and shared no clearly traceable common history, were merged into the Zhuang label, while a few others were assigned to different groups in neighboring provinces. The Zhuang is now the largest minority group in China with 17 million people, but weak ethnic markers. Other groups were classified on the basis of religion, which had its share of internal and historical incongruities as well. Historically, the term Hui included all Central Asian Muslims who came to the eastern Tibetan plateau from different parts of the Mongol Empire as recruited soldiers during the Mongol conquest of China in the 13th century. They shared distinct but mutually intelligible tongues, numbered in the thousands only in population, and were once considered as different branches of the Hui people. On the basis of group preferences, they came to be classified as separate nationalities despite sharing the Muslim faith and historical origins. Two groups were classified as the Bonan and the Dongxiang, who had historically mixed with Mongols, Hans, Hus, and Tibetans. Another small Muslim group, self-identified as the Sala, migrated to the eastern Tibetan plateau in the 12th century CE and was identified as a separate nationality by itself. Decades later, many members of these groups still think of themselves as part of the larger Hui or Muslim people except where policy benefits matter. In countless cases like these, it was artificial to define every individual as a member of a nation. Discrepancies in local administrative efforts also helped to fracture previously shared local identities, since the classification was administered locally. A lack of coordination resulted in cases where similar groups were classified as different ethnicities in neighboring localities. Kyanjic speakers were variously classified as part of the Kyanjic, Tibetan, Pumi, Naka, and Mongol groups. The Naka people, who lived in areas bordering Sichuan and Yunnan provinces, were identified as the Mongol on the Sichuan side but the Naki on the Yunnan side, while the Pumi people were classified as Tibetans on the Sichuan side but Pumis on the Yunnan side. Various branches of the Zhuang were grouped into different groups in different provinces thanks to administrative divisions. The Buyais of southern Guizhou, who appeared to be no different from the Zhuangs across the border in Guangxi, were grouped as a different nationality. In an extreme case, one self-identified Buyai group in 3 Yunnan counties was classified into 3 separate nationalities, the Bai, Zhuang, and Buyai, a result largely due to the separate decisions of 3 provinces bordering the 3 counties. The classifying project also helped to engineer identities because of their linkage to preferential policies. Policy benefits associated with an official ethnic status, especially a titular status, provided incentives for local groups to seek or compete for state classification of an ethnic category, which they otherwise did not know or care about. The category of Tujia people, who were indistinct from the Han people or fellow hilly communities in central China, was created thanks to the lobbying efforts of one determined woman and villagers who wanted to qualify for state benefits, because their long-term neighbors who received classification got tax relief. The Tujia is now the 7th largest ethnic group in China with over 8 million members. The same incentives drove other small groups with vague ethnic features or awareness to seek classification, so that they too could qualify for state benefits. As the majority ethnic group, the Han people were not part of the classification project but were still impacted. Most importantly, the Han became defined by virtue of the contrast with the other. The idea of ethnic classification had as its corollary the assumption that anyone who did not think or know of oneself as belonging to a non-Han group, was automatically part of the Han majority group. It was not uncommon for long-time residents of mixed and border areas to be classified as Han or one of the local ethnic groups. In western Sichuan, Some Kyanjik speakers were labeled as Tibetans or Hans, while some Pumi speakers were classified as Tibetans or Hans. When the state's household registry system began in 1958, each individual would choose to put an ethnicity in the registry record. Many who had not thought of this question before simply put Han as a spontaneous response or were casually advised to do so. Indeed, differences within the Han people were significant in terms of language, religion, and culture, but these were neglected in the classification, and those differences became smaller only over time in the modern state-building process. The classification project, thus, also helped to create the Han people. Between the number of self-claimed and officially recognized groups, a great many were thus made or unmade in the process. Almost a quarter of the 55 official groups numbered between a few hundred to a few thousand people, but they were now a nation on a par with groups that represented major civilizations. With institutional fixity, the ethnic marker becomes part of the permanent personal information in the official registry that is critical to receiving services and opportunities in the public sector, state benefits, college admissions, job application, and professional promotion. As the everyday symbol of one's politically fixed identity, it departs sharply from historical patterns of ethnic fluidity and political neutrality. Politicizing Uyghur and Tibetan identities. Politically, the most consequential cases involved the Uyghurs and Tibetans, as they too were disparate communities that came to be defined and unified by official designation. The politicizing effects of the Minzu identity have been duly noted in the Western scholarly literature. Scholars share the observation that the institutionalization of Minzu identities, along with the allocation of privileges along Minzu lines, has considerably strengthened collective identities among China's minority groups. These include, in particular, the culturally and linguistically distinct groups of the Uyghurs and the Tibetans, but also, to a lesser extent, less distinct groups such as the Hui, the Zhuang, the Yi, the Yao, the Miao, and the Naxi. In Xinjiang, the classification facilitated the consolidation of a Uyghur identity that began in the 1930s. Before the 1930s, the various Uyghur groups identified themselves by the oases they came from, not by an ethnic group. Their position on the Silk Road and the crossroads of the East and West civilizations gave them multicultural exposure, while the barriers of deserts and oases gave them geographic identities. They would identify themselves as from Ili, Tarim, Hotan, Kashgar, and Hami, namely, localized identities. With no written script in common use, they varied vernacularly. They also differed physically, ranging from East to Central to West Asian in appearance. The name Uyghur reappeared from the Uyghur Khaganate in modern times, after the Soviet Union took the 9th century ethnonym and reapplied it to all non-nomadic Turkic Muslims of Xinjiang. Though scholars debate how the term Uyghur came to be used in its modern ethnic context, they agree on two elements. First, the term appeared in Xinjiang in the mid-1930s, and second, Soviet influence was a factor, if not the only factor. The diverse ancestry and fluid definition of the Uyghurs historically renders uncertain what constitutes true Uyghur ethnography and ethnogenesis. 7 They were known by various names in Chinese history, depending on changing groupings, regroupings, and migratory movements: Kifang, Dingling, Jayok, Tile, Chile, Huihua, Shachuo, Huiver, and Huier. They were relatively recent migrants to the Tarim Basin region, dating to the mid-9th century. Comparing the DNA of the Tarim mummies to that of modern-day Uyghurs, the research team of Victor Mayer found some genetic similarities but no direct links. According to Mayer, around 1800 BC, the earliest mummies in the Tarim Basin were exclusively Caucasoid, or Europoid. East Asian migrants arrived in the eastern portions of the Tarim Basin about 3,000 years ago, while the Uyghur peoples arrived after the collapse of the Orkhan Uyghur Kingdom, based in modern-day Mongolia, around the year 842. Genetic studies confirm that present-day Uyghurs have an admixture of East Asian and European components. Soviet influence was most substantial in reshaping Xinjiang's ethnic landscape. In the 1930s, the warlord Chiang Kai relied on Soviet definitions and methods to classify 14 ethnicities in Xinjiang, including the Uyghurs. Ruling Xinjiang ruthlessly with the support of the Soviet Union, Chiang's purpose was to fragment the various groups of Turkic-speaking Muslims so as to weaken pan-Turkic and pan-Islamic movements. According to Benson and Svanberg, the Turkic Muslim peoples of Xinjiang preferred to identify themselves as Turkey, East Turkestani, or just Muslim, but the Soviets and the KMT intended to foster a Uyghur identity in order to divide the Muslim population. The use of the term Uyghurs covered over a whole host of internal differences among the oasis of the Tarim Basin, and the KMT government's classification of the Uyghurs shaped their ethnic identity to a large extent. In 1954 the CCP officially adopted the Uyghur label from the 1930s, along with 12 other ethnic designations in Xinjiang. The establishment of the XUAR, in 1955, further consolidated a Uyghur identity. This identity, moreover, is closely associated with Islam. This official identity both rewrote and diminished the Uyghurs' own history in Xinjiang. Most Uyghur inhabitants of West Tarim did not convert to Islam until the 15th century. Before Islam established hegemony in Central Asia, communities of Uyghurs practiced shamanism, Zoroastrianism, Manichaeism, Buddhism, and Nestorian Christianity. Before its modern reappearance, Uyghur identity had previously been associated with Buddhism and never with Islam. The newly defined Uyghur identity neglected this part of Uyghur history as well as the other parts. As all of the Turkic history of Xinjiang came to be interpreted as Uyghur, the historical fluidity and richness of Uyghur identity was lost. In the 1930s Uyghurs had powerful incentives to accept their officially assigned label, Riddleson suggests, because it made them the largest nationality in Xinjiang and defined them against the competing groups, the Hans, Tungans, and Kazakhs. The Tibetans too amalgamated from diverse ethnic origins but came to be united by the classification of the 1950s. Dibeze Anand writes. Historians disagree over the extent to which a pan-Tibetan identity existed before 1959. Most argue that while there was a sense of belonging to an overarching tradition, local identities were the defining feature in the lives of most people. Even the primacy of the Dalai Lama as the sole, largely uncontested, leader of the Tibetan nation is a product of 20th century post-exile politics. Tsering Shakya, a Canada-based Tibetan historian, writes, "To some degree the creation of a single Tibetan group owes much to the nationality policies and ethnic categorization system introduced by the communists. Before 1950, there was no single Tibetan group with this name, because local identity was the primary marker of group identity." Beijing's own Tibetan scholars concede that the subgroups of Tibetans scattered across different altitudes of the Tibetan plateau descended from different ethnic mixes, belonged to bickering religious sects, and spoke mutually unintelligible tongues while sharing dialects with fellow residents of various ethnic descent locally. Inhabitants of Greater Tibet also had mixed origins, but many came to be classified as Tibetans. Early settlers in the Amdo area, such as the Tuyya Han, dated back to the 3rd century and were later conquered and absorbed by the Tubo Empire. The Tanguts ruled a greater part of the Amdo area during the West Xia dynasty, till its annihilation by Genghis Khan. Some Tangut survivors possibly fled to the Muya area of the Tibetan Kham region. The Gurung Tibetans of Kham, who were classified as Tibetans, may have descended from the Tanguts, while the Bama Tibetans of southwestern Kham were classified as Tibetans in Sichuan but the Pumi in Yunnan. Not surprisingly, Gurung and Bama groups prefer a reclassification. In addition, since the Mongol conquest of the 13th century, Central Asian soldiers and their Muslim faith had infiltrated the Amdo area. Intermittent Chinese migrations before and after the Mongol Empire also accumulated numerous Han Chinese residents in the Amdo and Kham areas. Tibetans in Amdo and Kham intermarried with all other groups, sharing local Chinese dialects with their ethnic counterparts while speaking Tibetan dialects distinct to their local co-ethnics. What came to be defined as Tibetans in the classifying project was largely by religion, that is, Buddhism. The consolidation of Uyghur and Tibetan identities would have long-term implications for ethnic mobilization, since they remain the only outer peripheral groups. The blurring of inner and outer peripheral groups, which under-recognized the special status of the Uyghurs and Tibetans, would have further politicizing effects. Blurring of inner and outer peripheral groups. Another unintended politicizing consequence of the classification was the blurring of inner and outer peripheral groups as co-nationalities. While this entailed formal equality across ethnic groups, it obscured critical differences between them, in particular the greater autonomous status of outer peripheral groups historically, the Uyghurs and Tibetans. Underdifferentiation portended challenges for integration, as it obscured historical differences and contemporary needs of the two broadly different groups. In pre-modern China, cultural and geographic distance made a key difference in imperial and conventional dealings with the frontier groups. Tribes of the inner peripheral regions, such as the southeast and southwest, were called familiar aliens who were close to Sinic ways and traits. By contrast, tribes of the outer peripheries were called unfamiliar aliens, who were significantly different. The characters Shu and Sheng connoted degrees of their geographic and cultural distances, less versus more divergence from Sinic communities, more versus less contact with them, and more incorporation versus less incorporation with them. First appearing in this usage during the Zhou dynasty, the character fan, literally meaning fence and connoting a barrier area, denotes borderland areas and peoples. The familiar aliens, due to their agrarian and sedentary ways, would be partially taxed, amounting ironically to a debarbarization process. The less familiar aliens, largely nomadic, were not formally entered into the imperial household registry nor required to pay imperial taxes. 8. A classification of all minority groups as nationalities over-differentiated the small groups in inner peripheral regions and under-differentiated the large groups in outer peripheries. Not surprisingly, as Uyghur intellectuals would complain in private, how could small and isolated primitive tribes in remote hills of the southwest be comparable to large communities associated with major civilizations? Instead of 55 nationalities, they argued, just 3 major cultural groups should be distinguished in China: Confucian, Buddhist, and Islamic. This conception of Tibetans and Uyghurs echoes the definition of a national minority by Keith Banting and Will Kimlicka, referring to historically sub-state groups with national identities and aspirations. 2 other minority groups defined by Banting and Kimlicka are indigenous minorities and immigrant minorities. A differentiation of China's minority groups along these lines would have entailed a more layered conception of minority groups, giving more recognition to the special status of Tibetans and Uyghurs. A definition of these 2 groups as a national minority would entail their rights to territorial autonomy and its associated prerogatives, such as language and religion. The isolated primitive tribes are analogous to indigenous peoples, which would entail their land and cultural rights. Although official Chinese discourse is averse to the term Yuan Zumin, it is not opposed to the term Xian Zumin. Needless to say, varying degrees of historical incorporation and coexistence will not make a classification of indigenous peoples easy. Culturally at least, the small tribal groupings can simply be called ethnic groups, rather than nationalities on a par with large groups like Tibetans and Uyghurs. These 2 groups, moreover, were the only 2 that constituted core ethnic regions at the time of the classifying project, in other words where they comprised the majority population. The reasons for the over-differentiation of minor groups and under-differentiation of major groups remain controversial. The official justification was class universalism, that is equality of all groups, regardless of their demographic sizes. Ma Rong, a leading ethnologist in China, blames Soviet influence for the way the CCP implemented equality, by registering the ethnic status of every citizen. A Taiwanese historian impugns the CCP's political motives, granting recognition to the small groups would offset the centrifugal tendencies of the larger groups. This last thesis suggests a divide-and-conquer strategy, though with little proof of intent. The main evidence cited was that the primary targets of the classifying project were the weaker and smaller ethnic groups in the southwest, rather than large groups such as the Manchus, Mongols, Muslims, and Tibetans. However, this argument appears to be unfounded. Since the Republican era, the large groups had already been officially recognized as part of the five co-nations. Rather, class universalism better explained the CCP's intentions for over-differentiating the minor groups. During the 1930s and 1940s, the small groups had to fight for official recognition and preferred the CCP to the KMT precisely because of the CCP's willingness to recognize their equal status. As Mullaney's study suggests, the wartime experiences of social scientists in the Southwest played a key role in their classifying efforts in this region. Those social scientists, contrary to the divide and conquer thesis, helped to merge many groups in the Southwest. This merge was done even in the sensitive case of Tibetan regions. In western Sichuan, there were cases where 24 disparate local communities in a county were merged into the same Tibetan category. Some of these communities continue to express their preference to be reclassified. For a lack of better evidence, the CCP's revolutionary idealism provided a more plausible explanation for its pursuit of equality, or class universalism. But the blurring of small and large groups only produced nominal equality, with more winning for the former than for the latter. It also portended that the state version of integration and equality would not likely suffice to placate those larger groups with ethno-national aspirations, the Tibetans and Uyghurs. Summary. This chapter focuses on changing approaches to ethnicity in China's transition from empire to the modern nation-state. I have argued that the universalism and pragmatism of Confucianism served ethnic maintenance in imperial China, but the ancient approach was unraveled by challenges from the nation discourse in modern times. The failure of the late Qing and Republican regimes to construct an effective response opened the way for Soviet influence and the triumph of class universalism. This new approach to ethnicity helped the CCP to complete the incorporation of minority members as citizens of the modern nation-state. Specifically, historical legacies and modern strategies impacted the patterns of China's transition to nation-state in two major ways. First, the large demographic/territorial core, while serving as the stabilizing force during and after the decline of the Qing Empire, led late Qing revolutionaries and Republican leaders to a Han-centric conception of the nation. The narrow approach hampered them from building a national identity that transcended ethnicity and oriented them toward assimilationist strategies that ultimately failed. Second, the CCP's strategy of nation building, via ethnic classification, had the unintended consequences of politicizing identities and creating nations. It departed from pre-modern practices by altering the criteria for membership in the Chinese political community. Under Confucian universalism, ethnic markers were not the criteria in defining this community. Under the CCP, they became explicitly so, through the state's classification and the household registry. As such, these groups became institutionalized as constituent members of the new Chinese nation, regardless of their previous relationship or identification with the central state. On the positive side, frontier peoples were no longer relevant to the state largely for reasons of border security. They became political equals in a state of co-nationalities. Being such, they were no longer peripheral objects who were subject to loose rein, but political subjects with nominal equal citizenship. By mixing centralization and ethnicization, politicized identities lay down the first set of institutional dynamics for ethnic discord in contemporary times, especially for the two outer peripheral regions of Tibet and Xinjiang. One institutional dynamic arose from political integration and the surrendering of historically heterogeneous identities. This centralization entailed that the state assumed the right to command the political loyalty and identity of previously distant and peripheral groups. This was a significant change for the outer peripheral regions, particularly where theocratic institutions had been the basis of political loyalty and identity. Class universalism may mollify the jolt of this change temporarily, but ethnic particularism, encouraged by the state's own titular and other ethnic prerogatives, would pose an inherent challenge to the surrendering of traditional identities imposed by the state. That is, the classification project did not only justify integration on the basis of social class solidarity, but also identity assertion on the basis of nationality status, thus offsetting the official goal of nation building. Another institutional dynamic stemmed from the politicization of localized identities, or ethnicization. The classification helped to overcome parochial factors that localized ethnic identities in pre-modern times, providing cohesion to previously insular and cross-cut identities. The politicizing effects would be particularly consequential for major groups of the outer peripheral regions. It formally gave Uyghurs and Tibetans cohesive identities that transcended geographical and sectarian barriers, allowing them to consolidate into sustained cross-regional ethnic or proto-nationalistic political identity. As the Tibetan historical Shakya aptly puts it, the Tibetan self-identification as Bodrigs or Tibetan nationality is rather recent and created by the Chinese authority itself. The CCP's classification of the people across the Tibetan plateau as a single Borig provided fixity to Tibetanness, homogenizing it typologically. Yet another institutional dynamic created by the classification was the construction of co-nationalities in the name of equality. For distinct groups with major civilizational heritages, namely the Tibetans and Uyghurs, becoming co-nationalities with minor groups entailed diminished parity. Nominal equality was achieved at the expense of these major groups, fueling potential discontent. Moreover, institutional tensions also arose here from the state's own linkage of policy prerogatives to ethnic status, thus energizing minor and indistinct ethnic groups. The politicizing and divisive tendency of this linkage was already manifest during the classification process, when competing groups vied for separate classification for the sake of policy privileges associated with it. These institutional dynamics for ethnic mobilization were tempered by class universalism during the socialist era. Elevated ethnic identities crosscut with social class identities. Memories of repressive former elites, along with the appeal of social class solidarity and the redistributive socialist state, helped to rally the majority and minority masses around the Communist Party. Once these mollifying factors weakened or disappeared, however, those institutional tensions became amplified. 1. Cited in Liang Kikeo. 2. Although Thomas Mullany argues that the classification originated from the need to have representatives from all minority groups for the NPC Assembly in September 1954, this did not seem the case empirically. Local scholarship suggests that NPC representatives had been selected months before the first classification took place in Yunnan in 1954. See Qin and Shen. 3. Qin examined all official documents for the period of 1950-3, or before the start of the classification in 1954, and for the period 1954-9, or the height of the classification campaign. Those documents include decrees from the CCP Politburo, the State Council, the CCP Department of United Front, the State Ethnic Affairs Commission, as well as the writings and memoirs of the leading officials in the last two agencies. 4. In over 100 work reports on state ethnic policy issued in the 1950s, written by central and local leaders involved in this area, Sukekin was the only official who discussed ethnic classification, in just 2 paragraphs. See Qin. 5. These included Fei Xiaotong, Huang Xianfan, Lin Yehua, Xia Nongkang, Qiu Piyu, Wen Dujian, Li Yuyi, Li Anzai, Wu Zelin, Fang Kuyu, Yang Chenzi, Yang Kun, Wu Wenzhao, Zhongying Liang, and Lu Xian. 6. For a comprehensive treatment of the ethnic classification projects, see Huang and SINEDB. For Fei Xiaotong's account, see Zhang and Huang. 7. See a review of the academic debate about Uyghur ethnography and ethnogenesis in Bovingdon. 8. Details of the Tang dynasty's differentiated tax rates are described in Duyu, Tongdian, ch. 6. Beijing, Zonghua Shiju, 1988. 2. Changing approaches to ethnic governance. From loose reign to ethno-territorialism. This chapter focuses on the changing strategies of ethnic governance in China's transition from empire to modern nation-state. That is, evolution from a maintenance-oriented strategy aimed at pacification and stability in imperial times, to increased incorporation in modern times, and to a transformative strategy aimed at integration and egalitarianism in the socialist era. The new system of ethnic governance, I argue, created the second set of institutional dynamics for ethnic discord in the long run. That is, a uniform and direct form of ethnic governance based on titular ethnic status, known as the system of autonomous regions. Historically, imperial China had a three-tiered approach to ruling its extensive domain: direct rule over a core region, indirect and diverse rule over inner peripheries, and elite alliances in outer peripheries. This pre-modern minimalist state came under serious challenge in modern times, when the ideas of sovereignty and nation-state arrived in China in the late 1800s. Late Qing and Republican regimes failed to construct a new institutional order to redefine the relationship between the center and peripheral regions, thus opening the way for Soviet doctrine and the CCP. The CCP's approach to ethnic governance, characterized by political centralization and ethno-territorialism, served to incorporate frontier regions and to complete China's institutional transition to the modern state. In the process, it departed from pre-modern Chinese practices of diverse and de-ethnicized rule. The contradictions therein, promoting political integration but also ethno-territories to fit that goal, would render the autonomous system as another key source of institutional tensions in contemporary times. This chapter covers the follows topics: relevant legacies of pre-modern China's strategies of frontier governance, relevant legacies of modern China's attempts at nation-state building, and the establishment of the CCP's system of ethnic governance and its institutional repercussions. 1. Empire, 3 tiers. For China's transition to the modern nation-state, the most relevant legacy of pre-modern times was a three-tiered structure and strategy of rule in the Chinese Empire. There was more direct rule in the core region, but various forms of indirect and ritualistic rule over the semi-frontier and frontier regions. Differentiated rule entailed varying types of central, peripheral relations. This diversity rendered it challenging to build the nation-state in modern times. The differentiated rule of imperial times, concomitant with Confucian universalism, involved a graded and concentric hierarchy under the Celestial Empire. This empire may be understood restrictively to denote a type of agrarian state that controlled multiple urban centers and extensive hinterlands, significantly adapted its methods of rule to peoples of different ethnic origins, and, due to its limited pre-modern infrastructural capacity, exercised only indirect rule over local communities and frontier areas. The nature of this rule may be understood through Michael Mann's concept of compulsory cooperation. Pre-modern empires relied on such cooperation to maintain rule over their subjects, due to their limited infrastructural capacity to establish direct rule over an extended domain. The three tiers of rule entailed differentiated types of compulsory cooperation in imperial China. A form of direct rule applied in the central zone, the Central Plains, or agrarian regions populated largely by Sinic communities. These areas were governed by the bureaucratic and legal rules of the imperial bureaucracy, entered into the official household registry, and obligated to pay imperial taxes. Despite the diverse origins of the Celestial Emperor, be they Sinic, semi-nomadic, or nomadic, rulers mostly relied on Confucianism as a ruling ideology and on the imperial bureaucracy run by the Confucian elite. The merger of political and ideological power in the Chinese state structure motivated new rulers, indigenous or nomadic, to seek the cooperation of the Confucian elite, to adopt the Confucian legalist political arrangement, and to embrace Chinese culture. Confucian universalism facilitated nomadic acculturation and de-ethnicized rule. Various forms of indirect rule applied outside the central zone, that is the tribal and peripheral territories. They relied on ritualistic obligations and titles in a system of loose reign. Voluntarily or militarily surrendered, the peripheral areas differentiated between an inner and outer peripheral zone. Cultural and geographical distances made a key difference in their relationships and cooperation with the central authority. The inner peripheries, or familiar aliens, were geographically, culturally, and administratively closer to the central zone. Tribal leaders here were obligated with annual tributes and periodic pilgrimage trips. Due to their agrarian and sedentary ways, communities here would be partially taxed as they became increasingly incorporated into the regular governance system. Internal affairs were left to the tribes themselves, though internal rebellions and misrule had sometimes required central intervention. Traditionally these areas consisted of semi-barbarian tribes to the east, south, and near west of the Central Plains. At various times they included the Hmong-Mien tribes of central and central South China, the Baishu habitat of Sichuan, the Dayak and Hmong Khmer tribes of the southeast and southwest, and the Kyanjik hub of western Sichuan. The outer peripheries, or unfamiliar aliens, were geographically, culturally, and ethnically more distant. Nomadic or semi-nomadic, communities here were not formally entered into the official household registry nor required to pay imperial taxes. Tribal chieftains were obligated to acknowledge the celestial emperor but were required to make less frequent pilgrimage trips. Internal affairs were left to themselves. At various times these outer peripheries consisted of barbarian tribes to the far north and the far west, that is, the four Eurasian frontiers, including the Mongolic north, the Tungusic northeast, the Turkic west, and the Tibetan far west. The system of loose reign, under which ethnic regions of the two peripheral zones were administered, resulted from cycles of core, periphery rivalry that have taken place throughout Chinese history. As an institution it took shape under the united dynasties of Qin and Han, appeared in the historical chronicle of the Han dynasty for the first time, reached its peak during the preeminent Tang dynasty and declined during the Ming and Qing eras. Sinic dynasties tended to use it as a defensive mechanism against tribal rebellions and nomadic intrusions, while nomadic dynasties tended to use it as an offensive mechanism against frontier rivals rising on their flank. Not surprisingly, the loose reign system experienced the greatest growth under the semi-nomadic dynasty of Tang and the nomadic dynasties of Yuan and Qing. Tang's founders were of mixed Xianbei and Han origins, while the founders of Yuan and Qing were Mongol and Manchu respectively. At its height, Tang's loose reign system exemplified pre-modern China's institutional arrangements for differentiated rule, more reign in the inner peripheral than in the outer peripheral zone. After an ethnic tribe or region was militarily defeated, self-subdued, or naturalized, a variety of loose reign territorial units were established. In the inner peripheral regions, loose reign structures consisted of administrative hierarchies mirroring the regular prefectures, while some loose reign counties were established under the jurisdiction of regular prefectures if they bordered the Tang proper, such as in the southwest. In the outer peripheral areas, with large and remote frontier regions, loose reign protectorates were established, such as in the Turkic Khanates of the western regions. Security concerns were key motives behind Tang's extensive loose reign system. To neutralize the Turkic threats on the western frontiers, Emperor Taizong opted for loose reign territorial units along the lines of individual tribes, or the eastern and western Turkic Khanates. Within the more powerful western Khanate, a further division was made between a left and right district, each with a Tang command area seated in them. As a conquest dynasty, the Mongols' Yuan court enforced greater centralization of interior lands and greater incorporation of borderlands, but its territorial span still consisted of three tiers. They included the central region, the en route provinces or much of the inner peripheral areas, and outer peripheral regions managed by the Grand Protectorate and the Bureau of Buddhist and Tibetan Affairs. In the inner peripheral areas, the Yuan court initiated the Tasi system, or native chieftaincy, which formally incorporated native ethnic chieftains into the Chinese administrative hierarchy and conferred official posts upon the chieftains with Chinese-style rankings. After conquering the Nanzhao kingdom, the Mongols turned it into the province of Yunnan in the 13th century. They submitted the kingdom of Tibet to a patron-priest relationship, the nature of which remains contentious between China and Tibetan exiles over the former kingdom's sovereign status. Another conquest dynasty, the Manchus Qing court, faced great challenges of governing all of the surrounding prairies and plateaus it had conquered, with inevitable reliance on diverse and indirect rule. In the inner peripheries, Qing consolidated effective control with greater centralization of the native chieftaincy system. In localities already governed under the system, largely in the southwest, Qing instituted bureaucratization reforms, which transformed a majority of the localities into regular administrative units. This reform marked a major step in the historical incorporation of the inner peripheral regions. In the outer peripheral areas of Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Tibet, Qing ruled with greater centralization but also differentiation. Security concerns, rather than internal control per se, were paramount. In Mongol tribal areas, Qing co-opted local chiefs with military and marriage alliances and retained the banner system, a form of military organization based on tribal and lineage units. But Qing differentiated inner and outer Mongolia. In the former, Qing assumed more direct control and did not allow appointed chieftainship to be inherited. In the latter, Qing left more autonomy and allowed inherited appointments. In Uyghur areas, Qing improved upon the beg system by defining the powers of local chieftains, banning them from serving as religious leaders, and requiring imperial approval for their appointment and promotion. In Tibet, Qing used the Galun system, by which 4 Galuns would take charge of Tibet's administrative affairs. To reduce the power of elite lamas, only one of the 4 Galuns could be from the monastery, and later even the sole clergyman was dropped. Beyond the political arrangements at the top, various spheres of local life were left to ethnic chieftains, including economic, religious, commercial, fiscal, and penal affairs. Qing's separate methods of rule for outer peripheral regions cannot be overemphasized. In fact, Qing used a separate central agency, the Lifen Yuan, to administer them. Originating from the Manchus Office for Mongol Affairs, this agency had roots in the Manchus' military alliances with Mongol banners. Its wording in the Manchu language, Office for Managing Affairs of Outer Provinces, provided the accurate meaning of Lifen Yuan. The agency's jurisdiction covered inner, outer, and western Mongolia, Muslim Xinjiang, Manchu banners, Tibet, and western Sichuan. Qing referred to 3 of these regions as Weifan, namely Mongolia, Tibet, and Muslim Xinjiang, but distinguished them from foreign countries by treating them as internal aliens rather than external aliens. Qing mandated annual pilgrimages of native chiefs from those internal alien tribes, but used the voluntary tributary system for the external or foreign aliens. This was the essential difference between the two systems. The annual pilgrimages from the internal aliens were part of their compulsory cooperation, formalistic as they may have been. In short, 3 broad patterns of Chinese imperial rule may be characterized: Confucian universalism, administrative diversity, and ethnicization. The Celestial Emperor ruled universally in name across 3 tiers of the imperial domain, but with diverse approaches and ethnic neutrality. This legacy presented formidable challenges in modern times for nation-state building, when shared identities and administrative structures were demanded. Transition to the nation-state. From the onset of the modern era in China, marked by the arrival of Western powers, imperial rulers were epistemically constrained to understand the concept of the sovereign nation-state. For millennia, the Sinocentric order at home and abroad precluded the assumption of sovereign equality among political communities. Rather, a core, periphery hierarchy was presumed. Constituent members were not considered sovereign equals but culturally graded tributaries. The modern concept of sovereignty did not exist. There was the Chinese state, with undefined boundaries. Chinese governance reached where security concerns mattered and imperial capabilities matched. But the foundations of this celestial empire were shaken by China's defeat in the 2 Opium Wars, and along with it the relationships between the imperial court and frontier regions. For China's transition to a nation-state, the most relevant legacies from modern times were its embrace of the concept of the nation-state and the ineffective responses of late Qing and Republican regimes to meet the challenge of nation-state building. However, one legacy that made a critical contribution in the long run was the promotion of frontier farming by Han immigrants, which helped to change the demographic and ecological orientation of two of China's four Eurasian frontiers, Manchuria and Inner Mongolia. Influx of the sovereign state. As with the concept of the nation, historical exigencies played a key role in China's embrace of the idea of the sovereign nation-state. Late Qing rulers gradually acquiesced to the idea of equal sovereigns, after being forced to sign a series of unequal treaties in the wake of the Opium Wars. Treaty concessions to the foreign powers formally signified the collapse of the Sinocentric worldview, or the long-standing conception of the world as a concentric hierarchy with China at the top. In this context, reform-minded officials and thinkers began to view the world as a multi-state system and China as one among equals. Difficult negotiations with Western governments allowed them to see how Western powers utilized the concept of sovereignty to protect their national interests. Ironically, a deep appreciation of the injustice of the treaty concessions facilitated Qing elites' acceptance of the concept of sovereign nation-states. It provided Qing reformers with an ideational and legal weapon to recover China's losses made in the unequal treaties, namely, concession of extraterritorial rights, commercial privileges, and territories to foreign powers. By the late 1860s and 1870s, the Qing court began to adopt policy measures in the direction of a sovereign state, such as dispatching diplomatic missions abroad and establishing the ambassadorial system overseas. Long accustomed to receiving foreign envoys, such moves signified that China had finally joined the communities of the world as an equal member, thus abandoning the idea of the Celestial Empire. Domestically, the Qing court made nascent efforts at modern state building, focusing on the outer peripheral regions. Since the late 1880s, the far-flung borderlands had become the targets of vying powers, Russia in Mongolia, Manchuria and Xinjiang, Japan in Manchuria, and Britain in Tibet. Taking advantage of late Qing's weakness and the rise of the national discourse, those foreign powers made a point of referring to the borderland communities as nations and encouraged them to seek self-determination. In response, the Qing court tried to strengthen administrative and cultural incorporation with reform measures. To curb Russian penetration in the north, Qing lifted bans on Han immigration to Manchuria, organized Han immigrants to undertake frontier farming in Inner Mongolia, and established administrative units at local levels in both regions. These policies played a significant role in changing the demographic composition and orientation of the local populations in Manchuria and Inner Mongolia. They paved the way for these two regions to become inner peripheral ones in subsequent decades. The Qing court did attempt state-building reforms in the remaining outer peripheral regions, Xinjiang and Tibet. In Xinjiang, Qing reduced local autonomy by turning it into a regular province in 1884, formally implementing the political system of the rest of China. In an interesting twist, Qing's reconstruction programs, after Xinjiang's provincialization, resulted in helping Uyghurs to migrate from southern Xinjiang to northern and eastern Xinjiang. These areas used to be inhabited almost completely by Han Chinese. In Tibet, High Commissioners Lian Yu and Zhang Yintang promoted New Deal policies. Treating the region no longer as a frontier security matter, the new policies targeted the more fundamental problem of economic development. In western Sichuan or Kham, Qing sped up the incorporation of Tibetan chieftains into the regular bureaucracy during 1905-8, under the stewardship of Governor Zhao Erfan. Zhao's brutal suppression of monastic and other resistant forces is usually criticized in Chinese historiography, but he is also credited with improving the livelihoods of Tibetan serfs and laying the administrative foundations for Zhejiang province, which was established 2 decades later in 1928 in the former Kham area. 1 The Qing dynasty's reforms may be viewed as part of a historical transition from empire to a modern nation-state. But they did not amount to a new system of ethnic governance. Nor did they resolve the issue of the ambiguous status of the outer peripheral lands, whose historical relationships with the central state did not accurately fit the modern concept of sovereignty. Republican efforts after the Revolution of 1911 that overthrew the Qing dynasty, the Qing Empire was nominally transformed into a modern nation-state in the Republic of China. However, the Republican regimes, Beiyang and the KMT, faced great difficulties in incorporating the outer peripheral regions. Here the disintegration of the Qing dynasty had resulted in much stronger centrifugal forces than in the inner peripheral regions. With their brief rule, plagued by warlordism at home and invasions from abroad, neither regime had sufficient time or experience to construct a viable new institutional order. The demise of the Manchu dynasty had left in particular institutional vacuums in outer peripheral regions, along with a legacy of institutional and personal loyalties vested in the imperial order. These regions had not gone through the system of native chieftaincy or bureaucratization reforms, in contrast to inner peripheral regions. The Manchu court, as a minority dynasty with semi-nomadic origins, had ruled its vast empire by aligning with the political and military elites of frontier regions, especially the Mongols. This peripheral alliance encouraged Mongol leaders to see themselves as part of a greater Qing elite. Qing's demise ended the privileged positions of Mongol elites and their roles in the empire, leaving them discontented and uncertain about their status. Nostalgic about the imperial system and hostile to the new republic, some Mongol elites turned to independence movements. Separatist movements surged in outer and eastern Mongolia after the 1911 revolution. Other outer peripheral regions also saw rising ethno-nationalism, compounded by encroachments of foreign powers into those regions, Japan in Manchu and Mongol areas, Russia in Manchu, Mongol, and Uyghur areas, and Britain in Tibet. In the northwest, Japan also wooed Hui Muslim elites, with whom the Qing court used to align for local rule. Top-down approaches characterized the Republican regime's strategies to hold on to those outer peripheral regions, especially when compared to the CCP's emphasis on lower social classes later on. One Beiyang strategy was to strengthen central mechanisms of control over Mongol, Tibetan, and Muslim regions. Pressured by separatist movements in Mongolia and Britain's conversion of Tibet as a protectorate in 1904, Beiyang created the Commission on Mongolia and Tibet in 1912, with ethnic officials serving at its helm. The agency was to maintain political liaison with and supervision over local aristocracy and elite lamas. To avoid alienating Mongol elites, Beiyang initially refrained from applying the provincial system to Mongol regions and curbed frontier farming by Han farmers. However, after consolidating his presidency by early 1914, Yuan Shikai established special administrative districts in 3 major Mongol domains, asserting jurisdiction over their military and civilian affairs. In the northwest, Yuan established regional commander systems to strengthen central control over Tibetan, Hui, and Mongol areas of Qinghai, Ningxia, and Gansu provinces, and appointed regional commissioners to Tibet and Xinjiang to administer local affairs. But regional warlordism, rampant across China at the time, made central control fragile and at the whim of regional warlords. Another Beiyang method of integration, frontier state farming, enriched ethnic elites at the expense of local herdsmen. While banning private encroachment, Beiyang set up state agencies to sponsor frontier farming. In collaboration with Mongol aristocrats, it encouraged Han landlords and farmers to encroach into Mongol areas through claiming uncultivated land or pushing off poor herdsmen. The process allowed Mongol elites to collect fees for the claimed land, but it caused a massive loss of grazing land for local herdsmen. Rather than strengthening integration, frontier state farming infuriated the local communities that opposed it. This opposition drove some Mongol elites to the cause of self-determination, while pushing many Mongol youths to the class universalism of the CCP. The KMT regime, after assuming power in 1928 under Chiang Kai-shek, attempted a more institutional approach in outer peripheral regions, but it was even more ineffective and unpopular. The KMT de-emphasized the ethnic nature of frontier regions, treating them as a matter of administering borderlands rather than ethnic lands. Mongol intellectuals who were attracted to the KMT's earlier ideas of self-determination were soon disappointed by Jiang's policies. The KMT placed the Commission on Mongolia and Tibet, inherited from Beiyang, under the executive branch so as to exert greater control over the two regions. Special administrative districts in Mongol areas, established by Beiyang, were replaced with 3 en route provinces. 22 Mongol banners in the northwest were incorporated into Ningxia, historically a county or en route province, now made into a regular province in 1928. Although the Mongol banner systems were preserved within the newly created provinces, the fragmentation of Mongol territorial units across several provinces caused fierce opposition from Mongol elites and tribes. But the fragmentation made it difficult for them to mount any united resistance. The fragmentation of Mongol areas was compounded by the deeper encroachment of frontier farming, which was changing the demographic composition and ecological orientation of Inner Mongolia. The newly created provincial system made it easier for provincial governments and regional warlords to aggressively promote frontier farming by Han immigrants. The consequences: poor herdsmen being forced off prairielands and opium poppy growing on the former grazing land, ignited an intense sense of ethno-nationalism among Mongol elites and educated youths, spurring an autonomy movement led by Prince Demchugdong Grub. Chastised in conventional CCP historiography as a separatist and a collaborator of Japanese forces, he is viewed more positively in recent Chinese scholarship as a champion of Mongols' rightful interests and self-strengthening. In this new perspective, the real villain was the KMT suppressive policy. Indeed, Mongol elites did not allow their native land to turn into an inner peripheral region without a fight. In 1933 the KMT compromised by granting more Mongol autonomy through new legislation and established the Mongol Local Autonomy Political Affairs Committee. This led to the coexistence of a provincial and an autonomous system. Mongol princes were appointed to the new committee. Prince Yondan Wangchug, also a leader of the autonomy movement, served as its chairman. But he soon grew frustrated with the limited power of the committee vis-a-vis the provincial administration and a lack of support from the central government in Nanjing. Autonomy fell apart in just 3 years, when Prince De responded to Japanese wooing. Since Japan encroached into China's northeast in 1931, some Mongol areas had already been incorporated into the Japanese-created state of Manchukuo. After war broke out between China and Japan in 1937, the Mongol prince declared the independence of the remaining parts of Inner Mongolia, serving as the head of the new state of Menkyang, or Manchukuo, renamed as the Mongolian Autonomous Federation in 1941. Compounded by the domestic turmoil and foreign encroachments of the 1930s, the KMT fared poorly elsewhere in its nation-building project. In Xinjiang, Uyghur nationalists agitated for the first East Turkestan Republic, with British support in the south and Japanese support in the north. Only Soviet backing for Zheng Shikai, the KMT warlord ruler, helped to suppress the Uyghur movement. But Soviet motives were aimed at preventing pan-Turkish Islamism and a British presence on its border, betraying a prioritization of its own national interest over the ideologically correct movement of national liberation. The point was not lost on the CCP. On the northwestern front, the Japanese had set up a greater Hui state by combining Gansu, Qinghai, and Ningxia provinces. Alienated by the KMT, many Mongol and Hui elites here were indifferent to the ongoing anti-Japanese war in interior China and vulnerable to Japanese inducements. In the southwest, the traditional inner peripheral zone, the KMT were unable to dismantle the system of native chieftaincy despite intentions to do so. Instead it had to rely on the system to maintain rule there. The policies of the republican regimes, in short, failed to hold off centrifugal tendencies in the 3 decades since the disintegration of the Qing Empire. June Dreer characterizes the KMT's ethnic policy as neither very good nor wholly bad, placing blame on political treachery and administrative inexperience on the one hand and foreign meddling on the other. In contemporary Chinese scholarship, some analysts make a social class argument, attributing Republican failures to the pampering of ethnic elites and the assimilationist policies that alienated ethnic masses. Others make a nationalistic argument, praising the KMT's promotion of national and territorial integration while explaining away its failures. Still others point to the brevity of the KMT's rule, interrupted by 2 major wars. From the perspective of this study, the Republican failures were due fundamentally to a lack of an institutional order for nation-state building. Making social class alliance, the KMT's failures thus far made an important impact on the CCP's adjustment of political strategies. They alerted the CCP to the paradox of the doctrine of self-determination. If minorities were not given autonomy, they would be vulnerable to incitation of separatism, yet self-determination would also entail secessionism. To overcome the dilemma, the CCP adjusted its political strategy to emphasize a distinction between secessionist ethnic elites and the oppressed ethnic masses. Class universalism would serve this new strategy by appealing to a broad base of ethnic masses while transcending the party's earlier doctrine of self-determination. Moreover, it would help buttress a new institutional order of ethnic governance. As movements for self-determination raged in outer peripheral regions in the midst of China's anti-Japanese war, abandoning the concept became imperative for the CCP. As the war drew to a close in the mid-1940s, the prospect of a revolutionary victory changed the CCP's perspective from state destruction to state building. Repudiation of the idea of self-determination was explicitly made in the party's decrees on Inner Mongolia in the 1940s. In instructions to Mongol communists, the CCP urged regional autonomy and advised against independence. The party contended that the Mongol independence movements had little to do with the liberation of the Mongol people, but had instead subjected their homeland to Japanese imperialism. Ulanfu, a native of central Inner Mongolia and an early communist activist, played a key role in taming those movements. Among native activists for self-determination, some agitated for high autonomy while others for independence and self-rule, but Ulanfu managed to dissuade the secessionists. As a political comprise, the Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region was established in May 1947 under Ulanfu's stewardship. Thereupon China's first autonomous region came into being, 2 years before the founding of the PRC itself. It was a historical solution for a major outer peripheral region that had effectively become an inner peripheral region in the demographic sense, with Mongols as a numerical minority in Inner Mongolia. Table 2.1 Shares of Han population in 5 autonomous regions. Autonomous region 1953, 1964, 1982, 1990, 2000, 2010. Inner Mongolia 85.6, 87.0, 84.5, 81.6, 77.2, 79.54 tar n/a 2.94.93.72.98.17 x UAR 6.9 31.9 40.4 37.6 39.2 40.1 Ningxia Hui 66.44 69.2 68.1 66.7 65.4 64.58 Guangxi Zhuang 62.1 58.9 61.7 60.9 61.6 62.06 Source 4 1953 to 2000 CSEAC Economic Bureau and SCCO and SBS and 4 2010 see www.stats.gov.cn. The Han and Hui population was an estimated 30% in the early 1800s. In Xinjiang as well, the CCP also relied on class universalism to diffuse ethnic separatism. In response to Uyghur uprisings in the 1930s and 1940s, the CCP downplayed their ethno-national tone and actions, framing Uyghur revolts as opposition to the KMT's oppressive rule. In 1944, the Tri-region uprising by the Uyghurs began with local wrath at Governor Sheng Shikai's excessive levies and harsh rule, culminating in the establishment of the Second East Turkestan Republic. Despite the separatist implication of the ETR and its brutal efforts to cleanse the Han people, the CCP characterized the uprising as a social revolution, backed rightfully by the Soviet Union. In recent years, the release of Soviet archives has allowed Chinese scholars to learn about the twists and turns in Soviet motives. Initially, the Soviets supported a Uyghur national revolution and a communist Soviet in Xinjiang. But the unfolding of the Uyghur uprising led Soviet officials to view it differently. To their dismay, Few of the uprising's leaders were true revolutionaries, but were aristocratic and religious elites. Worried about an independent Islamic state on its border, the Soviet Union forced the Uyghur rebels to negotiate with the KMT. The Soviets' change of mind served for both Soviet and CCP interests at the expense of Uyghur self-determination. For the Soviet Union, its role in stemming the Tri-Region Rebellion allowed it to pressure the KMT into accepting the independence of Outer Mongolia, according to Shen Zhihua, an independent Chinese scholar who used personal funds to purchase and study Soviet archives. The independence of Outer Mongolia, unlike Xinjiang, did not present a religious threat to the Soviet Union. For the CCP, the Soviet retreat from supporting Uyghur self-determination conveniently strengthened its version of the Uyghur uprising as an anti-KMT movement. It also allowed the CCP to sidestep the question of rebel leaders' political preferences and to emphasize ethnic masses' socio-economic grievances. Ideological purity would have entailed that the CCP support the Uyghur rebellion as a movement for national liberation, not just a social revolution. In recent years, greater academic freedom has allowed Chinese scholars to debate the motives of the Tri-Region Rebellion and to challenge the CCP's characterization of the event as a proletarian uprising against the KMT's oppressive rule. One study characterizes the rebellion and the Second ETR as brutal campaigns to cleanse Han residents by massacring them on a massive scale. Another study finds the direct role of the Soviet Union in leading the Tri-Region Revolution, not so much for Uyghurs' independence but for greater pressure on the KMT to allow more Soviet influence in Xinjiang. The doctrine of self-determination took a further retreat as CCP leaders faced the reality of governing ethnic regions after prevailing in the Civil War in 1949. Contrary to the suggestion that Mao never intended to honor the party's commitment to self-determination and downgraded the idea once the CCP came to power, Mao and other CCP leaders were undecided initially. The hesitation stemmed from the party's past commitment to self-determination. After all, earlier on the Soviet idea of self-determination had influenced the CCP and served it well during its revolutionary years. More pertinently, the retreat from self-determination may be attributed to the impact of foreign powers on China's borders, where most minority communities were concentrated. On the eve of the CCP's takeover of China in 1949, Mao consulted Li Vihan, the party's expert on ethnic issues, as to whether China should adopt the Soviet ethno-federal system. Li advised against it after giving a thorough analysis of China's history and realities. Citing Stalin's elaboration of 4 degrees of autonomy, contractual autonomy, greater autonomy, political autonomy, and administrative autonomy, Li recommended the last one, or the lowest form, as the most appropriate for China. Mao and the CCP Central Committee concurred. The retreat from the idea of self-determination marked a key divergence from the Soviet approach, defining the frame of ethnic discourse in China since then. In the end, the national imperative trumped the CCP's ideological agenda of national liberation, though not its class universalism. In fact, class universalism helped to justify this turnaround. Imperial powers, the CCP contended, were the common enemies of China's oppressed peoples, including those of the borderlands. When Zhou Enlai announced the party's choice of the system of autonomous regions in September 1949, at the first meeting of the CPPCC attended by many minority representatives, he justified the party's retreat from self-determination by citing the forces of imperialism in Tibet, Taiwan, and Xinjiang. Among these 3 regions, Tibet and Xinjiang were the only ethnic majority regions and outer peripheral regions. Their political incorporation into the modern Chinese state, which was a daunting task for the republican regimes, would remain formidable for the People's Republic. Constructing a new institutional order, the system of autonomous regions, an ethno-territorial entity with a higher population of a particular minority ethnic group, was the CCP's institutional response to the transition from empire to the modern state. Late Qing and republican regimes tweaked and adapted in piecemeal ways, but the CCP created a new institutional order of ethnic governance. It transformed the pre-modern methods of diverse and indirect rule in two ways: first, a uniform system across ethnic regions, and second, an alignment of the ethnic, political, and territorial. It redefined the relationship between the central state and peripheral regions, along with formal prerogatives, obligations, and administrative structures. Class universalism and political integration. The drive to establish the autonomous system, which lasted from 1949 to 1954, spared no efforts to balance the ideals of autonomy and equality, the realities of multi-ethnic communities, and the imperative of national integration. The classification project was itself carried out to achieve equality and equity in this process. Class universalism both justified and served the twin goals of integration and equality. Among the evidence for promoting these twin goals was a number of redistricting efforts. The purpose was to redress the wrongs of the KMT era and to accommodate ethno-territorial demarcations. Several cases were illustrative. First, Mongol areas that were carved into different provinces by the KMT were now remerged with Inner Mongolia. Second, redistricting was done in Ningxia and Gansu to congregate Hui areas into the Ningxia Hui Autonomous Region and Hui Autonomous Prefectures within the region. Third, Guangxi and Ningxia acquired provincial autonomous status despite being very weak cases. During consultations with local groups leading up to the establishment of those two autonomous regions, some expressed misgivings, because the Hus were a numerical minority in Ningxia while the Zhuangs of Guangxi lacked ethnic distinctness. Zhou Enlai persuaded the doubters that these two groups were large enough to deserve their own autonomous regions, so they could see themselves as full members in the family of the Chinese nation. This assembly of disparate groups with little historical cohesion or aspiration for autonomy, however, raises questions as to whether they obscured the more complex national questions in the other autonomous regions. That is, Tibet, Xinjiang, and to a lesser extent Inner Mongolia, all historically outer peripheral regions. In these three cases, argues a Taiwan-based scholar, highly developed local cultures and histories of self-government entailed sufficient conditions for independent statehood. In this contention, the autonomous system was designed to achieve divide and rule, that is, to turn the more separatist regions into just another set of minority regions. This reading of the CCP's intent contrasts interestingly with that of Zhou Enlai's critics in contemporary China, who blame Zhou's good intentions and naivete for the creation of the Zhuang and Hui autonomous regions. Zhou's stated intention was to pay debts for past discrimination suffered by minority groups. However, to his critics the Han majority too suffered from oppression under the Republican regimes, so that past sufferings should not be ethnicized. 5 Zhou's intentions, in the context of the CCP's early rule in the 1950s, was likely driven by revolutionary idealism or equality for the ethnic proletariat. Indeed, the redistricting done to congregate Mongol and Hui areas represented strategies of combine and rule, rather than divide and rule. Centrifugal forces were strong in Mongol and Hus areas during the Republican period, but both received enhanced ethno-territorial units under the CCP, not diminished ones. But the Taiwanese scholar raised a valid point that the creation of autonomous regions was only necessary in the three historical outer peripheral regions. Institutionally, the autonomous system incorporated China's three-tier topography in a uniform way as never before in Chinese history. After the first autonomous system was founded in Inner Mongolia in 1947, three more were established at the provincial level in the 1950s, Guangxi, Ningxia, and Xinjiang. Tibet would come in 1965. By the end of 1958, 87 autonomous territorial units were established in 15 provinces, including 4 provincial-level autonomous regions, 29 autonomous prefectures, and 54 autonomous counties or banners. A total of 35 ethnic groups were represented in titular autonomous units. The autonomous units were recognized in the Chinese constitution and legally granted a range of powers and rights not accorded to the rest of the country. These rights included the protection of ethnic languages, customs, and religion as well as demands on the central state to aid the development of ethnic regions. In the reform era, one more autonomous prefecture and 66 more autonomous counties or banners were established in the early 1980s. Politically, the new system incorporated China's three-tier topography in a centralizing way never before attempted. It has behooved that all autonomous areas accept the institutional frameworks and public policies under the PRC's unitary political system. Most importantly, the autonomous regions, like all other administrative units in CCP-led China, must follow the centralized leadership of the party. This entailed that a party apparatus system would be superimposed on the state bureaucratic one, the head of the party would be superior to the head of the state at the same level, party directives would set the direction of any national and local policy, and all officials at the subnational levels would be appointed by the party apparatus at a higher level. Together, the new institutional order completed China's transition from empire to the modern state. But it also departed from pre-modern legacies of ethnic rule, resulting in built-in institutional tensions. These tensions, as in the classification project, derived from the mix of political centralization and ethnic particularism, again with unintended consequences for ethnic mobilization, especially for the remaining outer peripheral regions, Tibet and Xinjiang. Uniformity and its discontents above all, the creation of the autonomous system across all ethnic regions deviated from the pre-modern legacy of administrative diversity. Most important was the blurring of the historical differentiation between the inner and outer peripheral zones. Wide differences existed among ethnic communities in these two zones, rendering it questionable as a uniform form of political incorporation. This uniformity reduced the autonomy of outer peripheries more than for inner peripheries, inhering the built-in tensions of the autonomous system, excessive centralization tempered by ethnic particularism to offset its centralizing tendencies. The 5 autonomous provinces had very different relationships with the central state in Chinese history. Guangxi and Ningxia had attained the status of en route provinces 7 centuries earlier, under Mongol rule. This contrasted with Xinjiang, with just 7 decades of provincial status since 1884. Inner Mongolia had been under provincial administration for less than half of Xinjiang's length, though its ties to Sinic areas varied across Mongol communities that spanned several provinces. In both Xinjiang and Inner Mongolia, separatist impulses were checked by the CCP's class alliance with the ethnic proletariat. Tibet presented a yet more challenging case. The core of modern-day Tibet, the traditional Yutzung area, had never been under provincial administration. Not surprisingly, its political status remains controversial and epitomizes the flaws of uniform incorporation. The exact nature of the so-called patron-priest relationship between Mongol rulers and the Tibetan theocracy remains contentious. Of the 2 imperial dynasties with the closest relationship with Old Tibet, the Mongol and the Manchu dynasties, both used a special central agency to deal with it. 6 Among Tibetan exiles, a typical argument contends that Mongol dominance was indirect and that their occasional military interventions were external, notwithstanding the Mongols' political clout and a Tibetan-Mongolian diarchic structure. In China's official view, the establishment of the central agency to manage Tibetan affairs marked the first time that the Chinese state administered Tibet, hence the latter's formal incorporation into China. The Mongols' garrisoning of permanent troops in Yutzung is cited as additional evidence. Under the Manchus, the Qing dynasty also used a special central agency, Lifen Yuan, to administer the outlying regions. 7 The agency's jurisdiction covered inner, outer, and western Mongolia, Muslim Xinjiang, Manchu banners, Yutzung, and western Sichuan. Except for Kham, the Qing court referred to these areas as Weifan, or outer peripheral regions, Mongolia, Yutzung, and Xinjiang. But Qing also distinguished them from foreign countries by treating them as internal Weifan rather than external Weifan. Annual pilgrimages by native chiefs were mandatory for the internal Weifan, while tribute from the external Weifan was voluntary. The requirement signified an obligatory albeit loose relationship between the imperial court and the internal Weifan areas. Of those Weifan areas, Yutzung, or Tibet, had the most distant relationship with the central government during imperial times. China's formal assertion of sovereignty over the region came as late as 1951, when the 17-point agreement for the peaceful liberation of Tibet was reached between Mao's New China and the envoys of the 14th Dalai Lama. As the dissident scholar Wang Lixiang writes, for China the 17-point agreement means that the nature of the relationship between China and Tibet has changed from one based on rights to one based on legalistic sovereignty. The agreement entails that Tibet acknowledges for the first time that it belongs to China, making it the only legal document to that effect. Importantly, although this agreement sanctified Tibet's incorporation, it also pledged to preserve the existing political system in Tibet. Beijing would not alter the established status, functions, and powers of the Dalai Lama and other leading personnel of Tibet, it would not compel social reforms in Tibet or change the Lama's income, and it would protect the Tibetan ruling strata and monasteries. In other words, Tibet was to retain high autonomy. Tibet was rendered even more different by the flight of the Dalai Lama and his entourage in 1959. This has rendered contentious the validity of the agreement and Tibet's legal status. After fleeing to India in March, the Dalai Lama explicitly repudiated the agreement in June. For Beijing's part, the agreement remains a legal contract affirming Chinese sovereignty. But its own failure to honor the agreement in its entirety, namely high autonomy, has also helped to render hollow Beijing's commitment to the agreement. The creation of the THAR in 1965 did not formally resolve the issue of its sovereign status. In fact, Yuzhong's tenuous ties with interior China were taken into consideration from the beginning. The THAR was constituted from historical Yuzhong and two areas of Western Kham from the Republican era, Shamdo and Ningxi. These two areas, being adjacent to inland provinces, had undergone bureaucratization reforms during the late Qing period. Some local cadre reportedly did not want to lose these two areas to the THAR but were persuaded to concede by central authorities, who wanted to strengthen Yuzhong's ties with interior China. 8 With the flight of Yuzhong's old ruling class, the CCP relied on solidarity with former Tibetan serfs to justify its governance and social transformation of Tibet. As in Xinjiang and Inner Mongolia, social class alliances helped to achieve political incorporation and regime consolidation in Tibet's case. For these regions, the uniformity of the new system inhered a built-in structural tension, its stability and rationale would be put to question once class universalism waned. Titular status and its discontents. The creation of titular ethnic groups, that is, naming territorial units after the appellation of its main inhabitants, deviated from pre-modern practices of ethnic neutrality. But this bumped up against the historical reality of multi-ethnic communities in a majority of China's ethnic regions. Thus the state was forced to apply a compromised definition of an autonomous unit. It would be a territorial governance division with a higher population of a particular minority group. That is, a plurality among various local minority groups. By aligning the ethnic, political, and territorial, the titular status also contributed to the built-in tensions of the autonomous system, political integration by associating a titular group with territorial governance, yet parcellation of groups to pit them against one another, thus undermining cohesion and inclusiveness. Nationally, the titular stipulation appeared to diffuse the importance of major groups in the outer peripheral regions. In population shares, as Table 2.1 shows, Tibet and Xinjiang were ethnic majority regions at the provincial level. Even by the plurality principle, a majority of the autonomous units established at all levels did not have over 50% of minority populations, and among the rest, just 2/3 of them had an ethnic population of over 60%. Most of these, moreover, were in Tibetan regions, Xinjiang, and pastoral Inner Mongolia. This suggests that the creation of autonomous regions, indeed, may not have been necessary in areas outside the three regions with highly developed local cultures and histories of self-government. Yet the plurality principle elevated many groups in inner peripheral regions to titular status, on a par with the major historical groups of Mongols, Uyghurs, and Tibetans. This equalization would have significant impacts on the representation of titular ethnic groups in political institutions at the national level, namely, by diffusing the weight of the large outer peripheral groups. The overrepresentation of inner peripheral groups would entail policy priorities that may not always suit the outer peripheral groups. Another effect of the titular principle was to pit groups against one another within an ethno-territorial unit. This was so even in the outer peripheral regions with ethnic majorities at the provincial and local levels. In Xinjiang's case, Uyghur Marxists trained in the Soviet Union played a key role in promoting an Uyghurstan, to be modeled after Soviet ethno-federalism. But the leaders of this group died in Soviet space while flying to Beijing in 1949. The remaining Uyghur Marxists still pressed for the name Uyghurstan during their discussions with Beijing about an autonomous region in Xinjiang. But representatives of Xinjiang's smaller minority groups opposed the idea, arguing that they were entitled to parts of Xinjiang's territory, especially northern and western Xinjiang. Although Uyghurs made up 70% of Xinjiang's population at the time, over 90% of them resided in southern Xinjiang. It was not the Uyghurs but the Western Mongols, under the Dzungar state, who had been the predominant power in Xinjiang since at least 1670s, before their elimination by the Manchu Qing dynasty in the mid-19th century. Dzungaria or northern Xinjiang, the areas depopulated by the Dzungars, were filled by various groups of settlers. Brought in by the Qing court to repopulate the area, they included Han Chinese peasants, Manchu bannermen, settlers from Turkestani oases, Hus, and others. Mass Kazakh migrants from the Kazakh Khanates were also among the peoples who moved into the depopulated Dzungaria. 9 The settler descendants, who formed the smaller minority groups of Xinjiang, felt as entitled as the Uyghurs to Xinjiang because their forefathers had safeguarded the frontiers for the Qing Empire. 10 Zhou Enlai thus explained the eventual compromise: when we were establishing the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, we did not agree to using the name Uyghurstan. Xinjiang did not just have one ethnicity, but there are 12 others. We cannot have 13 stands for all 13 minority groups. The party and government in the end decided to establish the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, and comrades from Xinjiang consented to this. The region's title still has the word Uyghur in it, because the Uyghurs are the main ethnic group in Xinjiang, comprising over 70% of its population, but the title is shared with the other ethnic groups. Tibet and Inner Mongolia's names have double meanings, one geographical and one ethnic. A name in itself seems to be of secondary importance, but on the issue of China's autonomous regions, it is very important, because it carries the connotations of inter-ethnic cooperation. The retention of Xinjiang as part of the province's new name, the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, was thus intended to be more inclusive. It was implicit in Zhou's passage that Xinjiang's smaller minority groups resisted the dominance of the demographically weighty Uyghurs. But it was also the CCP's effort to territorialize ethnicity that effectively pitted minority groups against one another. Bovingdon argues that the system of territorial parcelization dilutes the already meager influence of the Uyghurs and gives other groups disproportionate power in the system. Yet small groups had strong incentives to secure their autonomous status against the perceived threats of bigger groups. This could explain why Xinjiang's Mongols, despite being a numerical minority locally, secured 2 autonomous areas. Alternatively, Bovingdon views this as an intentional design to counterbalance the Uyghurs. However, nationwide such parcellation was common. A majority of the newly created autonomous areas contained titular minorities that were not numerical majorities locally. For Tibetan regions, the CCP also faced difficult balancing acts between the ideal of titular autonomy and the reality of ethnic diversity among those who were classified as Tibetans. Initially there were proposals for one autonomous region to combine all Tibetan concentrated areas. Such a project would have required combining regions that had been historically, linguistically, culturally, and religiously divided. Among the 3 historically Tibetan regions, Kham and Amdo had not been ruled by Lhasa since the Tibetan Empire fell apart in the 9th century. Political control since then alternated between Tibetan, Mongol, Han, Manchu, and other rulers, along with the influx of non-Tibetan soldiers, administrators, merchants, and other immigrants. The 14th Dalai Lama himself was born in a hamlet of Qinghai province in the 1930s, which was then under the control of the Muslim warlord Ma Bufang. He was not released to assume the official title until Beijing made compensation to secure him. Given such complexities, the CCP rejected suggestions for one autonomous region to combine all Tibetan inhabited areas. Instead, emphasizing the needs of economic development and national integration, Beijing decided to set up Tibetan autonomous prefectures and counties in 4 surrounding provinces, with which Amdo and Kham had historically shared ties: Qinghai, Gansu, Yunnan, and Sichuan. These provinces were wealthier than the TAR during the Mao era. The economic justification for separate Tibetan autonomous units continues to be emphasized by leftist defenders of the autonomous system in China today. However, because the TAR has received massive state aid in the reform era, it is the Tibetan regions in the surrounding provinces that now feel disadvantaged. For Mongol groups, historical scattering made it difficult to place disparate communities of the same ethnicity into one titular autonomous unit at the provincial level or local levels. This effectively reduced the political weight and policy prerogatives of those who did not reside in a titular territorial unit. Despite a number of redistricting actions during the establishment of autonomous units, it was impossible to include all Mongol members in their respective titular territories. While 2/3 of the Mongols were included in their titular province of Inner Mongolia, amounting to about 1 million in the early 1950s, the remaining third were scattered around the country, including small Mongol communities in the Muslim northwest, the Tungusic northeast, and even the Dayak and Mon Khmer southwest. Although some of these communities also acquired their autonomous prefectures or counties, others had to share the titular status with another group or did not have a titular status at all. For the remaining 2 autonomous regions, Ningxia and Guangxi, the titular status correspondingly elevated their political weight and policy prerogatives. The Hus were only concentrated in a number of counties in Ningxia and a numerical minority overall in the province, accounting for just 1/3 of its population in the 1950s. Moreover, Ningxia's Hui population represented only a fraction of the Hui population nationwide, or about 1/7 of the 3.5 million Hus in China at the time. Unlike the 3 large outer peripheral groups, the Hus roots were relatively recent in Ningxia and in several local subunits in Qinghai and Gansu that named the Hui as the titular group. These territories were largely coextensive with the West Xia dynasty, established by the Tanguts. When the Mongol conquest annihilated West Xia in the 13th century, large numbers of Mongols, Turks, Iranians, and other Central Asians arrived in the region. The end of Mongol rule allowed other migrants from areas west of the region to come. These diverse sources of population became the ethnogenesis of the Muslim Hui in the northwest. What remained of the Tanguts may have been pushed to Tibetan regions further west. In Guangxi's case, Han representatives objected to a Zhuang titular province during their discussions with central authorities, out of concerns for the privileged position of the titular group and the diminished weight of Han residents once the autonomous region was established. Their objection was strong enough that they asked for a territorial division of Guangxi into a Zhuang autonomous region and a regular province for Han residents. Central authorities rejected such a division, citing the benefit of integration for economic development. Associating a titular group with territorial governance and privileges continues to create ethnic bickering in autonomous regions that are multi-ethnic. The titular group is institutionalized to play a key role in local public policy decisions and resource allocation, which may adversely affect smaller minority groups and local Han residents. Geographic and demographic factors would limit the options of the smaller ethnic groups in any event, but the imposition of such options by the state politicizes their resentment. Titular status and ethno-nationalism. Another consequence of titular status is to strengthen the titular group's proprietary claim. In outer peripheral regions, this claim can be significant as it fuels ethno-nationalism that undermines the state's intended goal of integration. Bovingdon writes of the Uyghur case, formalizing the boundaries of Xinjiang and naming it the Uyghur Autonomous Region gave a convenient territorial shape to Uyghur political imaginings. Shakir writes of the Tibetan case, the typological fixity given to Tibetanness, by the CCP's classification of the people across the Tibetan Plateau, has now come to form the basis of contemporary Tibetan ethno-nationalism and concept of territoriality. This proprietary sense pits the titular group against smaller minorities as well as the Han majority over territorial entitlements. Whether these entitlements are legitimate is beside the point, for it was not among the original aims of the autonomous region. In the words of Zhou Enlai in 1957, the establishment of the autonomous regions was to serve ethnic autonomy on the one hand, and inter-ethnic cooperation and mutual assistance on the other. Yet the effect of the system was more centrifugal than centripetal. Ronald Sunni's observations from the Soviet case fit the Chinese case closely. Related to the process of nativization during the Soviet period was the territorialization of ethnicity. Formerly, many ethnic and religious communities had much greater loyalty to an identity with either the area in which they lived or, in the case of many Muslims, the worldwide Islamic community. Supranational and subnational loyalties competed with the more specifically national ones. For certain ethnicities, most notable those of Central Asia, the establishment of territorial administrative units on the basis of nationality in the early 1920s was unprecedented and provided clear political and territorial identities as alternatives to earlier religious and tribal solidarities. Following Stalin's own definition of nation, Soviet authorities promoted an idea of nation fixed to territory. While territorial proprietorship based on indignity may be persuasive, historical details tell a complex story. In the case of the Uyghurs, their ancestors were migrants to Xinjiang, following a famine and a civil war at the end of the Uyghur Khanate based in Mongolia. They settled in the Tarim Basin in the 9th century, eventually displacing and assimilating the earlier settlers of Xinjiang, the Tocharians and Kushans. Uyghurs established a series of oases-based kingdoms and statelets, each with distinctive identities, until the Mongol Empire brought the area under its control in the 13th century CE. Only after Qing armies annihilated the Dzungars and massively massacred the Western Mongols in the late 1750s, did the Uyghurs have an opportunity to fill in the power vacuum. Until the Qing conquest, the whole region embraced in the borders of Xuyar rarely constituted a unified political entity. The demise of the Buddhist Dzungars in Xinjiang also allowed Islam to become the dominant faith, to which Uyghurs had converted in recent centuries. In the standard Chinese account, the territory was named Xinjiang by the Qing Emperor Qianlong to signify the recovery of former territories or Gutuzingui. But this did not capture the history of a region where parts were controlled either by oases rulers of southern Xinjiang or by outside forces based to the north, northwest, east, or the south. Indeed, a large part of Xinjiang was once under the control of the Han and Tang dynasties, and the history of Xinjiang, as Bovingdon deftly puts, is complex enough that competing territorial claims can all founder on some historical evidence. A related problem was the patterns of ethnic distribution on the ground. The vast majority of Uyghurs were concentrated in southern Xinjiang when the autonomous system was established. The second largest ethnic group, the Kazakhs, was concentrated in northern Xinjiang. The Mongols had a history of ruling Xinjiang since the 13th century CE, especially the eastern and northern parts. The Sib people, dispatched to Xinjiang by the Qing court in 1764, played a special role in defending the frontier region. In various conversations with local minority scholars during my field trips in Xinjiang, all of these groups spoke of their unique claims to Xinjiang. Two groups of ancient inhabitants have also become sources for asserting claims about original settlement as a way to undermine Uyghur claims. Known as the Raozi and Daiqiang, the two groups were first chronicled in Chinese historical texts of the Han Dynasty. In a book series on Xinjiang's history, a senior historian at Xinjiang University links the Raozi to the ancient Tocharians and the modern-day Tajiks of Xinjiang, a people of Eastern Iranian origin. The Daiqiang, on the other hand, is linked to the ancient Khanjic people. Recent DNA research corroborates the two groups' early settlement. Nevertheless, all this does not invalidate Uyghurs' claim to settlement in recent centuries. Mindful of the sensitive subject, university officials seemed unenthusiastic about providing financial support for this book series, though the initial publication was reported in the local media and celebrated in a small symposium. Interestingly, if a Uyghur scholar were to write a book disputing the above claims, he or she would likely be accused of separatism and the book would be banned. Even for groups without indigenous roots, the titular status may fuel ethno-nationalism. Most members of the Korean communities were recent immigrants to northeastern China when the Yanbian Korean Autonomous Area was established in 1952. Koreans crossed the Yalu and Tumen rivers to the Chinese side during the 1850 to 1945 period, particularly from the 1910s to the 1930s, when Chinese border controls were weak and Japan ruled Korea. They came to escape famine, to resist Japanese colonial rule in Korea, or were induced by Japan's migration policy in the late 1930s. Due to geographic concentration and social insulation, many Koreans had not fully assimilated by the early 1950s. By all evidence, the establishment of the Korean Autonomous Prefecture served to protect and prolong the insulation and isolation of Korean communities. 6 decades later, a major debate still rages among China's Korean intellectuals as to the real identity of ethnic Koreans in China, as both ordinary and elite Koreans remain ambivalent about it. Both research studies and field observations confirm this ambivalence. Based on survey data, researchers from the Minzu University of China report that ethnic Chinese Koreans routinely identify with South Korea's cultural and economic influences. However, when they work in South Korea as immigrant workers and encounter discrimination, their Chinese identity is strengthened. This was corroborated by my conversations with ethnic Koreans who worked in South Korea. 11 During my visit on the campus of Yanbian University, non-Korean faculty members complained about an atmosphere of strong Korean identity that routinely disadvantaged non-Korean faculty in appointment and promotion matters. 12 Key positions at the university, as well as in the Yanbian prefecture as a whole, have been held by Korean ethnics. 13 A campus award ceremony, which I attended, was held in the Korean language, something that would become a political issue on a Tibetan or Uyghur campus. There are more bilingual street signs in Yanbian than I have encountered in other ethnic regions. There is a growing interest among ethnic Korean intellectuals to rediscover and reconstruct history, especially Korean claims to the Goguryeo kingdom. The demise of this ancient kingdom had led its territory to be divided among 2 other Korean kingdoms and China's Tang dynasty. The rising nativism among China's ethnic Koreans has led some analysts in China to worry that a unification of the 2 Koreas will prompt ethnic Koreans to join Yanbian with a united Korea. In this view, the autonomous system has nurtured a sense of proprietorship that serves as its own gravedigger. Meanwhile, the sentiment among ethnic Koreans seems to be one of continued ambivalence, wavering between not sure about a united Korea to genuine autonomy would be good. 14. Summary. This chapter focuses on changing approaches to ethnic governance in China's transition to a modern nation-state. I have argued that pre-modern methods of rule differentiated a 3-tiered topography, but the ancient approach could not withstand the challenge of the concept of the sovereign nation-state in modern times, yet, late Qing and Republican failures opened the way for the triumph of the system of autonomous regions under the CCP. This new system helped to complete China's incorporation of ethnic territories as sovereign land of the new nation-state, but it also built institutional dynamics for ethnic discords in the long run. Historical legacies and modern strategies of nation-state building impacted patterns of transition and their unintended consequences in 2 major ways. First, the pre-modern structure of 3-tiered rule entailed great challenges for incorporation of the outer peripheral regions in modern times. Under imperial dynasties, the 3-tiered approach recognized the graded levels of center, peripheral relationships and corresponding prerogatives, obligations, and administrative structures. Most ethnic groups lived as tribal groupings in loosely defined communities and fluid territorial units. Local autonomy was maintained through negative rights, that is, internal autonomy as long as they did not pose security threats to the imperial state, and it was achieved through a variety of institutional arrangements, depending on geographical and cultural distance. There was greater political integration in the inner peripheries, as they were gradually incorporated into the state bureaucratic system through native chieftaincy. The outer peripheral regions, spanning the Eurasian frontiers of Manchuria, Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Tibet, were left with a variety of alliance and right-based arrangements. The prevailing historical patterns survived well into the late Qing. Those informal arrangements were not conducive to a transition to a modern nation-state, as they ill-fitted the concept of the nation-state. The idea of sovereign state entails the full rights and power of the central governing body over its constituent parts, which did not accurately describe the relationship between the imperial state and the peripheral regions. Late Qing and Republican attempts to increase administrative incorporation bumped up against ethnic separatism in flux. Their policies of frontier farming did increase the incorporation of Manchuria and Inner Mongolia in a demographical and cultural sense, but Xinjiang and Tibet remained the peripheral holdouts. This modern legacy entailed that these regions would remain challenges for nation-state building in contemporary times. Qing and Republican failures paved the way for the CCP to embrace the Soviet doctrine of ethno-nations. This idea had as its corollary the equality of ethno-nations and a linkage of the ethnic to the political. These ideas, too, did not accurately describe the core, frontier relations in pre-modern China. Yet they were initially embraced, largely by virtue of being perceived as viable responses to historical imperatives at the time, that is, to rally minority support against the KMT and to counteract ethnic separatism. Only a retreat from the idea of self-determination and greater reliance on class universalism tempered the CCP's full adoption of the Soviet model. This was a legacy that made a difference in the new institutional order created by the CCP. The system of autonomous regions adopted the Soviet model of ethno-territorial units, without the stipulation of self-determination. Second, the autonomous system helped to complete China's transition to the modern state, but it also inhered a number of institutional dynamics for ethnic strife in contemporary times. Those dynamics stemmed from two key features of the autonomous system: political uniformity and ethnic titularity. Uniform governing structures were implemented across minority regions, in a dramatic departure from pre-modern legacies of diverse and indirect rule. It also demarcated ethno-territorial units by making an explicit alignment of the ethnic, political, and territorial, in a dramatic departure from pre-modern legacies of loose and de-ethnicized rule. This new institutional design reoriented the way the sovereign status of ethnic regions would be defined and their territorial domains would be governed. Rather than loose constituents of a minimalist state in the imperial times, ethnic regions became nominally equal members of the modern nation-state under the centralized leadership of the party. A paradox of centralization and ethnicization characterizes the built-in institutional tensions of the new system. On the one hand, political uniformity brought to fruition the new state's leadership over the political direction and policy platforms of ethnic regions, hence political integration. On the other hand, the titular status, on which autonomous units were based, strengthened ethno-territorial identities and claims, contrary to the goals of national integration. These tensions were further heightened by the failure of the new system to accommodate historical diversity in China's three-tiered topography. The inner peripheral regions, historically more integrated, posed few problems for the new state's assertion of sovereignty. But Tibet and Xinjiang posed significant problems, as their local autonomy had been considerably reduced. 3. Changing approaches to policy instruments. From elite co-optation to egalitarian strategies, this chapter focuses on the transformation of policy instruments for dealing with minority groups in China's transition from empire to the modern state. That is, how and why Chinese approaches evolved from elite co-optation aimed at maintenance and pacification in pre-modern times to a mix of elite co-optation and mass assimilation in republican times, and finally to transformative strategies aimed at egalitarianism in the socialist era. The socialist strategies, I argue in this chapter, departed from China's historical patterns and created a third set of institutional dynamics for ethnic tensions in contemporary times. In pre-modern times, elite co-optation, focusing on outer peripheral regions, distinguished imperial courts policy instruments for ethnic maintenance. This approach was practical for the minimalist imperial state with limited infrastructural and resource capacity. With the collapse of the Qing dynasty, the republican regimes maintained a precarious hold on the imperial methods of elite appeasement, while attempting a strategy of cultural assimilation, both to little avail. The CCP, by contrast, turned pre-modern methods upside down by repudiating traditional ethnic elites and penetrating ethnic regions with preferential policies. The new approach again contained inherent contradictions, promoting political incorporation but also ethnicized policies to fit that goal. These contradictions would be a source of institutional tensions during the radical years of the Mao era and an intensified one in the market economy of the post-Mao era. The chapter covers the following topics: relevant legacies of China's pre-modern approaches to frontier co-optation, relevant legacies of China's transition to the modern state during the late Qing and Republican periods, and socialist strategies in the Mao era. Pre-modern frontier co-optation. For China's transition to the modern state, most relevant were the legacies of hegemonic strategies for co-optation of ethnic elites, applied largely to outer peripheral regions. Such strategies entailed the use of soft power to attract and co-opt, rather than hard power to coerce and conquer. They mainly comprised four methods: kinship alliances, conferral of imperial titles, tribute and trade, and Confucian education. Pre-modern empires, scholars have noted, were constrained by their limited infrastructural capacity to rule over extensive domains. Michael Mann argues that because of this constraint, pre-modern empires needed compulsory cooperation of their subjects. Patricia Crone characterizes the pre-industrial state as a minimalist state that did not do much, because of limited agricultural resources and infrastructural capacity. In the Chinese case, Dingxin Zhao suggests, most dynasties after Qin came closer than Qin to Crone's minimalist state, even while Qin had given China a very strong state tradition. This strong state, as shown in Chapter 2, pertained largely to the Central Plains or agrarian regions. Imperial dynasties also had more control over inner peripheral regions through administrative measures. But to gain and maintain control or the cooperation of nomadic polities in the outer peripheries, China's agrarian empires were inclined to adopt hegemonic strategies. This is because rulers of the settled world, in contrast to nomadic rulers, were much less interested in the barren land of the steppes apart from their security concerns, and Chinese emperors, in particular, were constrained by the Confucian bureaucracy, whose learned elites were more interested in employing diplomacy than military affairs. Kinship alliances. Almost all Chinese dynasties, but especially those faced with vast outer peripheries and large nomadic threats, engaged in kinship alliances or peace marriages. That is, imperial rulers married off princesses, usually members of minor branches of the royal family, to barbarian chieftains. The motive, as meticulously documented by Wang Tongling, a notable historian in the Republican era, was never cultural expansion but security interests, namely to discourage nomadic raids. The power and wealth of the Chinese dynasties, including their settled lifestyles and cultural practices, provided incentives for surrounding communities to accept that compulsory cooperation. By one account, 81.6% of royal peace marriages in Chinese history, from the Han to the Qing dynasty, were clearly related to frontier warfare. Marriage alliances made by major Chinese dynasties confirmed this pattern of co-opting nomadic tribes. The Han dynasty formally started the policy of kinship alliances after prolonged and difficult battles with the Xiongnu, who were powerful nomadic tribes from the northern steppes. At least 8 princesses and 7 other ladies of the Han court were married off to Xiongnu Khans. The Sui dynasty, itself of mixed lineage, placated aggressive raiders from western frontiers by marrying off 4 princesses to Turkic Khans and maintained alliances on northern steppes by marrying off 5 princesses to Xianbei chieftains. The Tang dynasty, the height of imperial China's power and reach, employed marriage alliances as a major strategy to maintain its vast empire. Of mixed lineage itself, the Tang court actively and widely established kinship ties, resulting in 50 royal intermarriages with leading ethnic families, including frontier Tibetan, Turkic, Tuyuhan, Khitan, Shi, Huiji, and Nanzhao groups. Chinese dynasties under nomadic rulers, despite martial prowess, still relied on peace marriages to balance security interests on the frontiers, mainly the outer peripheral regions. Under the Yuan dynasty, Mongol rulers established kinship alliances with the ruling families of Uyghur, Wak, Korean, Tibetan, Jurchen, Tangut, and Dali groups, marrying off a total of 35 Mongol princesses. Under the Qing dynasty, Manchu rulers used extensive military and marriage alliances to co-opt their leading rival camp, the Mongols. Together, 32 Manchu princesses were married off to Mongol chieftains, multiple Mongol princesses were married into the Manchu royal family, and overall more than 90 intermarriages resulted between the Manchu royal family and leading ethnic families during the Manchu dynasty. By contrast, the only royal courts since the Han dynasty that did not engage in kinship alliances were Sinic dynasties in significant territorial retreat, Song and Ming. These two dynasties were largely confined to the Sinic territories of agrarian regions. Conferral of imperial titles. The second imperial strategy of ethnic co-optation was the conferral of imperial titles, applied to both inner and outer peripheral regions but with differentiated approaches. In the former, imperial designations were conferred to tribal leaders who then ruled their domains in their official titles. In the outer peripheral regions, official titles were conferred upon nomadic chieftains without such indirect rule by the imperial court. These two types of conferral signified different strengths of the central state vis-a-vis various frontier regions, or the degree of cooperation the center could compel on those regions. Conferring titles and indirect rule represented the general pattern in inner peripheral regions, where imperial authorities created administrative units mirroring regular ones and turned tribal leaders into centrally appointed officials. This pattern occurred under the Han, Tang, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. The second type, conferring titles without ruling, delineated the general pattern in outer peripheral regions when central influence was relatively strong, such as during the Han, Tang, Yuan, and Qing dynasties. It was also used in inner peripheral regions during times when central presence was weak, such as the periods of Nanzhao and Dali kingdoms in Yunnan. Sinic dynasties in territorial retreat, namely the Song and Ming dynasties, did not have loose reign over outer peripheral regions, thus conferring no imperial titles to their rulers. The circumstances for each type of conferral shed light on the varying nature of core, periphery relationships. Conferral of official titles without ruling was extensively used by imperial dynasties that had surrendered large nomadic tribes. Conferral here served as mechanisms of coalition and co-optation, not integration or incorporation. Thus the Han dynasty actively employed the strategy to deal with the nomadic Xiongnu threats, bestowing a significant number of princely titles to surrendered Xiongnu chieftains. The Tang dynasty, with its expansive loose reign territories, conferred an array of imperial titles upon frontier ethnic elites, especially the submitted Turkic Khans. These conferrals differed from Tang's appointment of many ethnic members to the powerful civilian and military offices within or under the Tang court. Of the 369 prime ministers during the Tang dynasty, 36 were of nomadic lineage, while among the military ranks, various steppe groups, Turkic, Sogdian, Khitan, Shi, Korean, and the Shachuo-Turkic, dominated Tang's multi-ethnic army. In the Qing dynasty, different imperial titles were granted to submitted Mongol khans and chieftains in accordance with the size of their tribes and how powerful they were. Such conferrals differed from the extensive appointment of Mongols within the Manchu military and government, which was due to the Manchu-Mongol political alliances. Contemporary Chinese historiography emphasizes the role that imperial conferrals played in signifying relationships between central authorities and frontier ethnic regimes. If this is intended to assert ancient Chinese sovereignty, imperial conferrals alone were insufficient to support that claim in the outer peripheral regions. Tribute and trade. In yet another method of ethnic co-optation, imperial dynasties sanctioned tribute missions and trade rights from frontier groups. But imperial practices differed with regard to the inner and outer peripheral regions. For the former, tribute obligations to the imperial court were required as a symbolic submission, and they became unnecessary over time as administrative incorporation strengthened. For outer peripheral regions, tribute exchange and trade rights were used by the imperial court to co-opt the threatening nomadic neighbors. In the inner peripheries, mainly the south and the southwest, tribute obligations had been formally required of submitted tribes since the Han dynasty. Tribal chieftains were also obliged to participate in imperial military expeditions. Their formalistic subservience and modest tributes were compensated for by a conferral of imperial titles and gifts, hence the stability of the system for millennia. Over time, however, the financial and physical drain of the tribute institution became burdensome for the imperial court. Moreover, elite co-optation did not necessarily ensure internal order and peace within the tribes. Unruly chieftains and popular discontent were among the reasons why the Qing court carried out reforms to bureaucratize the native chieftaincy since Emperor Yongzheng. During his reign, localities already under the native chieftaincy were mostly transformed into regular administrative units, leading to the demise of the tribute system for inner peripheral regions. In other words, it was no longer necessary to express the subordination of inner peripheral regions through the tribute system. In the outer peripheral regions, pressure for tribute exchange often came from the other direction, namely nomadic tribes in the north and northwest. Here the imperial court's permission or rejection of tribute missions was used as an inducement to limit nomadic raids and military confrontation. Typically, tributes from nomadic missions paled in comparison with those brought by inner peripheral tribes. But nomadic missions received in return lavish gifts and benefits that far outweighed their symbolic tributes. For the Han dynasty, which started this tradition, chronic raiding from the Xiongnu had taught Han rulers that military battles alone could not solve the problem of frontier incursions. These incursions were driven by seasonal shortages on the steppes that military battles alone could not deter. By contrast, generous imperial gifts to the Xiongnu served as military mollification as well as economic relief for the needy nomad. Likewise, the Tang and Qing dynasties, with their overextended empires, sanctioned extensive tribute missions from surrounding nomadic tribes. For Sinic dynasties in territorial retreat, the Song and sometimes the Ming dynasties, it was the nomadic dynasties in the north and northwest that extorted lavish tributes and gifts from them. Trading rights were a related strategy to co-opt the nomadic neighbors. Conventional Chinese historiography cites moral justification for trading with the barbarians. However, contemporary Chinese studies concede that security concerns played a key role in reality. The steppe communities, while dependent on their agrarian neighbors for grains, salt, tea, and silk, produced horses needed by China's imperial armies and draft animals needed by its agrarian communities. China's dynastic rulers and counselors were well aware of the economic dynamics behind the periodic nomadic raids. They used tribute and trading rights for appeasement purposes, and a withdrawal of those rights for punitive purposes. Dynasties since the Han had set up frontier market fairs with nomadic communities on the northern and western frontiers. The practice became formalized during the Tang dynasty, the height of the imperial loose reign system. Bustling trade went on with an array of Turkic, Tibetan, Tungusic, Tangut, and Kyanjic domains, along all of China's nomadic frontiers. Even Sinic dynasties in territorial retreat, namely Song and Ming, pursued the horse trade on the Sino-Tibetan frontiers to secure border security and war horses. Confucian education. Education also served as a vehicle of elite co-optation, as it was a scarce good in both Han and minority regions. As in Sinic areas, imperial courts offered Confucian education to the children of tribal rulers on the assumption that it provided proper training for official service. For cultural and geographic reasons, this education was usually available to inner peripheral regions on a voluntary basis, but expansive dynasties also extended it to outer peripheral regions. The Tang and Qing dynasties offered prime examples of such expansive dynasties. For inner peripheral areas, Tang authorized the establishment of schools for children of native chieftains in nearby urban centers, such as Chengdu. For outer peripheral areas, Tang established schools of higher learning in the imperial capital and opened them up to children of nomadic chieftains, including those from Turpan and Tibetan domains. The Qing court, although a minority dynasty, strengthened Tang's policy of educating tribal successors in the Chinese classics. Emperor Shunzi employed Han teachers for his own children and mandated Chinese education for offspring of imperial Manchu elites and ethnic offspring slated to inherit the title of native chieftaincy. In Manchu and Mongol areas in northeastern and northern China, the Manchu court established schools for children of local ethnic elites. It also established schools in Beijing for Mongol and Tibetan elite youths to receive education in the capital city. To facilitate Manchu and Mongol successes in the imperial civil service exam, the Manchu court set up separate testing sites and qualifying quotas for Manchu and Mongol candidates. In the south and the southwest, where the native chieftaincy system had already helped to bring down cultural and linguistic barriers, the Qing court established government-funded schools and promoted privately funded and free schools for Confucian education. The court also encouraged minority students to participate in the civil service exams by increasing admission quotas for ethnic regions. As methods of co-optation, the hegemonic strategies entailed that they were effective as long as the Chinese dynasties had soft power and offered appealing incentives for cooperation, especially for nomadic rulers in outer peripheral regions. Once that soft power declined, however, the elusive core, peripheral relationships would also weaken. Transition to the modern state. The establishment of the republican government since 1911 rendered obsolete two of the pre-modern methods of frontier co-optation, the kinship alliance and the tribute system. The other two methods, conferral of central titles and education of ethnic elites, continued with a focus on the outer peripheral regions and their ethnic elites. This strategy of elite appeasement, combined with assimilationist policies, nevertheless did little to incorporate those regions or their elites into the post-imperial state. Elite appeasement and mass assimilation. The early republican regime carried out a semi-loose rein policy of elite co-optation in the historical outer peripheral areas. It aggressively courted the Mongol and Tibetan upper strata by guaranteeing traditional prerogatives, central titles, and material rewards. It created the Commission on Mongolia and Tibet in 1912 to maintain political liaison with local aristocracy and elite lamas. It ran a guest house in the capital to receive visiting Mongol and Tibetan elites. Any Mongol lama who came to the capital to express loyalty to the new regime would be given central titles. In 1912 President Yuan Shikai restored the central title for the Dalai Lama and then the Panchen Lama. In 1913 UN issued decrees to guarantee Tibet's traditional polity and other prerogatives. The Beiyang regime continued the policy of educating minority elites in the capital, with paradoxical results. In 1913 it founded the Mongol and Tibetan School and a school of higher learning for frontier affairs, both to train ethnic officials for their homelands. Tuition was provided by the government, as were transportation costs to Beijing. Abandoning Confucian classics, the new curriculum included more practical subjects such as politics and finance. In recognition of rising ethno-nationalism, the language, literature, history, and geography of those two regions were added to the curriculum. But the gathering of educated ethnic youths helped to nurture the first generation of minority communists in the mid-1920s. Studying in Beijing, Mongol students became influenced by the May 4 movement of 1921 and supported the herdsmen who came to the capital to petition against frontier farming. Mongol student activism caught the attention of Li Dazhao, an early communist leader, who helped to set up the first communist branch for minority members. Among the Mongol students was Ulanfu, who would become the highest-ranking official of Mongol descent in the Mao era. The Mongol and Tibetan school came to be known as the cradle of revolution for Inner Mongolia. Beyond minority elites, the Beiyang regime promoted assimilationist policies at the mass level. It promoted assimilation in language and customs, issuing a decree in 1912 to encourage intermarriages among the 5 co-nations of the new republic. After consolidating power, it reneged on an earlier promise to halt frontier farming and provincial administration in Mongol regions. It colluded with Mongol aristocrats to reap huge profits from frontier farming, collecting dues from land claimants while allowing Mongol elites to profit from state compensation for local herdsmen. Enticed by these gains, corrupt Mongol elites forced herdsmen onto remote and desertified pasture land, enabling many Han merchants, rural gentry, officials, and warlords to become large landowners. These realities helped to draw educated Mongol youths to the CCP. The KMT regime continued with the Beiyang's mixed policy of elite appeasement and mass assimilation. Politically, the KMT intensified co-optation of the Mongol and Tibetan aristocracy, preserving their traditional privileges and appointing them to central and local state offices. It established the Mongol Local Autonomy Political Affairs Committee in 1933, parallel to the provincial system created earlier in Mongol areas. Mongol princes were appointed to the new committee, with Prince Yun as the chairman. In Tibetan regions of Qinghai, the KMT relied on Muslim warlords to deter British encroachments and restrain Tibetan separatists. To this end the KMT courted the Panchen Lama, based in historical Amdo or Qinghai, by granting him central titles, annual stipends, and other central insignias. Throughout the 1930s the KMT sought to show reverence to the institution of the Dalai Lama. The KMT continued the policy of educating minority youths from outer peripheral regions, with a more assimilationist drive. Under its platform of one national race, education was now the chief vehicle for assimilation of frontier minorities. It kept the Beiyang's Mongol and Tibetan School and established the Mongol and Tibetan Department under the Ministry of Education in 1930. A range of measures was decreed to broaden education locally and nationally for Mongol and Tibetan students as well as for students from Xinjiang and Kham, including preferential admission and free or cheaper tuition. After the anti-Japanese war began in the late 1930s, the relocation of government and cultural institutions to southwestern provinces increased attention on the hitherto neglected minorities in the inner peripheral regions. Whereas there was just one school for border education before the war under the Ministry of Education, 44 frontier schools of various grades were established or taken over by the ministry after 1938. These schools were intended to provide instruction in modern education, citizenship, Chinese language, technical and vocational skills, hygiene, and the Chinese nation. However, most measures were not implemented due to domestic turmoil in the 1930s and 1940s. Heavy levies to finance minority education, moreover, alienated local ethnic populations who already lived on the margins of subsistence and found little appeal in assimilation through education. Other areas of the KMT's minority policy also alienated ethnic masses without winning over ethnic elites. In Mongol areas, it continued Beiyang's policy of frontier farming by Han immigrants, allowing provincial administrations and regional warlords to further promote and abuse it. Although frontier farming benefited Mongol elites who collected fees from land claims, it hurt local herdsmen who lost pasture land. Excessive frontier farming was accompanied by other unpopular policies in Mongol areas, including heavy levies on local herdsmen, central decrees to eliminate the Lama system, and prohibition of headscarves worn by Mongol women. In inner peripheral regions, the KMT banned minority languages in urban centers and encouraged minority identification with Han culture. But the influx of Han presence, including arrogant government workers, tax collectors, and absentee Han landlords, did not endear local minorities to Han culture. During the anti-Japanese war period, heavy levies and compulsory military conscription led to popular rebellions against the KMT in both inner and outer peripheral regions, including Inner Mongolia, Gansu, Hunan, Hubei, Guizhou, Guangxi, Yunnan, and Xinjiang. The KMT's unpopular policies allowed the CCP to characterize them as class oppression. The main legacy of Republican policies, thus, was to pave the way for the CCP's minority policy based on class universalism. This was professedly to compensate for the oppression that minority communities had suffered under the KMT. Minority policies in the Mao era. The hegemonic strategies of Imperial China to co-opt frontier regions aimed at little more than securing compulsory cooperation. As June Dreer notes, abstention from aggression and vague commitment of loyalty to the emperor and the Confucian values he embodied were sufficient to attain this level of integration. Traditional customs, languages, and governing systems were not interfered with so long as they did not pose a threat to the Chinese state. Barring the rise of a major threat, most officials had little further interest in the events of these areas. The Republican regime's mix of elite co-optation and mass assimilation made little headway in terms of nation-state building. The CCP's policy instruments of egalitarianism departed from pre-modern methods in three critical ways. First, it was intended to encompass and penetrate ethnic communities as a whole, rather than allying with ethnic elites at the top. Second, it was designed to transform minority societies socio-economically, not just their external relations with the central government. Third, it made little distinction between inner and outer peripheral regions, except in the initial years. Class universalism buttressed the CCP's egalitarian strategies, bridging developmental gaps for the ethnic proletariat in the backward regions. Specific strategies, thus, focused on developing regional economies, minority populations, the education and training of professionals, and minority languages. Promoting developmental equality. In contrast to pre-modern practices of tribute and trade, which did not involve the internal affairs of minority areas, the new state emphasized active involvement in developing minority economies during the Mao era. In contrast to historical practices whereby the inner peripheries paid partial taxes while the outer peripheries were exempted, now state subsidies and tax relief were provided to both inner and outer peripheral regions. These financial allowances went far beyond the imperial gifts offered to tribal chieftains during imperial dynasties. Preferential economic policies included a variety of state subsidies and tax relief for various socio-economic sectors since the early 1950s. They ranged from large transfers of investment and professional talent to construction of modern industries and infrastructure, including heavy industries, railways, roads, power stations, and irrigation projects to energy and forest industries. In a departure from historical practices, the new state transplanted the developmental model of interior regions to the peripheries. That is, to extend the socialist economy to minority regions, with the intended objective to prevent them from falling further behind interior regions. In the early years of the CCP's rule in the early 1950s, the socialist economy was implemented in moderate ways so as to avoid jolting ethnic communities. While interior provinces undertook land reforms and organized rural cooperatives during 1950-3, a majority of rural areas in minority regions did not do so until the late 1950s, when the collectivization drive swept the country during the Great Leap Forward. Table 3.1 Financial subsidies for autonomous regions in the Mao era period. Type of subsidy details. Since 1951, subsidy for educational development of ethnic regions, extra funding for elementary and middle schools in ethnic regions. Since 1955, subsidies for ethnic regions for special needs of ethnic regions, for production, healthcare, social welfare, and interest-free loans. Shortfalls to be filled by additional funds. Since 1964, capital reserve for autonomous regions 5% of the previous year's fiscal expenditure, excluding infrastructure and floating capital. Since 1964, capital reserve 5% of fiscal expenditure, 4% for autonomous prefectures, 3% for autonomous counties. 1964-88 local retention of surplus revenues demised with the end of central planning source, Su and Jin, State Council of the PRC. Table 3.2 Tax relief for minority regions in the Mao era period. Type of relief. 1953-93 Relief of commercial and industrial taxes. Since 1953, light taxes on agriculture and animal husbandry. Since 1958, relief of agricultural taxes on poor minority households. Since 1950s, tax reduction for border trade source, Su and Jin, Zhang W. In the early years of the CCP's rule, the central authorities made a point of distinguishing inner and outer peripheral regions. The impulse for imposing the socialist economy was held in check in Xinjiang and Tibet, two regions with more distinct features, to avoid jolting ethnic elites. In 1951, Wang Zhen, then Xinjiang's party chief and deputy military commander, tried to crack down on Uyghur aristocracy and to implement land reforms, but central leaders rebuffed his initiative. Li Vihan, the party's expert on minorities, rallied the central leadership to stop Wang. Vice President Liu Shaokai, who chaired the party's meeting to criticize Wang, summed up the party's position this way: "It is a mistake to transplant mechanically the experiences of agrarian regions to pastoral regions." Wang Zhen was removed from Xinjiang in 1953. In Tibet's case, the impulse to transplant socialism was initially curbed by the 17-point agreement with the Dalai Lama reached in 1951. The treaty allowed his theocracy to coexist with the CCP's interim government in Lhasa, known as the Work Committee. When members of the committee were anxious to implement socialist reforms in tandem with the rest of the country, the central leadership repeatedly tamed their leftist excesses. But the flight of the Dalai Lama and his entourage in 1959 opened the way for the socialist economy to be transplanted in Tibet thereafter. Its consequences are discussed in Chapter 7. Another area in which Xinjiang and Tibet received different policy treatment was the infusion of professional talent. College graduates and professionals from interior provinces were assigned to lead the development of modern sectors. They served as modern bureaucrats, educators, medical workers, scientists, and engineers in the newly built modern professions. During the Mao era, Xinjiang received over 50,000 of such assigned professionals, while Tibet received about 30,000. The new assignees were required to receive training in ethnic languages and cultures at the beginning of their local careers, and were urged to respect local minorities and customs. This practice served as a gesture of solidarity with ethnic communities, in contrast to the patronizing attitudes of the government workers and professionals sent down by the KMT in the 1930s and 1940s. In southern Xinjiang and Tibetan regions, the early assignees needed to learn the local languages themselves so they could effectively teach their Uyghur or Tibetan students. In another measure of frontier development and integration, frontier farms were established in Xinjiang in the 1950s. Known as Production and Construction Corps, the practice drew from the traditional Tunshan system since the Western Han Dynasty, a strategy of stationing troops to cultivate and guard frontier areas as an important state policy for developing border areas and consolidating frontier defense. The PCCs began in Xinjiang with the settlement of 175,451 demobilized soldiers in 1954 and further expanded in the radical decade of the 1960s, reaching a total population of 1.4854 million and 158 farms by 1966. In contrast to frontier farming in the late Qing and Republican eras, when pasture land was seized from herdsmen, the PCCs were established on wasteland away from minority-populated areas. The measure reflected CCP concerns for national integration as well as equality. The PCCs would further expand in Xinjiang and other minority regions during the radical years of the 1960s. As part of socio-economic development, the demographic growth of minority populations was promoted as a hallmark of developmental equality. From 1951 to 1980, state policies sought to increase minority populations, especially small minority groups. To raise birth rates and reduce mortality rates, modern health facilities were built and health professionals from interior areas were assigned to minority regions, down to remote villages. Minority groups classified as relatively small, or numbering under 10,000 individuals in size, received special protection and assistance. By the mid-1960s, the long trend of low or negative birth rates in minority regions was reversed. Table 3.3 Han versus minority population, Annual growth rates population/year 1953 to 64, 1964 to 82, 1982 to 90, 1990 to 2000, 2000 to 10. Nationwide 1.64, 2.09, 1.50, 1.07, 0.57. Han 1.67, 2.04, 1.31, 0.97, 0.555. Minorities 1.46, 2.88, 3.95, 1.57, 0.67. Source: National Bureau of Statistics of China. 1 Table 3.4 Han versus minority in total population in 5 national censuses. Year total population. Han minority percent of minority. 1953. 576,837,838. 547,283,057. 34,013,785. 5.89. 1964. 691,180,277. 651,296,368. 39,883,909. 5.77. 1982. 1,003,913,927. 936,703,824. 66,434,341. 6.62. 1990. 1,130,510,638. 1,042,482,187. 90,567,245. 8.01. 2000. 1,242,612,226. 1,159,400,104,490,735. 8.41. 2010. 1,370,536,875. 1,225,932,641. 113,792,211. 8.49. Source: National Bureau of Statistics of China. 2 Minority members were exempt from family planning policies in the first decade of their implementation in the 1970s, or the last decade of the Mao era. After those policies were written into the post-Mao Chinese Constitution in 1982, autonomous regions could still use their autonomous power to decide the size of families, as well as the minimum legal age for marriage, especially in the 2 sensitive regions of Tibet and Xinjiang. Since 1985, the THR has encouraged urban Tibetans to have 2 children, but has not dictated family planning for Tibetans living in rural and pastoral areas, who comprise 77.4% of Tibet's population. In Xinjiang, the one-child policy began to apply to all Han residents in 1980, while family planning was advocated to ethnic residents since 1983. Xinjiang's local statutes since 1989 encouraged ethnic residents in cities to have 2 children, and ethnic residents in rural areas to have 3 children. Only in 2006 did Xinjiang's regional statutes change the word encourage to allow, while loosening control for Han households in rural areas by allowing 2 children. Promoting educational equality. The new government extended education to the minority public, in a departure from imperial practices of educating children of minority elites only. The state founded elementary and secondary public schools in most minority regions and established special colleges for minority students across the country. 10 colleges for minorities, or Minyuan, were opened between 1950 and the mid-1960s in Beijing and provincial capitals in or near the 5 autonomous regions. The purpose was to prepare minority professionals for the modern sectors. The expansion of lower and higher education for minority members meant that education and related careers were no longer limited to the offspring of ethnic elites. In minority colleges, students could take remedial classes in the Chinese language and specialize in subjects related to their background, such as the history and language of their ethnic group. For those whose command of the Chinese language was insufficient for regular colleges, minority colleges became the best tickets to higher education and professional careers. In college admissions, state policies tried to balance minority enrollment and academic standards, and emphasized remedial courses for enrolled students. Graduates of minority colleges became the first generation of native administrators and professionals in the new nation-state. Regular colleges and trade schools were gradually established in minority regions as well. College graduates from interior provinces, usually Han Chinese, were assigned to teach there. Many were inspired by the government's patriotic campaigns in the early days of post-liberation in the 1950s. Others, being Communist Party members or leaders of their classes, were under pressure to set examples to their peers, thus they answered the party's call to devote your life to building the frontiers. Still others felt that they had come from a bad social class background as defined by the party, and had to redeem themselves by choosing to go to the frontiers. For young couples among college graduates, the opportunity to be assigned to the same geographical location, often the only opportunity during the Mao era, was a strong incentive to volunteer for frontier professional jobs upon graduation. 3 For lower grades, ethnic schools were established parallel to regular schools in minority-concentrated regions. Here an ethnic language would be the medium of instruction. Despite enormous shortages in instructional staff and materials, ethnic schools achieved much to alleviate illiteracy among minority communities. As Table 3.5 shows, a majority of individuals among almost all ethnic groups completed elementary and middle schools, a remarkable record that is difficult to achieve for a large, populous, and multi-ethnic country. Some ethnic groups not only achieved parity with the Han majority but also outperformed them. The Koreans, Mongols, Manchus, and Hus have done so at the college level, as have the Koreans, Manchus, Mongols, and Zhuangs in basic literacy. Illiteracy rates remain highest among the Tibetan and Yi groups, largely due to a lack of available schools and textbooks in the native language. Table 3.5 Educational achievement of 14 ethnic groups above age 6. Ethnic group level of schooling achieved by population. No schooling. Literacy class: primary school, middle school, high school, technical school, college, graduate school. Total: Han 7.3, 1.7, 37.6, 37.3, 8.8, 3.4, 3.8, 0.1, 100.0, Zhuang 6.0, 1.7, 46.4, 34.7, 5.7, 3.42, 2.0, 0.0, 100.0, Manchu 4.6, 0.5, 37.5, 40.4, 8.5, 3.6, 4.7, 0.1, 100.0, Hui 15.6, 2.7, 36.8, 29.0, 8.3, 3.5, 4.0, 0.1, 100.0, Miao 17.1, 3.4, 50.9, 21.5, 3.3, 2.3, 1.4, 0.0, 100.0, Uyghur 8.8, 2.8, 53.1, 24.6. 4.3, 3.6, 2.7, 0.0, 100.0, Yi 21.2, 4.8, 51.6, 16.4, 2.6, 2.2, 1.1, 0.0, 100.0, Tajia 9.9, 1.3, 47.6, 29.9, 5.7, 3.3, 2.3, 0.0, 100.0, Mongol 7.2, 0.7, 37.3, 34.7, 10.2, 4.6, 5.1, 0.1, 100.0, Tibetan 45.5, 6.1, 35.2, 7.7, 1.7, 2.5, 1.3, 0.0, 100.0, Dong 9.1, 3.0, 49.8, 28.4, 4.4, 3.3, 2.1, 0.0, 100.0, Buyai 20.3, 2.5, 50.7, 20.3, 2.4, 2.5, 1.3, 0.0, 100.0 Yao 8.22.5 52.3 27.74.62.8 1.90.0 100.0 Korean 2.80.5 20.4 43.1 19.8 4.98.40.2 100.0 total 7.7 1.8 38.2 36.5 8.6 3.4 3.7 0.1 100.0 This refers to specialized training schools after middle school. This includes both 4-year and 2-year colleges. Source: SCCO and SBS, Ma. The system of ethnic schools, nevertheless, has not been the best at balancing equality and quality, a problem obscured during the socialist era but consequential in the post-Mao period. Many schools in this system were plagued by a lack of qualified teachers and teaching materials in ethnic languages. Because of their remote locations and dispersed habitats, most minority groups did not have access to modern schools before the 1950s. In outer peripheral areas in particular, monasteries and mosques offered the usual avenues to traditional education. During the 1950s and 1960s, the central state expended enormous resources to recruit minority youths to special training programs and to groom the first generation of minority teachers. By 1991, teachers of Tibetan descent still made up just 24% of the faculty in middle schools across the TAR and only 2.7% in its high schools. Because of their short history, moreover, the academic and pedagogical skills of ethnic schools lagged considerably behind regular schools, especially in the areas of math and science. A major challenge was a lack of native-speaking educators in the early years, especially in the outer peripheral regions. When Han teachers were first sent there in the 1950s and 1960s, many had to learn the native language in order to teach the native students. They were burdened further by the difficulty of translating technical terms into the native languages. The lack of minority teachers in the math and science subjects was compounded by the academic programs when colleges were first established in minority regions in the 1950s. Those programs catered to minority students' cultural interests in the language, literature, and history of their own groups. The common cores required by the state, moreover, were courses in the humanities, such as Marxist philosophy and political economy. Programs in sciences and social sciences were not founded in colleges or taught in the minority languages in some autonomous areas until the 1980s. As minority students disproportionately majored in the language, religion, history, and literature of their own groups, this perpetuated the shortage of qualified teachers in math and science. In an extreme example from a secondary school in Hotan of southern Xinjiang, as recently as the 2000s a native teacher was observed teaching simple but incorrect arithmetic, 1/2 + 1/2 = 1/4. The equivalent class in a regular school would be doing algebra and geometry. Such cases give ammunition to China's integrationists who have espoused bilingual programs in recent years, on the grounds of facilitating the teaching of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics subjects to minority students in Mandarin. The state devoted enormous efforts to developing textbooks in ethnic languages, effectively for the first time in Chinese history. For most minority regions, the subjects of modern sciences and technology were introduced in the 1950s for the first time. Though the same was true of many remote Han areas, a lack of textbooks in ethnic languages posed greater challenges. These textbooks began to be compiled in the 1950s, mainly through the translation of Chinese textbooks. But the task was daunting not only in terms of human and material costs but also in terms of conceptual and terminological difficulties. It was no easy job to invent or find equivalent terms for the definitions, concepts, phrases, formulas, examples, and interpretations in math and science subjects. New coinages also needed to be tested in the classroom and improved progressively. By 1988, over 1,400 different textbooks were published in minority languages for different subject areas. Like the building of ethnic schools, the pace of developing minority textbooks varied with different starting points for different minority groups. The outer peripheral regions, for obvious reasons, posed greater challenges. In the case of the TAR, modern textbooks began to be compiled from scratch, step by step, beginning with the establishment of a compilation group in 1960. By 1963 textbooks were available in Tibetan for the elementary school in a few subjects. From 1972 to 1979, textbooks for every subject area were compiled on the model of those used in Beijing's elementary school system. In 1982 a pilot group for collaborative compilation of instructional materials in the Tibetan language was established, consisting of specialists from 5 provinces. By 1991 textbooks in Tibetan for every subject area in the primary and middle school were completed, while high school materials were basically complete. Even for inner peripheral provinces such as Yunnan and Guizhou, textbooks in minority languages remain available only for the elementary or middle schools. Such problems demonstrated the difficult balancing acts between the pursuit of equality and efficiency. The Chinese-derived textbooks, moreover, were not always a good fit for all minority students. Written from the Han majority's perspectives and experiences, the historical episodes and social settings referenced in the textbooks could be far removed from the world lived by minority students, especially those in the outer peripheries. These students could find themselves studying a society unfamiliar and unrelated to them. Interestingly, the issue is not the absence of minority roles or achievements in Chinese history, but a Han indifference to the ethnicity of the movers and shakers. For millennia, minority groups were central to the country's multi-ethnic evolution and dynastic changes, but the corollary of the prolonged historical processes is a desensitized view of ethnicity, reflected not only in Chinese textbooks but China's public discourse in general. Moreover, the CCP's ideological prism during the Mao era, which viewed historical events through the lens of class struggles, reinforced a de-ethnicized account of history. All this can leave minority students feeling resentful for having to study dead Han poets, even though many of China's famed ancient poets descended from ethnic lineages. Despite improvements in recent years, resentment still is visible in online chat rooms. Promoting language equality. In another drastic departure from imperial policy instruments, language equality was promoted for all minority groups during the socialist era. The policy has alternatively been characterized as promoting pluralism, accommodation, nation-state building, and identity construction. The last characterization is most pertinent from the perspective of this study. Language equality was part of the state's promotion of integration and equality, aimed at nation-state building, yet by essentializing an ethno-cultural feature, the process also contributed to identity construction. Here the state made no distinction between inner and outer peripheral regions, where crucial differences existed in terms of the functional utility or historical realities of the written script. Ideological commitment to equality appeared to override concerns for those differences. For the inner peripheral groups that lived in proximity to scenic areas, a sizable number of their members already used Chinese on a regular basis. If their languages did not have a written script or one in wide circulation, it was usually due to the small size of their populations and hence limited usage historically. The newly invented scripts could not resolve this problem of limited circulation or their speakers' access to publications in the widely circulated Mandarin. After all, it would be impossible to make all publications available all ethnic languages, especially those of very small ethnic groups. The invented scripts had been taught in some minority schools before transition to the Chinese script, namely in serving as a transitional tool. But research suggests that the efficacy of this approach remains uncertain. Just as it over-accommodated inner peripheral languages, the policy of language equality ignored the unique linguistic position of the outer peripheral regions. In the former regions, most groups already used Mandarin as their lingua franca, and their elites could read and write in it. Of the 4 historical outer peripheral regions, the Manchus regularly used Mandarin except for remote areas of the northeast, while a sizable number of Mongols used Mandarin for regular communication. However, in Xinjiang and Tibetan regions of Sichuan and Qinghai in the 1950s, only a small number of native elites, officials who worked in the local republican governments and some intellectuals, had a working knowledge of Chinese. In Tibet, Chinese was not in any circulation. Hence these regions needed a different type of attention than inner peripheral groups that already used Chinese for regular communication. The most dramatic measure to achieve language equality was the state's efforts to create or improve writing systems for minority languages, a daunting task in inner peripheral regions where multitudes of small groups existed or were newly classified. During the 1950s, the government used extensive resources to help those languages without a written script to invent one and to help those without a full written system to develop a complete set. In inner peripheral regions, the government invented written scripts for 10 minority groups, including the Zhuang, Yi, Bai, Miao, Dong, Hani, Lisu, Li, Va, and Naka, and reformed scripts for the Dayak, Lahu, and Jingpo languages. In outer peripheral regions, the state used Latin letters to design new scripts for Uyghur and Kazakh, whose Arabic-based scripts had primarily been used for religious purposes in the past. The policy of inventing languages was modeled after the Soviet Union, which created scripts for those minorities without writing systems in the 1930s. Besides ideological commitment to equality, the Soviets were motivated to improve native literacy based on the belief that minorities could understand the party's programs better in their native languages. The principal mechanism to guarantee the equal rights of minority languages was the dual system of public schools, which ironically promoted minority rights at the expense of integration in the long run. In autonomous areas where a minority language was the official language, parallel school systems were established in the 1950s, a regular system and an ethnic system. From kindergarten onward, this would entail regular and ethnic schools as physically and linguistically separate institutions. In regular schools, Mandarin Chinese would be the language of instruction while a foreign language could be taught as a second language. In Xinjiang's case, Han, Hui, and Manchu students mostly enrolled in the system, as did children of other ethnic groups if their parents chose to do so. Minority professionals in the urban centers of the autonomous regions began to send their offspring to regular schools in the mid-1950s. From the beginning, regular schools used more rigorous textbooks and standards than those for ethnic schools. In the ethnic school system, the local minority language would be the medium of instruction while Chinese was taught as a second language. In more developed minority regions, a foreign language could be offered as a third language. Minority students in autonomous areas usually attended these schools. Where a minority population was too small for a separate ethnic school, children could enroll in a regular school or an ethnic school established for a larger ethnic group. In multi-ethnic areas, different ethnic groups may have had their own schools. In Xinjiang's case, Uyghur has been the language of instruction in a majority of elementary and middle schools in the ethnic system, while Kazakh, Kyrgyz, Mongol, Sib, and Tajik schools make up the rest. Smaller minorities such as the Tatars have usually attended Uyghur schools. The ethnic schools were established in minority regions from the 1950s at varying paces and with Herculean efforts for outer peripheral groups. Historically better educated or integrated groups had good starting points, such as the Koreans and Manchus. Outer peripheral groups, for lack of educational traditions and qualified teachers, had to start from scratch. Traditionally over 95% of Tibetans did not have access to education. Here schools had to be built gradually from scratch. The elementary school came first, then the rest one by one. Before schools at all levels were established and staffed, many students had to move from an ethnic school in lower grades to a regular school for advanced grades. Until the 1980s, there was no ethnic school at the high school level in the TAR. Graduates of Tibetan middle schools would attend regular high schools where Mandarin was used for instruction. Xinjiang's ethnic schools were better developed, but not without their own serious problems, as I show in Chapter 8. Intensified class universalism. Preferential policies in the Mao era were moderate compared with those in the post-Mao period. However, although they were aimed at ethnic equality in the name of class universalism, minority-specific policies were still periodically attacked by ideological radicals for contradicting the ideology of class equality and obscuring class struggles in ethnic matters. This radicalism resulted in a greater imposition of inland practices to frontier regions, including an influx of more state resources to outer peripheral regions. Ironically, this influx intensified rather than decreased preferential policies. The radicalization of ethnic policy was first triggered by local resistance to the collectivization movement during the Great Leap Forward campaign. Collectivization was a central part of the campaign, launched by Mao to achieve rapid industrialization and rural communes. But it met with greater resistance in minority regions that had distinct local economies and historically internal autonomy. The independent scholarly Jianglin traces the radicalization of ethnic policy to the Sunhua incident of April 1958, when local resistance to collectivization escalated into an armed riot by a pastoral Tibetan village in Sunhua County, Qinghai Province. In Li's account, the riot was triggered by local officials' efforts to seclude local elite lamas, ostensibly to prevent them from acting as leaders of local resistance to collectivization. Those lamas, formerly viewed as patriotic allies of the Communist Party, were now seen as class enemies. Thereafter the party ended its political alliance with former ethnic elites. After Qinghai Province submitted an official report on the incident to the central authorities, the CCP Central Committee issued the report to party committees across minority regions. Along with this key instruction, the essence of ethnic issues is class issues. Other ethnic provinces quickly followed, namely to elevate policy disagreements with former ethnic elites to the level of class struggle. For example, when Yunnan Province issued its official opinions on the re-education of former ethnic elites in October of 1958, it called for exposing the true nature of these elites and stripping them of their political capital. The idea of class struggle ascended in ethnic policy in the ensuing years. The traditional ethnic elites, hitherto treated as patriotic bourgeoisie and co-opted into government structures, became targets of rectification and anti-rightism. Their resistance to collectivization was criticized for promoting sectarian interests and opposing the universal interests of the working class. The party's previous emphasis on the special characteristics and gradual progress of ethnic regions was now criticized for ethnic particularism. Perceived separatists were labeled class enemies. Many former ethnic elites were purged or even jailed. Meanwhile, convergence with Han regions was promoted, and minority-specific policies were suspended. This convergence, in contrast to preferential policies promoted by the party before, was now regarded as contributing to social class equality. Radicalization had a special impact in the cases of Tibet and Xinjiang. In the Kham area of Sichuan during 1956, a historically Tibetan area, local officials launched campaigns to collectivize rural and pastoral land. These drives were attributed to the enthusiasm of grassroots party officials who wanted to emulate the socialist movement in interior regions, despite central caution. Although Tibetan regions outside Tibet were not covered by the 17-point agreement, the collectivization movement in these areas led to local elite opposition and apprehension in other Tibetan regions over threats to their traditional prerogatives. Congregating in Lhasa, Tibetan elites staged a failed rebellion in March 1959, leading to the flight of the Dalai Lama and his entourage from Lhasa to India at the end of March. In Xinjiang as well, in the wake of the Great Leap Forward movement, tens of thousands of Uyghurs and Kazakhs fled to Russia in 1962. Rather than curbing left radicalism, however, these cases helped to harden it. For 8 months between 1963 and 1964, Li Vihan, the key architect of the CCP's ethnic policy, was attacked as a revisionist who downplayed social class issues and surrendered himself to ethnic serf owners. The triumph of the social class paradigm led to an intensified phase of political and economic transplanting to Tibet, which had earlier been constrained by the 17-point agreement. With the flight of Dalai Lama and his repudiation of the agreement, the CCP no longer faced political hurdles to establish its political and economic system there. The party's Provisional Work Committee in Lhasa expanded into a full-fledged local government mirroring those in interior regions, while the socialist economy was implemented in full swing after the TAR was established in 1965. The commune system was implemented in most rural areas, and central planning in urban areas. Procurement quotas for agricultural products were issued to pastoral regions, leading to the cultivation of pasture land and the destruction of ecology on which herdsmen depended. State enterprises were set up but consistently generated deficits, except for the 1959-61 period when a chemical factory was opened to supply sodium borate to the Soviet Union. The TAR's state sectors, government, industry, construction, education, culture, and healthcare, became the sources of chronic fiscal dependency on the central state. State sponsorship of local industries and agriculture, or tolerance of their deficits, rendered the TAR dependent on state subsidies shortly after it became an autonomous region. In fact, state subsidies ushered in Tibet's fiscal dependency ever since. Table 3.6 Government revenues of the TAR during the Mao era, 1952-85 Revenue source. 1952. 1960. 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980, 1985. Local state sectors. Industry 3222, 124, 230, 122, 537 2,647 Construction, 69. 2469-27, 74, 184, Agriculture, 43, 6, 1,084, 476, 1,432-47 Postal Service, Transport 2773 146 1,844 2,421 3,029 1,816 Grains, Trade 221 268 3,098 1,9046 406 Other 4. 35. 83 391 74 1,596 816 Subtotal 4. 6,143 343 3,885 5,122 8,254 11,548 Local taxes 137, 1,316, 1,208, 1,187, 1,953, 2,034 544 Other 118, 2,360, 881, 556, 184, 251, 967, Depreciation 342, 493, Local revenue total 258, 10,167 2,239 2,142 2,985 5,973 6,037 State subsidy 1,047 2,725 11,805 18,345 29,179 60,104 105,772 Total revenue of Tibet 1,305 12,886 14,044 16,203 26,194 54,131 99,735% of state subsidy in total TAR revenue 80.2 21.1 84.1 113.2 111.4 111.0 106.1 Source SBT and the class view of ethnic issues was brought to its height during the Cultural Revolution, leading to a waning of minority-specific policies. Leftist radicals denied the existence of ethnic differences, denounced ethnic classification as bogus, dismissed ethnic customs as outdated conventions, and condemned scholars who participated in the classification project as reactionaries. State agencies in charge of ethnic affairs were dissolved, while ethnic policy became a taboo area. Ethnic customs were among the old conventions to be discarded, and the use of ethnic languages was discouraged. Ethnic Red Guards smashed Tibetan monasteries and Muslim mosques, driven by an ideological crusade against old-class vestiges. As Wang Lixian points out, due to poor transportation and geographical distance, few Han Red Guards reached the TAR during the Cultural Revolution to wreak damage. The same was true of the far-flung region of southern Xinjiang, where Uyghurs were concentrated. Some ethnic schools were merged with Han schools, and nearly all minority colleges were closed down. Locally, some autonomous areas were broken up or eliminated, then regrouped into nearby regular administrative districts. Remaining rights and policies for autonomous regions existed in name only. The period of radicalism also led to the expansion of PCCs in frontier regions in the 1960s. In Xinjiang, PCCs saw several waves of new influx, including urban educated youths from several metropolises and provinces, totaling 126,700 between 1963 and 1966, and rural residents from 3 interior provinces during 1967 to 70, totaling about 800,000. In addition, there were anti-revolutionaries and felons banished from interior provinces, with felons totaling 123,229 by the mid-1970s. In Heilongjiang and Inner Mongolia, PCCs were established in 1968 and 1969 to guard against Soviet border threats, and were mostly settled by educated youth sent down from urban centers. PCCs were also established in other minority-concentrated regions in the late 1960s, including the Lanzhou Division, Yunnan, and agricultural construction divisions in Guangxi and Tibet. From the 1950s to the 1970s, the provinces with the highest population inflows were all frontier regions, including, by ranking order, Inner Mongolia, Jilin, Xinjiang, Heilongjiang, Liaoning, Qinghai, and Ningxia. The total population of PCCs across the country reached 4.8 million in 1971, or 2.42 million excluding family members. Xinjiang's PCCs accounted for 40% of this total, or 2,036,086 in 1971, while Inner Mongolia's accounted for about 3%, or 144,600 in 1971. It remains a contentious matter in contemporary China whether radical excesses irreparably damaged inter-ethnic relations. The prevailing view is that since the radical excesses were de-ethnicized, that is affecting all groups across the country, they did not cause a permanent rupture in ethnic relations. Han interviewees often express gratitude that their minority colleagues helped to protect them during the Cultural Revolution. Others, however, blame the Cultural Revolution for the breakdown of interpersonal trust, including inter-ethnic trust. Overall, both Han and minority individuals express nostalgia for the old days of mutual respect and inter-ethnic harmony in much of the Mao era. This is also the general impression one gets from talking with older Han and minority members in the southern Xinjiang and Tibetan regions. Importantly, ethnic conflict was contained in the Mao era because even during the radical episodes, the planned economy helped to integrate minority members into the professional and industrial sectors, through state plans and guaranteed jobs. These plans and jobs did not stand out as ethnically based policies, since the planned economy covered the entire country. Together, the policy instruments of the Mao era contributed importantly to political incorporation of ethnic regions and members through egalitarian strategies. This egalitarianism, nevertheless, was centralizing. It promoted the state goals of economic modernization, land redistribution, frontier defense, population resettlement, and equality in education and language. At the same time, they were centralizing in being minority-specific benefits. The tensions between centralization and ethnicization were already unraveling during the radical years of the Mao era, as ethnic particularism conflicted with class universalism. Those institutional tensions would prove to be even more problematic in the post-Mao era, when ethnic prerogatives can no longer be protected in the market economy. Summary. This chapter traces the transformation of policy instruments for dealing with ethnic regions in China's transition to the modern state, how and why hegemonic strategies to secure frontier cooperation became ineffective with the end of imperial rule and the onset of modern times and were eventually replaced by socio-economic strategies that penetrated minority societies in the socialist era. This transformation departed from pre-modern practices of reliance on soft power, while the new ethnic particularism of the autonomous system clashed with more dogmatic readings of class universalism. Historical legacies and modern strategies of transition impacted patterns of transition and their unintended consequences in two major ways. First, the hegemonic strategies of imperial dynasties relied on soft power to induce cooperation of rulers in outer peripheral regions. But the demise of imperial soft power reduced the policy tools of late Qing and the republican regimes. Whereas in pre-modern times, those regions were of interest to the imperial state largely for reasons of border security, hence minimalist strategies were used to secure their cooperation. The imperial state did not reach into ethnic areas, but maintained a ritualistic relationship with them through local elites. Even for inner peripheral areas, although some were partially taxed as they became increasingly bureaucratized in late imperial times, the imperial state had little interest beyond that. In the transition to a nation-state, however, those regions were of great interest to the state for reasons of territorial integration and modern state building. Reduced policy tools, however, limited the successes of the republican regimes in elite co-optation, although their policy of frontier farming did set in motion the transition of Manchuria and Inner Mongolia into inner peripheral ones. Second, the CCP's strategy of egalitarianism provided attractive policy tools to win over the ethnic proletariat, but they also fundamentally altered the relationship between the central state and frontier minority regions. In the name of class universalism, the CCP's policy instruments reached entire ethnic communities, through wholesale socio-economic transformation that encompassed economic, demographic, educational, linguistic, and social spheres. The traditional minimalist state, hampered by infrastructural capacity, became a maximalist state. Most importantly, in a dramatic reversal of the elite-oriented strategies of pre-modern and modern times, the CCP's transformative strategies displaced former ethnic elites and decimated their traditional power base. The radical attacks on the autonomous system during the Mao era, ironically, exposed the institutional tensions inherent in the CCP's policy approaches. They pointed to the third set of institutional dynamics creating ethnic discord in the long run. Policies based on ethnic particularism contradicted centralizing drives for political integration. The assertion of pure class universalism, since the late 1950s, negated ethnically based policy instruments. In emphasizing equality along social class rather than ethnic lines, the radical approach justified repudiation of former ethnic elites and extension of inland practices to ethnic regions. The corollary of pure class universalism, thus, was to turn upside down the pre-modern approaches of elite co-optation and local autonomy, that is to get rid of local autonomy and ethnic elites. In the post-Mao era, when class universalism was replaced by identity politics and developmentalism, institutional tensions would persist in the party's policy strategies for key autonomous regions. Contradictions would remain between centralizing drives and ethnic particularism, aggravated further by market reforms. 1. Census data from 1953, 1964, 1982, 1990, 2000, and 2010. www.stats.gov.cn/tjgb/rkpcgb. Access July 11, 2015. 2. IBID. 3. Extended conversations with 5 professionals who were originally from Sichuan and were assigned to Xinjiang and Tibetan regions during the Mao era. 2 taught in an agricultural school in southern Xinjiang, 1 taught in a machinery school in northern Xinjiang, and 2 taught in a teacher's college in Engwa. They shared their stories and those of their colleagues. 4. The rise of identity politics in post-Mao China. By the end of the Mao era in 1978, China's minority regions and communities had by and large been incorporated into the system of socialist autonomy. The transformation was most dramatic for Xinjiang and Tibet, even while they remained most distinct. While all minority regions experienced a decimation of the traditional power base, these two regions saw the end of theocratic dominance. While all minority concentrated areas established ethno-territorial units, only those two regions had ethnic majorities at the provincial and most sub-provincial levels, and still did at the end of the Mao era. The transition to the modern state, thus, entailed special shocks to the two outer peripheral regions. Not surprisingly, in the early post-Mao campaign to redress the leftist wrongs of the Mao era, led by CCP General Secretary Hu Yaobang, the TAR and Xinjiang were the party's primary targets among minority regions. The campaign to redress leftist wrongs have been well received in Western scholarship. Scholars praise a period of liberalization and Tibetanization ushered in by Hu's reform policies in the TAR and acknowledge his policy of openness and accommodation in Xinjiang. Within China, however, the campaign has inflamed debates about minority policy ever since. Whenever ethnic riots broke out in the TAR or Xinjiang, criticisms of Hu's reform policies would fill China's blog sphere and private conversations. Hu Luanbang, or Hu the Wrecker of the Country, an epithet originally used by Chen Yonghui to criticize Hu Yaobang in 1979, has become popular usage among critics of Hu's minority policies. Chen, a vice premier in 1979, rose from a humble peasant background during the Mao era. Hu's defenders, meanwhile, are no less adamant in calling his critics leftist hitters. This and the following 4 chapters will argue that the built-in tensions of the autonomous system, centralization and ethnicization, have intensified in China's reform era, fueling key sources of ethnic tensions. The driving force for this intensification has been the twin processes of political and economic liberalization, the decline of class universalism and egalitarianism on the one hand, and the rise of identity politics and /or developmentalism on the other. This chapter focuses on how this intensification first came about and why it affected the two outer peripheral regions in particular. Policies to redress the leftist excesses of the Mao era, I argue, conceptually as well as materially contributed to the end of class universalism and the rise of identity politics in key minority regions. These policies included the déclassing of minority policy, rehabilitation of former ethnic elites, exit of Han personnel, revival of religion, and finally, accommodation of ethnic customs in law enforcement. These policies have affected the TAR and Xinjiang in particular because of the central government's greater urgency and efforts to implement those reforms here. Yet the very end of class universalism and the advent of identity politics have also made it much harder for the central state to achieve its goal of better integration. Whereas class universalism was divisive intra-ethnically, pitting ethnic masses against the small group of ethnic aristocrats, identity politics is divisive inter-ethnically, creating cleavages along ethnic lines. The rest of the chapter will cover 2 topics, the déclassing of minority policy in early post-Mao China, and 4 areas of reform policy that contributed to the end of class politics and the rise of identity politics, which affected the TAR and Xinjiang in particular. Déclassing minority policy. The campaign to redress leftist wrongs was undertaken from the late 1970s to the mid-1980s across China. The crux of the campaign was to end the social class doctrine that set the party's policy course during the Mao era. The class doctrine had justified radical policies, including the persecution of millions of Chinese citizens as class enemies. However, social class alliance had also served to buttress an inter-ethnic alliance, which facilitated the CCP's incorporation of ethnic regions after it came to power. Abandoning class universalism was thus inherently destabilizing in these regions. Ironically, the déclassing of minority policy was more thorough in the outer peripheral regions, for the paradoxical reason that centrifugal forces were stronger here and political integration more imperative. On first look, abandonment of class politics appeared to undermine centralization, but the state's role in promoting it made centralization a key premise of that abandonment. That is, the state itself undertook measures to declass ethnic politics for its desired goals, which were to repair damaged relations with minority communities and to better integrate them into the Chinese nation. The state's initiative and goals can be seen from the series of party decrees and efforts in the early post-Mao period. In the proceedings of the CCP Work Conference on Tibet in April 1980, the party's goal was declared to be the termination of the divisive role of class politics that damaged ethnic unity during the Mao era. The proceedings were issued along with a CCP notification, pronouncing that Mao's equation of ethnic conflict with class conflict was completely incompatible with the nature of ethnic relations after the Chinese Revolution of 1949. In the proceedings of the CCP Work Conference on United Front Work in January 1982, the party stated that it was imperative to unite all political forces to maximize its alliances and united front for the cause of socialist modernization and national unification. The reversal of wrongful cases began in minority regions even before the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee of the CCP in December 1978, the party conference that officially launched the repudiation of radical policies. Cases where minority members were labeled class enemies and politically persecuted or criminally convicted were formally overturned. Over the next 2 years, the Central Committee approved at least 5 central documents decreeing the reversal of wrongful cases in minority regions, cases not only from the period of the Cultural Revolution but also from various political campaigns before that. During this period, Hu Yaobang, the newly appointed CCP Party Secretary General, convened a series of work symposiums to dissuade opposition from local officialdom to this drastic change, especially opposition in Xinjiang, the Tar, Inner Mongolia, and Yunnan. The minutes from Hu's symposiums became official documents to guide reforms on the ground. To remove local opposition to rehabilitation of persecuted personnel, some local officials were dismissed or transferred at Hu's instruction. Local opposition came not just from Han officials but, more importantly, from minority officials who rose from lower social strata. Table 4.1. Central Decrees Sanctioning Religious Revival, Early Post-Mao China Date/Agency Title of Document Key Contents February 1979 CCP/MUF Request to remove the capitulationism label from the agencies of United Front, Ethnic and Religious Affairs work to allow party and state agencies in charge of ethnic and religious affairs to open again 1979/9 CCP/MUF Request to remove the label of local ethno-nationalists to disavow the labeling of ethnic nationalists as anti-state and class enemy. April 1980 CCP/CC Minutes from the Work Conference on Tibet repudiated treating ethnic issues as class politics. Emphasized respect for religion. July 1980 CCP Central Committee MUF Opinion on strengthening United Front work toward patriotic minority elites to rehabilitate former minority elites. March 1982 CCP Central Committee 19 Basic Principles and Policies for Religious Affairs during our Socialist Period to uphold freedom of religion and to expand political alliance with religious groups. Note, MUP is the Ministry of United Front. Source: CCP. Wrongful Cases vs. Real Class Enemies. The epitome of déclassing minority policy was the rehabilitation of individuals who were persecuted as class enemies during the Mao era, thus ideologically eliminating intra-ethnic divisions based on social class lines. But regional divergence in implementation showed that rehabilitation served the state goal of integration where it was most needed. Of the many class enemies from the Mao era, 3 broad categories may be differentiated. They were individuals who were so labeled due to radical excesses, those who received the label due to their social class backgrounds, and those who got the label due to their anti-state activities, such as participation in armed rebellions or separatist movements. Rehabilitation of the first 2 groups took place in all ethnic regions. But only in the Tar and Xinjiang was the third group of people fully rehabilitated. The first group, or individuals who were persecuted due to leftist radicalism, were not genuine class enemies. Hence they should not have been persecuted in the first place, For example, minority officials, professionals, and others who were persecuted during various political campaigns of the Mao era. They included those who were labeled rightists during the anti-rightist campaign of 1957, those who were labeled local ethno-nationalists in the anti-rightist campaign of 1957 and the Four Cleanups campaign of 1963, and those who were labeled counter-revolutionaries and capitalist roaders during the Cultural Revolution. In all 5 autonomous regions and multi-ethnic provinces such Yunnan, Qinghai, Sichuan, and Jilin, those individuals were all rehabilitated, in tune with the political climate in the rest of the country in the early post-Mao era. The second type of class enemies were classified as members of exploitative classes during the 1950s or were regarded as part of the old theocratic ruling class. That is, they were class enemies for being members of the traditional upper echelons. The rehabilitation of these individuals began informally in late 1978 as part of the abandonment of Mao's class doctrine. Formally, the 1980 CCP notification, issued with the proceedings of the Work Conference on Tibet on April, repudiated Mao's statement that the essence of ethnic politics was class politics. The revised Chinese constitution, adopted in 1982, solidifies the stand by stipulating that China has already achieved socialist ethnic relations of equality, unity, and mutual assistance. In other words, there should be no more class enemies under socialism, not even the individuals who were class enemies before the socialist era. The third group of class enemies best fitted the official label, at least by the state's definition. Mostly former minority elites and their followers, they were sentenced to jail or labor camps for participation in armed rebellions or separatist movements in the 1950s and 1960s. These activities had occurred in Xinjiang, the TAR, Ningxia, and Qinghai. But only in Xinjiang and the TAR were all participants released during the campaign to redress leftist wrongs in the late 1970s and the early 1980s. In the TAR's case, all 3 groups of class enemies were released or cleared. First and foremost were the members of the Lhasa armed rebellion of 1959. They numbered several thousand and were part of the old Tibetan ruling class. Stripped of their assets and serfs at the time, they had been in jail since the suppression of the rebellion in 1959. As participants in an anti-state insurgence, they were real class enemies in the sense of being the foes of the proletariat. All were released in November 1978, given official treatment as United Front allies, and compensated for their property losses. The second rehabilitated group included members of the so-called exploitative classes from Old Tibet, such as local chieftains, pastoral headsmen, rich rural or pastoral classes, and urban capitalists. Some of them may have qualified as class enemies while others not, but all were cleared of their class labels. The third restituted group included the monastic clergy, or members of the so-called former theocratic class. Some of the high lamas who owned land and serfs may have qualified as class enemies, but not the low-level lamas. Again, all were restituted regardless of their former status. In Xinjiang as well, rehabilitated individuals fell under all 3 categories, but distinctions were not made as to the real or false class enemies. First and foremost were the Uyghur participants in several armed riots in southern Xinjiang in the 1950s, organized by a local mullah in the name of jihads to establish an Islamic state. All were released from jail in the late 1970s and the early 1980s. The second group included the exploitative classes or landlords and rich peasants. All of them saw their labels revoked. The third group included the Islamic clergy. All of them, too, were rehabilitated. Many were also given nominal government posts or administrative ranks upon rehabilitation. Of these 3 groups, the first could be class enemies if defined by activities against the proletarian state. Members of the second and third groups could only have qualified as class enemies if defined in terms of property ownership. In addition, there were groups of minority members in Xinjiang who definitely did not qualify as class enemies. But they were so labeled for their perceived separatist sentiments. One group of individuals were labeled local ethno-nationalists during the anti-rightist campaign of 1956, likely for raising the issue of autonomy rights. 94% of the individuals in this group, or 1,612 people, had their cases reversed. Point 2. A second group was associated with several cases of treasonous cliques and with treasonous overseas flees to the Soviet Union in the 1960s, all of whom were rehabilitated. These individuals should not have qualified as class enemies even by official definitions in the Mao era, since the Soviet Union was a fellow proletarian state. In other minority regions, rehabilitation involved some or all of the above groups of individuals, but significantly less accommodation than in the TAR and Xinjiang. Most importantly, leaders of armed rebellions in Ningxia and Qinghai were not relieved of their class enemy labels. These rebellions, dated to the 1950s, were suppressed for anti-regime resistance rather than separatism. The rebel leaders were associated with the Muslim warlord Ma Bufang, a strong ally of the KMT regime who ruled the northwestern regions before 1949 and had fled to Taiwan with the KMT. Despite renewed emphasis on United Front outreach to Taiwan in early post-Mao China, not all of the armed rebels were rehabilitated in the two provinces. In Qinghai, only the lowly ranked KMT officers and officials were released from prison, that is those below the rank of the regiment level in the KMT army and its intelligence apparatus and those below the county magistrate level in the KMT party and state apparatus. This means that rebel leaders remained classified as class enemies. In Ningxia, re-examination of convicted cases, including those from 8 rebellions during the period 1950 to 67, began in 1967 and was largely completed by 1978. About 80% of the convictions were reversed, with 5,596 individuals rehabilitated. Point 3. The rest remained classified as class enemies in the post-Mao era. Moreover, those rehabilitated in minority regions outside the TAR and Xinjiang did not collectively have a new political life. The armed rebels released in Ningxia and Qinghai were not given any United Front treatment. They mostly returned to their home villages, getting by with compensation accumulated from labor camps, welfare benefits for the rural poor, or meager income from collective communes. For the minority upper classes rehabilitated in Qinghai, Ningxia, Yunnan, Inner Mongolia, and Guangxi, some received United Front treatment, but individually and collectively they did not have the political clout stemming from a combination of core ethnic regions and theocratic traditions, as existed in the TAR and Xinjiang. In short, the end of class ideology in minority regions involved greater accommodation to the outer peripheral regions where political integration remained a contentious issue. Within these regions, political forces with potential threats to integration also received more accommodation. Thus, of the various groups of minority members rehabilitated, wrongful cases, exploitative classes, leaders of armed rebellions, and religious elites, the last two groups were given the most political accommodation. The corollary of ending class universalism, thus, was the rise of ethnic identity politics. A closer look at the specific process of this evolution in the TAR and Xinjiang will further illuminate the advent of identity politics sponsored by the state itself. The rise of identity politics. For Beijing, the need to redress leftist wrongs was more acute in the TAR and Xinjiang than in other minority regions due to their unique characteristics. The least assimilated of all minority regions, they were the only ethnic regions to have experienced separatist rebellions and overseas flight during the socialist era. As such, they evoked concerns about separatism in a way that other minority regions did not. In redressing the leftist excesses of the Mao era, reform policies began with not only the restoration of former ethnic elites but also reduction of Han presence and revival of ethnic conventions, all of which accommodated ethnic particularism while displacing class universalism. Relegitimization of former elites. The restitution of former ethnic elites, above all, helped to transform class politics into identity politics, and to reconnect the ethnic lower classes to the former upper classes. This restitution was the foremost reform policy associated with the campaign to redress past wrongs in ethnic regions. In the TAR and Xinjiang, this upper class tilt, as it came to be known, contributed to changes in the composition of local elites by relegitimizing and reintegrating the former ethnic elites, politically and ideologically. The TAR and Xinjiang, with entrenched traditional establishments, were at the forefront of the CCP's restitution campaign in the late 1970s and early 1980s. In March 1980, Hu Yaobang presided over the CCP Central Committee's first work conference on Tibet in post-Mao China. In July 1980, he presided over 2 conferences of the CCP Central Secretariat on Xinjiang. The minutes from these conferences were issued as central documents, the only ones of their kind. These documents repudiated Mao's class conception of ethnic relations, called for restoring autonomy rights, and pledged to pull Han Khader out of the TAR and Xinjiang. The combination of these new policies entailed serious consequences for the composition of local elites. In Tibet's case, the traditional aristocracy used to be castigated as the theocratic rulers of a serf-owning society. Numbering in a few hundred families, they had exclusive rights to own land and, along with top monks, to receive education. Some were also leaders in the armed rebellion against the Chinese state in 1959. With the rehabilitation of several thousand former elites in the early 1980s, even the dissident writer Wang Lixian concedes that their prominent religious and socio-economic status was restored. Monastic land was returned to them and other lost properties were generously compensated. In Xinjiang's case, former elites included the hereditary headmen, senior clergy, pastoral chieftains, and serf-owning nobles, who lost their stature and property during the social reform of the 1950s. Some were also leaders or participants in the armed rebellions against the state in the 1950s. Once condemned for excessive levies on poor farmers and herdsmen, they and their offspring were now targets of state restitution and wooing. Between 1979 and 1981, the convictions of 596 members of Xinjiang's old clergy were re-examined and 411 of the cases were overturned. Together, over 1,500 members of the old clergy have been rehabilitated in Xinjiang since 1979. In both the Tibetan and Uyghur cases, restituted former elites received united front treatment, and were placed in political consultative councils at local levels, state religious associations, and governing bodies or restored religious institutions. The state also began to pay the clerics a stipend. In Xinjiang, the number of clerics who received the stipend was over 3,000 in September 1979 and the amount totaled over 100 million yen annually. The core of ethnic cadre nurtured by the CCP itself, meanwhile, comprised the main opponents to the rehabilitation of former ethnic elites. During Mao's socialist era, members of the lower classes were elevated as the masters of their own communities, displacing former ethnic and religious elites. Yet the rehabilitation of these elites castigated Maoist policies as leftist, leaving the party's ethnic loyalists and activists on the defensive and alienated. The passage below, appearing in the flagship website of the left, Wu Yu Zhixiang, is a typical leftist critique of Hu's upper-class tilt at the expense of the party's lower-class supporters. Hu Yaobang listened to the denunciations of the Communist Party by the old aristocracy and serf owners. He granted them their wishes, extending united front policies to them. He rehabilitated a large number of old aristocrats and serf owners as well as 802 upper religious figures, released 376 rebels of the Lhasa rebellion who were still serving their sentences, and rehabilitated 600 individuals who were assigned to undergo supervised reformation. Their confiscated properties were returned. Large numbers of former class enemies were invited to serve in the people's congresses, government agencies, political consultation conferences and Buddhist associations at various levels. They were given high offices and salaries but only nominal work, and enjoyed various privileges and favors. By 1988, 2,100 members of the old upper class were given government offices. Their offspring were sent to the Minzu University of China or Minzu University of Tibet to study, and assigned government offices upon graduation. The commander of the 1959 rebellion, Lhasa, spent 6 years in prison and went back to his home village to engage in farming. But Hu Yaobang invited him out to serve as a deputy chairman of the Political Consultative Conference of the TAR, and his wife to serve as a member of its standing committee, and his son to serve as the deputy head of the religious bureau of the TAR. The old aristocrat was once a ranking official under the Dalai Lama, who also became a deputy chairman of the Political Consultation Conference of the TAR. By contrast, the liberated serf class returned to hell, becoming disadvantaged groups in our society, no longer having guaranteed jobs or income and being reduced to hardship. The party's activists in the old days lost their stature, reduced to the impoverished strata. In this way, the activists who hailed from the lower classes and supported the party were abandoned, while the serf owners marched back. These restored officials and lamas received financial allocations from the central government. If you were a Tibetan, would you feel grateful to Hu Yaobang? For such sentiments appear to be prevalent in early post-Mao China. During the field trips of a Beijing University research team in 1987, a poignant sense of abandonment was observed everywhere among the party's grassroots Tibetan cadre. They complained mostly about the rehabilitation of the former serf owners and religious aristocrats, or the very people who had oppressed them before the Communist Revolution. Some told stories of their family members who were sold off by their serf owners and were lost forever, and this was why they wholeheartedly supported the Communist Party. They stood with the party during its takeover of Tibet and during the aristocrats' rebellion in 1959. Since then their life had turned around, finally having shelters and means of livelihood. However, the party used to love the serf class, but now it loved the old upper class. The lamas used to be the parasitic class and now they were the valued guests of the state. The serf-turned Tibetan cadre, meanwhile, felt sidelined and became targets of local ridicule for having followed the Communist Party. 5 Meanwhile, some monasteries even restored feudal privileges and economic exploitation that were abolished during Mao's revolution. This refers to the re-emergence of servitude to elite clergymen and monasteries. From the Tibetan cadre's perspective, Hu Yaobang's reform campaign turned justice upside down. The old aristocrats were invited back and assigned prestigious state positions. Liberated serfs were now asked by the state to vacate their residences and return them to restored aristocrats. Moreover, the state compensated these elites with large sums of money for their confiscated properties, at whatever value they claimed. In one example, one aristocrat received over 10 million yen in compensation from the local government, but a week later he returned to assert that he had forgotten to list a necklace worth 1 million yen. He was instantly reimbursed. In 1994, or a decade after the height of the compensation period, the TAR government still spent 310,000 million yen on such compensation. 6 Such a campaign to redress past wrongs was incomprehensible to the Tibetan cadres who had been schooled in the party's paradigm of class struggle. The social class perspective was common among local Tibetan cadre and professionals who were nurtured in the Mao era. Wang Lixian, an unabashed dissident, makes similar observations about Tibetan bewilderment over the party's restitution policies in the 1980s. The liberated serfs, fearful of the restored clergy, compensated their fright and guilt for destroying monasteries during the Cultural Revolution with great devotion to the monasteries. In one example, a female Tibetan villager, who had actively participated in the land reform after 1959 and in the destruction of monasteries during the Cultural Revolution, turned overly devout under social pressure, pouring donations and time into monasteries in order to redeem her sins. When monastic protests broke out for the first time in Lhasa in 1987, local Tibetan cadre viewed the protests as a matter of social class conflict rather than ethnic conflict. This social class divide contrasts with outside analyses that view Tibetan monastic unrest as Tibetan resistance. In Xinjiang as well, the rehabilitation of former elites helped to advance their agendas rather than those of the former lower classes. At the suggestion of the restored former elites, Latin script for the Uyghur language, which was created in the 1950s to facilitate the literacy of Uyghur commoners and taught in public schools, was replaced in September 1982 at a standing committee meeting of the Xinjiang's National People's Congress. The Arabic script, previously used in mosques only, took its place. This shift instantly rendered illiterate the core of Uyghur professionals schooled during the Mao era, who came from families of lower classes that were the bedrock of the CCP's support base in the region. The rehabilitation of old elites also boosted the revival of religion, reconnecting local ethnic communities to their theocratic traditions and heralding the growth of religion in subsequent years. The process also legitimized former theocratic elites as ethnic leaders, with adverse effects for the CCP's own cadre who had risen from lower social classes. The rehabilitation of former ethnic elites, furthermore, helped to reconnect them to the ethnic masses, through the play of identity politics. Once restored, former elites began to change the tone of public discourse among co-ethnics in the two ethnically concentrated regions, Tibet and Xinjiang. More educated than the lower classes with whom the CCP was aligned, the restored upper echelons appealed to ethnic solidarity along cultural and religious lines. In Xinjiang, they provided an alternative discourse about state presence in their homeland, such as scrambling for resources and exploitation of natives. Co-ethnics who were activists in the Chinese political system and loyal to the central state were chastised, helped in part by the CCP's own censure of the leftist blunders of Han and ethnic officials. 7 In the TAR, ordinary Tibetans who had earlier shifted their loyalty from the monastery to the party were now told by the former ethnic elites that since the Han people no longer believed in their own things like Chairman Mao, Tibetans should no longer believe in Han things. Such rhetoric helped to undermine the authority of those Tibetan officials who had arisen from the serf class but were now forced to compete with the lamas for the allegiance of ordinary Tibetans. 8 Supporters of Hu Yaobang justify the replacement of class politics with identity politics by citing the TAR's and Xinjiang's special circumstances. He Fang, a rehabilitated official himself from 1978 who headed a research institute at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences in the 1980s, emphasizes the reality of theocratic legacies. Hu Yaobang was justified in having an upper-class tilt in the TAR, he argues, because the upper classes and religious circles often have more influence over the local people. And without winning over the traditional upper classes, it would not be possible to win over a broader spectrum of the minority people. The same rationale applied in the Uyghurs' case in Xinjiang. Nevertheless, by the late 1980s, when monastic protests broke out in Tibetan regions and religious fundamentalism surged in Xinjiang, it was evident that Hu Yaobang's campaign to redress past wrongs had failed to gain new allies for the party, even while it weakened its support base among the lower classes. The various reactions to the rehabilitation of former ethnic elites converged on one point: it replaced class politics with identity politics. The political and ideological abandonment of the lower classes has given former ethnic elites a major boost in legitimacy and strength, which was further bolstered by the departure of Han officials and professionals. Changing local elite composition. The Han exit policy, announced by Hu Yaobang at the end of his famed tour in the TAR in May 1980, further reinforced inter-ethnic cleavages and intra-ethnic coalition. Convening all ranking party officials in the TAR on May 29, 1980, who summed up a 6-word reform platform for the province: relieve taxes, open up, and let depart. Let depart referred to the departure of Han personnel from the TAR. These personnel, administrators and professionals from interior regions, had been sent here during the Mao era for the cause of frontier development. Han exit would symbolize the end of an era. From the perspective of the nation-state, the Han exit policy helped to delegitimize central rule by blaming the wrongs of the Mao era on Han rule and on Han personnel who personified that rule. This was clear from the statement of Deng Yingqiao, widow of Zhou Enlai, who visited Xinjiang around the same period of Hu's visit to the TAR. During her trip she offered an apology on behalf of the Han people for the excesses of the Cultural Revolution. Her statement instantly polarized the local ethnic and Han communities. While the former group welcomed it, the latter group criticized it for ethnicizing the causes of a tragedy that affected all of China. The effects of Hu Yaobang and Deng Yingqiao's gestures in the TAR and Xinjiang was to render Han personnel responsible for the CCP's policy failures. The Han exit policy made them appear only more culpable. thus helping to weaken central rule physically and morally. More importantly, Han exit embodied the demise of class universalism and ascendance of ethnic identity coalition. Class universalism had earlier buttressed the party's social class alliance with minority masses. But Han exit, along with the restoration of former ethnic elites, entailed a retreat of social class solidarity. Thus Deng Liqin, the senior party official in charge of ideological work at the time, criticized the upper-class tilt in Hu Yaobang's Han exit policy, on the grounds that it hurt the Tibetan lower classes while relegitimizing the old aristocracy. In Deng's view, the policy betrayed Hu Yaobang's naivete about the separatist impulses of the Tibetan aristocracy and was responsible for breeding social instability in the TAR subsequently. Deng Liqin had served in Xinjiang in the initial years of the CCP's takeover and was the party's leading conservative voice in the 1980s. The presence of Han personnel was deemed beneficial to the Tibetan lower classes because of their professional and developmental role. By Deng Liqin's account, Hu Yaobang offered two reasons for letting Han personnel leave the TAR. First, native administrators had matured in the past 3 decades and were now capable of running a modern society. Second, Han departure would reduce economic burdens for Beijing. Deng finds the second reason flawed. Hu Yaobang had learned during his Tibetan tour that 80% of the central state's annual allocation to Tibet was spent on Han personnel. This led Hu to decide that 80% of the Hans must leave. However, in Deng Liqin's view, Hu Yaobang misunderstood local usage of central funding. The disproportionate spending on Han personnel was justified, Deng argues, because Han professionals were needed to develop Tibet's modern public sectors. In other words, the TAR's backwardness necessitated the presence of Han personnel. Indeed, the Tibetan cadre nurtured by the party opposed the Han exit policy on social class grounds. Like Deng Liqin, they criticized Hu Yaobang's upper-class tilt in making the Han exit policy, because Hu held exclusive meetings with former Tibetan elites to come up with the decision and because Han exit would entail the ascendance of the former Tibetan elites. Rag Sdi, who rose from the serf class and served as the party secretary of the TAR from 1977 to 1985, vehemently opposed the party's proposal to appoint the Panchen Lama to the top state office in the TAR. 9 To Tibetan cadre like him, such an appointment would symbolize the return of the formerly oppressive class. For Han officials and residents, the worry was the political implications of changing ethnic composition for national integration. Their emphasis was on ethnic balance that may offset centrifugal forces and protect secular forces in traditionally religious communities. This was a poignant point that emerged in conversations with over a dozen Han professionals who departed the TAR or Xinjiang in the 1980s and in encounters with individuals in Xinjiang who have not been able to leave. 10 Those who have stayed behind, in particular, lament the departure of Han personnel that served to weaken centripetal forces as well as the quality of public and professional services. During field trips in Hotan, southern Xinjiang, one of the first things heard from older Han officials was the decrease of the local Han population from 8% before the Han exit policy to just 3%, which was deemed too small to counterbalance the rise of religious radicalism. 11 Among those lucky enough to have left the TAR or Xinjiang, almost all lament having sacrificed their youth for the development of the austere regions, even while they insist that state interests should take precedence. In Xinjiang's case, the geopolitical location made a massive Han exit highly sensitive. By Deng Liqin's account, Xinjiang's party chief at the time, Wang Feng, was worried about the security implications of a Han exodus for the Ili frontier, bordering the Soviet Union. In 1962, over 67,000 border residents in the region fled to the Soviet Union, joined later by over 40 ethnic officers from the Chinese army. Unlike in the TAR's case, the ethnic cadre in Xinjiang supported the Han exit policy. Hence Wang Feng's misgivings about Han exit upset those Han personnel eager to leave as well as those Uyghur officials anxious to take things over. The bickering parties could no longer hold a meeting of Xinjiang's provincial party committee in peace. When representatives of the two groups were called to convene in Beijing, Hu Yaobang sided with the ethnic officials, to the frustration of the Han representatives. To their greater frustration, who introduced a proposal for high autonomy that privileged ethnic prerogatives. Under this new autonomy, the central state would retain power in just 3 areas: defense, diplomacy, and a veto power over the region's internal policy. These ideas came to be officially decreed as the CC Peace Document 46 of 1980. If implemented, this proposal would have created a one-country, two-systems model almost 2 decades before Hong Kong's in 1997. This proposal should fully qualify Hu Yaobang as a liberal autonomist. However, his negation of Han contribution to Xinjiang's development further polarized the Han and Uyghur officials. Only at the intervention of Premier Zhao Ziyang, who asked Deng Liqin to wire a cable affirming Han personnel's contribution to the development of Xinjiang, was the delicate relationship among the local multi-ethnic cadre restored to some sort of balance. Such developments reinforced the ethnicizing effects of the Han exit policy, or the replacement of class politics with identity politics. If the inflow of Han personnel during the Mao era was justified by the inter-ethnic goals of nation-building and proletarian solidarity, the Han exit policy entailed ethnic dissociation, particularly when the Han displacement was coupled with the restoration of former ethnic elites. Whereas Mao's tenet of class struggle transcended ethnic divisions, the Han exit policy helped to heighten awareness about Han rule by making a distinction between outsiders and locals. Indeed, after Xinjiang's Provincial Party Committee held meetings of provincial and local leaders in August 1980 to implement the Han exit policy, Han cadre's reputation suffered and tensions between ethnic and Han cadre increased. The implementation, aimed at pulling Han cadre out of the rural south where the Uyghurs were concentrated, made Han cadre look like problems rather than their self-identities as developers. Although a majority of Uyghur cadre supported the Han exit policy, a few did write to the CCP Central Committee to express their concerns and opposition. Thereafter Wang Zhen, the notoriously tough leader in Xinjiang in the early 1950s, was dispatched to investigate the situation. His advice helped to stop the mandatory exit but failed to soothe the Han cadre. Emotionally hurt by official abandonment, they were eager to leave Xinjiang and return to interior provinces. Defenders of the Han exit policy support Hu Yaobang's privileging of ethnic prerogatives. They insist that changes in local elite composition were not politically destabilizing. Hu's supporters are found among his former associates, liberal-minded intellectuals such as Zhang Yang of the Minzu University of China and minority officials such as Wu Jinghua, a Yi ethnic who held the top party post in Tibet from 1985 to 1988. Wu defends Hu's so-called upper-class tilt, arguing that redressing the wrongs of the past was the right thing to do in itself. As for Hu's alleged naivete about separatism, Wu argues that Hu's promotion of economic development offered the best measure against separatism. Hu only wanted the non-essential Han personnel to depart but the People's Liberation Army to stay, Wu argues, so Han exit was not as destabilizing as Hu's critics would suggest. Fiscally, Wu insists, Han departure was well justified given the TAR's economic difficulties at the time. In response to Deng Liqin's criticism of Hu's personal and idiosyncratic input in the Han exit policy, Wu Jinghua emphasizes the instructions from both the Central Party and Hu Yaobang. Evidence suggests that Hu did have the party's sanction to initiate reforms in the TAR, though not necessarily their exact contours. During his trip to the TAR in May of 1980, Hu Yaobang brought along the party's Document 31, which contained reform proposals. The Han exit policy prevailed in the end, thanks to the eagerness of the Han personnel to leave and that of the party to reverse the policies of the Mao era. The outflow of Han personnel exploded from frontier regions, especially the TAR and Xinjiang. Between 1980 and 1985, about 50,000 of the Han professionals left the TAR, according to Wang Lixian. Data from Chinese scholars also suggest a large exodus from Xinjiang. In 1981 alone, over 8,000 Han cadre left, half of them professional and technical personnel. Between 1981 and 1990, over 200,000 Han individuals left Xinjiang's PCCs for interior provinces, and many from outside the PCCs also left. Earlier, the temporary elimination of the PCCs in 1975 had already sent 572,400 members out of Xinjiang during 1975-6. However, the Han exit policy, like Hu's proposal for high autonomy, did not have a plan for execution. Although nearly half of those who left the TAR were reassigned to interior provinces by the central government, others received little help. Those who managed to leave had relatives who could help them find new homes and jobs. Those without resourceful ties remained behind. Like many urban youths who were sent down during the Cultural Revolution, they fought long and hard to be resettled in their native hometowns. For local ethnic communities, the benefits and costs of Han exit varied in accordance with one's emphasis on identity or class politics. For those who value identity politics, Han exit entailed ethnic dividends, or more opportunities for the party's local ethnic cadre. Zhang Yang, an outspoken liberal-minded scholar at the Central Minzu University, cites the Han exit as an indication of the party's political trust in minority officials. 12 Wu Jinghua, the party head of the TAR in the 1980s, lauds the increases in the ethnic composition of local official ranks. In Tibet's case, by the end of 1989 ethnic cadre comprised 72% of all officials at the provincial level, 68.1% at the prefectural level, and 61.2% at the county level. Of these, notably, many Tibetans held leading positions, serving as the party secretary in 6 of the 7 party committees at the prefectural/municipal levels, and 63 of the 75 party secretaries at the county levels. These were major improvements in less than a decade. For those who value class politics, the departure of Han officials and professionals benefited ethnic cadre and former ethnic elites at the expense of the lower strata of local minorities. During the Mao era, ideological and political incentives induced many professionals from interior provinces, administrators, teachers, doctors, educators, and technical personnel, to work in remote minority regions, especially Tibetan regions and Xinjiang. Regardless of the state's intentions, the personal sacrifices of those individuals made it possible to set up government services, public schools, hospitals, and other modern sectors in the largely agrarian or pastoral societies. Improvements in the well-being of poor minority communities were marked in the areas of socio-economic equality, education, and healthcare, earning the CCP loyalty among the lower classes in ethnic regions. The emigration of those professionals has substantially disadvantaged the same lower classes, at least in the short term. As long-term and experienced professionals moved out, schools deteriorated, medical care lapsed, and the quality of public services suffered. Wang Lixian, no friend of state minority policies, frankly notes such damaging effects of the Han exit policy in Tibetan regions. Rigzin Losel, a prominent Tibetan historian and party official, gave a similar assessment. In ethnic counties where even remote villages had Han doctors from major interior cities during the Mao era, he relates, few college graduates could be found in subsequent years. Despite expanded education for local youths, most would choose to stay in urban areas. 13 Most of all, poor ethnic regions lost generations of professionals who came with idealism and dedication. With expectations of long-term stay, they respected local ethnic customs, learned ethnic languages, and mingled with ethnic colleagues and neighbors. 14 Their personal sacrifices, Losel writes, helped to personify the CCP's proletarian solidarity with the poor and to undercut ethnic differences. Losel himself hailed from a remote mountain in Gars and personally benefited from Han teachers who came to teach in rural public schools. Most importantly, the rise of the former ethnic elites competed with the party's ethnic cadre for the allegiance of local ethnic masses. By exiting the Han personnel and restoring former ethnic elites, in short, changes in the composition of local elites helped to undermine the physical and ideological links between the CCP and local ethnic communities. Nevertheless, these policy changes did not alter the relationship between the central state and the autonomous region. Party dictates were simply formulated in small circles and delivered from the top down. Not surprisingly, the changes in local elite composition did not constitute or contribute to genuine autonomy. Revival of religion. Revival of religion, sponsored by the state itself, also served to demarcate inter-ethnic cleavages and consolidate intra-ethnic cohesion. Compared with the Mao era, the post-Mao state has involved itself in minority religions extensively, in terms of both promoting it in directions it deems desirable and controlling directions it deems undesirable. This has especially been the case in the two outer peripheral regions, where religion looms large as the core of local cultural traditions and identities. Under Mao, the party's strong ideological orientation contained the religious one. The Marxist view of religion as the opium of the people cast a negative light on religiosity. The overthrow of religious elites as part of the old exploitative class resonated at least partly with members of the lower classes who were eager to shed old social hierarchies. The number of mosques and monasteries decreased significantly, and religion was officially discouraged, although Muslims and Buddhists could observe religious practices in private. Only during the Cultural Revolution was religion formally banned and most places of worship closed for being one of the four old conventions. In fact, when ethnic scholars censure the left excesses of the Cultural Revolution, they condemn the destruction of the party's correct policy on religion in the earlier period. Between the late 1970s and the early 1980s, the Central Party, under Hu Yaobang's leadership, issued a series of decrees to facilitate religious revival in minority regions. As shown in Table 4.1, the first two documents resulted from two Ministry of the United Front conferences in 1979 to redress leftist wrongs in religious policy. Both emphasized the imperative of uniting the masses of the faithful and the clergy in the post-Mao era. The third document, dated to the Party Conference on Tibet in March 1980, declared an end to the party's class approach to religion. Equating ethnic issues with class issues was wrong, it stated, as were Mao's words that ethnic struggles are in essence class struggles. In their stead, the document emphasized inter-ethnic unity and respect for the normal religious life of the devout masses. It also made specific mention of giving Tibetan lamas proper treatment as well as protecting and renovating monasteries. Finally, the party's Document 19 of 1982 lay down the principles and policies for religion in the post-Mao era. These had to be formally stipulated because the previous central decrees to promote religious revival had met with resistance among local cadre. The drafting of the document was chaired directly by Hu Yaobang and carried out by the Secretariat under his wing. The document promulgated three key tenets: abandoning the idea of the class origins of religion, consolidating and expanding the party's political alliances in the religious front, and winning over the cleric personnel as the primary objective of official religious policy. The idea of freedom of religion was also codified into the Chinese constitution adopted later in the year on December 4, 1982. Official policy paid special attention to religious revival in Tibetan areas and Xinjiang, two regions where religion constituted core civilizational identities. Apart from its work conference on the TAR in 1980, the CCP also held a conference on religious matters for Yunnan in February 1981 and one for Xinjiang in July 1981. Earlier, following the CCP's central decrees from 1979 and 1980, Xinjiang had adopted its own local decrees to restore religious activities. By early 1981, however, some initial signs of religious fervor alerted authorities, such as the rise of religious intervention in local politics, law enforcement, and education. The tone from the CCP conference on Xinjiang, however, was less stringent. It urged continuing the policy of freedom of religion, as long as religious forces did not intervene in politics and education. Table 4.2 Xinjiang's decrees to promote religious revival. Early post-Mao China date/agency title of document. Key contents: March 13, 1979 XUAR/MUF Party Com. Seriously and completely implement the party's religious policy and strengthen administration of religious activities to shift the party's religious work to serving unity and stability. September 20, 1979 XUAR Party Com. Notification on speedily resolving the problem of places of worship to speedily reopen places of worship that had been closed September 8, 1980 ex-UAR Party Com. Request to provide living expenses to patriotic personnel to provide income for over 3,000 patriotic clergymen who had no fixed income source, she, 87-8. In the late 1970s and the early 1980s, places of worship were allowed to reopen, mushrooming faster than public schools in the TAR and Xinjiang and soon exceeded them. Tibetan monasteries, which were enthusiastically destroyed by members of the former serf class during the Cultural Revolution, were restored and new ones constructed with public funding. The state spent over 300 million yen to renovate major Tibetan monasteries in the 1980s and the 1990s, during the height of state support for religious revival. This was followed by 44 million yen in 2001 from the central state and 16 provinces, and 330 million yen during 2001-5 from the central state for the renovation of major monasteries. The number of Tibetan monasteries exceeded 3,000 by the late 1990s, for a population of over 5 million Tibetans at the time. This number has now increased to over 3,600 monasteries for the 6 million Tibetans in the TAR and surrounding provinces. 15 Over the years the state has continued to allocate funding for monastic renovations in Tibetan regions, despite increasing control over monastic activities. In Xinjiang as well, places of worship grew greater in number in per capita terms at the sanction of the state. Those damaged during the Cultural Revolution were restored and new ones proliferated at state expense. Mosques increased from 2,000 in 1979 to 12,000 after restoration in the early 1980s and to 24,800 in 2008, while the Islamic clergy grew from over 3,000 individuals to 290,000 from 1979 to 2008. In Hotan, the southernmost prefecture of Xinjiang with the highest concentration of Uyghurs, 90% of its 2 million residents were practicing Muslims in 2009, with over 4,000 mosques, or about one mosque for every 400 believers. In Kashgar, the westernmost prefecture of Xinjiang with the second highest concentration of Uyghurs 16, there were over 9,600 mosques in 1996, or one for over 300 believers. The high ratio of mosques in Xinjiang's rural Uyghur areas, cited as 4 per village, has become a contentious issue in recent years. Politically and intellectually, the revival of religion was boosted by the restoration of the former clergy. In the Tibetan case, hundreds of religious elites were given special United Front treatment after their rehabilitation since the late 1970s and early 1980s, and placed in local people's congresses, state agencies, and Buddhist associations. By Wang Lixiang's account, the number of Tibetan monks and nuns increased to 46,000 by 1994, or 2% of the Tibetan population at the time. Those who were associated with major monasteries began to receive a salary from the government, along with fringe benefits and professional ranks. In Xinjiang's case, thousands of former religious elites were restituted with similar treatment from the state. In subsequent years, Xinjiang's patriotic clergy have received income subsidies, with ever-increasing rates and coverage to placate them as well as to ensure their compliance. The period of state sponsorship, from the late 1970s to the mid-1980s, also helped to reconnect the local communities to their theocratic traditions, heralding the growth of religion in directions undesired by the state. In Tibetan regions, religious practices were soon revived to a level comparable to pre-1959 days, barring only the restoration of the former monastic economy and theocracy. The few remaining restrictions on religious practices applied mainly to clerical organizations, as Wang Lixiang writes, and even these were largely nominal, and there was little interference in the religious practices of the laity. Contact with the clergy and the Dalai Lama's Tibetan government in exile in India are formally banned but informally carried out. Delegations were welcomed into Tibetan regions and given tours at the escort of various state agencies. Religious masters were welcomed back to help with religious revival and reconstruction, or to give lectures. Resettlement offices were set up to welcome Tibetan exiles who wanted to return. 17 In Xinjiang as well, foreign religious delegations were welcomed in the spirit of reform and opening, to help with religious restoration, including funding and lecturing. Foreign religious organizations, mainly from Saudi Arabia, provided more than $3 million to build 3,000 mosques. These developments would later be blamed for the infiltration of Wahhabi influences. Whether and how much the state sponsorship of religious revival helped to enhance identity politics remains a matter of contention in contemporary China. Critics of state policy contend that the state-engineered revival played a legitimizing and enabling role, strengthened religious forces, undermined modernizing or secular forces, and facilitated the spread of religious extremism in the long run. Most prominent among such critics is Zhu Weiqan, former deputy head of the CCP's United Front Department who now heads the Committee on Ethnic and Religious Affairs in China's nominal upper house. Zhu blames the rise of religious fundamentalism and radicalism, in part, on the excessive encouragement of mosques by the state in the early reform era. This is a common perspective in Chinese scholarly and policy circles, which view the proliferation of mosques as a key factor in spreading and strengthening religious influence and identities. Defenders of Huyaobang disagree that the state has overplayed its hand. Tibetan scholars justify the large number of monasteries on the grounds that the inhospitable plateaus make it difficult for believers to travel afar for worship. 18 For this reason the presence of a monastery tends to coincide with a natural village on the plateau. For Xinjiang, Min Yuan, an alias for Huyaobang's son Hu Depaying, argues that the per capita rate of mosques for the local Muslim population is comparable to the rates for Muslim communities in Ningxia and Gansu, or about one mosque for every 550 believers. Moreover, he argues, the number of natural villages in Xinjiang is greater than the number of administrative villages, so that the actual number of mosques for natural villages is reasonable, or about one per natural village. Bovingdon concurs, arguing that the current number of mosques in Xinjiang has merely returned to historical levels, which stood at over 20,000 in 1950. Moreover, the Uyghur population grew dramatically in the same period, so that number of mosques per capita was still far below historical levels. In addition, because different mosques have different functions, the total number of mosques is not excessive. 19 Nevertheless, the ethnicizing effects of the growth of places of worship are readily observed. As Riddleson notes, a majority of Uyghur intellectuals consider China's liberalization of religious policy to be detrimental to the future of Uyghur people, as the resurgence of Islam would cause the Uyghur peasantry to retreat into cultural isolation and religious fervor, or what Uyghur peasantry view as tradition. Tursun, a Uyghur researcher formerly at the Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences, writes that by 1989 the number of mosques in Xinjiang exceeded any country in the Middle East, and this has had a major impact on the evolution of Uyghur-Han relations in subsequent years. That is, the growth of mosques contributed symbolically and physically to the distancing of the two groups as different communities, or the religious versus the secular. Indeed, Han analysts worry about the crowding out of the secular by the religious. One reason is the numeric dominance of mosques over secular schools of public education. The total number of mosques in Xinjiang is 5.3 times the total number of schools and colleges in the province, namely over 24,000 mosques versus less than 5,000 schools and colleges. Another is the much higher ratio of mosques to Muslim populations in Xinjiang than in the Middle East, namely one mosque for every 500 Muslims in Xinjiang compared with an average rate of one mosque for every 1,200 Muslims in the Middle East, every 2,500 in Egypt, and every 11,000 in Iran. Within Xinjiang, the number of mosques also exceeds that of natural villages. The total of 8,921 natural villages have an average of 2.7 mosques per village. 20 At the very least, the state-sponsored revival of religion helped to reverse the secular trends nurtured in the socialist era. Over time the state would prove to be incapable of curtailing the direction of religious revival in Xinjiang or the TAR, where religion entails both cultural practices and identities. Legal accommodation. The policy of dual legal standards, instituted in 1984, was another reform measure that helped to end class universalism and enhance identity politics. It was designed to allow ethnic customs in law enforcement matters, thus relieving minority communities from standards of national law enforcement. During the socialist era, ethnic customs in penal matters were regarded as instruments of the upper classes to oppress the lower classes. But the end of class politics relegitimated old ethnic customs. The policy of dual legal standards was stipulated in a central decree known as the CCP Document 5 of 1984. It was issued as a central opinion on the tough crackdown of 1983, a campaign against crimes that had been rising since the onset of the reform era in the late 1970s. During the first phase of the crackdown, from late 1983 to early 1984, most arrests involved homicide, arson, robbery, rape, and indecency, resulting in the arrest of 1.027 million individuals, convictions for 860,000 individuals, and capital punishments for 24,000 individuals. In the second phase, Document 5 instructed, a policy of less arrest and less death sentence should be applied to three categories of offenders: members of minority groups, democratic parties, and religious circles. The policy has been blamed on Hu Yaobang by his leftist critics. 21 The new policy, moreover, was aimed at tailoring the country's new criminal law to the customs of minority regions. The National Criminal Law, the first of its kind in the PRC, was adopted in 1979 as part of post-Mao efforts to correct the arbitrary rule of the Mao era and to institutionalize criminal codes. During the crackdown campaign of 1983-4, conflicts between national criminal codes and local ethnic conventions were manifest. For example, rape of juveniles, and indecent assaults were criminal under the national law and subject to capital punishment, but they were not considered criminal in Tibetan, Mongol, and Tua customs, where the victim would be at fault. If perpetrators were punished according to the national law, local communities would blame the victims for bringing down the perpetrators. Polygamy and polyandry were criminal under the national law, but still existed as local practices in some Tibetan, Tua, and Hui communities. In such instances, applying the national criminal law to the letter would run counter to local ethnic customs. Dispute settlement also works differently in some minority traditions, further requiring the national criminal law to compromise. Communal disputes and violence over resources, such as water, grazing land, and territorial boundaries, had historically plagued ethnic communities. Physical brawls among Tibetan herdsmen, often with knives and firearms, frequently resulted in injuries or deaths, yet victims preferred communal ways of settlement, such as reparations in livestock or cash payments. 22 If such compensations were paid for the price of blood or price of life, victims would not want to seek legal punishment. Local communities objected to law enforcement in such instances, viewing it as a violation of their customs. Even if punishments were issued by state courts, they could be ineffective, as the victim's side would still seek conventional ways of justice such as blood revenge and divine judgment. With the rise of household farming and pastoral grazing in the reform era, communal disputes over resources have intensified. The application of the national criminal law was thus to be tempered in minority regions. After Document 5 of 1984 proclaiming dual legal standards, the CCP followed with Document 6 of 1984 to highlight their application to minority regions. It instructed that a policy of less arrest and less death penalty must be upheld for minority offenders and that minority convicts should receive more lax punishment. Law enforcement should be especially cautious in Tibetan regions. These decrees came to be summed as the policy of 2 less and 1 lax, becoming a general practice to accommodate ethnic customs that do not regard offenses defined as criminal in the Chinese national law or do not regard punishments decreed by Chinese law as effective. Xiao Yang, writing as China's Minister of Justice in 1996, confirms that after the tough crackdown of 1983, law enforcement agencies in minority regions have maintained the dual legal standards, and have come up with specific ways to implement them in accordance with local conditions in different minority regions. Further boosting identity politics, the dual legal standards became ethnic prerogatives not only in intra-ethnic criminal cases but more importantly in inter-ethnic ones. As originally intended, the dual standards were aimed at transgressions within the same ethnic groups, not those among different ethnic groups. But the distinction was often neglected in practice during the heyday of its application from the mid-1980s to the late 2000s. Law enforcement officers in outer peripheral regions, in particular, were wary of touching off disputes, so they preferred to err on the safe side by treating minority offenders leniently regardless of the ethnicity of their victims. Over time, double standards of justice became de facto practices in these regions. The dual legal standards mattered more in Tibetan and Uyghur regions because of local ethnic majorities and language factors. Local majorities entailed the prevalence of local customs and a relative weakness of national law. They also entailed a greater ethnic presence in law enforcement ranks. For cultural and linguistic reasons, minority officers usually handled offenders of the same ethnicity, and vice versa for Han offenders. Thus, for the same crime, a minority offender may receive drastically milder punishment than a Han offender, for example the death sentence for a Han convicted of murder but a 10-year sentence for an ethnic offender convicted of the same crime. Han residents in Xinjiang frequently complained about this disparity in private conversations. 23 The Uyghur scholar Tursun concedes that Uyghurs prevailed over Han residents in the 1980s. The political atmosphere began to change after the violence of Baran village in April 1990, officially called the first terrorist act in Xinjiang, during which local police was unable to fire at violent attackers without official authorization. In another legacy that enhances identity politics, dual legal standards have helped to nurture, at least in public perception, an attitude of being above the law among those who have become used to legal laxity. Guan Kai, a Manchu scholar at the Central Minzu University, writes that he has seen individuals with distinct minority appearances refusing to pay bus fares on the claim that they were minorities. Yao Xiniang, a Xinjiang-born Han scholar, recalls that Han residents often attributed common crimes on Xinjiang's streets to disparate justice, which fostered a sense of lawlessness among some native youths. In interior provinces, Xinjiang criminal groups became urban legends in the reform era, but law enforcement agencies were often at a loss as to how to handle them. Until recent years, they usually released them after some verbal scolding, thus allowing offenders to return to their gang groups and activities. Meanwhile, innocent Uyghurs suffer from the stereotyping of Uyghurs as potential criminals. Even for top Uyghur students selected to study in high schools in interior provinces, they endure routine discrimination, and easily taken as members of criminal gangs and harassed by security guards or pedestrians. Even before the current climate of counter-terrorism, Uyghur college graduates complained about being shunned by potential employers, who viewed them as above the law and difficult to manage. 24 Over time, loose enforcement of law and a propensity for law-breaking feed one another. This became a particular problem in the reform era when inter-ethnic interactions grow more common, due to two-way migration in the market economy. Some Uyghur migrants, as one Uyghur scholar concedes, have done unlawful things in interior cities, from theft, scuffles, and public disturbances to robbery, abduction, and drug trafficking. Such transgressions may be blamed on a lack of social constraints or legitimate job opportunities in new urban settings. But they create an image of troublemakers in the minds of local Han residents, rendering it harder for Uyghur migrants to rent housing, check into hotels, hail taxis, or seek services from employment agencies. 25 Likewise, Yi and Tibetan migrants also suffer from a somewhat negative reputation in Chengdu, the urban metropolis closet to Tibetan and Yi regions, for petty crimes and car theft. One county in Engwa prefecture of Sichuan province has even become known as the local capital of second-hand cars, for selling stolen cars from Chengdu. 26 In all of the above cases, local police may be handicapped by a lack of language or dietary accommodation and wariness about touching off sensitive issues, resulting in a cycle of lax law enforcement and law breaking. Such laxity can also spill over to other areas of law enforcement, becoming a wider ethnic prerogative. Corruption among ethnic officials is no less serious than among Han officials, based on local conversations and encounters as well as offenses exposed through Xi Jinping's anti-corruption campaign from late 2012. Yet it was seldom prosecuted in sensitive ethnic regions, thanks to state reluctance to prosecute intra-ethnic offenses. In Tibetan regions, the sustained supply of generous state aid has provided ample opportunities for misuse and embezzlement of state funds, so that state benefits do not always reach the bottom in full. Because ethnic officials usually serve at the grassroots levels in Tibetan regions, offenders would also be more likely to be Tibetan officials. Point 27 In Xinjiang as well, government policies may be generous but specific benefits did not always arrive fully for ethnic residents. In rural areas these may range from rural subsidies to compensation for resettlement. In urban areas, some local residents attributed conflicts over the demolishing of old Uyghur towns to the corruption of ethnic officials, who allegedly undercompensated former residents by personally pocketing state funds. Because they spoke the ethnic tongue, more ethnic officials were involved in persuading former residents to relocate and in negotiating compensation deals. Until Xi Jinping's anti-graft campaign, local authorities adopted an ambivalent attitude toward corruption. The wrongdoings of ethnic officials may be overlooked to avoid outcries about discrimination, although corruption of Han officials may also be downplayed to avoid associating corruption with Han Chinese rule. Paradoxically, as an ethnic prerogative, dual legal standards may induce both positive and negative discrimination. As the country's political climate has moved away from accommodation to vigilance in recent years, dual legal standards increasingly entail negative discrimination. During the Beijing Olympics in 2008, Uyghur and Tibetan migrants were asked to leave the city to avoid potential troublemaking, while other migrant workers and minority groups were not singled out. In Chengdu, which is a popular destination for Tibetans from western Sichuan, some taxi companies instructed their drivers not to take Tibetan riders during the Beijing Olympics. Taxi drivers on their own may sometimes refuse to take Tibetan riders, citing the long knives carried by them, a Tibetan custom allowed by the state. Despite state decrees to ban local discriminatory practices, there are few enforcement mechanisms. A senior Tibetan official in the CCP's United Front Department, himself responsible for crafting those bans, has sometimes had a hard time with airport security personnel due to the ethnicity on his ID card. Point 28 Even before the enforcement of extreme security measures in Xinjiang since late 2016, Uyghurs in Xinjiang had to go through complex and lengthy processes to apply for passports. Designed to curb local Muslims from joining extremist activities overseas, the policy evokes much resentment for treating Uyghurs differently. With the rise of ethnic violence since the 1990s, especially after the Urumqi riots of 2009, the negative effects of dual legal standards are increasingly recognized. By encouraging lawlessness among some minority youths, legal disparity helps to damage group reputation, especially among the Uyghurs. By inciting public resentment over double standards, the policy helps to damage inter-ethnic trust. By preventing police from responding to rioters in a timely manner, during numerous violent episodes in Xinjiang, the policy helped to cause an undue amount of civilian deaths. As a legal principle, dual legal standards also lack procedural legitimacy, since they came from the party rather than the national legislature. As such, they were political dictates that may go from one extreme to the other when political imperatives require. Even defenders of the policy concede that it was obsolete. Cheng Min, editor of the Hu Yaobang Archives website 29 and a strong defender of Hu, admits that the decree was appropriate in the early post-Mao period when minority crimes were largely intra-ethnic and rarely occurred outside minority regions. The free flow of population since market reforms has made inter-ethnic interactions more common, hence the inequity of dual legal standards in adjudicating crimes involving different ethnic groups. Moderate changes came a year after the Urumqi riots of 2009, but the ethnic prerogative lingers overall. A year after the riot, 3 agencies of the CCP Central Committee and the State Council issued a joint opinion, calling for the rule of law in dealing with all offenders regardless of ethnicity. Point 30. But the document makes just one mention of equality of everyone before law, while its overall emphasis is on ethnic harmony. This emphasis is unsurprising, since some minority conventions, especially communal settlement of disputes and offenses, have been revived in the reform era. Moreover, as an advisory opinion from 3 agencies unrelated to law enforcement, the idea of equality before law has little meaning in reality. Indeed, in the state's ongoing war on terrorism, it is now the Uyghurs who complain about double legal standards, from severe security measures to strict religious bans. In a street brawl between a Uyghur and Han on Xinjiang streets, it is now the Uyghurs who are likely to get into trouble regardless of the nature of the dispute, in contrast to police reactions before the anti-terror climate. 31 Such political swings say much about the paradox of ethnic prerogatives. During the CCP's anti-corruption campaign since 2013, the rule of law initially took a backseat to ethnic considerations. Of 32 senior officials brought down in Xinjiang as of January 2016, just 4 officials were Uyghur. According to local reporters, this low ratio seems improbable because there is a high ratio of Uyghur officials in local state agencies due to the quota system in personnel appointment. Moreover, Uyghur officials do have channels to stash assets in the Middle East, in contrast to corrupt Han officials who prefer private channels in Western countries. One fallen Uyghur official, Adeli Nur Mehmet, mayor of Hotan City from 2009 to 2014, is reputed to hold assets in Dubai. Likewise, of 7 high-level officials who have fallen in the anti-corruption campaign in the TAR, just 1 was Tibetan as of mid-2016. 32 This too seems improbable, because of the even higher ratio of Tibetan cadre in the TAR's officialdom and large financial windfalls from state assistance programs. Nevertheless, the fact that the anti-corruption campaign has reached the outer peripheral regions is a sign of change. The arrival of Chen Quanguo, who became the top party leader in Xinjiang in August 2016, has turned the dual legal standards upside down. In an array of new policy measures to fight religious radicalism, it is now Uyghurs who are adversely affected by double legal standards. Prominent Uyghur officials, including a former head of Xinjiang's Department of Education and a former governor who later headed the State Bureau of Energy, have been brought down by politically related or corruption charges. These developments, as will be discussed in more detail in Chapter 6, amount to a revenge of identity politics promoted by the state itself. Summary. This chapter has discussed the post-Mao campaign to redress leftist wrongs that ushered in the second historical transition of China's ethnic governance. The crux of this transition was the abandonment of class universalism and the rise of identity politics, manifested through 4 major areas of reform. In the 2 outer peripheral regions, they included the restitution of former ethnic elites and other class enemies of the Mao era, withdrawal of Han personnel, state sponsorship of religious revival, and accommodation of ethnic conventions in law enforcement. These policies departed from the Maoist approaches of class solidarity across ethnic groups, and strengthened ethnic particularism by removing the social class justification of inter-ethnic equality and replacing it with an identity justification. Together these policies strengthened inter-ethnic demarcations while weakening intra-ethnic ones. Hailed as a movement of liberalization, the campaign to redress past wrongs, as carried out in the key minority regions, was liberalization with a twist. The campaign was driven more by a reaction against the excesses of Mao's radical years than a fundamental rethinking of socialist autonomy. During the Mao era, ethnic particularism was justified yet also conditioned by class universalism. Thus preferential policies could be compatible with an influx of Han personnel, displacement of former ethnic elites, and censure of ethnic religions and conventions. In launching the campaign to repudiate the radicalism of the Mao era, the CCP did not develop a new fundamental framework to define the relationship between the central state and minority regions, in particular the outer peripheral regions. Hu Yaobang had the right instinct by promoting more ethnic autonomy, but fell short of a broader consultation with local communities about a new type of autonomy. Unable to defend his idea of high autonomy, his reform platform fell back on ethnic prerogatives. It did so by ethnicizing the remedies for the party's past mistakes, restoring ethnic elites and conventions while reducing Han presence. These reforms enhanced ethnic particularism without granting more political autonomy. That is, they were still dictated from the center. Ultimately, I argue in this chapter, the built-in tensions of the autonomous system have been strengthened by the demise of class universalism and the rise of identity politics. That is, the tensions between centralization and ethnicization. If those tensions were mitigated by class universalism during the Mao era, the demise of this universalism delegitimized the ideological and political underpinning that had earlier helped to neutralize ethnicity and connect the majority and minority communities. It followed that the post-Mao state would compensate for past mistakes by granting more minority-specific prerogatives, effectively replacing class politics with identity politics. In the process, the party ideologically and politically abandoned its former allies, the lower social strata, especially in the outer peripheral regions where these allies were crucial during the first transition. Meanwhile, the party also relegitimated former ethnic elites and traditions that buttressed traditional political and cultural institutions. These developments would have long-term consequences for political integration and stability. Given the built-in tensions of the autonomous system, the ascent of identity politics foreshadowed the imperative of centralization to offset its centrifugal tendencies. 1. There were 4 reported armed riots in Hotan during the 1950s. Sichi. 2. 95 of the 1,612 individuals had already left for the Soviet Union. Sizu. 3. The officially published reversal rate here was 81.9% but included wrongful cases from 2 separate types of crackdown. One was the 1960 campaign against individuals who came to the frontier region to assist its development. The other was the campaign against 8 minority rebellions during 1950-67. It is likely that the reversal rate for those convicted in the second type of crackdown was significantly lower. See Song. 4. Critiques like this also appear on other Chinese websites, such as blogs at Baidu.com, People.com, Jinbuletinshi.org, or Wideby.com. 5. Conversations with Ma Rong, leader of the research team, in Beijing, July 2011 and December 2013, and in Hangzhou, June 2018. 6. Ibid. Ma has told of these field findings in some of his writings, speeches, and conversations, for example Ma. 7. For example, observations along these lines were made by a veteran official of ethnic and religious affairs in the local government of Kashgar in the aftermath of the Urumqi riot of July 5, 2009, www.wyzxsx.com/article/class146/2009007/92901.html. Accessed July 5, 2013. The link is no longer accessible to provide more details. WYZXSX is a website known for views that are nostalgic about the Mao era. 8. In-depth conversations with a prominent Tibetan scholar and official, Chengdu and Beijing, summer 2011 and December 2013. 9. Conversation with Ma Rong, Zhejiang University, June 2018. 10. The returnees included 4 college professors, 6 members of Xinjiang's production corps, and 4 former officials. Conversations in summers 2011, 2013, and 2015. Those whom I have encountered at academic conferences and informal gatherings in China are too numerous to count. 11. For example, conversations with an official of a local SEAC branch in Hotan, fall 2013. 12. Conversations with Zhang at the Minzu University of China, December 2012. 13. Conversations in Beijing, fall 2013. 14. Almost all of the Han professionals I encountered in southern Xinjiang who came during the 1950s and 1960s and who worked in the public sector could speak Uyghur, as was the case with their offspring if they were raised during the Mao era. 15. This number was provided by a Tibetan official in the CCP's United Front Department. 16. The data are from Xinjiang Hui Kuang. Keishi Daikulashi Yanj. November 14, 2014. www.xzqh.org/html/show/xj/21340.html. 17. Conversations with two county-level Tibetan officials in charge of United Front Affairs, Ngawa, summer 2015. 18. Conversations with two Tibetan researchers in Chengdu, summer 2015, and two researchers of the China Tibetology Center in Beijing, January 2018. 19. Electronic Communications, February 23 and June 19, 2014. 20. There are many Chinese analyses to this effect. A representative one is Tang, a local Xinjiang scholar. 21. Cheng is a rebuttal of the leading leftist critics on the issue, Sima Nan and Xian Yan. 22. Conversations with three Tibetan officials and scholars from Western Sichuan, summers 2015 and 2017. See also blog discussion at Liangshao Yuquan, Ta Deadai Shi Shenmo. Undated, http://blog.renren.com/share/40238514071037361559/1. Access June 6, 2017. 23. Conversation with one former police officer, one current police officer, and 8 longtime residents from Hotan, Xinjiang, fall 2013 in Hotan and summers 2015 and 2017 in Chongqing. One cousin of this author, a migrant in Hotan, received a long sentence for taking part in a brawl that resulted in a death. 24. Conversations with 7 Uyghur students on a college campus in Kashgar, southern Xinjiang, summer 2011. 25. Also conversations with 6 Uyghur farmers who had been migrants in interior cities, southern Xinjiang, October 2013 and Suzhou, summers 2015 and 2018. 26. Conversations with 2 scholars of Sichuan University, one Han and one Tibetan, summer 2017. 27. See typical examples of Tibetan cadre's corruption, exposed during Xi Jinping's anti-graft campaign, Zhang Tongbao Psyche Fupan Lingyu Fubai Hiziu Ofen Wenti Dian Xing Onli. People's Daily, October 16, 2018. http://fanfu.people.com.cn/n1/2018/1034371530343039.html. 28. Conversations with the official, Beijing, fall 2013. 29. www.hibsl.cn. 30. CCP Publicity Department, CCP United Front Department and State Ethnic Affairs Commission, Opinions on Improving Ethnic Harmony and Progress, July 9, 2010. www.gov.cn/gzdt/2010-07/content_1649933.htm. 31. Conversations with 2 local officials and 1 local reporter from southern Xinjiang, summer 2015, and conversation with 2 Uyghur students studying in the USA, fall 2015. 32. He is the former Deputy Commissioner of Nagpur Prefecture, www.zhaojianxinwen.net/11zhang/cc. Access July 11, 2016. The link is no longer available to provide details. More of the fallen officials at lower levels are Tibetan, probably because more officials at these levels are Tibetan. 5. Ethnic autonomy and its discontents. Following the campaign to redress the leftist wrongs of the Mao era, the CCP made a series of efforts to reinstitutionalize the system of ethnic autonomy. As part of the early post-Mao course of political liberalization, those efforts were intended to better accommodate ethnic communities, thus better integrating them. However, rather than alleviating the tensions between centralization and ethnicization, they intensified them. This intensification has fueled discontent among contending Chinese groups as to the adequacy of the autonomous system, and whether its institutional design is an important source of increased ethnic discontent. In the Western literature, scholars universally emphasize the large discrepancy between the promise of autonomy and the realities in the Chinese case. The reasons include a dearth of genuine autonomy, a lack of checks against state intrusion on autonomy, subordination to state interests, presence of less autonomy than in regular provinces, and a nearly complete lack of independence of action. At the very least, limits on autonomy result from the marketization of the Chinese economy or a complex system of formal and informal incentives. Existing scholarship has also identified an emerging consensus among leading public intellectuals and some party officials in China for policy reform, in the direction of strengthening national integration at the expense of ethnic autonomy and supporting the melting pot concept. This chapter, however, will show that it is the opponents of the melting pot approach who have prevailed politically thanks to their embrace of the institutional compromise of the autonomous system. In this chapter I continue with the book's argument that the built-in tensions of the autonomous system, at once centralization and ethnicization, have intensified in the reform era, enhancing the institutional dynamics for ethnic tensions. The driving force has been the demise of class universalism and the advent of identity politics. On the one hand, these two developments have made political centralization less justifiable but also more urgent, thanks to the centrifugal tendencies of identity politics, which are now unconstrained by class universalism. On the other hand, the demise of class universalism and the advent of identity politics have made autonomy rights more urgent but also more polarizing, as they are now instrumental to rights assertion and inter-ethnic competition in a new market economy. I will illustrate these institutional dynamics with three contending perspectives from within China. This contention revolves around the opposing tendencies of centralization and ethnicization in the autonomous system. The liberal autonomists criticize political centralization, which undermine autonomy rights. The integrationists criticize ethnicization, which undermines national integration. The socialist autonomists, meanwhile, embrace the grand bargain of compromised autonomy but ethnic prerogatives. From different angles, the three contending schools help to highlight the institutional sources that contribute to increased ethnic tensions in the reform era, in minority regions in general and in Xinjiang and Tibet in particular. This chapter covers two topics: post-Mao reforms to reinstitutionalize the system of ethnic autonomy, and the built-in tensions between centralization and ethnicization, as reflected in three contending assessments among leading analysts of minority policy within China. Reinstitutionalizing autonomy. The reinstitutionalization of the autonomous system, occurring in the late 1970s and the early 1980s, aimed to restore and strengthen the system of ethnic governance. This effort included reinstating the SEAC in 1978, restoring the autonomous system from 1978 to the early 1980s, reopening the ethnic classification project in 1979, convening the first post-Mao CCP work symposium on minority policy in 1980, and adopting of the Law on Autonomy of Ethnic Regions in 1984. A number of changes quickly followed on the ground, but all contributed to the strengthening of the ethnic rather than autonomy per se. This was so because most of the changes brought more preferential policies. Inner-peripheral groups prized them more than autonomy. One change was the creation of more autonomous territorial units. In Mongol areas, this was done to reverse radical efforts that de-ethnicize territorial units. During the Cultural Revolution, several Mongol prefectures and banners were assigned across 5 provinces, but were returned to Inner Mongolia in 1979. In the remaining cases, however, new autonomous units were established in inner peripheral regions for groups with little distinctive features. The motive, as widely understood in the Chinese context, was to cash in on the preferential policies that were expanding in the reform era. 2 new autonomous prefectures were established in Hubei and Gansu provinces. 11 new Manchu autonomous counties were established in northeastern provinces and Hebei province. 41 other autonomous counties were created across minority regions. These new counties, 52 in all, accounted for 43.3% of the total number of 120 autonomous counties that now exist. A number of autonomous townships were also established in rural areas, as were some ethnic districts in urban areas. A second change was the adoption of new preferential policies. At the individual level, most important were the preferential admission policy after college entrance exams were resumed in 1977 and the policy of exemption from family planning after the one-child policy was introduced in 1978 and formally launched in 1980. These 2 areas of preferential policies, college admissions and family planning, motivated millions of people to change their ethnic status. Nationally, the most enduring reform legacy was the passage of the Law on Autonomy of Ethnic Regions in 1984. Drafting of the law first began in 1954 under the leadership of Li Vihan, the party's expert on minority issues. It had undergone 8 drafts by 1966, before all legislative work came to a halt due to the Cultural Revolution. Against the backdrop of redressing past wrongs, Ulanfu and Ngapoy and Gawang Jigme, the highest-ranked Mongol and Tibetan leaders respectively, were tasked with leading the effort to complete the autonomy law. This was finally accomplished at the 6th Congress of the NPC in 1984, which formally adopted the Law on Autonomy of Ethnic Regions. The law was updated and amended in 2001. Statutorily, the autonomy law grants more rights to the autonomous regions than their provincial counterparts. First, while the Chinese constitution grants the autonomous regions the same executive and legislative powers as regular provinces, the autonomy law provides additional legal powers for autonomous units to adopt their own autonomous statutes and locally exclusive statutes. Central approval for local legislation is required only in situations where the autonomous regions seek to change or reject central decrees because they do not suit local conditions. In addition, compared with regular provinces, LAER allows extra legislative and executive prerogatives in 6 broad areas: personnel matters, economic development, fiscal matters and taxation, resources and environment, cultural and educational policies, and social policies such as law and order, migration, family planning, minority customs, and religious freedom. Finally, the autonomy law mandates that the chief executive at every level of the local government in the autonomous regions be a member of the titular ethnic group locally. The autonomy law helps to entrench the autonomous system institutionally in several ways. At the legal level, ethnic autonomy is formally codified, making autonomous status and minority policies a legal requirement. At the doctrinal level, the autonomy law provides the master law for other national and local statutes involving ethnic issues. Subsequent national laws, from civil to criminal, contain provisions for minorities in accordance with the autonomy law. At the local level, a majority of autonomous prefectures and counties began to adopt their own statutes on autonomy. But no autonomy statutes have been adopted by the 5 autonomous regions at the provincial level, due to the difficulty of defining their relationship with the central government. In the updated version of the autonomy law in 2001, residues of the planned economy in the 1984 version were removed and more preferential policies for economic development are granted for minority regions. Statutorily at least, the rights granted in LAER compare well with 2 of the 3 other governance units that are accorded legislative powers in China, the so-called Major Cities 1 and the Special Economic Zones. This leaves the Special Administrative Regions, or Hong Kong and Macau, as the only territorial units with greater autonomy than the autonomous regions. The SARs have far more macro-level power in choosing their local political systems and laws. By comparison, the autonomy of the autonomous regions lies largely in local flexibility to interpret, adapt, and apply central laws and policies that affect the interests of local minority communities. This local flexibility, on the ground, often comes in the form of enacting ethnic prerogatives for local ethnic communities, particularly the titular ethnic group. In a range of local policy areas, local governments have decision-making power over practical issues affecting daily lives locally, such as school admissions, family planning, language and education, law enforcement and social policies, and personnel appointment and promotion in the public sector. To take one example, the local government in the Yanbian Korean prefecture allocates 50% more funding per student to local Korean ethnic schools than to Han schools. The rationale is that because the student body is shrinking in many Korean schools, due to emigration to South Korea and to China's urban centers, their overall funding has shrunk. Hence ethnic Korean schools need a higher per capita allocation of state funds. In one Korean school the number of students is smaller than 40 plus faculty and staff that remain on the school's payroll. Point to the dominance of the titular minority group in local autonomous areas makes such allocation possible. In reality, thus, the autonomous system may provide little genuine autonomy in terms of procedural rights in political choices. But it can provide plenty of ethnic prerogatives in terms of developmental and distributional benefits. The institutional bias may have posed few problems for inner peripheral regions where development is the priority, but for outer peripheral regions it has proved to be quite problematic. Contending assessment of ethnic autonomy. The problems of China's system of ethnic autonomy are well reflected in three contending perspectives on ethnic policy within China: the liberal autonomists, the integrationists, and the socialist autonomists. The first two groups offer opposing critiques that reflect the enduring tensions of centralization and ethnicization in the autonomous system. The third school acknowledge the practical barriers to autonomy in the Chinese context but accept the trade-off between autonomy and ethnic prerogatives. Importantly, the angle from which the three groups look at the autonomous system differs. The liberal autonomists assess the system from the viewpoint of outer peripheral regions, while the socialist autonomists usually do so from that of inner peripheral regions. The integrationists disparage the particularism of both groups. Excesses of centralization. Liberal autonomists focus on the core institutional issue in the autonomous system, the distribution of authority between the central state and the local. Viewing things from the perspective of the two outer peripheral regions, they emphasize political and cultural rights as the essence of autonomy. Thus they reject the official pact of a trade-off between autonomy and ethnic particularism, or a compromise of the former, although they do not forsake the latter. Their critique of the autonomous system echoes the scholarly literature on the structural limits of Soviet ethno-federalism, namely, political centralization renders meaningless the formal system of ethnic autonomy. Needless to say, this view is politically untenable in China's political context. Through their writings, liberal autonomists are influential in the sense of being the only robust critique of socialist autonomy from outside the official discourse. For the most outspoken among them, their works may be formally restricted but informally available through private channels, and their views are well known to ethnic studies circles and minority dissidents within China. Occasionally their views were solicited by the authorities, as in the case of Ilham Tohti, who wrote an internal report for the authorities in 2011. He was formerly a Uyghur lecturer at the Minzu University of China. Another leading representative is Wang Lixian, an independent scholar and dissident writer. Considered as security threats by the authorities, their views and activities are treated as politically subversive or separatist. Tohti was briefly detained after the Urumqi riots of July 2009. The website he founded in 2006, UighurBiz.net, was blamed for spreading rumors that helped to incite the Urumqi riots. In September 2014 he was sentenced to life in prison on separatism-related charges. His website ceased updating after his arrest in January 2014. Wang Lixian was imprisoned in 1999 for activities related to his Xinjiang research and faced house arrest during times of sensitive events in China. Among moderate liberal autonomists, Zhang Jiang's critical views on autonomy appeared on 21ccom.net, a popular liberal website that was closed down in late 2016, and He Fang's writings have appeared on HiBSL.cn, the website devoted to Hu Yaobang's legacy. Zhang is a professor at Minzu University of China, and He Fang is a rehabilitated official who headed the Japan Institute at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences in the 1980s. Liberal autonomists highlight institutional barriers to autonomy, putting them in the unenvious position of challenging the foundations of the Chinese political system. The foremost mechanism that undermines autonomy, they argue, is the centralized leadership of the Communist Party. Although the end of class universalism has weakened its ideological foundation, the party's supremacy remains the same as in the pre-reform era. In this political structure, the party secretary at the provincial level is appointed by and responsible to the CCP above, not the local communities below. He must follow all commands of the central party, and his commands must be followed in turn by the party hierarchy below him. The precedence of centralization over autonomy thus negates the very idea of autonomy, rendering it pseudo-autonomy. If Hu Yaobang's idea of high autonomy was heeded, Zhang Jiang asserts, China would not be facing the kind of ethnic tensions it is experiencing in present times. Point 3. In the reform era, centralization has been strengthened by what Todi refers to as a double jeopardy, or the primacy of the party over the state and the appointment of Han officials to the top party posts. Needless to say, the end of class universalism and the rise of identity politics have made the ethnicity of official appointees a sensitive matter. The party's official ideology is another centralizing mechanism that constrains autonomy, especially for the two regions with core religious traditions. During the socialist era, religion and the clergy were delegitimated as instruments of class oppression, a position ideologically coherent to the ethnic proletariat. In the Chinese constitution adopted in the reform era, however, the idea of freedom of religion is stipulated but coexists with the four cardinal principles. These four principles refer to the socialist path, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the party's leadership, and Marxism and Mao Zedong thought. Being cardinal principles, they render subordinate the idea of freedom of religion. As Todi writes, by excluding alternative belief systems, official atheism deals major blows to the Uyghur culture and religion. Indeed, as early as the 1930s, the party's own expert on minority affairs understood the centrality of religion in Islamic communities. Based on his research on Hui Muslims, Li Vihan concluded that more than just being a religion, Islam was the linchpin to the Hui's way of life and their identity as a people. Li's point should apply even more to the Uyghur and Tibetan people, since they have not become Sinified culturally and linguistically like the Hui people. He Fang criticizes the party's earlier treatment of the ethnic clergy as a parasitic class, pointing to the deep reverence that their co-ethnic disciples held for them. This refers particularly to the reverence of the Tibetan masses for their lamas, whose seemingly idle life was attacked as parasitic in the Mao era. Third, the party's monopoly over official appointments is a key centralizing mechanism for constraining autonomy, especially the appointment of Han Cadre to the top official post. During the Mao era, class universalism obscured the issue of the ethnicity of top office holders in minority regions. But the end of that universalism makes the issue more prominent in the post-Mao era. Because the party prevails over the state, the party secretary's power thus prevails over that of the top state office holder at the parallel level. The latter always comes from the titular minority group, as required by the autonomy law. This is known as the double jeopardy problem, or the party's monopoly over official appointments and its appointment of Han officials at the top in Xinjiang and to a lesser extent the TAR. The sources of the double jeopardy are contentious, revolving around whether they are ethnically based or driven by the rise of identity politics. Liberal autonomists tend to blame the former, citing the party's long-standing lack of trust in minority officials. For example, Early Tibetan communists participated in the Long March in the 1930s and in revolutionary activities in Tibetan regions in the 1940s, but there was just one Tibetan, Phunch Hogst Bangrachil, in the party's five-member leadership committee when the Chinese Liberation Army took over Lhasa in 1950. Moreover, when the party's provisional government was established in Lhasa in 1958, he was still the sole Tibetan in the 11-member party committee. Even this individual, known as the Red Tibetan who led the Red Army into Tibet, was suspected of separatism in 1960 and sentenced to prison as a counter-revolutionary, then released 18 years later after Mao's death. Educated in Han cities in the 1930s, Phunch Hogst was well read in Marxist classics, founded the Kham Tibetan Communist Party, and served as the interpreter during the negotiations between Beijing and the Dalai Lama's representatives in 1951 and in Mao's meeting with the Dalai Lama and the Panchen Lama in 1954. In other words, this was not an individual lacking in social class solidarity or intellectual credentials. Other examples of mistrust involve the dearth of titular minorities appointed to top official posts in autonomous regions. Just two such members have served at the helm at the provincial level, Ulanfu in Inner Mongolia and Sapedin Azizi in Xinjiang, both during the Mao era. Instead, prominent minority officials were placed away from their native lands. This refers to the appointment of legendary minority officials, in both stature and accomplishments, to nominally high positions in Beijing, for example the 10th Panchen Lama, Na Phod Ngagd Bang Jigsmed, Burhanchi Hidi, and Sapedin Azizi. Notably these examples all involved outer peripheral regions. The Panchen Lama is the highest ranked Lama after the Dalai Lama in the Gelugpa school of Tibetan Buddhism. Na Phod Ngagd Bang Jigsmed headed the Tibetan delegation to the Beijing peace negotiations in 1951, where he signed the 17-point agreement on behalf of the Dalai Lama. Burhanchi Hidi, a Tartar who served in the Republican government in Xinjiang and helped to surrender the province to Mao's army in 1949, chaired Xinjiang's provincial government upon the CCP's takeover, and in 1952 headed the preparatory committee to create the XUAR. Sapedin Azizi was a former leader of the East Turkestan Republic and the first chairman of XUAR. For some liberal autonomists, these individuals were not appropriately placed to lead their native regions. However, the Mao era actually had a better record of titular minority members serving at the helm. Class versus identity politics may have made the difference. In the Mao era, the bond of social class alliance contributed to the CCP's faith in minority officials, leading to more titular officials at the top in autonomous regions. Even Ilham Tohti, a fierce critic of China's Xinjiang policy, conceded that the party had trust in the Uyghur leadership during the Mao era, citing Sapedin Azizi's top post in Xinjiang during the turbulent period of the Cultural Revolution. 4 Besides Azizi and Ulanfu, the Hui official Yang Jinggren served at the helm in Ningxia and the Zhuang official Wei Kuoqing did so in Guangxi, both in the 1960s. Wei also served in the top post of Guangdong province in the 1970s. The better record of the Mao era may be credited to Mao's confidence in the loyalty of minority officials and regions, in contrast to the post-Mao leadership. That confidence, argues the prominent Mongol scholar Hao Si-yuan, came from the credentials earned by those minority leaders during the revolutionary years. 5 Moreover, the placement of prominent minority leaders in Beijing during the Mao era may not have been a sign of mistrust. Rather, they served as symbols of national unity. By contrast, the rise of identity politics in the post-Mao era results, ironically, in a dearth of titular minority officials at the helm. Extrapolating the argument about confidence in minority officials at the top, the identity politics promoted in post-Mao China helps to weaken universalist bonds based on social class alliance, and along with that, the regime's confidence in minority officials in sensitive regions. Indeed, just two minority members served briefly in the top office of autonomous regions in the post-Mao era, Wu Jinghua in the Tar and Timur Dawamut in Xinjiang. Wu, a Yi ethnic, was not a titular member or a native of the Tar. In at least two cases involving these two sensitive regions, appointment of titular officials to the top was derailed by apprehension about identity politics. Upon his rehabilitation in the early post-Mao period, the CCP wanted to appoint the Panchen Lama to the top state office in the TAR, but the effort failed due to the objection of Tibetan officials who rose from the serf class and opposed the appointment of former aristocrats. 6 In Xinjiang's case, in the mid-1980s hundreds of Uyghurs agitated in the streets for the promotion of Ismail Ahmad, then Xinjiang's governor, to the top party post in Xinjiang, against the CCP's intended appointee, Timur Dawaymat. Due to concerns about Ismail Ahmad's separatist tendencies, he was assigned away to Beijing and served as the director of the SEAC from 1986 to 1998. Timur Dawaymat served briefly as Xinjiang's party secretary and succeeded Ismail Ahmad as Xinjiang's governor from 1985 to 1993. Within the 5 provincial autonomous regions, the problem seems to stand out in Xinjiang and to some extent the TAR. That is, the 2 outer peripheral regions. In an internal report written for the higher authorities in 2011, Todi complains that within Xinjiang few Uyghur officials hold high-level offices in agencies with substantive power, such as treasury, public assets, finance, and public security, or in state enterprises. At the national level, he laments the size of the Uyghur presence relative to that of the Han and other ethnic groups in the country's top political institutions. Moderate Uyghur scholars echo such sentiments. Tursun suggests that even when a Uyghur holds the top state position, he may still feel marginalized because wherever a Uyghur is the county magistrate, a Han official serves as the executive vice magistrate in all counties and may wield more executive power. Both scholars imply that there is a problem of mistrust regarding Uyghur officials. The complaint about mistrust may be partly fueled by identity politics. Non-Uyghur officials and staff members tend to emphasize universalist rather than ethnic markers, such as gaps in skills and language proficiency. Han staff members who worked or work in different offices of a prefectural government in southern Xinjiang, for example, cited difficulties for Uyghurs officials to write good reports in Chinese and their reliance on Han staff for such matters. 8 Differences in political leadership also render it unclear if the appointment of Han officials to the top post is a structural or arbitrary outcome. Zhang Chunqian, who became Xinjiang's party secretary after the Urumqi riots of 2009, personally made a difference by actively promoting Uyghur party secretaries. Zhang was reportedly surprised to see the small number of Uyghurs present at the meetings he held with ranking officials when he first assumed office. 9 His successor, Chen Quanguo, appears less interested in the issue. Since assuming power in August 2016, Chen has focused on tough security measures to stem religious extremism and violence. The technical explanation seems to hold out in the TAR's case, which undermines the identity argument. Here Beijing can draw on a good supply of Mandarin-speaking and educated Tibetans from Tibetan regions outside the TAR to serve in the top posts. Out of nearly 80 administrative units at the county, municipal, and prefectural levels in the TAR, a Tibetan holds the top post of the party secretary in over a quarter of them, including Lhasa. As of July 2013, a Tibetan served in the top party post in 5 out of 7 prefecture-level administrations. Below the county level, the Tibetan presence at the helm is even more common, thanks to a lack of long-time Han residents and a lack of unrest beyond the monasteries. There are few if any Han officials at the township and village levels. A few civil servants with mixed Han-Tibetan parentage may be present, but they are often eager to leave when opportunities arise. 10 The problem of ethnic imbalance in top political appointments is all the more distinct in Xinjiang because it is not a significant issue in the TAR or a distinct one in other ethnic regions. This is even true of Inner Mongolia and the Yanbian Korean Prefecture, 2 regions that face highly nationalistic co-ethnics across the borders. In fact, Yanbian's party and state agencies are dominated by ethnic Koreans and most of the prefecture's party secretaries have been ethnic Koreans. 11 In encounters at Yanbian University, it was the Han faculty members who complained about being discriminated against in promotion and other professional matters. In Inner Mongolia as well, individual credentials matter more in political and bureaucratic promotions, while ethnicity does not usually arise an issue. 12 Needless to say, in Korean and Mongol regions, physical and religious differences between the Han and local minorities are negligible, in contrast to the situation in Xinjiang or the TAR. Even in Xinjiang, ethnic officials appear to be well represented besides the office of the party secretary. Over half of all officials in Xinjiang are minority members. A titular member holds the top position of the executive, legislative, judicial, and prosecutorial branches at all prefectural and county levels. A minority member holds the top state office in most of the prefectures, municipalities, and counties, and many minority members hold the top position in the various departments of the provincial government. Moreover, Zhang Chengxiang's promotion of Uyghur officials has had some effects. More Uyghurs serve as party secretaries at the county level, and during his tenure in Xinjiang, one Uyghur became the party secretary of Tachin Prefecture and a Kazakh secured the post in Changji/Sanji Prefecture. However, even liberal-minded Han scholars question the identity politics implicit in the arguments for ethnic balance in political appointments. Because of legitimate concerns over ethnic particularism, they argue, it is preferable to have someone at the top who is above particularistic interests and is accepted by all ethnic groups. This is particularly necessary in light of that fact that what many Uyghurs object to is not so much the arbitrary nature of the current system of power wielding. Rather, they simply ask for a quota-based distribution of power in the existing political structure. Even if Uyghurs were to hold the top party offices at all levels, critics argue, it does not mean that the Uyghur people would be well served. This implies that rampant corruption and bureaucratic indifference afflict Han as well as minority ranks in Xinjiang's officialdom. This point is valid yet perhaps unfair, since Uyghur scholars would feel more constrained in criticizing the deeper problems of China's political system. Moreover, as Zhang Yang argues, it is unfair to suggest that Uyghurs may not treat smaller minority groups equitably. One example was Uyghurs' compromise to allow Gulja to be the capital city for a Kazakh autonomous prefecture, even though Kazakhs were concentrated in pastoral areas outside the city. Based on field research, the real problem is indeed not so much the ethnicity of the top political appointees but the types of individuals appointed. In Xinjiang's case, Han professionals readily complain about the servicemen turned officials who have a hold on official power in southern Xinjiang. Two factors make these ex-servicemen politically dominant here. One is the mandate for local governments to absorb a number of discharged servicemen, who usually end up in the local party and state apparatus. Another is the weight of political and security considerations in official appointments in southern Xinjiang. But the ex-servicemen, with their combat mentality and military style of command and compliance, help to shape a high-handed style of governance. 13 This style is often brusque and authoritarian, mixed with simplistic perspectives and ubiquitous obedience to higher authorities. As Ilham Tohti notes, this style was shocking even to officials in northern Xinjiang, when a large number of officials from southern Xinjiang arrived in Urumqi after the riots of July 2009 to help maintain law and order. Long-term Han residents and professionals find the ex-servicemen destabilizing. They contend that the problem with Han officials is not so much Han dominance per se, but the dominance of ex-servicemen in important party and state offices in southern Xinjiang. As low-level officers discharged from the military, they usually hail from poor interior provinces and have only secondary education. Their service background makes them politically trusted, and with some training in party schools they are assigned to key posts in party and state agencies as well as media and cultural institutions. Their hold on local power, along with the corrupt networks it breeds, frustrates Uyghurs as much as Han Chinese born and raised locally. These Han Chinese have local knowledge, care about local communities, and often speak Uyghur if they were born before the reform era. They feel that if the government has to appoint Han members to key political posts, at least individuals like them would be more suitable. 14 By contrast, the ex-servicemen have little knowledge of or ties to civilian society, even less to Uyghur communities. While Uyghur officials and professionals are reluctant to openly complain, their Han counterparts routinely grumble that professionals are led by the Reds who know nothing. Cronyism among the network of the ex-servicemen officials is frequent, as they help with one another's careers and relatives. These relatives often come from poor interior regions to land public projects in Xinjiang. In fact, Wang Liquan, Xinjiang's party secretary at the time of the Urumqi riots of 2009, was widely resented for this type of corruption, helping contractors from his native province of Shandong to win public projects in Xinjiang. Wang was not one of the ex-servicemen, but like them he came from a rural area of an interior province, and like them he was unpopular with both Han and Uyghur residents in Xinjiang. Inopportunely, the servicemen-turned-officials have become the de facto face of Han rule in southern Xinjiang. Here the minuscule size of the Han population in rural counties, unfortunately, can make Uyghur experience with these officials their main impression of Han Chinese rule. The situation is different in the TAR for a number of reasons. The harsh plateau is not attractive for ex-servicemen to stay for long-term employment, and the permanent Han population is negligible in rural and pastoral areas. A small number of Han officials is assigned to the TAR on a rotating basis. Many come to serve for a few years for reasons of personal or career adjustment, or for the generous early retirement packages. Many come from neighboring provinces of Sichuan or Chongqing, where people are said to be tough and willing to endure the harsh terrain in the TAR. The more receptive attitudes toward Han officials can be discerned by the jokes and anecdotes that Tibetan scholars and officials casually tell, in contrast to the guarded atmosphere at gatherings with their Uyghur counterparts. Take one wise crack from a Tibetan scholar in a casual conversation: "Our folks in the countryside are clear-headed. They thank their commander-in-chief the Dalai Lama for making Beijing bring us good policy benefits. They prefer Tibetan officials to serve far away, because they can bring more benefits. They prefer Han officials to serve locally, because they can get things done and they don't wear big robes like Tibetans." Point 15. In Xinjiang's case, it would be fair to ask long-time Han residents in the South how they would feel about Uyghur officials serving in the top post of local government offices and public sectors. After all, they would have most at stake in this Uyghur concentrated region. Their answers are surprisingly fair and practical, based on field conversations. Several young professionals employed in local state agencies said that their Uyghur superiors had promoted them, and that these superiors were not calculating like some Han officials, for they did not mind their subordinates doing better than themselves. Point 16. Some private entrepreneurs also felt that it was easier to deal with Uyghur officials. One Han contractor who hatched baby chickens for a village government told this author, "When I try to get reimbursement from the village government this year, this official keeps saying tomorrow. I have made 3 trips already and still have not got my payment." He continued, "Last year, the Uyghur fellow happily did my reimbursement after I gave him a couple of thousand yuan. He even remembered to send me a greeting for the Chinese New Year." When asked why he did not offer the same bribe to the Han official, the contractor explained, "He may think this amount is not worth taking the risk, he may pretend he doesn't want it. He may be using the tens of thousands of yuan the village owes me for other purposes. You never know." The Uyghurs are simpler. 17. When asked if local Han residents would feel comfortable if Uyghurs were to serve in the top party position in local government agencies, few ostensibly objected despite obvious hesitation. Han residents comprise just 3% of the population in Hotan Prefecture and are concentrated in urban centers. Still, local residents and migrants felt that as long as the CCP was in power, things would be under control. Asked if southern Xinjiang should become a high autonomy like Hong Kong, with Uyghurs taking charge, older Han residents felt that the right timing had already passed. It would have been possible over a decade ago, they opined, but radical religious groups have now become too dominant and could overpower secular Uyghur officials. Younger Han residents, on the other hand, wanted a significant pay raise as an incentive to stay in a Uyghur-dominated political environment. Point 18. In short, the structural barriers to genuine autonomy are aptly highlighted by liberal autonomists and linked to the Chinese political system. This perspective articulates what critically minded minority members feel: especially those from outer peripheral regions. Their stifled voices serve as a powerful reminder that all things are not harmonious. Nevertheless, liberal autonomists avoid discussing the other end of the trade-off in China's autonomous system, namely ethnic particularism. Thus they are not entirely impartial or realistic. Excesses of ethnicization. The integrationists, by contrast, emphasize the ethnicizing effects of the autonomous system in the reform era. That is, the prevalence of identity politics and preferential policies that undermines national integration. Those effects are such, they argue, that they make up the reality of ethnic autonomy in China, that is, an institutionalization of ethnic and ethno-territorial identities through preferential policies. This perspective echoes the key insights from scholarly analyses of Soviet ethno-federalism. It also presents an influential critique that resonates with the general Chinese public. The national orientation of the integrationists has put central authorities as well as the minority establishment on the defensive. The potency of the integrationist view was fully attested by Xi Jinping's public rebuke of it at a party conference on ethnic policy in 2014. But its nationalistic stance makes the integrationist view politically safe, if sidelined for now. The integrationists subdivide into two groups. The first may be called the liberal integrationists, who criticize ethnic prerogatives for undermining equal citizen rights and a civic national identity. This school is represented by the Hui scholar Ma Rong of Beijing University, whose educational background in America leads him to advocate the American model of multiculturalism and the melting pot. The second group may be called the statist integrationists, who criticize ethnic prerogatives for undermining state rights and interests. This school is represented by Hu Enggong and Zhu Weikan. Hu is a public intellectual and a professor at Tsinghua University, while Zhu is a former deputy head of the CCP's Department of United Front and now director of the Committee on Ethnic and Religious Affairs in the CPPCC. The integrationist views are also common among scholars of frontier studies and among the Han population insofar as Tibet and Xinjiang are concerned. The liberal integrationists attack the ideological foundation of the autonomous system by tracing it to the Soviet theory and practice of ethno-federalism. Ma Rong started a national debate with this argument in an article in 2004. It contends that Stalin's faulty conception of ethnic groups as nations with national rights remains dominant in China and serves as the basis of an entire academic discipline as well as official theory and policy. Confined by Stalin's theory, ethnicity is thus essentialized in China's public and policy discourse, with ethnicity taken as primordial, unchanging, and an object of separate public policy. With the rise of identity politics, preferential policies have not only intensified in the reform era but also become individually and group-based, in contrast to group and regionally based preferential policies in the socialist era. A system designed to achieve national integration has itself become a centrifugal force, a Manchu scholar notes, citing the Manchus' repoliticization as the latest example of ethnic movements driven by the desire to qualify for preferential policies. Indeed, although Manchus are now indistinguishable from Han people, many Manchu communities in northeastern and northern China have reignited cultural markers to gain developmental projects and opportunities. 19 However, while the integrationists may be on target here about the unnecessarily ethnicizing effects of preferential policies, they do not make a distinction between the different needs of inner and outer peripheral minority groups. Unlike liberal autonomists, who assess the state of autonomy from the statutory requirements of the autonomy law, integrationists do so on the basis of what happens on the ground. In mundane issues that impact people's lives directly, Ma argues, autonomy rights are real and politicizing in the era of market competition. Most notable are preferential policies in school admissions, family planning, personnel appointment and promotion, language and education, law enforcement, and social policies. 20 Here local governments have decision-making power over important practical issues. Integrationists see such particularistic use of public resources as a substantive exercise of autonomy rights. Moreover, they view such exercise of autonomy as enhancing ethnic identity and undermining national cohesion. They question why ethnicity itself should be a unit of special government treatment and why the service should be supplied to all minority members. For example, minority students in urban areas go to the same schools as everyone else, but they should receive bonus points in college admissions and be beneficiaries of preferential policies. As such, preferential policies have simply become social capital, used instrumentally in intra-ethnic and inter-ethnic competition for scarce public goods and in the market economy. Integrationists, liberal or statist, endorse the government's discourse of national unity and developmentalism, which has replaced class universalism of the Mao era. Ma Rong is explicit about defending what he sees as the larger public interest, which makes his stance politically safe despite his fierce attacks on Marxist and Stalinist doctrine. Ma's extensive field research and solid scholarship make him well respected and often difficult to refute. 21 In a three-way debate organized by the independent magazine Lingdao Zhe in August 2013, 22 Ma faced the Mongol scholar Hao Shiwen from the left and the liberal Han scholar Zhang Yang from the right. But Ma handily overwhelmed both. An entire book has been devoted to debating his views, with Ma taking on a host of established Chinese ethnologists. Ma is singled out for criticism by Ilham Tohti, for negating the autonomous system. Ma's views make him a lightning rod in academic and policy debates, shunned by some conference organizers and college campuses as a speaker, including the Central Minzu University, for fear of alienating some minority members. He cites just 2 scholars who openly endorse his views. 23 Though many share his views in private. Debates between Ma and defenders of the autonomous system can become so intense that they are sometimes said to bang on the conference table. The rise of identity politics and its harmful impact, needless to say, are major targets of criticism for the integrationists. The appointment of Han officials to the top posts, they argue, is not an intentional bias but the result of an appointment process based precisely on identity politics. No legal statute mandates that Han officials serve as the party secretary at any level of the autonomous region, Ma Rong argues. Rather, it is because the autonomy law requires that a member of the titular ethnic group be appointed to the top executive position at all levels of the local government. As a result, a member of a different ethnicity is usually appointed to the top party post for political and ethnic balance. This argument of course does not square with the fact that this is not a problem in minority regions other than Xinjiang and the TAR. Furthermore, integrationists argue that the appointment of Han officials to the top party post does not automatically curtail autonomy. On the contrary, Han officials, wary of being accused of chauvinism, often defer to particularistic ethnic interests. This assessment may have stemmed from Ma's experiences with officials at the provincial level in outer peripheral regions, where leadership styles may be more refined. Below the county levels and in far-flung regions, things can be different. Integrationists also blame the appointment of Han officials at the helm on the ethno-territorial system itself. Here the non-titular minority groups often resent the titular group for its numeric dominance over the political process. In conversations with Ma and other integrationists, they attribute this dominance to the autonomous region's right to have leeway in preferential policies and ethnically based allocation, which fuel conflict among ethnic groups over who gets what. Take Xinjiang as an example. Membership of its legislature is allocated according to the size of local ethnic groups. Thus the titular group can often prevail in the design and implementation of local public policies. In language policy, Uyghur is dictated as the language of instruction in most ethnic schools. However, Kazakh, Tajik, Kyrgyz, and other small minorities often prefer the nationally used Mandarin, but have little legislative power to overrule the titular majority. The appointment of Han officials at the top is thus said to help maintain a balance of power among the disparate ethnic groups. This argument, of course, can be easily turned around. As the largest ethnic group in China, the Han majority gets to decide the hegemony of Mandarin for the entire country. Another practice that irks the integrationists is the quota system in appointment and promotion decisions in the public sectors of the autonomous regions. This system disadvantages qualified individuals whose group quotas are used up, so high-achieving but non-titular groups can feel especially frustrated. Marong cites a case from a college in Urumqi as a typical example. Here a well-qualified minority scholar was considered for the position of the college's vice presidency, but the position required an individual from Xinjiang's titular ethnic group, Uyghur. The candidate was of mixed Kazakh and Uyghur parentage, but his Kazakh lineage was listed in the official registry and was thus disqualified for the position. He attempted to change his ethnic status to Uyghur, which upset his allies on the Kazakh side. The ethnic factor eventually derailed his appointment. After a long delay, an official of the titular group with lesser credentials was picked to fill the position. 24 Rather than seeing such compromises as politically necessary, integrationists view them as undermining meritocracy and fairness. Their point is not that minority members are less qualified. Rather, it is that the minority track, in schooling, hiring, and promotion, has cocooned minority professionals and officials, limiting their personal growth and career opportunities. Indeed, Marong is a strong advocate of admitting minority students to China's top colleges, rather than channeling them to the minority colleges and the minority track. For integrationists, more opportunities for minority members come from mainstreaming, such as those who have served in the top party post in regular provinces in the post-Mao era, Hui Lianjiao in Anhui and Jiangsu, and Biancalu in Jilin. Nevertheless, integrationists rarely question if the Han officials, invariably appointed to the top party posts in Xinjiang and Tibet, always meet the standard of meritocracy or fairness. Another integrationist argument is that autonomy rights are often used or abused to serve the special interests of the already privileged. In Xinjiang, Marong's call for changing preferential policies for college admissions, from ethnic criteria to regional/economic criteria, has met with resistance from top Uyghur officials. Ma argues that the regional criterion would not affect the number of overall Uyghur admissions, since Xinjiang's poorest regions are populated by rural Uyghurs and should thus benefit from his proposal. By contrast, the ethnic criterion favors urban Uyghur children in northern Xinjiang, who receive better education and often come from professional families. Ma chastises such preferential policies for serving the interests of ethnic elites at the detriment of those who really need them. Nevertheless, while the regional/poverty criterion is sensible in principle, it is likely to affect the overall number of minority students who get into top colleges. In another policy arena, the system of minority colleges, integrationists fault the minority establishment for playing identity politics to resist their integration with regular colleges. The system of 18 minority colleges, Ma argues, has outlived its usefulness and ill-serves minority as well as majority students by separating ethnic studies from regular colleges and separating the educational experiences of both Han and minority students. The system continues to exist, Ma and others argue, not because it is good for minority students but because the SEAC retains a portion of the state funding allocated for minority colleges. For example, the central government funds the Minzu University of China at a rate of 130% more than regular colleges. The SEAC, however, passes the funding to the university at the regular rate while keeping the extra 30% for itself. 25 The funding mechanism for boarding schools for minority students in Tibet and Xinjiang is cited as another example. Here the best Tibetan and Uyghur students are recruited to attend high schools in interior provinces so that they can receive a better education and qualify for better colleges. As a mechanism of integration, this boarding school program exists only for these two regions. However, rather than placing the ethnic students in regular classes in their new schools in interior provinces, they are grouped together in classes separate from regular students. The reason for this arrangement, integrationists argue, lies in the politics of funding. In the case of Tibet, its Provincial Educational Bureau receives no funding from the central government if Tibetan students are placed in a regular class in interior high schools, but the Bureau would receive 10,000 yen per student annually from the central government if they are placed in a separate class. The same goes for Xinjiang. The result is that ethnic students from these regions are brought to interior China only to be placed in minority-only classes. With few chances to study and mingle with other students, their experiences away from home can be lonely and unproductive. Yet the funding incentive motivates local educational bureaus to send more students to such classes. Integrationists worry about the psychological impact of their social isolation, arguing that it may enhance ethnic identity rather than integration. The integrationists' critique of identity politics is most vividly illustrated by the fate of a tiny ethnic group, the Bonans. When first designated a nationality in 1952, they had about 4,000 members and loosely identified with the Hui Muslims. With a population of about 8,000 in 1981, they earned a titular status in a newly created autonomous county, the Bonan, Dongxiang, and Sala Autonomous County. This titular order has since entitled the Bonans to more preferential policies than the other two titular groups in the county. All three groups, in turn, qualify for more state benefits than the Hus with whom they used to be associated, since the Hus are not a titular minority in this county. All four groups are Muslims and use the Chinese language. 2 decades later, the titular status has transformed the Bonans' identities, personal choices, and life chances. Individual Bonan members make strategic choices in selecting the ethnicity of their marriage partners and children so as to maximize the chances of qualifying for preferential policies, from college admissions to public sector jobs. In particular, the ethnic label is a critical form of political capital for the cadre class, who use it to land government jobs and related benefits for themselves and their offspring. The transformation of the Bonans' identity in just 2 decades epitomizes the politicization of identity, even while this case underrepresents the realities of the autonomous regions as a whole. The integrationists contribute to the Chinese debate by putting official policy on the defensive and challenging the minority establishment to rise above particularistic interests. They articulate what many ordinary Han Chinese feel about preferential policies, but also what concerns older minority members like Ma himself about the divisive role of rising identity politics in post-Mao China. Nevertheless, the integrationists are no less partial than the liberal autonomists. Much as the liberals avoid discussing the problems of ethnic particularism while blasting centralization, the integrationists evade the problem of limited autonomy while attacking ethnic prerogatives. Acceptable trade-offs. The socialist autonomists, finally, accept the grand bargain of compromised autonomy but ethnic prerogatives. They represent the minority establishment in China. Their spokesmen occupy the 3 pillars of ethnic policy thinking in China, which also form the institutional base of their influence: the Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the SEAC, and the Minzu University of China. The Tibetology Center of China, based in Beijing and a think tank for the CCP's United Front Department, may be added to the list. Representatives of the school, not surprisingly, are mostly not from the outer peripheral regions, especially Xinjiang. They include Hao Ziyuan, a Mongol ethnologist at IEA, Ming Hao, a researcher and official of Korean descent at the SEAC, and Jin Binghao, a professor of Marxist ethnic theory at the Minzu University of China who is also of Korean descent. Lobsang Dradu, a Tibetan scholar from Gars who was formerly at the Tibetology Center of China and is now at the Western Development Center of Sichuan University, may be added to the list. They publish in prominent venues and write internal reports, exerting the most influence on official policy thinking. They represent the vested interests noted in the scholarly literature on Soviet ethno-federalism. But Uyghur scholars are notably absent from this list. Instead of political and cultural rights, socialist autonomists emphasize ethnic autonomy implemented as distributional and developmental rights. This is because for minority officials from inner peripheral regions, issues of religious and language rights do not loom large. Such minority groups, moreover, comprise the majority of China's 55 ethnic groups, and hence the bulk of minority representation in the political echelons. Their economic priorities are very much in line with Beijing's developmental bias that frames the official policy discourse in the reform era. In conversations with minority officials and scholars about problems in ethnic regions, The most frequent words to emerge from them are the backwardness of minority regions and their need for development. There seems to be little collective will to seek the type of political autonomy espoused by Ilham Tohti. Minority legislators of the NPC, China's nominal legislature, seem to genuinely embrace the bargain that autonomy entails not more political rights but more economic benefits for their homelands. Even moderate liberal autonomists, who cite political rights as being important, would not yield on preferential policies, arguing that they do not amount to reverse discrimination. A series of legislative efforts to amend the LAER is illustrative. Between 3 sessions of the NPC from 1988 to 1998, minority legislators put forth 32 proposals to amend the LAER. 31 of these amendments were passed in 1999. These 31 amendments fall into just 3 areas and all are economically related, according to the NPC's Director of Legislative Proposals. The first area, involving 75% of the 31 amendments, mandates more policy benefits for minority regions, including subsidy and investment, infrastructure and development, resource exploration and trade promotion, finance and tax relief, higher education, anti-poverty measures, environmental protection, and compensation for resource extraction and environmental damage. The second area consists of new amendments that mandate state responsibilities to minority regions. This replaces the softer language of state guidance and assistance in the first version of the autonomy law in 1984. The third area contains new mandates that require regular provinces to provide partner assistance to minority regions. In other words, 31 of the 32 amendments simply ask for more socio-economic benefits from the state. Rather than complaining about centralizing forces, in other words, socialist autonomists want to utilize them to serve particularistic interests. Instead of challenging the official system of autonomy, socialist autonomists focus on practical barriers in protecting local economic interests. One frequently noted barrier comes from the competing agendas and interests at various levels of the state. Foremost are the tensions between central priorities and local interests over developmental issues. In the old planned economy, central ministries had jurisdiction over major and strategic resources, including those in ethnic regions. In the reform era, such resources remain under state control as part of the commanding heights of the national economy. In a historical reversal of the needy nomad, it is now the steppe regions, especially Xinjiang and Inner Mongolia, that are rich in the natural resources needed by inland China. In the resource battle with the state, the autonomy law compromises by urging the autonomous regions to prioritize the overall interest of the country. But the law is silent on why local minority interests should not constitute the national interest as well. Taking advantage of this clause, state agencies and state corporations can disregard local interests in the extraction of key resources, such as petroleum, lumber, minerals, and hydraulic power. Compensation to ethnic regions may often be low and not always delivered. Extraction of petroleum by state enterprises, in particular, is a poignant issue for the titular ethnic group in Xinjiang, especially Uyghur intellectuals. The appointment of the Uyghur official Nurbekri to head the National Energy Commission was in no small irony in highlighting the national nature of Xinjiang's oil reserves. The prioritization of the national interests here apparently conflicts with the autonomy law's provision that autonomous regions can change or reject central decrees that are ill-suited to local conditions. But this provision also has a precondition, namely prior central approval. This requirement makes it difficult to change or reject central decrees in practice. The autonomy law dictates that after a central agency receives a local request to adjust or abandon a central decree, the central agency must reply in 60 days. However, there is no provision for situations where a central agency does not give approval, does not reply, or does not reply in 60 days. Moreover, from a local perspective 60 days may be too long to stop projects opposed by local communities, given the fast pace of the developmental frenzy in today's China. Another barrier to autonomy is local bureaucratic incentives, which can curtail local autonomy over resources. For major and strategic resources, The autonomy law allows local authorities to negotiate tax rates with companies contracted to extract them. For non-strategic resources, local authorities have the power to choose contractors and the terms of extraction. In both cases, local authorities may be motivated to accept profit-sharing arrangements that benefit the local officialdom but not local communities. Local authorities often prefer tax revenues to resource sharing, because tax income helps to defray local administrative costs and deficits. Good performances funded by such income, in turn, enhance local officials' political careers. These officials may also be reluctant to negotiate aggressively on behalf of local communities, for fear of alienating state agencies or deterring outside investors. In their drive to attract outside investment, it is not uncommon for local governments to approve projects that are harmful to local residents. Some sacrifice local traditional means of livelihood, while others force relocation to less desirable locations. Local residents may receive few direct benefits from resource extraction, but suffer long-term economic and environmental consequences. In cases of non-strategic resources, where local officials have decision powers, an additional incentive can be at work: bribery by private developers. Since contractors are usually from Han regions, local resentment over economic exploitation and environmental damage is then directed toward the Han businesses, thus relieving local officials of blame. In Tibetan regions, one may hear complaints about excavating in sacred mountains, directed at Han miners but not the local officials who approved the projects. 26 In addition, local officials are inclined to ask the central government for more fiscal assistance, rather than better resource-sharing arrangements that would benefit local residents. This bureaucratic bias results in an odd phenomenon: local governments may be rich with revenues from resource extraction, yet residents may not see real benefits while having to live with the environmental consequences. This problem is not unique to ethnic regions, since it afflicts all resource-rich provinces. In fact, as Zhen Yongnian argues, China's ethnic groups enjoy an important perk even when deprived of access to local resources. Social unrest in Xinjiang gets central attention and assistance. By contrast, local residents in Shaanxi enjoy few benefits from private mining companies in their province, and many suffer from bad pollution and dangerous working conditions. Yet they get little redress from the central state. This argument is frequently heard at academic forums in China, being made by scholars who are not specialists on ethnic regions. Due to such comparative references, Chinese scholars and officials tend to be dismissive of ethnic grievances. The autonomy part of the autonomy system, and what it entails and why, are usually forgotten. Local agendas and interests can be curtailed by a lack of financial independence as well. The SEAC has proposed specific statutes to govern the autonomy law's implementation at local levels. But these have gone nowhere, due in no small part to a lack of financial, technical, and human capital. Greater resources would be necessary to back up political demands for more independent actions, such as funding local industries, police forces, schools, textbooks, and so on. Party documents reveal that officials from the THR constantly ask the central state for more financial support and more developmental projects. While giving in to the THR, central leaders often warn the other autonomous regions not to emulate it. Such dependence on the central state makes it hard for local authorities to resist central agendas. This argument, however, does not apply to resource-rich regions such as Xinjiang or Inner Mongolia, where local resources should suffice to enable considerable financial independence if they had autonomy over them. Important incentives are also at work for individual officials. As Hillman notes in his study of Tibetan counties, a complex system of formal and informal incentives deters risk-taking and creative policy-making among local officials in conflict-afflicted areas. The politicization of unrest and the pressures of political competition compel local officials, especially ethnic officials, to distance themselves from groups associated with protests and to take a tough stand on protesters. This can get in the way of acknowledging protesters' grievances and moving toward policy innovation. Within sensitive ethnic regions, A cynical view holds that a level of controllable unrest is useful for getting more resource allocation and for local officials' political report cards, because managing ethnic unrest offers opportunities for political achievement. 27 All of the above incentives appear to exist, based on field observations, but vary with individual circumstances, ambitions, and shrewdness. Competing agendas and interests can hamper the SEAC itself, an agency designed to protect minority interests. Staffed by a mix of ethnicities, some members may be more ethno-nationally oriented than others. Departmental functions may vary and conflict. The Department of Policy and Law, responsible for drafting state policy and law on ethnic affairs, genuinely seeks to improve and enhance autonomy. Departments overseeing policy implementation or studying grassroots problems may be warier of local interests running amok. Some officials are worried about the 800,000 people whose ethnic statuses are yet to be identified and who have no access to preferential policies. Others may be critical of official policies in private and sympathize with dissident views. Beyond the SEAC, autonomy competes with a variety of central and local agendas. The NPC has its own research groups that assess legislative proposals, including those drafted by the SEAC. NPC reluctance has been responsible for the failure to adopt more detailed statutes on autonomy rights. 28 At local levels, the SEAC's authority pales in comparison with regular party and state agencies. Local SEAC offices are supposed to safeguard autonomy rights, but when local economic decisions are being made or developmental projects being decided, they are seldom if ever consulted. A big part of the provincial SEAC's job in Xinjiang is to manage pilgrimage trips to Mecca. To avoid overcrowding, Saudi Arabia rations the number of people who can make these trips. Local SEAC offices assign the quotas, maintain waiting lists, screen applicants, and organize pilgrimage tours that are complete with medical personnel. Wary of radical influences on Muslim youths, SEAC agencies now give approval to applicants over 50 years of age with a clean background and a stable income. Apprehension about centrifugal tendencies is yet another reason for curtailed autonomy, due to overvigilance in sensitive ethnic regions. Thus there is far less space for religious freedom in the TAR or Xinjiang than in other ethnic regions or regular provinces. The works of the Tibetan writer Tshering Wozer, with vague nostalgia for the Dalai Lama and harsh criticisms of the Han people, may be published in an interior province, but banned in the TAR. Xinjiang's campuses strictly ban any sign of the Muslim faith, which is unheard of in regular provinces. The hijab can be worn by performers on musical shows and TV programs in a province outside Xinjiang, which would be inconceivable in Xinjiang. Academic institutions in regular provinces face few restrictions to have international exchanges, but those in Xinjiang or Tibet have a hard time securing official approval. Islamic schools in interior China may operate under the guise of language schools for Muslim children, even recruiting students from Xinjiang. But in Xinjiang, Islamic education and worship are strictly banned for those under 18 years of age. Such apprehension or vigilance leads back to the sensitive question of trust for the less assimilated ethnic groups. Even in the Yanbian Korean prefecture, a model autonomy where ethnic Koreans dominate all aspects of local society, scholars of Korean descent complain about a lack of trust in them. The local government has sometimes launched campaigns to promote three correct views, namely, a correct view of history, of the state, and of the nation. Some scholars grumbled bitterly, "Do we not have correct views?" 29 One can only imagine the resentment in Xinjiang and Tibet, where members of the titular minority do not routinely serve in the top posts, while anti-separatist campaigns are frequent. Unlike the integrationists, socialist autonomists take seriously the problem of insufficient minority officials in top political offices. But unlike the liberal autonomists, they do not regard the deficiency as deliberate. Hao Shiwen, the senior Mongol scholar at IEA, attributes the problem to a lack of experienced minority officials. Hao's wife Fu Ying, a fellow Mongol, was China's only female minority ambassador and now heads the NPC's Foreign Affairs Committee. Yang Minghong, a scholar at Yunnan University, cites a structural constraint: because Tibetan areas are thinly populated, there are simply fewer public offices to which Tibetan officials may be promoted. For similar reasons, an official rank in a Tibetan region weighs less than a similar rank in Han regions, since the size of the population and the complexity of local affairs differ vastly. Due to this gap, Tibetan officials have slim prospects to be promoted to official posts outside Tibetan regions. Point 30. This point echoes Marong's about the limitations of the minority track for minority professionals. Yet another barrier to autonomy is attributed to the Han people's patronizing attitude. From bilingual education to developmental projects to community resettlement, decisions are made for local minorities for their own good. Ming Hao, the Korean Chinese researcher at the SEAC, even complains about Darwinism. This patronizing attitude is especially common in Xinjiang and Tibet, the two largest recipients of state aid and investment. Baffled by a lack of minority appreciation, local officials have had to promote gratitude campaigns after the Lhasa riot of 2008 and the Urumqi riot of 2009. Their bafflement indicates a dearth of official concern for a deeper problem. That is, when local input and participation are absent, the massive dangling of carrots may not earn gratitude. In fact, it has left the recipient regions accustomed to state largeness. While Tibetan professionals tend to express sincere gratitude for the tremendous progress in their home villages, Uyghur professionals are more grudging due to a lack of local involvement in state aid and investment programs. Even a pro-Beijing Uyghur scholar grumbled about a Uyghur theme park in their prefecture, donated by a partner province. The park was to be built on the theme of Afanti, a legendary Uyghur folk hero familiar to the Han people. But Afanti does not resonate with Uyghurs as it represents a Han caricature of Uyghur culture. 31 For socialist autonomists, an Afanti-themed park in southern Xinjiang would epitomize Han arrogance or chauvinism. By contrast, liberal autonomists would place blame squarely on a lack of local ethnic autonomy. The socialist autonomists contribute to the Chinese debate on autonomy by defending the ethnic and the established system. With their main challenge, the integrationists, publicly rebuked by Xi Jinping, they prevail politically and ideologically and safeguard the autonomous system from any fundamental change, at least for now. Summary. As reflected in three contending perspectives from the Chinese debate on autonomy, institutional tensions in the autonomous system, between centralization and ethnicization, have persisted and intensified in the reform era. The end of class universalism, though aimed at promoting political integration, has undermined the ideological justification for centralization, rendering it a symbol of Han rule and even double jeopardy. The rise of identity politics, though aimed at inducing political loyalty, has enhanced policy mechanisms for ethnicization, rendering it an instrument of ethnic particularism. As the liberal autonomists point out, political centralization constrains autonomy rights in precarious ways, especially for the culturally distinct outer peripheral regions where such rights matter. Yet as the integrationists highlight, ethnic prerogatives undermine the imperative of national cohesion. Herein lies the crux of the institutional tensions of China's autonomous system: they pull and push at the same time. The autonomy rights asserted by the liberal autonomists are encouraged, if not always legitimate, by the official elevation of identity politics in the reform era, but the ethnicizing effects highlighted by the integrationists are also discouraged, if not always delegitimated, by the centralizing imperative of the Chinese political system. However, when groups at either end refuse to accept the institutional compromises, ethnic discord arises and becomes amplified. That is, the silence of the liberal autonomists on the problems of ethnic particularism entails that they are not likely to be placated by more ethnic prerogatives, as long as centralization persists. This means that the issues of minority rights such as autonomy, religion, and language will likely mobilize those who care about them, and no amount of carrots from the state can dissuade them. At the same time, the silence of the integrationists on the problems of centralization implies that they are not likely to be placated by more centralization, as long as ethnic particularism persists. This means that in the logic of the integrationists, ethnic prerogatives will always politicize those who feel entitled to them, and no amount of centralization can dissuade identity politics. Ethnic discord and conflict will thus be unavoidable in regions where the mix of centralization and ethnicization is most at play, namely Xinjiang and Tibet, because centralization will always constrain autonomy while ethnicization will always fuel ethnic claims. Opportunely for the state, the prevailing minority opinion tolerates a trade-off between political autonomy and distributional rights. The demise of the socialist redistributive state has made these rights all the more necessary and placatory for those minority members unconcerned about issues of an ethno-national nature. Despite practical barriers in implementing the current forms of autonomy, socialist autonomists say little about greater autonomy in terms of self-governance. For the layers of the state apparatus in charge of ethnic affairs or that study the subject, it is bureaucratically rational to remain socialist autonomists and politically expedient to toe the ideologically correct line. Needless to say, some may be genuinely devoted to the idea of ethnic equality and national integration through socialist autonomy. Given their dominance within the officialdom and the ideological legitimacy of their perspective, it is unsurprising that the socialist vision of autonomy, a trade-off between political rights and ethnic prerogatives, would dominate ethnic policy making in the post-Mao era. Nevertheless, this dominance serves to delay confronting the institutional tensions highlighted by liberal autonomists and integrationists. Ultimately, the nature of autonomy remains fundamentally unchanged in the post-Mao era. That is, autonomy remains defined in terms of the mentality of the Chinese state, substantive rights in development and distribution, rather than procedural rights in political choices and decision-making powers. The nominally procedural rights granted at local levels, by way of local legislative power, are still designed to protect the type of substantive rights defined by the state. These rights, largely developmental and distributional, are intended to serve rather than challenge the central imperatives of inter-ethnic parity and national integration. These include the provincial capitals, the 5 centrally administered metropolises, and 18 other cities approved by the State Council as major cities. 2 field observations in Yanbian Korean Prefecture, including conversations with 2 ethnic officials of the local SEAC, 2 ethnic school principals, and several teachers, fall 2013. Conversations with the SEAC official, Beijing, January 2018. 3 Conversation with Zhang at Minzu University of China, December 2012. 4 Conversations with Todi at Minzu University of China, December 2012. 5 Q&A section at the People's University Forum on Tibet, July 2010. 6 Conversations with Marong and a scholar of the Minzu University of China in Hangzhou, June 2018. 7 Conversations with a former researcher of the SEAC in New York, March 2012. See also Deng Liken's memoir. 8 Conversations with 5 former or current employees of local state agencies in Hotan Prefecture, Fall 2013 and Summer 2015. 2 Worked in local bureaus of commerce, 2 worked in local bureaus of agriculture, and 1 worked in a logistics office. 9 Information from a well-placed staff member of a prefectural government, who had worked in a variety of local offices, October 2013. 10 Field observations in 2 prefectures of Western Sichuan and 3 prefectures of the Tar, Summers 2014, 2015, and 2017. 11 Conversations with local officials in Yanji, capital city of Yanbian Prefecture, including a deputy mayor, an official of the city's SEAC office, 2 university officials, and at least 5 scholars, October 2013. Conversations with a minority affairs official of Korean descent, Beijing, January 2018. 12 Conversations with 2 scholars of Mongol descent, from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences and the Minzu University of China respectively, Beijing, Fall 2013. 13 In the fall of 2013, one of the homes where I stayed during my visit to southern Xinjiang was in the residential compound of a prefectural government. This allowed close-up observations of local officials and local offices that were open to the public. 14 conversations with 7 individuals from local state offices, fall 2013 and summer 2015. They worked in the local state offices of agriculture, poverty relief, commerce, land assets, and media administration. 15 conversation with a Tibetan scholar at Sichuan University, Chengdu, summer 2015. 16 conversations with 4 individuals who worked in local state agencies in southern Xinjiang, fall 2013 and summer 2015. They included those of agriculture, poverty relief, commerce, and land assets. 17 I went with this contractor on one of his reimbursement trips in November 2013 and conversed with him extensively during the trip. More conversations in the summers of 2015 and 2017 about the issue. 18 conversations with 5 Han residents born and raised in Xinjiang, fall 2013 and summer 2015, southern Xinjiang, with 5 Han individuals who went to Xinjiang during the Mao era and have returned to their hometowns in Sichuan province, summers 2017 and 2019 in Chongqing, and with 4 Han individuals born and raised in Xinjiang, summer 2019 in Chongqing. 19 conversations with an official of a local SEAC branch from a northeastern province, October 2013, with a central SEAC researcher and a graduate student from northern China doing a research project on the subject, Beijing, January 2018. 20 Marong has written extensively on these issues. For a partial list, see the bibliography at the end of the book under both Chinese and English entries. I mainly use interviews here to present his views not expressed explicitly in his writings. His major writings are archived at www.isaacsiang.com/data/69296, 2.html. 21 I had extended conversations with Ma during a field trip in Xinjiang in the summer of 2011, during conferences in August and December 2012, October 2013, and June 2018, and in continuous electronic communications. 22 Lingdaoj he was registered in Hong Kong and had more leeway in terms of uncensored speech. 23 They are Pans Haiping, Director of Central Asian Studies at Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences, and Xie Zheizhong, Professor of Sociology at Beijing University. 24 Conversations with this scholar occurred on 2 occasions, in Urumqi, summer 2011 and in Yanbian, fall 2013. 25 Conversations with Ma, and with an ethnic official of the SEAC and an ethnic official of the CCP's United Front Department, fall 2013. Conversation with 2 ethnic officials of a central agency in Beijing, January 2018. 26 Conversations with 2 villagers in Gars, Sichuan Province, summer 2015. 27 Conversations with 2 Tibetan officials from local United Front offices, Western Sichuan, fall 2013 and summer 2015, and 2 Han scholars at Sichuan University, summers 2015 and 2017. 28 Conversations with a former SEAC official in Hangzhou, June 2018, and a current SEAC official, Beijing, January 2018. 29 Field observations at Yanbian University, fall 2013. 30 Conversations with Yang during 3 field trips to Tibetan regions, summers 2014, 2015, and 2017. 31 Field observations at a college in Kashgar, summer 2011. 6. Religious revival and its discontents. Religion has been a volatile problem in the state's relationship with the 2 outer peripheral regions, thanks to its crucial linkage to ethnic and cultural identity. This identity, in turn, can be linked to ethno-nationalism and even separatism. This tendency contrasts with inner peripheral regions, where scholars observe an absence of linkage between ethnic identity revival and anti-state sentiments, or between religion and separatism. In the outer peripheral regions, however, strong linkages have been observed. In the late 1980s, Tibetan Buddhism became a renewed catalyst for Tibetan nationalism, with monks and nuns leading anti-Chinese or anti-state protests. Increased restrictions on religious activities, viewed as suppression of Tibetan nationalism and identity, are largely blamed for the Lhasa riot of March 2008. Or it is claimed that religion, particularly involving loyalty to the Dalai Lama, fueled the 2008 riot and self-immolation since 2009. In Xinjiang as well, studies suggest links between religion and ethnicity, or that religious practices have been revived with new nationalistic meanings and served as a focus for Uyghur resistance to Chinese rule, while restrictions on religious practices are a major target of Uyghur protesters. However, existing studies have not examined the specific dynamics of how state policies and religious revival/resistance have interacted. This chapter will continue with the argument that the built-in tensions of the autonomous system, namely centralization and ethnicization, have intensified in the reform era. The driving force has been the rise of identity politics and the state's curtailment of its unwanted growths. The heightened institutional tensions, in the cases of Tibet and Xinjiang, have contributed directly or indirectly to ethnic conflict and violence. Here ethnicization came first, in the form of state facilitation of religious revival and its unintended consequences, as part of political liberalization and ethnic accommodation in early post-Mao China. Centralization ensued, in the form of state curtailment of unsanctioned religious growths. The alternatively facilitating and constraining roles of the state have intensified centralization as well as ethnicization in the religious development of the two outer peripheral regions. The following topics will be covered in this chapter: the Chinese state and religion, two cycles of state facilitation and curtailment of religion in Xinjiang's case, and the Tibetan case. The Chinese state and religion. Historically, the facilitating and constraining role of the Chinese state toward religion was determined by the hegemonic status of the official ideology, Confucianism. Hegemony entailed the security and confidence of the institutionally dominant ideology, which tolerated the growth of major religions such as Buddhism and Daoism as well as minor faiths such as folk or popular religions. At the same time, the state also placed limits on religions, requiring them to accept Confucian orthodoxy, banning those sects and cults that were ethnically problematic as judged by Confucian morals, and repressing those that appeared to become political or breed social unrest. In other words, the state tolerated religion when its official orthodoxy was secure but did not tolerate those religious elements that deviated from or threatened the state ideology. This historical relationship between state and religion finds parallels in contemporary times. The contemporary Chinese state has also played a contradictory role in the growth of major and minor religions, facilitating in some ways and constraining in others. In a study on the rise of Protestantism, Yan Fei Sun argues that the Chinese state has been the most powerful actor in creating and shaping the sociological context in which religion is situated. That is, state actors, out of ideological and practical concerns, constrained and facilitated by state capacity, directly and indirectly create an environment that religious organizations can tap into or are compelled to wrestle with. The constraining role of the state includes regulations that set narrow limits on the activities of sanctioned religious organizations, a regulatory regime in the Religious Affairs Bureau that enforces religious policies and regulations and cracks down on deviant religious groups. At the same time, the state's regulatory power over religion is itself constrained by limited state capacity. As Sun shows, local state agencies are not always capable of enforcing religious policy and frequently sidelined by local economic priorities. The RAB occupies an insignificant place in the local state hierarchy, with few resources and usually understaffed and headed by officials close to retirement. Local branches of the RAB are appointed and funded by local governments, and thus subordinated to their agendas and whims. All this helps to create an interstitial social space for religious organizations and groups, an outcome of state incapacity on the one hand and contestations between the state and religious actors on the other. The above insights, from historical and contemporary times, offer a useful framework for understanding the contradictory role of the Chinese state in the religious development of the THR and Xinjiang. On the one hand, the early post-Mao state promoted religious revival as part of the campaign to redress the leftist wrongs of the Mao era. The revival was not viewed as a challenge to official ideology but instead as safeguarding it by contributing to the official reform platform. Meanwhile, the weakness of the state regulatory regime at this stage created the interstitial social space for religious actors to grow in unsanctioned ways. Once such growths became political and bred social unrest, the state would curtail them. These constraining efforts would lead to cycles of backlash in the THR and Xinjiang. Limited state capacity also manifests itself beyond the religious regulatory regime. In both the THR and Xinjiang, religion finds its strongest base in the countryside where the state finds its weakest reach. Of the 5 administrative levels of the Chinese state, the rural township government is the lowest. But this level of the local state has been rendered hollow after the agricultural tax reform of the early 2000s, which began partially in 2000 and eliminated all agrarian taxes by 2006. The reform has been so transformative that it is considered the third agrarian revolution of the CCP, after the land reform of the 1950s and the household production system of the early 1980s. With agrarian taxes eliminated, the township government lost its power to collect taxes from rural enterprises and households, which used to pay for rural public services, including schools, family planning, distribution of financial incentives, militia training, road construction, and other public projects. Fiscal resources would now be allocated from the state, but to the county-level government, or the administrative level above rural townships. This transformation renders the local state a tier removed from the grassroots, weakens individual incentives to serve as village officials, and undermines local state capacity at the village level as well as the reach of the state into the village. As Wan Wang documents, administrative changes following the agricultural tax reform have undermined the extractive, coercive, and responsive capacity of the local state and the fundamental components of a capable government, a coherent and robust local leadership that enables the functioning of the local state. In fact, village governance has so deteriorated that the CCP's first central decree of 2018 concerns strengthening rural governance and combating organized criminal groups. These groups have filled in the vacuum left by the decline of the state in the countryside. The cycles of state facilitation and curtailment comprise the key dynamic of religious development in the 2 sensitive ethnic regions. By contrast, as in ethnic regions where a perceived linkage between religion and separatism is absent, such as in Yunnan, the space for religious freedom becomes substantially larger and cultural diversity is not viewed as a threat to state security. In this sense, Yan Fei-sun is right to credit the state as the most powerful actor in shaping the sociological context of religion in China. This view of the state offers a more useful analytical framework than Feng Gang Yang's model of triple religious markets. Yang's model assumes a rational choice understanding of religious affiliation and treats the state as an exogenous and secondary factor. In Yang's model, heavy state regulation will not change religious demand, but will change the structure of religious supply, that is the rise of a black and a gray market besides the red market. But as Sun points out, the assumption of a constant demand for religious products in a given society is unwarranted, and so is the implication that the gray and black markets may provide better religious supply than the red market. A state-centered model better explains the cycles of religious development in Xinjiang and the THR. The case of Xinjiang. The 1980s saw the first cycle of state facilitation of religion in post-Mao China, both directly and indirectly. Direct facilitation was driven by the party's imperative to end class politics and to repair ethnic relations damaged during the radical years of the Mao era. In the late 1970s and the early 1980s, a series of central decrees were issued to repudiate the party's class ideology in minority policy, rehabilitate ethnic religious elites, and promote religious revival. Indirect facilitation of religion also ensued from the state's limited capacity to manage the direction of this revival. The specific ordinances and policy measures promoting religious revival are detailed in Chapter 4. Many of the policy measures, alone or in combination with other reform measures, were specific to the TAR and Xinjiang. Facilitating religion, the 1980s. It is worth reiterating the key policy measures for religious revival and their ethnicizing effects in Xinjiang. First, state sponsorship and funding contributed to the restoration and proliferation of places of worship. This included welcoming foreign religious groups to help restore mosques, heralding religious growth unwanted by the state. As many Uyghur intellectuals worried at the time, the resurgence of Islam stifled progress in secular education and modernization. Their fears have proved to be well-founded, as religious institutions have become ideological and organizational competitors to secular and modernizing forces. Second, rehabilitation of former religious elite, coupled with the exit of Han professionals, further boosted religious revival politically and intellectually, while undermining the party's secular cadre. The strengthening of religious forces, in turn, eroded the class solidarity that once rallied ethnic masses around the Communist Party, thus weakening the foundation of the inter-ethnic alliance during the socialist era. Third, religious revival helped to shift a class identity to an ethno-religious identity. It reconnected ethnic masses to the former religious clergy, who were no longer class enemies but ethnic leaders and spokesmen. The immediate effects of religious revival in Xinjiang were the rise of private madrasas and young attendees. The state's initial concern was the impact on secular and public education, as an increasing number of children deserted public schools. Limited state capacity, however, contributed to ineffective responses, thus further facilitating private madrasas. The early response came from the Ministry of Education in early 1983, in a decree on religious interference in public school education in minority regions. It named 5 provinces, with Xinjiang being the first, where Islam, Tibetan Buddhism, and Theravada Buddhism were intruding into schools or luring a significant number of school children to private madrasas or monasteries. According to the decree, the number of children in Kashgar of Xinjiang who abandoned public schools for private madrasas increased from 4,000 to 18,000 in just 6 months from March 1981. A greater percentage of children were lured away in the Hubei County of Gansu and the Dai County of Yunnan, but Xinjiang's situation was more alarming to authorities because the absolute number was much greater and because 4 Uyghur riots occurred in southern Xinjiang between April 1980 and October 1981. While the Ministry of Education decree signified the seriousness of the issue, its substance attested to the state's lack of familiarity with new religious developments at this time. The main point of the decree was to admonish the large numbers of children abandoning public schools, but the proposed remedy relied on the party's cliché, to strengthen ideological and patriotic education at public schools. The document took a tougher stand on local calls for Arabic classes in public schools, avowing no tolerance for restoring religious teaching in the name of language classes. Local responses in Xinjiang were in line with the state's overall promotion of religious revival at the time, to fight private madrasas with officially sanctioned religious schools. Following the Ministry of Education decree in 1983, Xinjiang adopted local measures to provide authorized channels for religious education, opening at least 5 Islamic schools at the secondary level in 5 Uyghur concentrated regions in the 1980s, opening the Xinjiang Islamic College in 1987, and granting permission for local religious elites, members in the Standing Committee of Xinjiang's Islamic Association and above, to recruit 2 or 3 private students over the age of 18 years old. These official channels for Islamic teaching were too few to meet local needs and placed age limits on enrollees, but they represented the state's overall support for religious revival. Imported Islam. By the mid-1980s, the state's inexperience indirectly facilitated a new religious development, imported Islamic influences. The driving forces included a growing number of local Muslims who returned from Hajj trips, overseas religious studies, and business travels, as well as an influx of visiting religious delegations from overseas. In the political climate of reform and opening in early post-Mao China, two-way international exchanges were encouraged in religious affairs. The Middle East and South Asia were the main sources of overseas influences, especially the Wahhabi sect. Unfamiliar with imported Islam and its sects, local authorities initially viewed the differences between local and imported sects as intrafaith and unworthy of intervention. Official indifference and inaction allowed imported Islam to grow unchecked. What authorities failed to recognize was the threat that imported Islam posed to local Islam, and by extension the latter's legitimacy and indigenized traditions. In the initial years of their arrival in the early 1980s, Wahhabism clashed with Xinjiang's traditional Islamic sects to win believers and authority. Local sects rejected Wahhabism for their strict codes and deviation from Islamic tenets and traditions. But the native imams, trained before the Reform era, were often advanced in age, seemingly outdated in their spiritual messages, and unable to prevail over young talibs trained overseas or in local private madrasas. Uyghur communities have been predominantly Sunni, which reduced entry barriers for Wahhabism, also of the Sunni sect. Since the mid-1980s, Wahhabism mushroomed locally through existing and new private madrasas, winning converts through simplified rituals, exemption of dues, science learning, and anti-poverty measures. Its reform agenda, according to a local researcher, allowed it to make headway even among some intellectuals, government officials, and businessmen. As a member of Xinjiang's RAB concedes, the excessive religiosity but deep ignorance of the Uyghur masses about Islam were a major reason why they embraced the new teachings blindly. Moreover, the tradition of relying on imams for dissemination of Islamic precepts added to the blind acceptance. Any dissemination from the Arab world, moreover, was regarded as more authoritative and authentic. The entry of Wahhabism presented special challenges, not only because of its fundamentalist appeal but more importantly due to its global and political nature. Conflicts between indigenized Islamic sects and the newly arrived sects are not new in China, they had been a phenomenon in the Qing dynasty and the patterns of sectarian rivalry are similar to a degree. However, contemporary changes have greatly empowered external sects in this rivalry, especially porous and shrinking borders due to modern means of transportation and communication. Thus the Uyghur scholar Tursun traced the influx of Wahhabism to an earlier period, that is the Iranian Revolution and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in the late 1970s. This was particularly true of Xinjiang's westernmost prefecture, Kashgar, bordering Afghanistan and Pakistan. Much as in the Iranian and Taliban movements, local followers in Xinjiang diverged between the religiously conservative and the politically radical. The former observed strict Islamic codes, while the latter espoused violence and political Islam. Yet these distinctions have not always been clear, posing challenges for adequate responses. In general, Wahhabism distinguishes itself from Xinjiang's traditional Sunni Islam by claiming the supremacy of Allah and for politicized Wahhabism, the jihad against the secular state. From the beginning, Chinese officials were unable to neatly distinguish non-political and political Wahhabism, frequently lumping them together and underreacting in the initial years. Among informed analysts, such as those at the Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences and reporters for the Hong Kong-based Phoenix magazine, an emphatic distinction is made between indigenized Islam and imported Wahhabism and between cultural and political Wahhabism. While blaming imported Wahhabism for the spread of private madrasas, they pinpoint political Wahhabism for the spread of extremism and violence. Even Ilham Tohti admits to the spread of extremist religious influences. The distinctions were less clear to the local authorities or outside observers. In his testimony before a subcommittee of the U.S. Congress, Drew Gladney made a point of noting that Uyghur Sunni practices were anathema to the strict Wahhabi-inspired Islamic codes. Bovingdon dismisses the spread of Wahhabism as rumor. Understandably, conservative Islam and Wahhabism may not always be distinguishable. Indeed, most local Wahhabi teachers and talibs had only a hodgepodge of exposure to Wahhabism and disseminated its most superficial elements. As of 1992, there were a total of 130 local individuals in Xinjiang who had Islamic training overseas, including Pakistan, India, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, According to a local official report. 1 Instead of a uniform sect of Islam or Wahhabism, different versions were brought back and their local dissemination was haphazard. Rather than any deep understanding, local followers simply professed a symbolic way of identification and belonging. Since the mid-1980s, the niqab for women, in black color and covering the entire face and body except the eyes, began to spread in southern Xinjiang, as did the Muslim beard for men. Traditionally Uyghur women wore colorful headscarves and dresses, and the few old women who veiled their faces used white or brown colors rather than black. The less educated youths dominated the Talib demographics, attesting to the shallow yet ominous infiltration of imported Islam. These Talibs ranged from students from secondary school to unemployed or self-employed youths with just secondary education. Some had quit public school for madrasas, others escaped public school for half a day or devoted evenings to madrasas. In Hotan Prefecture, Wahhabi believers grew from a few thousand in the early 1990s to about 100,000 by 1997, or 10 to 15% of Muslim believers in the prefecture, while Kashgar Prefecture had over 30,000. 2 But these may represent various conservative or fundamentalist forms of Islam, rather than genuine Wahhabism. Between 1996 and 2000, the number of new enrollees in private madrasas increased 8.84 times in Kashgar Prefecture, 90% of them public school children and some as young as 3 years old. With official restrictions on homegrown private madrasas since 1983, the so-called Wahhabi sects filled in the void. According to a local official investigation, the number of private madrasas was 938 in Xinjiang in 1990, with 10,742 talibs. Kashgar Prefecture topped the list with 350 private madrasas and the largest number of talibs. These numbers, however, did not differ significantly from those cited by a local researcher for the year 1981, when local private madrasas first flourished. This could mean that the scale of private madrasas remains stable, contrary to authorities' concerns. It could also mean that the earlier official ban simply resulted in temporary close-downs and reopening in different local areas. Since 1990, over 1,000 private madrasas were reportedly closed down each year throughout the 1990s. But this number also approximated the reported 938 madrasas that existed in Xinjiang in 1990. Thus it is unclear if the same madrasas were closed down and reopened later under different individuals. By the late 1980s, official responses were stepped up against the new rounds of private madrasas. However, new regulations still focused on the impact of private madrasas on public education, rather than the larger political challenge of Wahhabism. In 1988 and 1990, Xinjiang's provincial party issued new policies on such madrasas, using the tougher language of strict prohibition. In 1990, the Ministry of Education of the central state issued 2 decrees banning religion in educational institutions. Despite the new regulations, implementation fell short due to official ambivalence. Other than threats to public education, local authorities saw the growth of Wahhabi talibs as a sectarian matter from which the state should stay away. Local state actors, from rabbis and police to social organizations and public schools, would not and could not intervene in the spread of Wahhabism, since the talibs' activities were technically beyond their jurisdiction. The prevalence of ethnic qadr in rural areas, where private madrasas thrived, also made it more difficult for them to intervene. Being part of local communities, they faced pressure from relatives and neighbors for not being Muslim enough. 3 All this resulted in local state reluctance to regulate religion. This incapacity, throughout the 1980s, can be attributed largely to the central state's lack of understanding of religious revivalism on the one hand and local states' ambivalence on the other. The aspirations of conservative Islamic movements, to return to the earliest Islamic sources of the Quran and Hadith, provided the ideology and direction that was missing in the official sponsorship of religious revival. The rise of religious fundamentalism could easily take on political significance for those who viewed the Chinese state as both secular and alien. Ethnicizing effects, 1990s. The surge of unsanctioned religion in the 1980s produced unintended consequences in the following decade, that is ethnic violence and terrorism in the 1990s. These may be conceived of as the ethnicizing effects of religious revival for a critical reason. Religious revival enabled the rise of private madrasas and talibs as the ideological and organizational base for ethnic mobilization. Table 6.1 Onset of violence in Xinjiang, the early 1990s. Year, location, what happened, casualties, April 5, 1990, Baran Village, Akto County, Kizilkirgiz village, government attacked, police vehicles bombed, jihadist slogans, called for East Turkestan Islamic Republic. 6 police and 2 paramilitary officers dead, 9 assailants dead and 7 captured. February 28, 1991, Kuka/Cookie County, Aksu Prefecture, time bomb set off at bus station, in the name of ET Islamic Reform Party. 1 civilian dead and 13 injured. February 5, 1992, Urumqi City, 2 public buses bombed, bombs placed in other public places, in the name of ET Islamic Reform Party. 3 civilians dead and 20 injured. September 1993, Kashgar and Hotan, Yarkand and Karjalik, 15 bombing incidents in public facilities claimed by ET Islamic Reform Party. 2 civilians dead and over 30 injured. February 5, 1997, Gulja/Yening City, Ili Prefecture, protesters rioted, shouting "Expel Hans and Islamic State" on Lunar New Year's Day, lasted 2 days, as police had no order to respond. Blamed on ET Islamic Allah Party. 7 Han civilians and 9 officers killed, over 200 injured, 39 vehicles and many stores destroyed. February 25, 1997, Urumqi City, bombing of 3 public buses, on the day of Deng Xiaoping's memorial service. 9 civilians dead, mostly minorities, 68 injured. Source: SJAS, Cheng, NFZM. Table 6.2 Assassination of Uyghur officials and imams, the 1990s. Place target of assassination. Causalities: August 24, 1993, Karjalik/Yuchan County, Kashgar, Mullah Ablais, Imam of county's chief mosque, member of county CPPCC, target, severely injured. March 22, 1996, Taksu/Zinhi County, Aksu Prefecture, Akmuzdik Haji, respected imam, for testifying in court, target killed. April 29, 1996, Kuka/Cookie County, Aksu Prefecture, Kawal Toka, village party secretary, member of Xinjiang People's Congress and National CPPCC. 4 family members of target killed, target and wife critically injured. May 12, 1996, Kashgar City, Kashgar Prefecture, Iran Hanaji, Xinjiang's highest ranked imam, of China's largest mosque, target and son critically injured. March 23, 1997, PCC Frontier Farm, Aksu Emirjan, PCC party secretary, in the name of the East Turkestan Party, led by Tursun Todi, target and wife killed. July 30, 1997, Awat County, Aksu Prefecture, Turn Ayaz, party secretary of Bashan Ayuwarik Township, target and wife killed. November 6, 1997, Bayacheng County, Aksu Prefecture, Mullah Unisidik, head of Aksu's Islamic Association, target killed. January 27, 1998, Karjalik/Yuchan County, Kashgar, Abulaz Haji, imam of Chief County Mosque, senior county CPPCC member, target killed. August 23, 1999, Bosika Township, Poscom/Zp, Kashgar, Hudabayer Todi, political director of Township Police Station, 38 stabs, target and son killed, target's wife injured. Source: SJAS, Cheng. Above all, Talibs were responsible for rising violence in the 1990s. In particular, authoritative accounts trace it to the Talibs trained by former ethnic elites who were rehabilitated after the Mao era. Point 4 The most notable case involved Abe Likim Mursum, who was sentenced to 20 years in prison in 1957 for being a member of the separatist East Turkestan Party. He was released in 1977 at an opportune time, on the eve of the post-Mao era. Rehabilitated in the early 1980s, he became the imam of a major mosque in Karjalik County of Kashgar and a deputy chair of the county's CPPCC. In 1987, Mursum opened his own madrasas, accounting for 61% of the private madrasas in the county during the late 1980s and the early 1990s. Together he trained over 800 talibs from across Xinjiang. Kashgar is a historical hub of Uyghur culture and borders two countries plagued by religious radicalism, Afghanistan and Pakistan, as well as two newly independent countries, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. Mirsam had allegedly told his talibs to prepare for decades of struggle to bring about Islamic rule in Xinjiang and to achieve East Turkestan through nurturing religious forces via madrasas. According to local authoritative accounts, all of the assailants arrested for violence in Xinjiang in the first half of the 1990s were Mirsam's talibs. Second, a common thread among the assailants was an invocation of religion and East Turkestan, or a linkage of the religious and the political. This mix was presumably more effective than a purely political or separatist call for East Turkestan. The first episode of violence occurred in Baran village in southern Xinjiang on April 5, 1990. As the worst armed riot in the history of the PRC at the time, it finally alerted local authorities to the dangers of radical Islam. Many of the participants had studied with Mirsam. The organizer, Zedin Yusup, was a Talib who returned from Kashgar to establish the East Turkestan Islamic Party in 1990. In preparing for the attack, Yusup's team urged villagers to donate money and manpower in the name of Islam and jihad. Authorities would later characterize the violent incident as the first episode of terrorism in the history of the PRC. Nevertheless, in private conversations some Uyghur officials dismissed the official labeling, calling the incident a sectarian battle among Islamic factions, namely, local Islamic and imported Wahhabi sects. However, insofar as the Wahhabi groups called on jihadist struggles against the secular state, it was not always easy to distinguish between the secular state and the Chinese state. Thus one Uyghur writer, in writing about Mirsam's talibs, places blame on human rights abuses in China, refers to Xinjiang as East Turkestan, and calls the Chinese state an invading power. It is unclear if East Turkestan means a Uyghur state under Islamic rule or non-Chinese rule, or if the distinction makes much difference. Third, the religious revival of Islam also helped to create a receptive audience for radical Islam, after the fall of the Soviet Union and the breakaway of its Muslim republics in the early 1990s. The revival of Islam in these states spilled over Xinjiang's porous borders, strengthening the fundamentalist appeal and independence aspiration, or a conflation of the two. Bolstered by the Chechen War in Russia and by weapons smuggled from Central Asian states, East Turkestan parties, private madrasas, and militant training bases sprang up in Xinjiang throughout the 1990s, along with the rise of violent attacks. The Baran incident of 1990 was followed by a series of violence in the name of the East Turkestan Islamic Reform Party. In 1992, this group attacked Urumqi, Xinjiang's capital with a majority Han population, the day after the Chinese New Year. Escaping back to southern Xinjiang, they carried out 15 more bombings in public places in 1993. Local authorities alleged that prior to these attacks the group established Xinjiang's first terrorist base in a Karjalik village, funded by money they had robbed from a cash transport van. At $500,000 RMB, it was the largest case of its kind in the history of the PRC at the time. In another indication of mixed religious and political motives, the next East Turkestan group targeted pro-Beijing Uyghur elites. Calling itself the East Turkestan Islamic Opposition Party, the group was assembled from a dozen talibs in late 1993. Their plan of action was to kill Uyghur religious and secular leaders who opposed political Islam and cooperated with Beijing, with the goal of burning bridges between the Chinese state and Uyghur communities. The group reportedly drew up a list of 24 Uyghurs to be killed. Table 6.2 shows the reported casualties of this project. In the most dramatic incident, Aran Hanaji, the senior imam of Xinjiang's largest mosque, located in Kashgar, was stabbed multiple times on May 12, 1996. He escaped death when the assailant could not bring himself to deliver the fatal stab to the most respected Muslim leader in Xinjiang. However, In private conversations, some Uyghur officials dismissed the incident as another case of sectarian strife rather than one of separatism. In this interpretation, the incident was an intra-Uyghur conflict over local versus imported Islam. Nevertheless, insofar as the two versions of Islam represented different visions for Xinjiang's future, the targeted killings were more than a sectarian conflict. Moreover, additional pro-Beijing Uyghur officials allegedly suffered mysterious deaths during this period. 5. It is unclear if they were on the list of 24 targeted Uyghurs. In yet another ethnicizing effect of religious revival, religious fundamentalism served as a counter-discourse to the modernization drive launched by the Chinese state. From 1992 to 1995, Mirsam's Talibs promoted the new Meshrep, a gathering with religious meanings, as a form of religious cleansing and ethno-political awakening. As economic liberalization deepened after 1992, a significant number of Uyghurs became victims of factory downsizing, market competition, unemployment, economic disparities, and social decay. In this context, Ablikam Mirsam may be seen as playing the role of a local Khomeini. His advocacy of a purified Islamic and moral society appealed to a Uyghur society thrust into the turbulent transitions of China's reform era. Stripped of its religious form and vocabulary, fundamentalism offers many similar remedies that have appealed to non-Western civilizations in their arduous transitions to the modern world, including cultural revival. Traditionally, the Meshrep was a secular event, an occasion when Uyghur males gathered to celebrate the harvest. The religiosity of the new Meshrep attracted many members in the 1990s. As they read passages from the Quran and followed a strict code of Islamic conduct in their daily lives, practitioners found the religious tenets and practices appealing as a critique of modernity. Islamic fundamentalism, not unlike modern China's embrace of Marxism, is a product in response to the modern West. The remedies it offered included elements of socialism and Maoism familiar to the Chinese public, Uyghurs included. As such, pure Islam is persuasive to those most affected by economic liberalization, namely the poor and unemployed. With Uyghurs being principal victims in Xinjiang's transition to the market, pure Islam offered a path for collective self-salvation. In this context, reconstruction of moral values and social justice entailed not only religious but also ethno-national revival. Leading Talibs saw themselves as soulmates who sought Islamic cultural enlightenment to save Uyghur youths rendered ignorant and hopeless by official atheism. They revived the Meshrep with not only religious but also nationalistic meanings. As such, it served as a focus for resistance to Chinese rule. The traveling Talibs, who hailed mainly from Kashgar and Hotan, organized the Meshrep across Xinjiang, along with a grassroots campaign urging Uyghurs to burn their government-issued ID cards and licenses. It was a way to boycott the Chinese state. The Meshrep culminated in the Gulja/Yining riot on February 5, 1997. Launched on the Lunar New Year's Day, the riot was in response to local official crackdowns on the Meshrep and Talibs in the city. Located in eastern Xinjiang, Gulja did not seem to be the kind of locale vulnerable to Talib influence, being far more modern and secular than rural southern Xinjiang. However, economic liberalization had by then created disparate Uyghur societies, a wealthy one thanks to border trade, and a deprived one thanks to factory closures. For different reasons, both groups became afflicted by alcoholism, drug abuse, gambling, and the worst AIDS epidemic in Xinjiang. Not surprisingly, when Mirsam's Talibs came to Gulja in the mid-1990s, they found a receptive audience for the Meshrep. Local leaders belatedly recognized the state's counterproductive role in Xinjiang's religious revival. Wang Yinmao, party secretary of the province during 1981-5, summed up two lessons from the 1980s. First, the retreat of the state in the countryside allowed radical religious forces to fill in the vacuum. Second, unconditional restitution of former rebels and clergymen allowed the unrepentant and resentful to run madrasas. Indeed, the role of those released and rehabilitated in the early post-Mao era, at least some of them, seemed critical, as their trainees became key members of radical religious forces in the 1990s. As Table 6.2 shows, the violence of the 1990s exhibited characteristics of terrorism in the sense of the intentional creation of terror and an invocation to East Turkestan. This contrasted with attackers in recent years who exhibited little understanding of the concept of terror or political objectives. Curtailing unsanctioned religion, the 1990s. The violence since the Baron Riot of 1990 posed serious challenges to the state's intended goals for religious revival. After the Baron Riot, official focus shifted to curtailing unsanctioned religion in the 1990s, in contrast to the previous emphasis on freedom of religion. But the effort was belated and tenuous. Local and central authorities issued a number of decrees to outlaw underground religious practices and sites. They targeted private madrasas, cross-regional proselytizing, and imported sects. The Central Decree on Oversight of Religious Affairs allowed local authorities to utilize an earlier document to enforce religious bans. The 1982 document stipulated freedom of religion as well as freedom from religion. The latter provision forbids anyone from compelling anyone, especially children under 18, to have a religious faith, become a monk or study religious scriptures. Local interpretations of this stipulation turned it into a ban on religious practices for children under 18. That is, before they could exercise their will freely. In another unprecedented move, Xinjiang's legislature adopted regulations in July 1994 banning proselytizing or organizing religious activities by non-locals. Table 6.3 Xinjiang's decrees to curtail illegal religious activities. The 1990s year decree key contents November 9, 1988 temporary regulations for managing places of religious activities in XUAR defines religious activities outside authorized mosques and private homes as illegal. July 16, 1994 regulations for the administration of religious affairs bans proselytizing or organizing religious activities by non-locals. 1997 opinions on defining illegal religious activities 23. Demarcations made. 1999. Opinions on organizing patriotic Islamic clergy to train talibs requiring official approval for opening madrasas to train religious students. Source: XUAR, Li, 24. Table 6.4. Central decrees to curtail illegal religious activities. The 1990s year decree key contents 1991 CCP February 5 CCP Central Committee and State Council on Improving Religious Work to crack down on criminal activities in the name of religion, to resist infiltration of foreign hostile religious forces. 1994 SCPRC Regulations of Religious Activities by Foreign Individuals in China to curb infiltration of foreign religious personnel and activities. 1994 SC Regulations for Places of Worship to curb unauthorized private madrasas. 1996 CCP Central Committee 7 The principal threats to Xinjiang's stability are ethnic separatism and illegal religious activities to strengthen village governance in Xinjiang. Source: the CCP and the State Council of the PRC, Li, 25. The escalation of violence in the 1990s, especially the assassination of Uyghur imams and officials, led to central and local authorities to crack down the so-called three forces. The phrase refers to religious radicalism, terrorism, and separatism, thereby linking the religious, the violent, and the political. In the most important central decree on this issue in the 1990s, Document 7 cited underground religious activities and separatism as the principal threats to Xinjiang's stability. It also highlighted the paralysis of village governance due to the influence of religious forces. To strengthen village governance, the central government initiated a program that was to become routine and massive in the mid-2010s. In early 1997 the central government dispatched work teams in residence, consisting of 203 provincial cadre and 340 village cadre, to 32 villages most affected by radical religious forces. Locally, the Central Document 7 led to a provincial decree in Xinjiang in 1997 to demarcate legal and illegal religious activities, the latter referring to private madrasas, foreign religious personnel, and unauthorized religious materials. To dampen the religious atmosphere, the decree led to policies banning members of the public sector from practicing religion, including party members, government officials, public sector employees, and school students. Local schools issued religious bans on campus, from headscarves, long gowns, and religious insignias to observance of religious holidays and conventions. Since 1997, the provincial government also devoted several years to cracking down on underground madrasas in the most affected regions. In 1999 it renewed a decree, first issued in 1994, to require official approval for the opening of private madrasas. Official efforts to contain radical religious activities were frequently complicated by a conflation of the so-called three forces. As a US-based report sums up, the root causes of the three forces are a complex mix of history, ethnicity, and religion, fueled by poverty, unemployment, social disparities, and political grievances, as well as Turkey's unofficial support, Muslim funding, and militant training from abroad. According to local police investigations, underground religious sites played a key role in rallying activists, operating training bases, organizing anti-state attacks, and advocating East Turkestan. Xinjiang's police confiscated over 1 million copies of printed literature as well as over 1 million videos and tapes with jihadist themes in the second half of the 1990s. In 1998, local police cracked a series of cases involving the shipment of weapons from Central Asia, self-made bombs, and militant training sites. However, the linkages or distinctions between religious agitation and anti-Chinese resistance were not always easy to determine. At best, imported Wahhabism and jihadist literature served to rally the domestically discontented. Ilham Tohti argues that religion has suffered a huge setback in Xinjiang since official offensives against the three forces in 1997, because local officials often failed to distinguish between fundamentalism and traditional Islamic practices. Draconian restrictions alienated ordinary practitioners of the Islamic faith and were often viewed as anti-Uyghur. For local and central authorities, new restrictions were already too late. Many madrasas had already sprung up, new channels of foreign influences and communication mediums had opened, and religious sites were turning into sanctuaries for the socially disaffected. By 1997, Xinjiang's authorities concluded from their investigations that major episodes of local violence in recent years were all to do with the Wahhabi sects and members, though the term Wahhabi tended to be conflated with radical and extremist. Illegal religious activities were also found among Xinjiang's traditional clergy, such as the private teaching of Islam, but they espoused no political objectives and violence. For Wahhabi sects, the official crackdown simply made private madrasas more covert, dispersed, and digital. In Kashgar, the hub of Uyghur traditions, the number of new enrollees in private madrasas increased 8.84-fold between 1996 and 2000, 90% of them being public school children and some as young as 3 years old. Meanwhile, the work teams dispatched in 1997 could only temporarily improve law and order in rural areas, as their departure was followed by the return of religious forces. In 1999, Xinjiang dispatched additional work teams, consisting of 13,800 officials from provincial government agencies, to 584 villages and 99 public schools in 5 Uyghur-majority prefectures. The crackdown since 1997 appeared to have diminished the talibs nurtured by the dissident clergy in the early post-Mao era. But things remained daunting for the state. Of 2,000 Uyghur clergymen from across Xinjiang who participated in official training classes in 2001, most were poorly educated in religion or otherwise, just 3% had associated degrees and above, 12% had graduated from high school, a whopping 83% had only graduated from middle school and primary school, and 2% were illiterate. Moreover, 90.1% had studied Islam privately or in unofficial madrasas. If this represented the educational background of the officially approved Islamic clergy in Xinjiang, the background of unauthorized clergymen may be even more questionable. Yet they presented formidable challenges to the state in winning over the hearts and minds of rural and less educated Uyghurs. Facilitating religion, the 2000s. The 2000s saw the second cycle of state facilitation of religion, indirectly this time. Nationwide, the agrarian tax reform of 2006 achieved the intended goal of administrative streamlining and rural relief, but resulted in weakened local state capacity and the rise of criminal forces in the countryside. In Xinjiang, weakened village governance created new interstitial space for religion in the new millennium. A major consequence of tax elimination was a fiscal shortage for village councils to perform their functions. Fiscal allocation from the state, now the main or only source of village revenues, was insufficient to cover public services, debt burdens, and other financial needs of village governance. Many village councils, after losing tax revenues, had no alternative incomes of their own. In 2005, nearly a third of the administrative villages in Xinjiang, totaling 9,183, had no revenues of their own, while nearly half of them had just 50,000 yen in revenues for the year. In 2006, village councils in Xinjiang owed a total of 3.1 billion yen in debts, or an average of 320,000 yen for each village. Fiscal shortages, in turn, led to a reduction in public servants and services at the village level. Based on incomplete data, in 2004 Xinjiang saw the merger of 375 administrative villages with others, the downsizing of 25,000 village cadre, the close down of 907 primary and secondary village schools, and the discharge of 4,095 school teachers. To save costs, the positions of the village party secretary and the village chief were combined in one person. The job became overwhelming while oversight of village governance became difficult. Weakened village governance created a political vacuum for religious forces to fill. These forces included former or current instructors and talibs from private madrasas, often located in private homes within villages, imams who were not regarded as read or close to local authorities, local religious activists, and hajis, or those who had made pilgrimage trips to Mecca. Their financial resources may have come from local jade and other traders, or from overseas. The overseas sources may have been donations and earnings raised by pilgrims in Mecca, according to a local woman of mixed Han and Uyghur parentage who worked privately to assist hajis in their financial dealings. 6 As social services dwindled from the village council, those religious forces filled in by bringing money, mutton, and other necessities to Uyghur households, enhancing their presence and influence in the process. This was a ground that the state voluntarily yielded. Rise of Hizb-ut-Tahrir and Hijrat. Limited state capacity, in the form of poor local knowledge and safeguards, allowed room for new religious movements in the late 1990s and the early 2000s. Identified in Chinese accounts as the Hizb-ut-Tahrir and Hijrat, they drew different groups of young Uyghurs. The Hizb-ut-Tahrir, an international pan-Islamic political organization, made its entry to Xinjiang around 1999. As a transnational movement, originally founded by the Palestinian Taqi al-Din Abhani al-Falastini in Jordan in 1953, it serves as an ideological vanguard for radical Sunni Islamism. Its stated aim is the unification of all Muslim nations over time in a unitary Islamic state or caliphate, headed by an elected caliph. In post-Soviet Central Asia, Hizb-ut-Tahrir filled the ideological and socio-economic void left by the retreat of socialism and the rise of unemployment, with a special appeal among youths. The organization declared the American-led war in Afghanistan from 2001 as a war against Muslims and Islam. Despite its stated stand against violence, the organization's association with violence in reality has led Central Asian states and Russia to crack down on its cells. As with Wahhabism, the overseas origin of Hizb-ut-Tahrir helped it to evade state attention in the beginning. In rural areas of Xinjiang, Hizb-ut-Tahrir arrived from across the mountains of Afghanistan and the Fergana Valley of Central Asia. In urban centers, its arrival was attributed to Ibrahim Usman, a graduate of Xinjiang Engineering College in 1990. In 1995 he went to study in Turkey and returned 2 years later to develop Hizb-ut-Tahrir in Xinjiang, growing cells and members through private forums such as Arabic classes. Its advocacy of pan-Islamism and Islamic fundamentalism, according to local Uyghur scholars, effectively compete for young Uyghur minds on Xinjiang's college campuses and secondary schools. But these scholars, like the state itself, showed little clue as to why imported Islamic influences have a special appeal among Uyghur youths, but not Xinjiang's other Muslim groups. The answer may lie in pan-Islamism's role as a rallying and motivating force for the titular ethnic group, who feel greater claims to ethno-national identity and autonomy in Xinjiang. Hizb-ut-Tahrir, like Wahhabism before it, offered an organizational and ideological rallying point for disgruntled members of Xinjiang's titular ethnic group. Specifically, its pan-Islamism serves to implore the supremacy of Islam to reject anything provided by the Chinese state, from government jobs and benefits to business licenses and marriage certificates. Manuals seized from local cells reveal strict mechanisms of control and command, including punishment for deviances. Members pay 10% of their personal income as religious dues or must engage in illegal activities to raise the funds. In other words, it would take strong motivations to be cell members. By 2000, Hizb-ut-Tahrir cells had reportedly trained nearly 3,000 individuals, mainly Uyghur youths. They relied on a number of channels to spread their messages, such as private religious settings, Talabik forums, special communal occasions, electronic venues, and distribution of translated materials from overseas websites. In 2005, over 40 graduating seniors in 3 colleges of Xinjiang were found to have been Hizb-ut-Tahrir members. By local police accounts, Hizb-ut-Tahrir cells stayed under the official radar from the late 1990s till the Urumqi riot of 2009. Subsequent state attention to Hizb-ut-Tahrir activities continued to betray limited state capacity in dealing with unauthorized religious groups. Many perpetrators of violence in the 2000s reportedly had Hizb-ut-Tahrir membership. Offenses linked to them included poisoning plots and violence in Urumqi, killings in Shandong and Hebei during 2003, threats against pro-Beijing religious leaders in Xinjiang, riots and violence in various localities within Xinjiang, and distribution of bomb-making and poison-making techniques in the months leading up to the Beijing Olympics in 2008. In line with its appeal among educated youths, violence in the early 2000s involved more such youths. In Moyo County, a rural area known for breeding religious violence, 54 public sector employees were apprehended by local police for violence and illegal religious activities around 2000, half of them public school teachers. In March 2006, 46 Uyghur students engaged in a violent scuffle that wounded 23 Han Chinese in Kurla County. In another reflection of the more educated background of Hizb-ut-Tahrir members, violent assaults in the 2000s targeted law enforcement officers and agencies. Hizb-ut-Tahrir members, according to a Hong Kong journalist, were also key players in the Urumqi riot of July 5, 2009. Their ideological and organizational strength may have accounted for the scale and intensity of violence in that event. Table 6.5 Spread of violence in Xinjiang, the 2000s Time Place What Happened Casualties October 24, 1999 Saley village of Poscom/Zeep County, Kashgar Prefecture attacks on village police station with Molotov cocktails, bombs, and shooting. Officer Ataullah Korkaullah killed 1 police officer and 1 civilian dead, 10 rooms and 2 vehicles burned February 3, 2001 Konashehar/Shufa County, Kashgar stabbing of Mamat Jan Yaqub, county court official, 38 times in his home Yaqub and 1 Han killed, Yaqub's wife injured May 27, 2002 Poscom/Zeep County, Kashgar Prefecture killing of Yuma village police head, Yasheng Mahmudi, and 2 other officers 3 Uyghur officers killed February 27, 2005 Moyo County, Hotan Prefecture village party secretary Musali Khan murdered, security chief injured 1 official dead, 1 seriously injured March 7, 2008 flight from Urumqi to Beijing Uyghur female tried to set off explosives on flight attempt aborted August 4, 2008 Kashgar City, Kashgar Prefecture truck into police officers, guns, bombs. and jihadist literature on truck. 17 police officers killed and 15 injured. August 10, 2008. Kuka/Cookie County, Aksu Prefecture. Motorcycle carrying explosives driven into Kuka-S County Police Station. None reported. July 5, 2009. Donkavrook/Er Daekiao Section, Urumqi City. Hundreds of Uyghurs protested Shaoguan incident, escalating into worst violence in Xinjiang under PRC. Han counter-protests. July 7 and September 3, 2009. 134 Han, 11 Hui, 10 Uyghur and 1 Manchu civilians killed, 198 total deaths. 1,721 injured. Source: Sjas, Cheng. The state did no better in averting or confronting another underground movement, the Hijrat, which became known in Xinjiang by 2005. The term, meaning the traveling jihadist, originally referred to Muhammad's migration or journey. The movement espouses leaving behind one's earthly possessions and traveling around to engage in the jihad, hence the traveling jihadist. The Hijrat came to the attention of local authorities after its members committed violent acts in Kashgar in 2005, but was taken seriously only after Hijrat followers hijacked a commercial flight from Hotan to Urumqi in June 2012. Since then the term was included in local official documents on fighting extremism. According to these documents, the Hijrat is not as organized as the East Turkestan movement. It advocates violence and assembles militants comprising less educated youths from rural areas, including underage recruits in private madrasas. After official crackdowns on Wahhabi sites in the 1990s and on Hizb-ut Tahrir cells in the late 2000s, Hijrat groups are largely blamed for violence in Xinjiang since the late 2000s. But the official literature offers few details about the Hijrat groups, suggesting the movement's disorganized, random, and transitory nature. As with Wahhabism earlier, limited state capacity had allowed space for Hizb-ut Tahrir and Hijrat groups to grow in the gray areas of law. Over time, Pan-Islamism in these movements blurred the line between resisting the secular state and the Chinese state, so that it would take their violent activities to elicit responses from the state. Although overdue, state responses did not always address the root causes of their appeal among Uyghur youths. A failed society. Among the root causes is the increasing breakdown of Uyghur society since the 1990s. This lay at the core of the expansion of Uyghur radicalism and violence. Yet limited state capacity, as a corollary of unbridled market forces and weakened governance, facilitated that expansion by neglecting the deterioration of Uyghur communities. The signs of a failed Uyghur society were visible to Uyghur and Han observers by the late 2000s, and even to a careful visitor. Ilham Tohti points to surging crimes, disintegration of the social and moral fabric of Uyghur communities, rising cultural conservatism, religious fundamentalism, growing hatred of the Han people, and increased relative impoverishment. Huang Zhongjing cites epidemics of drugs, crime, AIDS, and violence. In the early and mid-2010s, it was plain to a field observer like myself that 2 decades of economic liberalization had taken a heavy toll on Uyghur society. Crowds of idle young men filled the streets of southern Xinjiang day and night, looking for opportunities to make quick money but not necessarily a real job. They filled the video arcades that had proliferated in urban centers, bankrupting their parents by using their income to play video games. These parents pleaded with local state agencies to close down the arcades, and many of them survived on government assistance themselves. Divergent diagnoses of this failed society, however, reveal that limited state capacity is not merely due to material factors. More importantly, it is due to cognitive ones. To Uyghur analysts, their frustrated society is in dire need of spiritual sanctuary, so its conservative turn is understandable. This frustration stems from a series of generally recognized factors: a loss of trust in Uyghurs from the state and the Chinese public, masses of downsized workers and unemployed youths, demonization and discrimination of Uyghurs by the general public, competition from new migrants, and finally, and deterioration of Han-Uyghur relations. However, Tohti singles out a highly controversial factor for blame: bilingual education. he rejects the typical Chinese view that Mandarin is key to Uyghurs' economic advancement. On the contrary, he views Mandarin dominance as the source of Uyghurs' predicament. Bilingual education embodies a threat to Uyghurs' cultural and linguistic survival, but a lack of Mandarin proficiency hinders their entry into the job market and the modern world, while cultural isolation leaves uneducated Uyghurs in a state of ignorance, backwardness, narrow and close-mindedness, savageness, and desperation. A lack of Uyghur language publications in official venues, easily discernible by a quick walk through local bookstores, further limits Uyghur access to modern information. These problems produce receptive audiences for the three forces of radicalism, terrorism, and separatism. Rather than religion, Todi's argument suggests, language is critical in the battle against the three forces. Indeed, a lack of Mandarin proficiency has made it difficult for the government's messages of modernization to reach villagers, especially in the rural south. Available publications in Uyghur do no better in reaching those who do not read Chinese. In local Xinhua bookstores, a casual visitor like myself was surprised to find few publications for the general Uyghur reader, though school textbooks were plentiful for Uyghur children. The scarcity of Uyghur publications may be due to a lack of qualified bilingual inspectors as well as apprehension about nationalistic writings. Such a genre did emerge in the 1980s, penned by newly released political prisoners. They gained sympathetic audiences on Xinjiang's college campuses, triggering alarm among local authorities. The ensuing restriction of Uyghur language publications has created a different set of problems, a culturally barren land for those youths who cannot read or understand Chinese or are averse to it, thus driving them to private madrasas and jihadist websites. Han Chinese responses, official or otherwise, tend to emphasize linkages between religion and the failed Uyghur society. Even the most sympathetic account calls out the deeper, psychological barriers to modernization on the part of Uyghur communities. That is, if the Han people had long learned to take modernization for granted, Uyghur society still agonizes over modernization's threats to its identity, hence the religious root of Uyghur frustration. Typical of a Muslim society, this line of argument goes, Uyghur society tends to counterpoise modernization and religion, and to shield the onslaught of the former under the cover of the latter. Put in this light, rising fundamentalism is not just a consequence of Uyghur frustration, but a cause of Uyghur stagnation. This is a rather common sentiment among Han officials and publics inside and outside Xinjiang. Needless to say, Han society tends to forget that it had taken them a painful century to adapt to the challenges of modernization. And as in China's case a century ago, modernization is imposed from outside, making it hard for Uyghurs to accept. This outsider role is often ignored by the Chinese leadership and public, who take the imperative of development for granted. During the Mao era, egalitarianism shielded ethnic groups from economic competition, easing the imposition of economic practices to Uyghur society by the central state. But this is no longer the case in post-Mao China, when economic liberalization was imposed on Uyghur and other ethnic regions with little regard for its social consequences. The debilitating impacts of economic liberalization on Uyghur society are discussed in Chapter 7, as concrete evidence for the root cause of the failed Uyghur society. Ethnicizing effects, the 2000s. The pent-up frustration of Uyghur society found some temporary release in the Urumqi riot of July 5, 2009, but the event did little to resolve the deeper dilemmas faced by Uyghur communities. The riot pushed more members into a retreat to religion, further away from reconciling the tensions between identity and modernization. Initiated as a student protest, the Urumqi riot was the first incidence of violence that was not blamed on talibs or madrasas by local and central authorities. In official media and private conversations, blame was placed on migrant youths from southern Xinjiang, who usually congregated in the Dunkhavruk section of Urumqi. Regardless, the bloody rampage ruptured Han-Uyghur relations. In this context, religion emerged as the cultural symbol to demarcate the other. The ethnic rupture made Uyghurs more receptive to pan-ethnic pressure to conform to conservative religious mores, ostensibly to intensify defiance and solidarity. In a culture keen on communal gatherings, extended families and local communities became the main avenues of conservative pressure. "Are you not a Uyghur?" is the usual phrase used to pressure young women to dress conservatively and young men to behave piously. 7 Most visible was the Arabianization of Uyghur costumes and mores after July 2009, especially for women in southern Xinjiang. Black niqabs contrasted sharply with the colorful headscarves conventionally worn by Uyghur women. Those dressed in modern clothing, such as short-sleeved shirts and skirts, may encounter verbal and physical threats on the streets, even in the secular and modern city of Urumqi. Female college graduates from the south, who left off their headscarves as local campus rules required, faced pressure to put them on in order to find marriage prospects back home. In elementary schools, teachers saw a sudden surge in female children wearing headscarves after the Urumqi riot, in defiance of school bans. One secondary school student noted, "We suddenly remember we used to have the headscarves and made a point of finding them and putting them on." 8 For Uyghur men, behavioral changes became even more visible, especially among the younger generation in the rural south. Mosques experienced a dramatic surge in prayer attendance by young men after the Urumqi riots. The outpouring of tears during prayers, immediately after the Urumqi riots, sent disturbing signals for both Uyghur and Han observers. More young men chose to wear the Islamic beard. Even more of them refused to drink or smoke so as to observe Islamic codes. More restaurants banned alcohol. Stores selling alcohol and cigarettes risked being attacked. Prayer posture changed from the traditional Uyghur way to the Arab way. More men pressured their wives to wear the burqa and to quit their jobs because it was not Muslim to work away from home. The loss of income and independence for Uyghur women, in turn, has led to increased domestic abuse in rural households. In another setback for Uyghur women's rights, religious officiating of marriages has reappeared, meaning the return of polygamy among conservative Uyghurs. 9 The conservative surge may be seen as religiously and politically driven. As often asserted by online posts at todisuyghurbiz.net, the religious surge amounted to a form of anti-state resistance. In reality, the line between boycotting the Chinese state, the secular world, and traditional Uyghur customs may not be always clear. This was manifest in the conservative efforts to impose what was Muslim and not Muslim inter-ethnically and intra-ethnically. Some stores, restaurants, foods, or even bottled water came to be labeled un-Muslim, an understandable form of protectionism or cultural demarcation. Anything supplied by the state, from business and marriage licenses to anti-quake housing, were also labeled un-Muslim, another understandable form of political resistance. However, in a trend that is troubling to many Uyghur intellectuals, even traditional Uyghur dances, music, paintings, sculpture, and other art forms came to be labeled un-Muslim. Expression of emotions on special occasions, such as festive sentiments at weddings or sad feelings at funerals, were also discouraged by neoconservatives as un-Muslim practices. 10 In another sign of rising fundamentalism, its linkage to separatism became more ambiguous. Although Chinese authorities often accuse extremist groups of utilizing religion to promote separatism, local radical groups do not necessarily identify with the separatist but non-fundamentalist World Uyghur Congress, according to a Uyghur professional who monitors online forums in southern Xinjiang. Rather, they vow to fight a war with WUC leader Rubi Qadir in the future. In other words, the line between fighting the Chinese state and the secular state seems blurred, as the fight is both religious and political. Not surprisingly, educated Uyghurs are torn. They are genuinely worried about fundamentalism but also uncomfortable with state intervention in Uyghurs' identity expression and religious practices. Many establishment intellectuals did join with the state by writing commentaries in local newspapers, urging Uyghur women not to cover their beautiful face. 11 In a growing cultural barren land for those Uyghur youths who cannot read Chinese, pan-Islamic, and jihadist electronic media filled in the gap. In the rooms of many Uyghur youths in southern Xinjiang, pictures of armed Taliban soldiers were hung on the wall and idolized as heroes. In their smartphones were videos and websites of foreign imams delivering fiery religious messages in Uyghur, Turkic, and Kazakh tongues, dotted with references to oppression suffered by Uyghurs and the Brotherhood of all Muslims, and with bearded and black-wrapped men standing in the background, holding guns and the Quran. Uyghur professionals blame the flourishing of such influences on a lack of positive guidance for the youths, because the foreign sources' mediums of transmission are highly popular with local youths. 12 The imams in the electronic venues may be reputable figures from the global Muslim world, including the Middle East. Cheap and counterfeit smartphones have facilitated transmission. The problem is severe enough that local authorities shut off the internet in sensitive times and ban certain apps. But some of these efforts may be rendered ineffective by locally available VPN vendors. In the post-riot context, suicidal martyrdom became worshipped among some rural youths in southern Xinjiang. A sense of alienation prevailed among those plagued by a lack of education and employment. According to a Uyghur lawyer who worked on cases involving jihadist violence, his clients were largely young Uyghurs, 90% of them illiterate. The extremist videos and websites also impacted Uyghur youths more generally. A young professor in Urumqi notes that, increasingly, it was the well-regarded students who became problems cases, those who aspired to achieve something, and to carry out the dream of their people and religion. To become that kind of person, even to sacrifice oneself, seems a glorious thing. Parents of these youths, raised in the secular years of the Mao era, were perplexed by the transformation of their children, who may even refuse to eat the food prepared by their parents for being un-halal. Extremism divides Uyghurs in other ways. Its supporters hailed the assailants who killed 3 Uyghur community workers. Village elders assigned to keep vigilance over their neighborhood were fearful of reporting suspicious activities to local authorities. Private madrasas were as much an attraction as a tragedy for Uyghur parents, as child abuse was increasingly uncovered. 3 cases in a short span of time in 2012 offer telling examples. In April, a Uyghur child unable to recite religious texts was beaten to death at an Urumqi private madrasa. In May, another child was beaten to death by madrasa staff in Korla city. In June, local police raided a private madrasa run from an apartment of a residential building in Hotan city. Local media reported that 54 children were freed from the site. Based on my observation of the building in 2013, it would have been impossible for the neighbors not to notice a group of this size in one apartment, but no resident apparently wanted or dared to alert the authorities. Combating religious extremism, Phase I. Faced with the array of challenges after the Urumqi riots of 2009, the central and provincial governments launched campaigns to combat the tide of radical Islam. The first phase lasted from April 2010 to May 2014, or from Zhang Chengxian's arrival as Xinjiang's new party secretary to the Urumqi market attack that killed 32 civilians. Zhang emphasized a gentle approach to governing Xinjiang, with a view to winning over Uyghur communities through good deeds and improved ethnic relations. Under his reign, anti-extremism measures included cultural construction projects, de-radicalization campaigns, rural vigilance, and ideological education. Though targeted at fundamentalist and radical Islam, those strategies had unintended ethnicizing effects, while achieving limited success. The cultural construction projects have attempted to fill in the intellectually barren land in rural Xinjiang. That is, to bring modern and secular messages to Uyghur villagers. Since mid-2010, various central agencies have donated large volumes of visual, audio, and printed materials to rural libraries, township cultural stations, and village service centers, which were set up in every village. Mobile bookstores and libraries, media equipment, and media rooms have also been donated. Mobile movie teams have been dispatched to show movies to villagers, while radios, TV sets, and reception equipment was provided free of charge to every rural household. These efforts are intended to ease the isolation and insulation suffered by rural communities, but their effects are often limited thanks to a lack of local interest or social pressures to avoid them. Free newspapers may be left unopened, and the monthly movie shows sparsely attended. Villagers may be deterred from watching TV programs and movies by radicals who label them un-Muslim, or the programming may not appeal to them because urban and modern themes seem alien. De-radicalization campaigns also began under Zhang's leadership, though in moderate forms compared with recent years. Between April 2010 and May 2014, the provincial government issued 2 decrees to delineate the distinctions among ethnic customs, normal religious practices, and extremist displays of Islam. The extremist forms, imposed by religious radicals as authentic Islam, were singled out for crackdown. Earlier, local authorities who tried to curb them were accused of engaging in unlawful acts. With the new statutes, some localities began to ban individuals who wore the burqa and long beards from entering state agencies, state-owned enterprises, public buses, banks, and hospitals. Other localities penalized defiant individuals by withdrawing public assistance. Many localities launched the Lift Your Beautiful Face campaign to dissuade women from wearing the niqab. The new statutes, however, did not solve the problem of overreaching by local states. In state agencies and public schools, even the traditional Uyghur headscarf was discouraged. Some schools enforced the religious ban on campus to the point of intervening in students' fasting rituals and religious holidays, with dubious effects. Students may defy the bans, and ethnic schools may play a cat-and-mouse game with local inspectors who came to check on the religious ban. Table 6.6 Xinjiang's decrees to define illegal religious activities. Early 2010's Year Decree Key Contents 1 Opinions on Defining Illegal Religious Activities Defining 26 Demarcations 2013, May 11 Guiding Opinions on Further Tackling Illegal Religious Activities and Curtailing the Infiltration of Religious Extremism Spelling out illegal religious activities and how citizens should fight them Source, XUAR. A third area of anti-extremism measures during Zhang's reign targeted the rural south, the source of many vagabond and violent youths. Respected elders and community workers were assigned as watchmen in village neighborhoods and paid with the government's stability funds, although they did not always want to report on fellow villagers or were afraid to do so. Income subsidies were increased for officially sanctioned imams, but only to make them lose credibility in the eyes of those who distrusted red imams. In early 2014, Xinjiang expanded the Work Teams in Residence program, which began in 1997 with 543 cadres and increased to 13,800 in 1999. Now it dispatched 200,000 cadres from local state agencies to the countryside, on a 1-year rotation for the next 3 years. The first group was sent down in March 2014 and included more than 70,000 cadres in over 11,000 work teams. As part of Zhang's gentle approach to governing Xinjiang, their mission was to learn about local conditions, improve living standards and win over hearts. But as outsiders, those work teams were no rival to the covert strongholds of religious radicals in the countryside. Ideological education was yet another area of anti-extremism measures under Zhang's governorship, intended to promote an alternative discourse and worldview. In state agencies and public sectors, employees were required to memorize the latest official literature on combating religious extremism, to take quizzes on it, and to write self-criticisms about negligent attitudes toward manifestations of extremism. These measures often seemed formalistic, although Han interviewees tended to view them as useful in demarcating boundaries for state and public employees, whose participation in religious activities would send signals of state concession to religious radicals. In public schools and colleges, classes on political ideology added sections on Marxist theory of ethnic relations, or new classes were created on inter-ethnic harmony. In rural areas, cultural activities aimed at ideological education were held every Friday, though their attendance may be formalistic and their effects dubious. Most of all, the various anti-extremism measures only reached sectors and individuals that the state could reach, not the talibs in private madrasas or the vagabond youths responsible for violence. Even for those within the state's reach, official educational materials may often be unappealing. Textbooks for political ideology classes remain dry and out of touch with reality. The sight of Uyghur students trying strenuously to memorize Marxist tenets from Chinese texts, which would be formidable enough for native speakers of Mandarin, can easily elicit bafflement about the futility of official textbooks. An elementary teacher at a rural Xinjiang school, whom I met on a train ride in southern Xinjiang in 2013, conceded that his pupils had little interest in or understanding of the Marxist views of ethnicity that he was teaching in a class called Ethnic Harmony. When pressed, he himself had a hard time explaining what those Marxist views were. As another tiresome formality, the state's ideological platform is not likely to offer an effective alternative to religion as a source of identity and worldview. Indeed, the various policy measures did little to stem the violence during the 4 years of Jiang Chengxian's gentle approach to governing Xinjiang in 2010-14. On the contrary, local state intervention in religious activities appeared to have triggered violence. The violent incidents on June 26, June 28, and October 28, 2013 support this point. Moreover, violence continued to target the arms of the state, police stations, paramilitary posts, and Uyghur community workers. Increasingly, violence was also aimed at large civilian crowds, culminating in the Kunming rail station attacks that killed 29 pedestrians on March 1, 2014 and the Urumqi market massacre that killed 39 civilians on May 22, 2014. As these attacks were often carried out by poorly educated Uyghur youths, even teenagers, the absence of proper education, religious or otherwise, became a more visible problem. With little understanding of the concepts of political violence or separatism, the young assailants were simply incited by calls to jihad by co-ethnics who operated private madrasas or hijrat cells. Table 6.7 Escalation of violence in Xinjiang, late 2009 to mid-2014 Date Location What happened Casualties August 19, 2010 Kukis/Kuki County, Aksu Prefecture Motorcycle drove into a paramilitary post in Ugankai Township, with explosive 6 dead, 15 Uyghurs injured July 18, 2011 Hotan City, Hotan Prefecture knife/bomb attacks on police station by 18 Kashgar men, 13 jihadist slogans against veil ban, links to Pakistani group 14 2 Han female hostages, 1 Han officer, and 1 Uyghur paramilitary killed. July 30 to 1, 2011 Kashgar City, Kashgar Prefecture truck driven into crowds and explosives set off, both downtown, Pakistan training 13 civilians killed, 40 civilians injured February 28, 2012 Karjalik/Yuchan County, Kashgar knife and axe attacks on crowds in pedestrian district 15 civilians, 1 officer, and 8 assailants killed June 29, 2012 Flight GS 7554 Hotan to Urumqi 6 assailants tried to storm cockpit door and ignite explosives, subdued several hijackers, crew and passengers injured. April 23, 2013 Salibaya Township, Maralbishi/Bashu, Kashgar Prefecture 3 Uyghur community workers killed when inspecting madrasa site, 12 officers burned alive or killed 15 civilians and officers killed, 6 assailants killed June 21, 2013 Karjalik/Yuchan County, Kashgar assailants drove vehicle into county police station, setting off explosives 13 assailants dead June 26, 2013 Luktun Township Pekin, Turpan retaliation for police arrest of suspect who prepared attacks over beard/niqab ban 24 officers and civilians and 11 assailants dead June 28, 2013 Heinrich Township Hotan Prefecture large group stormed into Hotan City upset over change of imam at mosque 17 protesters killed, 18 many possibly injured October 28, 2013 Tiananmen Square, Beijing SUV drove into crowd on Tiananmen, possibly to avenge mosque demolition 19 2 pedestrians and 3 in SUV killed, 38 injured November 16, 2013 Salibaya Township, Bashu, Kashgar knife and axe attacks on township police. Assailants 17 to 23 years in age 22 paramilitary officers and 9 assailants killed December 15, 2013 Sayabage Township, Konashehar/Shukla County, Kashgar. During year-end inspection, police found suspicious gathering at rural house, officers killed, weapons found in house. 2 police officers killed, 14 assailants killed and 6 captured. December 30, 2013. Yarkand/Sach County, Kashgar Prefecture. Attacks on county police station with explosives, police vehicle set on fire. 8 assailants dead, 1 injured. January 24, 2014. Taksu/Xinhe County, Aksu Prefecture. Assailants tried to drive vehicle into pedestrian street, exchanged fire with police, explosions followed. 12 assailants killed, 5 captured, 1 officer injured, nearby stores damaged. February 14, 2014. Uksurpan County, Aksu Prefecture. Police vehicles attacked, 5 vehicles destroyed, 11 assailants killed, 4 others injured. March 1, 2014. Kunming Railway Station, Yunnan. Knife slashing attacks on passengers inside rail station. Young assailant revealed plans to join jihads overseas. 29 civilians killed and 143 injured, 4 assailants killed, 1 or more captured. April 30, 2014. Urumqi Railway Station, Xinjiang. Knife slashing attacks at Urumqi Rail Station, explosives also ignited. 1 civilian and 2 assailants killed, 79 injured. May 22, 2014. Urumqi City. 2 SUVs stormed into crowded market, followed by explosions. 39 civilians and 4 assailants dead, 94 injured. Source: Oriental Daily, The Telegraph, Reuters, and BBC. Point 22. Combating religious extremism, Phase 2. On May 23, 2014, one day after the Urumqi market massacre, Xinjiang escalated its anti-extremism campaign by launching a year-long Strike Hard special operation. It would include a crackdown on perpetrators and promoters of extremism and a more aggressive de-radicalization program, both with mixed effects. The crackdown part of the special operation claimed initial successes. Of those on the state's most wanted list, 334 suspects were apprehended and 117 groups were hunted down during the second half of 2014. Of the targeted transmitters of extremism, 171 private madrasas were closed, 238 individuals who taught or provided sites for such madrasas were arrested, and 757 talibs were freed from these sites. Religious intervention in marriages was curbed in 219 cases involving 519 individuals. Over 23,000 items of illegal propaganda materials were confiscated, and 44 cases of online dissemination of bomb-making technologies and 294 cases of online violent videos were dealt with. Uyghur rights groups, based overseas, rightly question the non-transparent and hasty manner in which the crackdowns and convictions took place. The de-radicalization part of the Strike Hard operation, from mid-May 2014 to 2015, claimed initial success as well. Experiments were carried out to de-radicalize inmates convicted of violent or violence-related crimes, with some promising results. Abuju Wayati Sedewakesai, Vice Chairman of the Islamic Association of Xinjiang, served as the head of the de-radicalization expert group for Xinjiang's prison administration and its lead religious counselor. According to him, most of the inmates did not understand their culpabilities, nor did they show remorse or recognize the legitimacy of the secular state or state laws. They only identified with Islam as they understood it. Religious counseling, through talking and debating about Islam, offered the only effective way to de-radicalize them. For individuals who participated in extremist activities but were not criminally charged, local authorities resorted to community correction centers, the beginning of what would become the notorious re-education camps. Dozens of experienced Muslim officials were dispatched to these centers, who took turns living and working with inmates. When the internees experienced a catharsis after they realized the folly of religious extremism, de-radicalization would then be deemed successful. The community correction program was not a Xinjiang invention but a formal nationwide program that had been operational since 2012. After initial experiments in 6 major cities/provinces in 2003, It went through a second round of experiments in 12 provinces/cities and a third round across the country in 2009, before it was codified into the 8th edition of China's criminal law in 2011. Its stated purpose is to keep felons convicted of light crime out of jail and leave them with local communities, with supervision, re-education, and assistance from local governments, communities, and family members. Private lawyers in China praise the program as humanistic. However, what makes it different in Xinjiang is that the enrollees are apparently not criminally charged or convicted, nor are they left with local communities or sentenced to a definitive term in the program. Its legality is also unclear. It resembles the Kata re-education schools during the Cultural Revolution, with more ideological education and no labor. Like the Kata schools, it is unclear if the program will be a source of collective resentment or genuine redemption. De-radicalization strategies appeared less effective with the general public at this stage. In late 2014, Xinjiang issued new decrees to distinguish and restrict extremist religious practices, including online speeches, attire, and beards. However, the state mainly reached urban and state sectors, rather than the rural and private sectors susceptible to extremist influences. In the latter sectors, banning unusual religious practices was hard to enforce unless offenders walked into state facilities. In public sectors, after earlier bans on the practice of religion, observance of fasting during Ramadan was banned in mid-2014 for party members, youth league members, government employees, and public school teachers and students. The official justification was to dampen an atmosphere that boosted religious conservatism, but the ban violated the local state's own decrees that differentiated between ethnic customs, normal religious practices, and extremist displays of Islam. Table 6.8 Xinjiang's Decrees to Combat Religious Extremism, Mid-2010s Year Decree Key Contents November 2014 XUAR's Regulations on Religious Affairs granting more power to restrict certain religious practices, to censor online speeches, and to ban extremist attire and beards November 2014 Basic Knowledge for Distinguishing Extremist Religious Activities Identifying 75 Extremist Manifestations of Religion 2014 Opinions on Further Strengthening and Improving Work Regarding Islam. Supplementing Document Number 11 of 2013 August 2016 XUAR Provisions for Implementing the Counter-Terrorism Law of the PRC Supplementing the country's counter-terrorism law with local provisions Source, XUAR and China Daily. Figure 6.1. Poster, 5 Unusual Practices Banned in Public Facilities Top left, the burqa is banned for females of all age groups. Top right, the hijab is banned for juvenile, young, and middle-aged females. Center left, the niqab is banned for females of all ages. Center right, the beard is banned for young males. Bottom, clothing with the star and moon symbol is banned for all. Source, Guansha. In this context, the de-radicalization campaign was made at once complicated and simplistic by the conflation of religious and ethnic identity. On the one hand, the growth of conservative Islam has affected not just Xinjiang but also other Muslim-concentrated provinces, such as those in Qinghai, Ningxia, and Gansu. The absence of separatism and violence in these other regions suggests the assertion of religious identity is at work. On the other hand, strict restrictions in Xinjiang also point to identity assertion as a backlash against state control. Indeed, other than violence and jihadist mobilization, local officials in Xinjiang have not had a good idea as to what constitutes religious extremism, so that outward forms are often targeted: Arabianized appearances, madrasa attendance, forced abstinence, prohibition of native or modern customs, boycotting of government services, and excessive halal observance. However, those who follow these practices are often poor rural Uyghur youths with little idea about Islamic teachings, let alone Islamic fundamentalism. As official media concede, the young and uneducated offenders captured for terrorist attacks, including female teenagers, were often goaded into violent activities by relatives. Moreover, those who do not find success in the secular world may seek solidarity through the religious world, by donning more in-group Islamic practices, leading to a conflation of ethnic and religious identity on their part. Overvigilance against those practices may drive moderates to become radical and radicals to become extremist. The restriction of electronic communications, another measure to combat extremism, has also been stringent, with mixed effects. The purpose was to control the spread of jihadist messages by blocking access to many international websites and domestic social media sites. Yet the bans annoyed Uyghur and Han residents alike without deterring the more determined and resourceful, who could use VPN programs to access blocked apps and websites. Popular resentment at such inconveniences, moreover, overshadowed official efforts to make Islam more available, through authorized magazines and websites. In fact, the provincial government has been increasing efforts in this direction since 2001, including sending dozens of Islamic clergymen overseas to study in Islamic institutions of higher education, sponsoring 8 groups of Islamic clergymen annually to visit interior Chinese provinces, organizing 3,000 local Muslims to make the pilgrim trip in Mecca each year, and sponsoring publication of religious books and the Quran in local Muslim languages. The Work Teams in Residence program gained special importance during the Strike Hard campaign. In early 2015, the second group of work teams since early 2014, involving over 74,000 cadres, was dispatched to rural Xinjiang. The third group of a similar size was sent down in early 2016. The team members, assigned on a yearly rotation basis, lived in temporary housing constructed on the edges of assigned villages and stepped up efforts to solve real problems for villagers. Different teams had different approaches to tackling the tasks, depending on their institutional resources. Teams from commerce bureaus can help villagers obtain business licenses and find business projects. Teams from state banks can help bring in credit and loans for local investment. Teams from public health agencies can help improve local health care access. Teams from educational and cultural sectors run educational and recreational programs for villagers. Teams from media organizations can help promote village products. Often, work teams had to take on these tasks because village councils were not functioning or trusted by villagers. Work teams filled in the void by improving governance and connecting villagers to the modern world. 23 Overall, their work helped to soften the harshness of official crackdowns. The role of the work teams in combating extremism was tentative during this period, depending on each team's approach. Programs to promote literacy and secularism, waged as a battle of ideas against conservative influences, certainly did not hurt. Chinese reports have rosy stories of how village councils have become popular places for villagers and children to visit, after initial indifference toward the work teams. At the same time, some work teams may overreach and produce unintended consequences. For example, some work teams made home visits to account for the whereabouts of young male villagers. However, while such visits helped village households to exert pressure on their young male members to stay away from trouble, this deterred those who wished to be migrant workers elsewhere. Driven by similar pressures to keep their locales free of incidents, various local administrators adopted a tactic of sending away young Uyghur migrants who did not hold regular jobs. Those leaving one locality may find themselves unwelcome in another. Work teams were unable to solve the fundamental problem of poorly educated rural youths. Security measures and police powers, which expanded during Zhang's Strike Hard campaign, also created a considerable backlash. Measures such as ubiquitous checkpoints, patrol officers, inspection of ID cards, and greater police leeway to shoot suspects, resulted in more instances of Uyghur non-cooperation or direct confrontation, leading to more police shootings and fatal casualties on both sides. Fatal attacks on the symbols of state power and Han presence continued, most notably in the carnage of July 28, 2014 and September 18, 2015. Outside Xinjiang, attempted attacks by Uyghurs were reported in 5 interior provinces during 2015.24 in 3 of the 5 cases. Some suspects were shot dead during confrontations with police, suggesting that police outside Xinjiang have also been authorized to shoot in cases of terror suspects. However, as Uyghur rights groups complain, when an explosion is set off by non-Uyghur Chinese, it is not treated as a terror case. Table 6.9 Escalation of violence in Xinjiang, mid-2014 to 2015 Date Location What happened Casualties June 21, 2014 Karjalik, Kashgar Vehicle driven into police station 13 Assailants killed July 28, 2014 Yarkand/Sach County Kashgar Prefecture clashed with police for carrying explosives to Kashgar Trade Fair, retreated to attack township offices, security posts, and passing vehicles 37 civilians and 59 assailants dead, 13 injured, 31 vehicles damaged July 30, 2014 Hitgah Meskiti Kashgar City. Assassination of Jim Tahir, pro-Beijing mullah at Xinjiang's largest mosque 1 civilian dead, 2 assailants killed September 21, 2014 Bugger/Luntai County, Beiying Olan bombs set off at markets and police station 6 pedestrians, 4 officers and dozens of attackers dead October 10, 2014 Pishan County Hotan Prefecture 2 assailants stabbed Uyghur police officer to death near police station 1 police officer 2 months pregnant October 12, 2014 Basha County Kashgar Prefecture knife and bomb attacks at open market 22 civilians and 4 assailants dead November 28, 2014 Sach County Kashgar homemade bombs and axe-waving attacks on pedestrians on Gourmet Street 4 civilians dead and 14 injured, 11 assailants killed January 28, 2015 Yushan County Hotan 3 refused to stop truck at checkpoint, stabbed 3 security officers 2 assailants killed and 11 arrested February 13 and 16, 2015 Pishan and Moyo counties, Hotan Pishan set off bomb killing 8 officers and injuring over 30, Moyo man stabbed patrol officer, was then killed 8 police officers and 1 civilian/assailant dead, over 30 officers injured February 17, 2015 Bayicheng County Kashgar 4 security officers were stabbed to death when trying to stop suspicious gathering 4 security officers and 9 assailants killed March 8 to 12, 2015 Sach and Kashgar City, Kashgar 7 men killed Sach as head of armed 4 assailants killed, 8 injured in game room 2 officers, 2 civilians and forces. His 2 family members and security guard, Kashgar group attacked game room March 12, 2015 Moyo County Hotan man stabbed police officer to death who was checking ID cards of street drifters 1 officer killed April 19, 2015 Yushan County Hotan 6 killed by police inside a house suspected of planning terrorist attacks, bombs found 6 suspects killed May 11 and 25, 2015 Luapu and Moyo counties, Hotan homemade bombs thrown at police at checkpoint, killing 2 officers, attempts to throw bombs at patrol. Police 2 police officers and 2 assailants killed, assailants aged 18 to 26 June 2015 Shul, Kashgar police officer at checkpoint stabbed by 2 assailants dead June 10, 2015 Pishan, Hotan police raided suspicious gathering 8 suspects dead June 22, 2015 Kashgar outskirts police checkpoint attacked 15 attackers, 3 others dead August 18, 2015 Hotan outskirts Hotan man arrested for unauthorized teaching of religion, shot 7 officers before escaping unknown September 18, 2015 Bayicheng County Aksu Group attacked coal mine dorms, killing miners who were asleep over 40 miners and 5 police officers killed source, for 2014, Oriental Daily, Ifeng, for 2015, RFA.25 in early March in 2016, Zhang Chunqian declared his Strike Hard campaign a success at the 4th plenary of the 12th NPC. But the duration of the campaign, from mid-2014 to late 2015, witnessed at least 17 reported cases of violence, one of which resulted in the death of more than 40 mining workers and 5 police officers on September 18, 2015. Combating Religious Extremism, Phase 3. When Chen Quanguo replaced Zhang as Xinjiang's party secretary on August 29, 2016, he became the first senior official in the history of the PRC to have been appointed to the top post of both sensitive ethnic regions. Serving at the helm in the THIRD during 2011-16, Chen was known for innovative management of Tibetan monasteries and communities that maintained social stability. In contrast to previous official strategies, Chen does not regard economic development as the solution to religious extremism. Rather, tough crackdowns are just as important. Since his appointment, Chen has adopted draconian measures to counter extremism, even by Xinjiang's standards. First, existing approaches were quickly strengthened. On October 12, 2016, barely 2 months into Chen's new post, Xinjiang's legislature passed 2 laws aimed at curbing the human supply for violent activities, that is underage youths. The new laws allow local officials to stop adults from taking children out of public high schools and sending them to private madrasas and extremist groups. On March 29, 2017, Xinjiang issued a decree to broaden previous bans on extremist manifestations of religion, including more than 24 overly religious baby names, such as Islam, Quran, Mecca, Jihad, Imam, Hajj, Medina, Muhammad, Arafat, Mujahid, and Saddam. The new decree allows local authorities to lawfully use administrative measures to penalize those who defy official bans, for example by withholding child welfare and child health care benefits for violators. As of 2017, Xinjiang's minimum income allowance per individual is Yen 750/month for urban residents and 3,840 Yen/year for rural residents, while a basic health care insurance is fully provided to poor households in urban areas and subsidized for poor households in rural areas. Additional subsidies are available for poor households to apply for in case of illness so that eventual medical costs are minimal for them. Basic health insurance costs 290 Yen a year for Xinjiang's rural residents. Table 6.10. Xinjiang's decrees to combat radicalization, late 2010s year decree key contents October 12, 2016 XUAR Legislature XUAR laws to prevent crime by juveniles forbidding adults, parents, relatives, and guardians from goading, compelling, or indulging juveniles to participate in terrorism, extremist activities, private madrasas, or religious activities or to wear extremist attire and insignias October 12, 2016 XUAR laws on mandatory high school education in southern Xinjiang forbidding any organization or individual to force or lure students to forego high school education, or to hinder such education in the name of religion. March 29, 2017 Regulations for De-Radicalization in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region forbidding unusual beards, baby names with religious fervor, niqabs and burqas, insignias of religious radicalism, rejection of public radio and TV programs, use of halal criteria beyond foods, religious marriage and divorce without legal procedure. Source: Guansha and T.S. To strengthen inter-ethnic ties, the work-in-residence teams were supplemented by a new paired kinship program from late October 2016. Every employee at public sector institutions must adopt one rural and ethnic family as kinship. A minority professional must do the same with a rural Han family. One must visit one's adopted family a few times a year like a family member, bring along 200 Yen in gifts for each trip, talk about the party's latest political message, chat about family matters, have at least one meal together, and stay at least one night in the ethnic family's home. The ethnic family is invited to visit their new urban relatives in return. Employees from all public sectors are required to take part in the kinship program. Ethnic cadre are paired with a rural Han family. Teachers may be paired with a student's family. At most, one may need to spend as many as 3 nights during each visit and a combined total of 2 months annually with a rural kinship family. For officials and professionals in northern Xinjiang, this may mean a few hours of air travel for each trip, plus a few hours of driving to the countryside. 26 Many complain about the onerous and superficial nature of this program, but supporters point to the de facto result of inter-ethnic interaction, even if compelled by the state. Among Chen Quanguo's groundbreaking approaches to fighting extremism, foremost is the targeting of so-called double-faced individuals in the local officialdom. This refers to officials who are guilty of covert collusion, indulgence, and negligence as well as corrupt governance that facilitate religious extremism. They can be both ethnic and Han-Kader. Days after the first violent attack since Chen arrived in Xinjiang, on December 28, 2016 in Moyo County of Hotan Prefecture, the party secretaries of the county and the prefecture, both Han officials, were dismissed from their posts. Moyo County had been a frequent site of violence and a frequent source of assailants. But the assailants' entry into the county's party headquarters in broad daylight, randomly slashing people inside, did indicate dereliction of duty on the part of county officials. 2 months later, 6 officials came under investigation for the Moyo incident, including those from the prefecture's Public Security Bureau and police as well as from the county's Public Security Bureau. Simultaneously, Sadr Sao, the head and deputy party secretary of Xinjiang's Department of Education, came under investigation for 3 textbooks that had pan-Islamic, pan-Turkestani, and Designification contents. 27 Those textbooks had been in use in Uyghur schools for almost a decade preceding his downfall. In March 2018, the 7 officials, all Uyghur, received heavy prison sentences, including a suspended death sentence for Sao. Table 6.11. Waning of violence in Xinjiang, late 2016 to 2017. Date, location, what happened, causalities. December 28, 2016 Moyo, Hotan. 4 assailants attacked the county party committee compound. 4 assailants and 1 civilian killed. February 14, 2017 Pishin, Hotan. 3 assailants attacked a residential compound. 5 residents killed and 5 seriously injured. Source: Reuters, SCMP. 2 other programs have expanded drastically from previous measures. One is the de-radicalization program via re-education centers. While community correction was previously intended for individuals who had participated in extremist activities but were not criminally charged, now it expanded to include individuals who had been subject or susceptible to extremist influences. These range from accessing proscribed websites or harboring strongly religious views to following conservative or Arabianized customs or having been exposed to extremist influences overseas. Tellingly, official emphasis is on rectifying the minds of the unsettled and violent generation, namely individuals who were born in the post-Mao period and have grown up in an era of identity politics and market competition. Variously known as Centers for Re-Education, Transformation, or Job Training, the de-radicalization program attempts to inculcate a sense of national identity and a correct worldview as well as to teach Mandarin and job skills. It also allows local authorities to close the loopholes whereby political studies could only reach public employees and students. More importantly, they allow authorities to use the stigma and sanction associated with the centers to deter deviance and compel compliance among local populations. The political part of the re-education, including official ideological perspectives, Xi Jinping's thought, and official anti-extremism materials, does not differ fundamentally from mandatory studies required of employees in state and public sectors, as routinely observed in southern Xinjiang during my field trips before Chen Quanguo took power here in 2016. Under Chen, the same measures have been intensified for all public employees, Han, or ethnic, more meetings about de-radicalization, sessions to study counter-extremism pamphlets, quizzes about their contents, and self-criticisms and criticisms about areas where oneself or others have not done enough to fight extremism. Political education for regular citizens is intended to be preventative, it is intended to be as curative at the re-education centers. Compared with political education required of ordinary citizens in Xinjiang, the re-education centers differ in their targets, format, and intensity. First, they are intended for individuals who need thorough reorientation, especially those without formal institutional affiliations. But public employees and public school students are also sent to the centers if they are found to exhibit problems that cannot be handled by their workplaces or schools. Second, involuntary confinement makes political education here different from that mandated for regular citizens. The re-education centers are located in specially designated or constructed venues with open or closed programs. The open programs allow attendees to go home at night, while the closed programs do not. Third, the intensity of ideological education is much greater because it is a full-time drill that demands mental transformation. The duration of study is unspecified, since it depends on perceived successful transformation. In a state TV reportage, an example of success was a 29-year-old Uyghur male who admitted to the folly of his extremist deeds. He was placed in a center because after the family diner he owned had been visited by radicals, he began to bar non-Muslim customers and refused to have anything to do with non-Muslim things, including the use of roads, buses, and the Chinese currency. It is unclear what the overall success rates are from the perspective of local authorities, at what costs in terms of time and resource, and if the holdouts would be kept indefinitely. The re-education centers are increasingly referred to as education and training centers for occupational skills or even boarding schools. Mandarin and vocational classes are now part of the program to enable future job placements for their Suiwen. For practical purposes, the program's financial sustainability is patently questionable if it is only designed for elusive ideological education. Besides the costs of constructing massive facilities and operating daily maintenance, there are also huge logistics and personnel costs associated with administrative and instructional staff as well as with the trainees themselves. While the bulk of the costs are borne by stability funds from the state, different localities may have different policies for covering the remaining costs. Some localities charge the internees for their own meals. Other localities place them on the state's welfare program. Salaried employees who are sent away to the centers continue to receive their regular paychecks. Yet another huge cost is to create jobs for trainees upon completion of their programs, especially when official reports claim a 90% employment rate for graduates. Last but not least, the global backlash against the program has put local authorities on the defensive. Occupational training becomes a useful platform to defuse resentment at home and criticisms abroad. Increasingly, official reportage highlights job training and job placements as the key strategies of de-radicalization. A major publicity report by CCTV4, the CCTV's international channel, makes a point of showing delegations from Muslim countries, such as Malaysia and Afghanistan, visiting the centers and praising them for being far different from portrayals by Western media. But there is no mention of whether China's investments are helping to win their stand on the issue of re-education camps. Domestic audiences who watch the report would be left with a strong impression that the centers are saving a large number of uneducated Uyghur youths who had been lured into extremist and violent activities. Another program that has expanded on a draconian scale under Chen Quanguo is the surveillance system, digital or otherwise. Ostensibly to curb potential assailants, its omnipresence and intrusiveness inconveniences minority and Han residents alike. Roads and train stations are guarded by security checkpoints with scanners to check ID cards and smartphones. Movements in and out of public and commercial centers are tracked by facial scanners. Residential compounds have security checkpoints or ID scanners at entrances. Suspicious smartphones are searched by police for encrypted apps and content. Drivers are required to install GPS trackers on their vehicles, and to swipe ID cards and stare into a camera before filling up with gas. Surveillance cameras and patrol vehicles are ubiquitous. Shopkeepers bear extra costs to install mandatory security equipment in their stores. Chopping knives, often used in previous violent attacks, are now sold with buyers' ID card numbers engraved on them, and chained to tables at fruit and butcher stands. State collection of DNA information from local adults is reputedly in the planning, presumably for crime identification. Needless to say, ethnic and Han residents alike are resentful of the daily inconveniences, Uyghurs far more so since they are the presumed targets of surveillance. Ordinary Han residents tend to place primary blame on terror acts rather than the government for the extreme measures, even if they may empathize with innocent Uyghurs. Old systems have been revamped with new technologies. The Baijia Mutual Security Network was a community-based system of law enforcement and civilian control, dated to the Song dynasty and expanded across China during the Qing dynasty. In its updated form, the 10-household cooperative self-defense system has been implemented in rural areas of southern Xinjiang since late 2016 and early 2017. The 10 adjacent neighbors form a cooperative system of self-defense and mutual monitoring. An electronic alarm device links the 10 households, so that any one of them can quickly notify the rest regarding imminent threats and call for instantaneous assistance before the police arrive. In urban sectors of southern Xinjiang, the 10-shop cooperative self-defense system is adopted among business owners. As in the residential case, an electronic alarm system links 10 adjacent shops, and if one faces terror threats, the rest are required to come to its assistance in less than a minute. In urban residential communities, local states have stepped up the grid management system, which began in the early 2010s. It is a system of small police booths and networks of communities carved in a grid pattern, serving as neighborhood committees to address routine disputes as well as security threats in a timely fashion. Under Chen Quanguo's reign, the TAR has implemented the system, which is also becoming common across China as a mechanism to maintain social stability. The extreme security measures appear to have been effective, on surface at least. Since Chen's arrival, Xinjiang saw just 2 violent incidents in the early months of his tenure. Needless to say, this relative stability has been achieved at tremendous cost. It remains to be seen if those measures can eradicate religious radicalism in the long run, not just violence in the short run. Han intellectuals have long worried about the alienating effects of discriminatory security measures, as they have experienced discrimination firsthand for being Xinjiang Ren in inland provinces. The financial costs, certainly, put into question the sustainability of Chen's security programs, while the moral costs at home and abroad are immeasurable. In fact, one prominent program implemented by Chen during his tenure in Tibet has already been discontinued after his departure, a guaranteed job in the state sector for every college graduate of Tibetan descent and TAR residency. This policy, aimed at placating educated Tibetan youths after the Lhasa riot of 2008, is presumably unsustainable in the age of the market economy. The Tibetan case. State facilitation of religion has been more substantive in the Tibetan case than in Xinjiang's in the post-Mao period, thanks to the internationalization of the Tibet issue. The state has made elaborate and generous efforts to restore monasteries, accommodate former religious elites, reconnect ethnic masses to the former elites, and even tolerate exile involvement in the Tibetan religious revival in China. As in the Uyghur case, official facilitation has led to unsanctioned religious growth and increasing curtailment by the state. Limited state capacity, likewise, has facilitated religious developments in unwanted directions as well as limited the state's efficacy in curtailing them. Curtailing religious growth in contrast to private madrasas and violence in Xinjiang's case, unsanctioned religious growth in the Tibetan case has mainly involved Tibetan monasteries of the Gelugpa sect and their exiled counterparts in India. The exiled Gelugpa sect, historically the ruling sect headed by the Dalai Lama, embodies the Tibetan theocratic legacy and is a political rival to the CCP. State facilitation and containment of religion, thus, have been more delicate matters in the Tibetan case. Specifically, 3 episodes of unsanctioned religious growth and state control may be identified here: the late 1980s, the mid-1990s, and from the 2000s to the present. The first episode, during 1987-9, resulted from the state-sponsored revival of religion a decade earlier. During the height of this revival, contact between local and Tibetan monasteries in exile was tolerated by state authorities. While not formally sanctioned, such contacts were informally carried out. Religious masters in exile were welcomed back to help with the restoration of monasteries and religious instruction. These interactions served to fill the gap left by decades of clerical decline and displacement. The exile's religious influence would soon become destabilizing. In September 1987, the Dalai Lama delivered a speech in the U.S. Congress, marking a huge comeback for the exiles since the Sino-US rapprochement in the 1970s. Days after the speech, a group of monks from the Drepung Monastery in Lhasa held public demonstrations, the first of its kind since 1959. As the mother monastery of the Dalai Lamas for centuries, Drepung has been the most important monastery for the Gelugpa sect of Tibetan Buddhism, or the royal sect to which successive Dalai Lamas belonged. Dozens of additional protests by Gelugpa clerics occurred during the remainder of the 1980s. Kedrup Chapel, director of ethnic studies at the Minzu Institute of Tibet in the 1990s, cites the participation of about 400 lamas and their pupils from 11 monasteries, 4 sutra halls, and 1 Buddhist school. He blames their involvement on the poor quality of low-level clerics who had proliferated due to the uncontrollable expansion of monasteries since the early 1980s. The Lamas' protests led to 3 ordinances from the THAR government, issued in 1987, 1989, and 1991, to check undesired religious growth. The decrees aimed largely at limiting exile influences in Tibetan monasteries within China. In particular, the 1989 ordinance emphasized educating clerics on anti-separatism and was followed by the dispatch of official work teams to deal with chaotic mismanagement at monasteries. This refers to the mismanagement of monastic affairs and personnel, revenues and expenditures, public safety, and cultural relics. These problems were blamed on the out-of-control expansion of monasteries, their personnel, and exile influence. Official work teams moved into 16 monasteries, sutra halls, and Buddhist schools, expelling some clerics from monasteries. The THAR adopted temporary regulations for religious affairs in December 1991, which mandated prior official approval for the construction of new monasteries, recruitment of monastic trainees, convening of major monastic events, participation of exiles in monastic events, and hosting of monastic events by exile lamas. Table 6.12 Central and Regional Decrees to Regulate Religion in Tibet. Year Decree. Key Contents. November 9, 1987, THAR Regional Government. THAR Regulations for Democratic Management of Buddhist Monasteries to reform elected boards of monastic administrators so as to reduce exile influences. December 29, 1988, CCP Central Committee. Several issues concerning work in Tibet urging better maintenance of social stability. September 21, 1989, THAR Party Committee and Regional Government Opinions on strengthening management of monasteries and reforming monasteries to implement patriotic education and send work groups to reform monasteries. December 9, 1991, THAR Regional Government. THAR Temporary Regulations for Religious Affairs. Regulations for Opening and Operating Monasteries. Source, THAR, Chapel. Limited state capacity in enforcement, however, allowed exile influences to continue in gray areas. This has especially been true of Tibetan areas outside the THAR, where more leeway has been permitted. According to the Tibetan historian Tserang Shakya, the flow of people between historic monasteries in Tibet and newly established ones in India has been constant since the 1980s. There is daily communication via phone, and it is not uncommon for monks to spend a few years in India and then return to Tibet. Similarly, monks from Tibet have to come to India for their education. In my field observations, this education in exile monasteries remains normal, at least for major Gelugpa monasteries located in Tibetan regions outside the THAR. It is routine for them to send cleric pupils to Dharamsala for training, and it is common to see portraits or photos of the Dalai Lama on display in these monasteries. Point 28 Although the Karmapa Lama, head of the Karma Kagyu sect of Tibetan Buddhism, is an escapee from China, his lectures are routinely available in audio and visual broadcasts in many monasteries I visited in western Sichuan and the THAR. This was true even when he was in exile in Dharamsala and well before his escape to the USA in 2017. The reason for official tolerance is a recognition, if reluctantly, of the traditions of Tibetan Buddhism. According to these traditions, because senior lamas who left Tibet in 1959 have established monasteries in India, these places are seen as the legitimate seats of those lamas. Thus, monasteries in Tibetan regions look to the exile monasteries as the source of religious teaching. Yet the political impact of such monastic ties is inevitable. As two Sichuan scholars put it, folks in the Gelugpa sect think of power, not just religion. They used to rule, after all. 29 Herein lies the crux of unsanctioned religious growth, exile linkages and yearnings for the Dalai Lama as symbols of the traditional Tibetan order. The second episode of unsanctioned religious growth and state control, during 1993-6, revolved around the selection of the 11th Panchen Lama. Rivalry between Beijing and exiles to control the selection process gave rise to agitation among key Gelugpa monasteries in Tibetan regions. Protests picked up in the final stage of Beijing's preparatory work in 1993, but were viewed by local authorities as exile interference. After the Dalai Lama announced his own choice, Beijing still officiated its pick in late 1995, which led to unrest among key Gelugpa monasteries in the first few months of 1996. By May, local authorities responded with a patriotic education campaign to cleanse exile influence, starting with the top 3 Gelugpa monasteries of Lhasa, the Diprung, Gulden, and Ser Gan. The campaign put pressure on local lamas to disavow loyalty to the Dalai Lama, which was particularly frustrating for the Gelugpa clergy, to whom the Dalai Lama was the supreme spiritual leader. The patriotic campaign also tried to remove allies of exiles from monastic leadership. The third episode of unsanctioned religious growth and state control, from the 2000s to the present, may be broadly linked to the cumulative effects of market reforms. The demise of the socialist state has strengthened monasteries as sanctuaries for those who try to escape the forces of the market. These individuals often come from Tibetan regions outside the THAR rather than the THAR itself, which has been better shielded from economic liberalization. In pastoral and rural areas of the THAR, agrarian taxes have been exempted since 1984, well before the nationwide agrarian tax reform in the early 2000s. While those areas experienced a hollowed-out local state earlier than the rest of the country, state aid programs and welfare benefits, generously provided since the 1980s, have helped to enhance state presence and policy tools in rural areas of the THAR, thus offsetting the effects of weakened state capacity. This has made rural areas of the THAR more stable in comparison with Xinjiang or Tibetan areas outside the THAR. In Tibetan regions outside the THAR, agrarian tax reforms were implemented in the early 2000s along with the rest of the country, with similar effects of weakened state capacity. The retreat of the state has allowed monasteries here, often located near natural villages, to fill in the vacuum by providing missing functions, such as welfare services for the poor, medical services through traditional Tibetan medicine and prayers, or even social networks in the secular world. The demise of rural cooperatives and the rise of market competition have led more rural youths to seek refuge in the monasteries. 30 These youths would otherwise become migrants in cities, including Lhasa, but poor education has ill-prepared them for the urban job market. Not surprisingly, they were ready participants in the Lhasa riots of March 2008, which targeted Han businesses and migrant workers for attack. Low-level monks from outside the THAR have also been responsible for most cases of self-immolation committed since early 2009. In the wake of the Lhasa riots of March 14, 2008, official efforts sought to curtail unwanted religion through 2 planks. As would be expected, they have involved a mix of ethnicizing and centralizing mechanisms. For the former, official policy has stepped up welfare benefits to compete for the allegiance of rural Tibetans, including low-income stipends, medical insurance, healthcare and public health facilities, free public education, and housing projects. 31 These benefit programs also empower village cadre who distribute them, thus providing incentives for individuals to serve as village cadre. An added incentive is that for the village cadre in the THAR, there is a quota for one individual to move into the state civil service at a given time. This is a rare opportunity to become a salaried official without taking the civil service exam. For ethnicizing mechanisms, generous policies were also implemented to induce compliance among lamas. During Chen Quanguo's tenure at the helm in the THAR, he instituted two sets of full coverage for all monasteries. The first provides healthcare insurance, pensions, low-income allowance, and personal injury insurance to all monastic members. The second provides roads, utilities, media services, and communication services to all monasteries. Since monasteries are often located in remote villages or mountains and provide no formal income to their clerics, the two full coverages entail tremendous policy benefits for monastic members. With the first coverage, low-level lamas no longer have to rely on their families for financial help. With the second coverage, clerics are easily connected to the outside world physically and electronically. For centralizing mechanisms, Chen implemented greater administrative oversight over monastic management. Under his stewardship, regulatory committees for monasteries have moved into monasteries, along with the state officials and party branches that staff them. These committees are housed in a small building close to the entrance of a monastery. Their regulatory mechanisms are based on a tripartite coordination among monasteries, regulatory committees, and lamas' families. The last element refers to the requirement that officials of a regulatory committee must each befriend at least one lama, visit the family he has left behind, learn about their economic difficulties, and help solve at least one problem for the family. These would become part of Chen's kinship program in Xinjiang. Although the state provisions may initially induce gratitude, over time they tend to be taken for granted as another set of ethnic prerogatives. Their long-term effects in maintaining monastic allegiance are uncertain, especially when juxtaposed against state controls over monasteries. Self-immolation. Self-immolation, mostly by low-level Tibetan monks, emerged less than a year after the Lhasa riots of 2008 in February 2009. By the end of 2018, a total of 155 Tibetans in China had self-immolated, according to the International Campaign for Tibet. Has this self-directed violence been a result of the same dynamics as in Xinjiang's case? That is, the alternatively facilitating and restraining roles of the state in the religious revival of the two regions? The existing literature answers in the affirmative. Tsering Shakya suggests that the locational factor in self-immolation cases points to the state's role in facilitating religion. The most frequent site of self-immolation has been Engwa, Western Sichuan, which has enjoyed a more relaxed religious policy as part of Eastern Tibet. In the early 1980s, many senior lamas in exile were allowed to come back and lecture, including the chief lama of the Kirti monastery in exile. Eastern Tibetan regions continue to enjoy more freedom to travel to and study in exile monasteries, enabling close ties between them. At the same time, the sectarian source of self-immolation points to the state's role in curtailing religion. Self-immolation has occurred primarily among monasteries of the Gelugpa sect, in eastern Tibet, especially the Kirti monastery of Engwa, and these monasteries have been mostly involved in protests as well. As the leading sect of Tibetan Buddhism, Gelugpa monasteries feel intimately violated by state controls, particularly the pressure to denounce the Dalai Lama and to distance themselves from religious communities in exile. Other studies place key blame on the state's repression of religion. Based on self-immolators' last words, Wang Lixian finds that their motives stem largely from religious sentiments not permitted by the state. That is, yearning for the Dalai Lama. This finding rebuts the view of both the Chinese state and the Tibetan exiles that wishing for the Dalai Lama's return is equivalent to calling for Tibetan independence. Han and Paik, through a statistical analysis of the spread and frequency of protests in Tibetan areas, find that those protests are significantly associated with the number of officially registered Tibetan Buddhist sites, as well as the historically dominant religious sects. Andrew Fisher finds a correlation between the geographic spread of Tibetan protests, self-immolation, and resettlement. Although no self-immolator had come from any resettlement sites, Shakya argues that Tibetan grievances, derived from ethno-nationalistic claims of a homeland, are related to an identity institutionalized by the state, the Tibetan nationality. My own conversations and observations in various Tibetan regions suggest an intertwining of state roles and local dynamics in breeding self-immolation. In Western Sichuan, local officials and scholars acknowledge that sectarian and religious sentiments are aggravated by state policy. Specifically, local communities yearn for the Dalai Lama for religious reasons, while the state refuses to allow his return for political reasons. 32 As they understand tacitly, self-immolation is a form of political pressure on Beijing to allow the return of the Dalai Lama. 33 In contrast to the usual official Chinese rhetoric, that is blaming Western forces for inciting this pressure, local dynamics point to exile influences. In one chance encounter I had in a Ngawa village, a rural Tibetan family, whose son was a lama in the Kirti monastery and received religious training in the Dharamsala, casually mentioned that the monastery had received word from the Dharamsala to stop self-immolation, because it had not worked. 34 By contrast, another Tibetan family in a Gars village I visited, whose daughter was a monk at the Surtur monastery, was indifferent to self-immolation or exile influence, since they belonged to the Nyingma sect of Tibetan Buddhism. 35 Geography and history make a difference in the impact of exile influence and state response. In Daiking, Tibetan prefecture of Yunnan, monastic influences appear modest and require little state interference. Dozens of Tibetan villages share one monastery, a visibly sparse one compared with those in Western Sichuan or the Tar. Few families send their offspring away to be monks. The villages look more like those in inland China than pastoral villages on the plateau. The exiles have vied to increase influence by providing a free internet service. 36 But the influence of the Karmapa Lama, who was born and raised in socialist China, seems a modifying force here. 37 Daiking is also the only Tibetan region where no self-immolation has occurred, in contrast to Western Sichuan, Qinghai, Gansu, and the Tar. Daiking's historical role as a commercial gateway between interior China and Tibet, moreover, makes it a meeting place of cultures and peoples. Whether out of appearance or genuine gratitude, local officials and villagers praise the CCP for improving their livelihood in a way that harkens back to pre-reform days. They frequently cite their annual stipends from the government, totaling tens of thousands for each household. Party members wear the party badge on their outfit and hang the party flag in front of their homes. Almost all children go to public schools and some make it to college, serving as role models for secular achievements. Village officials proudly name the local children who have attended college and landed jobs in government offices. By contrast, the high plateau of Western Sichuan has a high frequency of monasteries for the convenience of local pastoralists. The power and agitation of monasteries here have forced the state to exert more controls on the Gelugpa sect, while also pouring resources into road construction, utilities, and renovations for the monasteries. Financial sponsorship for individual monasteries and lamas also flows in generously from wealthy Han businessmen of inland provinces, which further strengthen the grandeur and influence of major monasteries and lamas in Gars and Ngawa. Some elite lamas seem to be hugely enriched by their Han sponsors and by the donations of their parishioners. 38 Indeed, social class cleavages undercut the ethno-religious sentiments emphasized in the Western literature about self-immolation. It has been mostly the young, poorly educated and lowest-ranking monks who self-immolated. And it is always a pastoral or rural family that sends away its offspring to be a lowly monk. Of 92 self-immolators in Wang Lixing's data, nearly a third were under 19 years old and nearly half were between 20 and 30 years old. By contrast, just 8% were between 30 and 40 years old, another 8% between 40 and 50, and 5% over 50 years old. This means that over 3/4, or 76%, were younger than 30 years old. Most were low-level monks with some monastic education, while the few laymen who self-immolated had attended middle school. Financial incentives may even play a part, even if unknown to the self-immolators. According to a Taiwanese scholar who has done fieldwork in the Dharamsala and Western Sichuan, there are linkages between exile fundraising, middlemen, and self-immolators' impoverished family. The middleman plays a nefarious role by profiting from the deceased, as he pockets the bulk of the compensation fund while the deceased's family usually receives a small portion of it. 39 In this scenario, The lowly self-immolator is an exploited victim physically and financially. Social class cleavages also leave a deep chasm between Tibetan elites who have risen within the Chinese system and those in exile. The former's antipathy for the old monastic order stems not only from their preference for local development, but also from their political interests in resisting the return of the old elites, who would compete for the support of Tibetan commoners. Detailed conversations with a prominent Kham native are illustrative of the views of the CCP's Tibetan cadre. As the descendant of a poor Tibetan household who welcomed the arrival of the Red Army, he has risen from the mountains of western Sichuan to become a researcher and policy maker at the highest level in China. 40 Khampa emphasizes the background of self-immolators as the poorest, least educated, and lowest of the young monks in the monastic hierarchy. Decades earlier, these individuals would have been the CCP's natural allies against the theocratic elites. However, being left behind by economic liberalization, poor young Tibetans have become allies of the monastic upper class and are sacrificed for its political cause. In this perspective, the religious roots of Gelugpa grievances derive from their theocratic aspirations for the return of the old order. Based on his own experience in Gars, some religious elites have taken advantage of China's negotiations with exiles to spread word of their imminent return. Local commoners, fearing retribution in the event of a regime change, try to protect themselves by answering some lama's call for non-cooperation with Beijing. In this social class perspective, it is the state's weakened capacity that contributes to the geopolitics of self-immolation. Self-immolators had come from just a handful of the 3,600-plus monasteries across Tibetan regions in China. Most self-immolations, Khampa contends, occurred in northern Kham and southern Amdo, or the 3 counties and 7 villages at the junction of Sichuan, Qinghai, and Gansu provinces. Traditionally plagued by intertribal strife, these unruly areas suffered harsh suppression from the Muslim warlord Ma Bufang during the Republican era. In the first 3 decades of the post-Mao era, these peripheral regions were neglected by local states and left impoverished and marginalized. This contrasts with the better governed and integrated Tibetan area of Daiking, Yunnan, which has seen no protest or self-immolation. In the Tar as well, which has been highly tended by the state, it was largely visiting monks from outside the province who committed the small number of self-immolations there. Renewed state attention to the neglected communities of the tri-provincial regions, through the Western Development Program, has led to conflicts among developers, local communities, and the state. Khampa views this as an inevitable part of the developmental process, rather than ethnic battles to be politicized. Needless to say, self-immolation is unlikely to exert political pressure on Red Tibetan elites such as Khampa, who abhors the return of exile elites. Based on field observations, this intra-elite conflict remains the most important barrier to resolving the Tibet issue. Traditions that make a difference. In contrast to Xinjiang's case, Tibetan traditions make key differences in the nature of unauthorized religious growths and state response. That is, these growths do not foster the type of security threats associated with private madrasas and jihadist ideology, thus allowing more leeway in state response. First, while rural Uyghur parents prefer some religious education for all children, rural Tibetan families usually follow the convention of sending one child to the monastery, thus easing the need for underground religious teaching sites. If contention over private madrasas is a major cause of state control and Uyghur violence in Xinjiang's case, the same dynamics are absent in the Tibetan case. Although some state officials are unhappy about the overgrowth of Tibetan monasteries, such growth does not pose the kind of security threats that justify forceful closedowns. An example is the Surtur Monastery. Founded in 1980 in the Larung Valley of western Sichuan by a lama of the Nyingma sect, it received official endorsement and became the world's largest Buddhist academy by the 2000s. Its sprawling presence is astounding. Situated at 3,800 meters on the plateau, it consists of a few main buildings and by 2016, tens of thousands of small dormitories spreading across adjacent hills and housing at any given time about 40,000 monks, nuns, disciples, and elderly persons. The uncontrolled growth bothered some state officials, who worried about expanding religious influences. Authorities could try to limit the surder in a number of legal ways, simply by citing the multitude of safety and sanitation hazards, but they hesitated to take any action for fear of creating a human rights crisis. 41 The rebuilding project eventually began in late 2016 and carried out what may be called streamlining. The Buddhist academy was separated from the monastery, while monastic members were separated from non-members by demarcating their dormitories. Elderly people were moved to senior homes built at a cost of 1.36 billion yen. Unlicensed building structures, which were usually makeshift dormitories, were demolished. Tenants who were not from the local area were sent home, both Han and Tibetan. Sewer systems were built for the renovated buildings and structures. Finally, oversight was tightened over the size of monastic and academic members. 42 In short, the rebuilding project involved scaling down and reorganization, rather than forced close down of madrasas as in Xinjiang's case. Instead of private madrasas, contention over loyalty toward the Dalai Lama is at the center of state intervention in the Tibetan case. Public display of that loyalty is banned as a sign of separatist sentiments. Monasteries are asked to condemn the Dalai Lama as part of their patriotic education. State demonization and the Dalai Lama's failure to return may even be a major cause of self-immolation. However, things can be quite different in private. The Dalai Lama's portraits can be seen hanging in the Kirti monastery of Ngawa, the major source of self-immolation. They can also be seen in a few other monasteries and some rural families I had visited in Ngawa and Gars in 2014 and 2015, although I did not see the Dalai's portraits in the monasteries I visited in the TAR in 2017. But Tibetan families can book tours to visit Dharamsala through travel agencies in Lhasa, including a possible visit with the Dalai Lama himself. One Gars family I chatted with had taken such a trip and met the spiritual leader. Second, the presence or absence of religious extremism and violent attacks makes a key difference in the Tibetan and Uyghur cases. These two factors in Xinjiang put pressure on the state to take drastic actions, but their absence obliterates such pressure in the Tibetan case, thus easing the need for invasive restrictions. There are no equivalents of Wahhabism, Jihad, Hizb-ut Tahrir, Hijrat, and the like in Tibetan Buddhism. Rather, Buddhism has the renowned precepts of nonviolence and no killing. Although the Lhasa riot of 2008 led to the death of 18 civilians, there have been no terrorist attacks in Tibetan areas. Self-immolation has been a form of violence, but is fundamentally different from lethal attacks directed at the general public. The religious ban for minors applies in Tibetan regions, but the absence of violence here renders it unnecessary for the state to be overly vigilant. Tibetan children are sent into monasteries under various pretexts with ease, from taking care of the uncle to being in need of the uncle's care. The Surder monastery has students who are toddlers. The inclination of children to stay for the long run varies with their preference for the monastic life or the secular school. For adults, the same religious ban exists in principle for public sector employees and public school children, but enforcement is not nearly as strict as in Xinjiang, due to different threat perceptions. Third, the openness of Tibetan Buddhism mitigates threat perceptions and lends itself to better public understanding. The lack of gender, costume, and dietary restrictions makes Tibetan Buddhism accessible to the non-Tibetan public. While women, Muslim or otherwise, cannot enter mosques in Xinjiang, they can enter Tibetan monasteries, become nuns, or tour as casual visitors. During field trips, I frequently encountered hostility in front of mosques in Xinjiang and was never allowed inside one, but always received a welcome reception inside the Tibetan monasteries I visited. As materialism increasingly consumes China, many Han Chinese are intrigued by Tibetan piety. It has become a fad among some Han Nouveau riches to be financial sponsors of Tibetan monasteries and elite lamas. A constant flow of Han Chinese men and women are among the students at the Surder monastery. Intermarriages have increased thanks to physical mobility in the reform era. According to Marong's study, Tibetans are among the minority groups in China who have relatively more intermarriages and who demand no religious or other special requirements of their future spouses. By contrast, Muslim groups are the only ethnic minorities that require their marriage partners to have the same faith, resulting in the lowest rate of intermarriages. In fact, if a few Han Chinese men can be found in remote Tibetan villages, it is usually because they have married local Tibetan women.